Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2016 Call of Duty World League Championship presented by PlayStation 4. I'm Chris Puckett, joined by Jack Courage Dunlop here in the XP Zone, and we have the greatest job in esports today. We are jumping around between all of our matches happening here in Los Angeles at the $2 million tournament.
We just saw some major announcements for the future of Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare, Modern Warfare Remastered. It all looks great. The venue was absolutely hyped. COD XP is officially kicked off, and I couldn't be more excited.
Today, it was absolutely crazy. A packed house as everyone is coming to see the greatest action in Call of Duty. But to catch you up on some of the action that you might have missed yesterday, we're going to take a look at where our group sorted out. In Group A, we saw Splice coming over from Europe, topping the leaderboard. They're still going to be competing against the E-United team here from the States. And then, of course, Millennium still in the running, sitting at 1-1 as well. They control their fate today.
Millennium have a tough day ahead of them. Reminder, they are playing with Miracles instead of Swanee. So far, they've looked good in some stages of their game, other aspects not so much. In Group B, Rise Nation sitting atop that group, one of the powerhouse North American squads. Taking care of business on day one here at Call of Duty XP.
Pantheon Esports and Hyper Games will play a little bit later. One of those two teams will be moving on to bracket play. Over in Group C, though, it is Fab Games topping the leaderboard, and this is something nobody expected. A huge 3-0 upset over Luminosity last night. We'll get into that a little bit more later on in the show, but we got to talk about Group D. Here's the biggest surprise on the first page for me. Renegades basically out. They will not make it to bracket play. Allegiance and Epsilon simply too strong for them here at XP.
I like how you're still giving them a little bit of a chance. Basically out. No, they are done. Day one, Renegades is over. Unfortunate to say the least, some veterans on that squad not having the performance that they want to have at the Call of Duty World League Championship 2016. That's the first four groups. Now to the others. Group E, FaZe Clan and Elevate. Again, similar situation with Rise Nation. Take care of business. They've guaranteed themselves spots in the championship bracket.
And of course, that's going to be a big match later in the day. Whoever wins the group is going to have the better bracket. So this is going to be a huge matchup when FaZe takes on Elevate. Group F, though, another huge surprise for me. Everyone thought it was going to be Infused leading the way, but no. Team Caliber to start the day, pulling off a massive upset there. They are now in charge at 2-0. And Group G over there, it's Orbit, Envy, and Cloud9, all with one win, but Envy got the biggest one, taking out Cloud9 last night.
I'm telling you right now, Cloud9 probably kicking themselves for getting that 2-0 lead over Envy and then throwing it all away. It goes all the way to Game 5, Envy clutch up, and that's how they got their first win in that Group G. To finish it all out, though, might be the biggest surprise of all. Late last night in the venue, Optic Gaming went up against Complexity. Chris, they lose both Search and Destroys. They drop the series in Game 5 and will start 0-1 in Group H.
That's right. So we kind of dug deep here into the storylines. We'll be doing that all day long. But to simplify it for all of you, we started with 32 teams. Only 16 are making it to the bracket. We will know who those squads are by the end of the day. And we want you to tell us which teams do you think are going through. Make sure you're using the hashtag CODXP2016 all weekend long.
I've already been seeing some great tweets from people, whether it's about the games going on here, your thoughts on the new games coming out soon. I want to read them all. I've been using the hashtag myself. Got a couple nice retweets from the COD World League Twitter. It's been a good weekend so far.
Absolutely. And throughout the weekend, we are going to be joined by some incredible experts. My favorite, though, has to be Professor Revan. Today, he's going to be breaking down one of our favorite hard points. Let's take a look at the map EVAC.
Thank you very much, Bucket. And yes, the first map you'll be seeing today is going to be EVAC Hardpoint. So really quick, I know there's a lot of new viewers out there. I want to get you acclimated with what you're about to see on this map. There are two key hardpoints I want to point out to you guys. And keep in mind, when you're actually watching the gameplay, there's some things I really want you guys to look at to see what these players are doing, where they position themselves, and where the other team is spawning. So the first hardpoint I kind of want to highlight for you guys is going to be the third one, when we move over towards the vents. Now, this is one where your AR players could certainly do some damage inside the hardpoint itself. what you want to see these players doing is, as they try to get their ideal setup going, you could push out both sides of the hard point and essentially force the other team to spawn way far out over near the tree platform here. And the idea here is just to make the other team spawn as far away from the current hard point as possible, just because if they're far away from the hard point, well, that means it's really easy for you to rack up points. So those are the two key positions that you want to see players control for this third hard point. The other one I kind of want to highlight for you guys is going to be the fourth one. When you move over towards the glass hut here, now this one kind of plays out similar to the tracks hard point over on Fringe, where the idea here is you want to get players pushed out over towards the tree platform as well as top AC. Doing that, it'll force the players from the other team to kind of flood in through the middle of the map, and you see this narrow choke point here. It's very tough to get going through that narrow area when you have SMGs laying down fire. Once again, two key areas of the map that you want to see these teams control. When you have AR players set up in these positions, once again, you force the other team to spawn so far out that they have to traverse nearly the entirety of the map to get in and contest the hard point. So those are the two ones that I wanted to point out for you guys. Once again, two key things you got to look out for when you see these hard points pop up. Where's the team positioning and where's the other team spawning? Those are the keys to hard point here on evac. It's time to hear once again from Puckett and Jack.
Thank you very much, Revan. So, of course, we will see that map in just a bit. Our players are going to be getting ready on the main stage. But before we get to the action, we got to ask you guys, did you know? Did you know the situation Mindfreak is in right now? After losing to Luminosity to start the day, they had to battle back and now are sitting at 1-1. They control their fate, and if they win against Fab Games, they could even take this group. But they got to do it with a 3-0 or a 3-1 win.
And a reminder, Fab Games 2-0 in this group, not going to be any bit of an easy opponent. Mindfreak, they've got to go big. They've got to clutch up that victory to earn themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome now to the Alpha stage. Maven here, joined by the ever-glamorous Mr. X. We got a lot of great matches today. You know, the XP Zone's going to be hopping into our broadcast. Bravo, Charlie, Delta, going all over the place. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. But before we get into the matches, let's kind of quickly recap. Now, I know we had some delays yesterday, so we actually only had 3 matches really here on Alpha. But let's start and talk about Infuse versus TK, which kicked off the day in a big way.
It's a big shocker, at least for me. I mean, you were pretty high on TK coming into the event. I thought
I
Infuse...
was not high on TK, but I had a little bit of faith in my
That's all
heart.
you talk about before the event was TK. I thought Infuse was going to come in, roll through that group. It was going to be easy. Not the case. TK comes out, wins it. Now, Goon has played absolutely fantastic this weekend.
Yeah, you really needed him to step it up. He did. Went in a big way in that series, especially kicking off the CTF. Yeah. But let's move forward to our second match, then Millennium Splice. So Millennium, kind of the question mark coming in. Swanee's out. Miracle's in. What the hell is going to happen with this roster going up against Splice? It's the matchup we've really been waiting for, and Splice is able to take it even after the dropping the first game. But let's talk a little bit about our schedule now upcoming. We've got 4 matches before it gets into bracket play. The first match we're going to be kicking things off with is going to be Optic Gaming going up against Panda. Optic has to bounce back in a huge way after the upset yesterday.
It's kind of crazy. I was like, when I saw this match come up on our schedule the other day, I was like, oh, I know it's going to be like an opening match. Optic should be able to go right through Panda. They lose the complexity last night. It makes this match a whole lot more interesting.
Certainly does. Olympia Legions versus Epsilon, which is basically going to decide kind of who's your first and second seed with Renegades already out. Splice E United has implications as well, depending on what maybe E United's able to do. Are they able to maybe shake this up a little bit? Because Millennium still needs to find a second win to guarantee their spot going into bracket play. And then FaZe Elevate, kind of a similar spot as Allegiance. And Epsilon, really, I mean, who's going to be not one, who's going to be two?
I think it's a big match for FaZe, though. I mean, FaZe goes on, they take out Elevate, they get that confidence that they can beat the top teams going into bracket play. I think it's a big match for FaZe Clan.
But game one, Optic versus Panda. Can Optic bounce back? If they lose this morning, they're done. They have to get a win here. And I know that people are like, oh, this should be an easy matchup for them. I don't know. After what we saw last night, man, they have got to come out at 100%.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty close game. I think Panda's definitely going to make the search and destroys interesting.
All right, well, let's get back up to the XP zone. Chris, Jack, take it away, boys.
Is Optic Gaming going through to the bracket?
I think they are. I still have faith in them. They've always been shaky on the first day of tournaments. Now, once this team, they always get a wake-up call, and then they look better than anybody else. This is a big wake-up call here. They cannot afford to drop a series at all today.
Complexity poked the bear last night, but I want to hear from our analysts. We have an expert panel with us all.
All right, we're welcome back to Alpha. Obviously, a little bit of introduction there for the XP zone as they're going to be hopping in and out of all the gameplay, but we're ready to go on Alpha. The players getting set up in their booths, and we're going to be very shortly kicking off Optic versus Panda. I mean, let's begin talking a little bit about this matchup. Oh, God, Optic Gaming.
It's like they get off to slow starts, and, like, you expect that, but, like, not here.
You can't.
Like, you can't do it here.
And that's what you said. You know, it's funny. During the bracket show we had coming
Which you guys all thought I was crazy.
Well, no, I said, I don't think there's any way Complexity beats them, but I did say, you know, they start slow on Friday sometimes.
What happens on a
Can't
Thursday?
be shocked on a Thursday,
Right.
and that's kind of what we get. I know there were some delays, they ended up playing late, but, you know, both teams dealing with similar issues. You have to step up, and really, I mean, Havoc and Search and Destroy. I've been playing a lot more with him lately. He's an absolute monster, and he showed it there, buddy.
Yeah, and you see, these are some of the scores from last night's matchup. So, you know, Optic wins the hardpoint 250, 199. It's like not a commanding win.
Not whatsoever.
Complexity runs through them in the first search. The last search, obviously, you see 6-3 in Complexity's favor. Now, Panda's a very good S&D team as well, so I think it's going to be a very difficult match for Optic Gaming coming up.
I guess what stands out when you take a look at those 5 games, I mean, am I that shocked about Search? Not really when you have the players that you do on Complexity. The evac uplink, though.
Yeah.
I think Parasite's probably won 3 uplinks in the history of the CWL.
I mean, its first run on Complexity, like, skews that stat drastically. Like, I mean, they were awful in uplink.
I know, they really, really struggled. So that was the one. I know it's a different roster, but that really, really shocked me, because that's really, I guess for me, been the game mode that kind of separates your top teams versus maybe your kind of middle tier teams.
It's interesting, though. Like, as Optic has gotten better in Search and Destroy, I think their uplink game has kind of suffered a little bit. So it still does shock me because they're such a great Slay-heavy team. And a map like evac, you can really kind of throw it in your favor pretty quickly by attacking over towards that AC side with your dominant Slayers. I'm kind of shocked they lose that, but still, I mean, Complexity came out, played amazing last night. They take that series, puts Optic in a very tough position here against Panda.
I have this feeling, Matt, that you may have awoken the beast. Now, as much as I guess our opinion of Optic Gaming is so high over the past year and a half, whatever it is, that whenever they drop matches, we're kind of shocked, right? But this is the same team that just won Orlando.
Right.
Which is going to awaken at some point. Now, I sort of feel like losing stage 2 in the fashion they did was a good propeller, kind of going into MLG Orlando and now champs. Losing that, okay, do you want them to get second in the group? No. But losing that first match, I honestly feel like it might have kind of awoken the beast, and they're going to come out and absolutely thump Panda here this morning.
You could look at it like that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just run through Panda. But this is a team that comes into this event with more pressure on them than anyone else by a landslide. And I feel like a lot of the pressure is the guys putting it on themselves. I mean, I feel like every player piece we did throughout the year, when it was Optic Gaming, you know, talking about just Black Ops 3 season in general, everything was just geared towards this moment. And it's like you put so much pressure on yourself through the entire year for this one weekend. and like you lose the first one, like it's got to be even worse now.
And with the even the social media prowess that they kind of have, you know, I sort of wonder why I see the guys' faces after a loss. I wonder what's going through their heads. Like, are they like, oh darn, we lost, or oh man, I'm about to get bashed on Twitter? I kind of wonder what's going on through their heads because they have more social outreach
like
than
the gift
anybody
and the
else
curse,
here.
right?
You know that when you drop these maps that you're supposed to take, that you're just going to get pounded by your fans. I mean, the only ones that are really going to be supporting you are like close friends and family.
Yeah.
Everyone else in the community is going to let you hear it. And yeah, it's just something else in the back of your mind. But let's take a look now. We're kind of checking out what we're going to see as our best of 5 here between Optic Gaming and Panda. When you take a look across these maps, how do you feel, Matt?
Well, you look, I think, you know, Fringe Search and Destroy, it's when we've seen Complexity, specifically Havoc, hit some really nice snipes, so I definitely think you're going to be looking out for him to make an impact on that one. Breach CTF, it's a little bit of a close range map. It's one Optic can really force some gun engagements. The evac hardpoint, it's been one of Optic's best maps all year long. I think it'd be a really telling sign, like how close this one is, what the series is going to go.
The searches, man. What? I guess, yeah, Fringe would be the one search I guess I'd want to see if I was maybe an Optic Gaming fan right now. One a little bit more standard. Maybe we can see them end up taking. But the big question mark is just how do they rebound from yesterday, and how do they deal with the pressure that they're going to have today? You know, I feel like maybe the one thing that hurt them yesterday. Yes, I know there were delays. I know both teams have to deal with that, but this is a team that, with the added pressure, I guess it's more time that you're sort of sitting around and letting that pressure build. Whereas this morning, you're kind of starting off first thing. You know, you're waking up, you're getting some practice in, you're going in. Less time to maybe let your thoughts run wild, if that makes sense. Maybe a little bit of a positive here for them. I'm not
guess.
Sure.
I mean, I would also look at it. I mean, yesterday you got a ton of warm-up in. You're really prepped for the match, and you still lost it. It's like this one, you're going to just come in hot in the morning, playing a team that's probably pretty fired up for this match. And Panda, I think it's definitely one that Optic needs to come out full force. They're going to win.
While you're getting a shot of the Optic Gaming squad there, you got half smiles. There were no smiles on the squad last night. You know, I saw. It was so frustrating. So I'm watching him. I left the venue. I was exhausted from all of the running around yesterday.
Yeah.
I went back to the hotel room. I could only pull up one stream at a time due to the bandwidth that I had. I'm like pausing the Envy match, playing the Optic match, pausing Optic, playing Envy, trying to watch it all. It was absolutely insane. And there you see Panda Gaming. Can these guys do it? Can they be the villains? Can they get the upset that I don't think a whole lot of people are looking for here?
And you also have a little bit of like a storyline in regards to Too Quick and Crim. So Too Quick actually teams with Crim6 on Complexity and Black Ops 2 COD champs. Does not go well. I mean, it goes well.
They get fourth?
They get fourth.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team, though, that they expected to win at that time. All the blame kind of goes on Too Quick. He never really kind of comes back to that top level of play till right now.
Aches and Crim sort of ended his career in a sense. I mean, he goes from being on a top team to there's never really any performance that really stands out after that. And I know there's probably a ton of things that go into that, but after that squad, he was not on anything close talent.
And I mean, at that time in the game, he was regarded as one of the top AR players. So I think Too Quick is definitely a player to look out for in this series. Can definitely make an impact on the side of Panda.
All right, we're just making sure we're in the lobby as guys are about to get started here. One thing, hey, I forgot to note this. So it's probably happening on the XP Zone. Maybe you have both streams up, but each day we're going to be announcing our Scuff team of the day, which is basically going to be kind of your 4 all-stars. And you'll see up here, we've got this very, very
cool controller,
physically attractive.
So
COD XP Scuff.
It's the first time I've ever heard anyone refer to a controller as physically attractive.
I think it is. And apparently the players that are on that team actually get like a gold-plated one.
Are you making that up, or?
I hope not.
I'm not sure that was exactly what was said, but sure, everyone gets a gold-plated one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not real gold, like the color. It's not like 24 karat Scuff, although if there's anyone here from Scuff, I'd appreciate that. That'd be incredible. It'd probably help with my clammy hands that I get while playing. But guys, thanks for the patience. Just waiting for everyone to get into the lobby here. We're going to be kicking off game 1. Speaking of getting in, I need to keep an eye on that as well, as we're going to need to be in there to Comcast. Yeah. But let's talk a little bit about predictions now, Matt. I know maybe for a lot of you at home, this seems to be a pretty one-way matchup, but when you saw Optic Gaming yesterday get outscored 12-4 in the searches overall, you got to be a little bit worrisome about their search and destroy game. Are they going to be able to take it? But you know the first game we're going to be hopping into is going to be evac hardpoint. You're getting an eye on with the hardpoint locations. Now, you saw Revan kind of breaking this down a little bit earlier, discussing, you know, your give and takes, the spots you really need to focus on holding. Is this a map that you think really plays to the favor of Optic?
I think it does. I mean, with how good Formal is with an assault rifle, close, medium range, obviously long range. I think he can really start to tee off on this map, especially around that third and fourth hard point.
Yeah, I think, I'm trying to think back. It was I can't remember, it was end of stage 1, end of stage 2, where he had like an 18 streak or something absurd on evac hardpoint. Definitely one that they can go nuts on. And this is also a map where we've seen they start a little bit slower. It's like that 100 to 100 type game, and then they erupt and completely take over. I'm trying to think back to, remember, it was against Elevate. Remember with Felony had that insane streak. The game was so close, and then next thing you know, it's like 8 streak for Formal, 8 streak for Scum, 8 streak for Krem, and they all just exploded and completely took over the game.
Well, that's kind of what Optic Gaming does. It's not a team that's going out. Well, I mean, sometimes they do come out and just kind of like badger you the entire game.
It seems more rare.
As soon as like you make a mistake, though, it's like they just start to go off. And, like you just can't make a comeback from there.
Yeah, no, that's certainly true. And I'm just sorry, as I'm just keeping an eye, making sure I can get into this one as soon as it's ready to go. But if you've seen the shot now, I know we've got people in attendance now. People are going to be filtering in. It's going to be kind of strange for us because usually when we're at an event, you know, it's basically everyone's inside the venue. They're here for the cut chance matches, but there's so much going on that people are going to be coming in to watch the esports side, going out to try and play Modern Warfare.
I want to go out and try and do some of this
shooting
stuff.
Zombies. Oh, we're not going to have any time to do anything, but just so we're clear.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be me, you, Machine, just locked there all day long. But
I'm excited about that. Machine is a great fellow. He's going to be joining us on Alpha today. I'm not even sure if he's made his way to the venue yet, but hoping so.
Machine, you'll be here. Just get here.
Please.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're casting 7 best of 5s in a row.
Yeah, right.
Be most of the day. But thank you guys for your patience. We should be ready to go here momentarily. And I know we're going to have people filtering in over the course of the morning. I know maybe starting a little bit early for the West Coast side. Hopefully you guys got to see a lot of the gameplay we saw for Infinite Warfare and then also for Modern Warfare Remastered. I know for me, I know there's different camps. Some people like your more old school. Some people like the futuristic. I'm just pumped that we have both next year. Like whatever I'm in the mood for. And I was a guy. I played like back in the day. I played a lot of like X-wing versus TIE fighter. I'm a big dogfighter guy. Give me a plane or a ship, and I'll fly around forever. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll try flying the ship. I don't know. I
don't
think
seem
I'll
coordinated
I don't think
enough
I'll
for
be very good at it. Yeah, I can't imagine. But I mean, I was really excited for some of the single player stuff. It looked pretty cool.
I thought from just a graphics perspective, when I was watching like the opening cinematic, it looked like a movie. It looked absolutely incredible. But let's talk more a little bit back to the matches. Now, if you're looking, when you saw the search, the way it went last night, the way that they heavily struggled in that, especially with a 6-1 loss, and Havoc, I know Havoc is one of those truly special players when it comes to search and destroy, so it's hard to maybe compare anyone on Panda to that because he's been such a freak of nature.
I mean, you got Nelson.
He did go 18-5 at his first ever CWL match. I don't know that was ever really repeated, but yeah, you know he has a big performance in him. Who do you think from the side of Optic Gaming is maybe the person that the most needs to pick it up in that particular game mode, or is it more of a team effort?
I think it's just more of a team effort. Sometimes when I just like watch them, like, I don't know, like, you know when you get the vibe when you're watching somebody, they just like don't seem focused or like just don't seem like 100% there. It's like sometimes when like we get shots to them, it just doesn't seem like everybody's kind of like focused on the same thing.
And this is a team where, I mean, even thinking back to, I guess AW kind of when this roster started to work together, it was 100% coming down to just effectively trading. Not usually about strats. It's flying at people, making sure you're effectively trading. We didn't see a whole lot of that last night at all. They've got to pick that up in a big way. And usually, for me, when it's Optic Gaming not trading while in search and destroy, it's 100% communication.
And I tell you what, against Complexity, that hardpoint was pretty close. I mean, it's only like a little bit more than a 50-point win. So I think you look at their hardpoint game and like, where is that right now? I think evac is a very good map draw for them here against Panda. I expect them to come out and win this first map. But there's definitely questions going forward about the hardpoint game.
All right, well, I do think we've got everybody in the lobby. I've just joined in. He can hop in as well. Matt,
don't have everybody. I'm not there.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really matter at all. All right, so Matt, we're gonna pick. All right, we don't need to go too far to predictions here, because I think we're both feeling pretty comfortable about Optic Gaming. But let's talk for one shining star here from each side. Who's it gonna be for you from each team?
You look on the side of Optic Gaming, I think Formal needs to come out, have a really good first map, needs to really have a strong evac hardpoint. On the side of Panda, I'm actually interested to see how Fastball plays. It's been a guy who's been in the scene for a very long time, competing at a top level. Really looking to see what he does in this first map.
For me, man, it is the X Factor. It's Mr. Clutch. I think he's the most clutch player in the business. It is Damon Karma Barlow. He's got to go huge here. He has got to make the plays. He's got to do it. But let's take a look. We've got a quick clip of Karma. Let's check it out.
play based on what everyone else in my team's doing. It might look like I'm doing weird things, but when you actually see the outcome of it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, but like I never would have thought of that. My play style really sets me apart from the other Call of Duty players. I try to fill in the gaps in the best way I can to help us win. I have a 1-year-old daughter now. She takes up most of my time. She'll run in, open the door, and she'll be sitting there screaming. I'm like, well, I'm playing, you don't understand, but right now I'm working. It gives me a reason to play, and it gives me a reason to make the most of my time. I want to get on, and I want to go to work, and I want to be done at a certain time. I feel like a lot of people who play don't understand that. I know you guys want to play, and I know we need practice, but I need to get off and spend some time with her, get her to bed. It's tough sometimes. Every other year I've played Call of Duty, I've always been really good, but last year was a little different. The fans, like, they supported me, but they knew I wasn't playing as well as I should have. This year I'm just looking forward to coming out and playing how I know I can play and prove that I'm the best again. Black Ops 2 and Advanced Warfare and even Ghosts were the 3 Call of Duties where I won the most, and I'm looking to do that this year in Black Ops 3.
Karma, absolutely phenomenal player. Obviously, he's had a lot of stuff added to his life recently. Family is growing, and it's probably making the gameplay aspect of this, devoting yourself to gaming. I know what he said. He's like, it's hard to understand sometimes. But he's saying like, Daddy's working. Like, I know it's odd. I'm sitting in front of a PlayStation 4, but that is work.
Well, it's about using your time wisely, I think. And it was something, we kind of talked about and did on Complexity. It's like, well, there's no point to get on if everyone's just kind of not take it serious. It's like, let's get on, go really hard for like 2-3 hours, and then just like get off, do your own thing. I think that's what Optic's really done over the last few months. Yeah, they have. Now let's see if the grind is paying off. Now, while we were into the feature, we are hopping into our Ban Protect, and we've now gotten into the Specialist Draft. Take a look at our Specialist Draft. Looking across, you have Tempest Purifier on the side of Panda, Scythe kind of coming in for Optic Gaming. So it is going to be one weapon there on the side of Optic. You're going to have 2 on the side of Panda. We'll see who's going to get the edge there. I kind of caught a glimpse of the Ban Protect. The main thing that stood out to me, I believe, oh gosh, it was the HVK, and there was one other assault rifle that actually was banned as we were flying through that. So trying to target, maybe get after for them a little bit, or maybe make them play a little bit of a slower game style here for Panda. Yeah, and I think I actually do like the setup on the side of Panda. I like the idea of using that Purifier. You can use in the second hard point to zone out that area, really take control of that hard point. And I think obviously, the Tempest, one of the best weapons. We talked about it all day yesterday on the Alpha stage. Tempest, I think, is better than the Scythe at this moment in the game. A little bit surprised maybe not to see a Tempest coming out from Optic Gaming. In there, when you take a look at it, there's no Heat Wave on either side. Heat Wave coming out through the Ban Protect. Psychosis for Karma is basically the difference. Psychosis versus Tempest. And we've seen him really go off with the Tempest. I was going to say that.
More on a map, we've seen him do it on something like French, Stronghold. Maybe here, doesn't feel as comfortable with it. Feels Psychosis is going to help him break hard points a little bit better. I don't know. I feel like you kind of have to go with the Tempest. I feel like Karma is so good with that Tempest that we've seen him make big plays with in the past. It's like, to have him use Psychosis, I feel is just a waste. Well, let's see if he's able to make some plays with that. I know Psychosis has grown on me. I know you're still very anti-Psychosis and just about everything outside of Search and Destroy. And for those of you tuning in, we're about to get into the action. I know we've got, again, 3, well, technically 4 other streams. We've got Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, and then XP Zone's going to be hopping around throughout. So that means have 5 tabs open. Keep eyes on all action, as it's going to be one phenomenal day here. And I know there were some bumps in the road yesterday, but it happens often with day ones. We're day 2, we're not even to the weekend yet, and the matches are just going to become more and more intense as we get into it here. And you can see the 5 maps we'll be seeing in this series. So kicking things off with an evac hardpoint. After this will be Fringe, Search and Destroy. Infection Uplink will be the 3rd map. Breach, CTF, Stronghold, S&D, if needed, be your 4th and 5th map. All right, guys, we're getting ready to load into the game here. Evac, hardpoint, going to the first crowd. Make a little bit of noise here. Optic Gaming's going to need you in a big way, or will Panda be here for the upset? I got a feel it's probably a little bit lopsided. I feel like most of the people are Optic fans here. Well, more just, you don't want to see this where you're arguably #1, #2 team really in the world is at risk of being knocked out of groups on a Friday. It was not a position we saw ourselves in, but you always see crazy things, though, at this event. I mean, every year we see crazy upsets at this event. I'm not saying one's about to happen here. I do think Optic takes this serious, but that first loss last night definitely shocked a lot of people. All right, well, who are you thinking here? When we're going to be taking a look, let's start off with Optic. They're the ones that even have their backs against the wall a bit in that sense as far as what their expectations are, what happened last night. Let's hop into it, kicking it off with Crim 6. Game 1 of this best of 5.
Now we'll see what he elects to do off the start here. So he's going to go over towards this glass side and try and come and attack from this mid stairs.
Getting eyes through glass, trying to win one fight there with the former teammate. Too quick, not quick enough. As Crim is able to dial him up here early. Formal, though, going to switch to. He has got a 3 streak here, nicely. Let's see if he can keep the streak going a bit. You see 2 players through X-Ray going to come flying in. He's going to be cut.
Yeah, but it's a very good start for Optic Gaming. You see Crim up on top. Platt, he's able to pick up a 2nd kill and dive into the hard point.
All right, watching Crim now. We're early here in the game 1 evac hard point. Eyes on with Crim 6 as he's looking to find kills. Just about to start the rotation to our 2nd hard point. That's going to be Nelson getting the better of him, but Scump is there to trade it out. And the scoreline, a little bit scary for Panda. You know, if you were wondering if the beast that is Optic Gaming was opened up last night, it's looking that way, as it is going to be a 40-1 break on the first hard point.
Yeah, and you see Scump winning that gun engagement, has some help from the teammate in the back, and he's going to move in towards that 2nd hard point, has some teammates with him, and not a good start for Panda. They're all going to try from flooding from one direction. It is not going to work out. Scump picks up 2, not able to grab the 3rd, but he gets fully streaked out, Maven. That's going to be big.
Full streaks for Scump. Formal working on a 3 streak as well. He's 6-1. They're making this look like child's play right now as Panda is just getting sliced and diced. Formal able to find one in the corner. Looking to the back, 2 to deal with. Not able to deal with the pressure, but we'll hop right back to Optic Gaming Scump as he's wrapping around the back. Is there any communication right now for Panda as Scump just shooting people in the back here?
He shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, Panda's got to communicate a little bit better. They got to put priorities on some of these players to take out on the side of Optic, and they are just not doing anything right here at the beginning of this game. Optic completely dominating the opponents.
Well, we focused a lot on Optic early, as it's been a little bit one-sided. For those of you keeping track at home, Panda has just broken the 1-point mark, and they're starting to rally something together. Unfortunately, as soon as they get a bit of control, the streaks start coming in for
I don't know if I would say the score of going from 1 to 6 putting together a rally, but...
Wow, 5-point rally. It's a 500% increase.
Yeah. Well, see fastball moving through the middle of the map. Nelson's going to pick up 2 kills in the feed. Fastball comes in to clean up 1. So now Panda gets control of the hard point, just having a lot of difficulties holding it down.
Eyes on with Formal now. Let's watch through his attempted break. See if maybe he can find a gap in the defense here.
And he's just going to play this at a distance because he doesn't have any teammate support right now. So he couldn't have pushed over towards that AC area or towards the hard point. Had no teammate support, wouldn't have done anything. So he tried to stay over by the AC unit, pick up some kills, and you see Crim picking up a big 2-piece there. Going to get the hill back for Optic, but with such a little amount of time, they got to rotate towards that next hard point.
We'll keep eyes on with Crim. The streak now with 3. Let's see as he wraps around lower if he's able to find the break. Not able to do so, gets cut down in water almost immediately, like the route, but not able to find the gap. It's going to be difficult for these players, you know, when you're trying to push in with the SMG, you have players typically set up top glass, bottom glass with ARs, make it hard to come in, or with a bit of flame there as Nelson able to find 2 with the Purifier. Still has a bit of gas left in the tank, trying to get it on, finds a 3rd before ultimately falling. And now this is what's scary. So it was, what, a 100-1 advantage? Look at our score line now. Panda coming roaring back.
Yeah, it is significantly closer now, obviously, and it's really started when fastball started to pick things up. Got off to a really slow start, now starting to play pretty well. They can get more out of 2 quick on the side of Panda. They can definitely start to close the gap.
Again, playing against that former teammate, Crim. Well, hello. It's me, 2 quick. Nice shots there as he's able to find 1. Formal doing a nice job of trading it out before dropping. You see Psychosis here, ready for Karma. He's got a 2 streak to work with here. Let's see if they can start to build the lead a bit, Matt.
Now, Karma's going to use that Psychosis just to kind of throw some players off here in the mid, and you see how hesitant it's making some of the guys on Panda. Can't push down. He's going to be able to pick up 2. Falls back towards the hard point. Such a smart play there from Karma.
Well, let's let this 5 streak breathe. Not able to keep it going. But right behind him, I feel like every time I transition from one player in a streak that drops, there's somebody right behind him to effectively trade that kill. But let's get back to Panda for a bit. I know the focus on Optic is this has been a bit of a steamroll through game one. But let's see what Nelson and crew can do. Able to find one. The second there as well. You see an X-ray, a third in the back. Karma shuts down that bit of a streak from Nelson. But Matt, talk to me about the KDs a little bit. I mean, when you're Panda and you don't have a single player positive, hard to get in. Oh, and when you're getting one bursted with camo.
Well, I mean, you got to look at your assault rifle player, right? I mean, Too Quick, 7 and 19 right now, just getting dominated by Formal in the assault rifle player category, and that's going to make it a lot easier for your SMGs to push up if your ARs are able to pick up those kills at range. And Formal's going to bring out the sights. 2 players line up. Panda cannot get anything going right now.
And I think you saw for a second one around the right. You saw him on X-ray coming on the wall run. That's a big play there from Fastball to try and slow down the scythe of Formal that was starting to get going. Things a bit hectic there for Karma up top, but let's get back to Krem. He's got a 3 streak inside, making it 4. And I feel like every time I've gone to Krem, he's been on somewhere between like a 3 and a 5 streak. About to increase this. He's able to gun 1, 2 more out front. Can't find the kills, but Optic Gaming's lead continues to increase, Matt.
And this is a little bit what you expected on this first hardpoint, to be honest. I mean, probably not this lopsided in score, but you expected Optic Gaming to run away with this match. I think you really look at the SNDs, and that's where Panda can make an impact.
Well, we're going to rotate over to the third hardpoint here in our second set of rotations. Krem on the lower wall room was able to find the opening break. His teammates finding the rest. Krem now looking to hold. They've got the spawns. Let's switch to somebody a little bit closer to the action. That's going to be Karma trying to push out these spawns.
When you control this AC area, Maven, you just spawn the opposing team so far out, they have to funnel straight through that apartments area. And you hear the shots of the Tempest going down on the map. Nothing in the kill feed with it. It's all Optic Gaming in the kill feed. As Karma picks up one up top, and that is going to be the game. Optic Gaming 250, Panda 60, as Optic takes map number 1.
Let's take a look now at some of these replays, Matt, as that was a lopsided affair from the opening break, really. A 40-41 advantage, I believe it was, through the first hard point. That is going to make things very, very tricky. We'll check out some of the highlights, as it seemed like every player you hopped to with Optic was building some sort of streak and, you know, allowing Scump to get fully streaked out that early in the game. It's funny because as soon as I mentioned that Panda started to get a little bit of control, the streaks started to fly out there from Scump. Yeah, and I mean, Panda was just, they were able to get to the hard points early on some occasions, but just not able to lock anything down for an extended period of time. And honestly, if you take a look at it, Matt, we caught one of the Psychosis plays from Karma, which I think actually led to a couple of kills for him. A nice distraction. You saw a bit of it there. On the other side, all I saw from the Tempest was Tempest shots basically flying off. You didn't really see them connect with anything, but you heard them.
And Too Quick finishes map 1 with 8 kills. Can't have that from your assault rifle player. You gotta put up better numbers than that.
Yeah, they've really got to pick it up. And again, there's no easy way to say this, but it seems like to a degree you're kind of outgunned, outmanned just from a talent perspective in this particular matchup. Yeah. I mean, at least with the loss to complexity last night, you know the incredible stuff you can get from Havoc. You know what Parasite's capable of when he's in the right mindset. I don't know that there's someone on Panda that can really match the firepower of Optic. And in a respawn, it's just going to be kind of a glaring factor. But now when you go to search,
it's where the odds even up a little bit.
A bit. As far as that maybe individual gun skill doesn't mean as much at times, a little bit more, kind of strategy and team movement oriented. This is their chance. I mean, if they drop here, if Optic gets a 2-0 advantage, they're going to bury them in the uplane.
You would think so. I can't imagine Optic, if they were to win the S&D, like not taking that uplink in that game 3. I think this is really, if Panda wants to extend this series, this is their best shot.
This is absolutely their best chance. We'll see if they can do it here. You talked a little bit about Nelson, the fact that we've seen him go off at times in Search and Destroy. He has the capability to do it against this type of competition. Yeah. I don't think so. But what I saw in that game 1 is kind of what I mentioned really coming into this, that I thought you poked the bear last night.
Yeah.
That Optic was going to come in and thrash them. That is exactly what I saw. But we'll continue to chat with you guys while the players start to get through Ban Protect, get ready here for the game 2. We'll kind of point out any surprises, as it's pretty standard with Optic Gaming. There's not usually a whole lot of flashy plays necessarily in the Ban Protect.
They play it pretty safe in Ban Protect. Usually you'll see flashbang, concussion, high cal, rapid from them. Just want to get those out of the game. And It'll be a fringe search and destroy. Up next, obviously, you see Optic wins game number 1. Infection uplink. I think you look back on that one, and you know what happened in that first respawn with the assault rifle players. Look for it to become another problem in that game 3. Too Quick needs to get going on that map as well. I think he's a big player for the remainder of the series.
Well, so far as the ban protect goes, the big thing that stands out, fastball going to hit the SVG. So that's going to come off. Overkill was already taken off first by Nelson as well. As far as what you would expect from Optic, pretty standard. They're going after your HC, rapid fire. Priesta, they're going to hit the PO6. So 2 snipers coming off the board. That tells me they're definitely showing a lot of respect to formal here. And still, very standard from Optic Gaming is the next thing they go with is overclock. So targeting, big sniper targeting from Panda. Optic Gaming, everything you'd expect. There's actually a kinetic ban, which
that doesn't make much sense.
We've seen teams kind of not even really go towards kinetic with it being a late game. You got to think if you're Too Quick and you're worried about kinetic armor, I don't know that this is going to be that big of a difference maker, really.
So this is pretty cool. You can actually see who took more hardpoint time on the map. So we go through that first hardpoint. You can quickly see there that Optic took all of that third hill pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, that's really nice that you can kind of basically we've got a team at Activision that's able to pull some really cool data from basically directly from game. I was able to look at
percentage of aerial kills,
how many knee slides, how much time spent in water. Some of the stuff is insane, but yeah, you just kind of got a quick breakdown of where the damage was done by Optic Gaming on evac hardpoint, and
it was done everywhere. It was done everywhere.
Yeah.
Most of those circles were the color of Optic. I was like, well, where did Panda get their time? Oh, there's a little sliver of yellow over there.
Well, think about it. They went from, it was like 1 to 6 and then 6 to 40 on one. The rest, I mean, just scattered throughout.
They got like 3 seconds on most of the other hills. But Search and Destroy is definitely one where we think Panda can make more of an impact. Obviously, don't have the same firepower as Optic in the respawn game modes. That's fair to say. Search and Destroy, the pace slows down a lot. You know, a lot more tactics, positioning come into play. I think this is where Panda can really do some nice things.
Yeah, and I don't know. As far as all the targeting we saw, you and I were kind of looking through the ban protect, and the only thing that really stood out was that they really went over at the snipers in a big way. Overkill, also going to PO6, SVG. And I don't know how, I mean, honestly, when I think about French, where I see in my head Formal doing a lot of his damage is typically with the M8. Like, I'm not really that worried about him from a sniping standpoint. I know it's kind of funny because throughout the course of the year, it's probably mostly a confidence thing, but there's times where he and the CWL would only snipe for like weeks on end. All he would do is snipe. He was clearly the best sniper in the game. And then, you know, he has a rough game with it, or maybe he doesn't even have a bad game, but due to his positioning with the sniper, they'll lose an S&D. The guys probably get on him a little bit about the fact he doesn't have that secondary gun. It can't help them. And then we see him run the M8 for a couple of weeks. So he has been, I mean, probably this game the most diverse we've seen him in Search and Destroy. You know, we're thinking back to when he first started in Ghost. I mean, there was zero diversity for him. So he's had to really expand on that game, and he's been one of the better Search players, really. When you talk about pro players, he's been great.
Once Overkill goes out of the game and you don't have the luxury of having that, you know, VMP in your back pocket, you know, with the RK5, still a very good gun. Very good gun.
You don't say. It's the best gun in the game.
But, I mean, you're able to get flooded. You miss that first shot, players just flying at you, you're dead. And then you kind of force him to switch weapons in the later games. Sometimes we've seen them struggle in Search and Destroy when they stick with the sniper too long, when it's not working, and they just keep going with it round after round after round. And something we've seen from Optic Gaming in the past, I'm interested to see if we see it come here in our game number 2, is they play really slow in Search and Destroy, and sometimes they don't give themselves enough time to go and get towards the bomb and get it down. So look to see how fast they make those pushes.
Hey, remember there were some changes, some rebalancing really to the locus, and I believe that made it through. So I wonder if it's more a thing of maybe there's someone that really favors it on the side of Panda, and maybe they'll pull it out. My gut tells me it's more just trying to limit Formal than play to some advantage they have. But we'll have to wait and see what they are going to be able to do. But let's go ahead and kick things off. The offense going to be Optic Gaming. All right, guys, gonna have a quick restart here. Not sure if it was on the issue of the players, but we should be able to hop right back into action very, very quickly. Didn't get to see a whole lot in that as it was the opening 5 seconds off the rip. Not a lot of strategy.
Can't take a lot away from that, yeah. So if one guy run out of the spawn on offense, you will see that again.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where I think if Panda loses this, I think they're done.
I
with
love
series.
the nicest thing about this, and it's also probably the biggest distraction, is well, I do enjoy. We have basically a little monitor up this side where I can see the XP zone more,
Yeah.
so we can kind of know when they come to us, and also I like it mostly because I can try and stay in the loop. So as I'm casting, I'm just kind of like staring over, like what's going on, who's winning this match? It's tough for us sometimes to keep up with all the action. Yes, we have Twitter. Yes, we have producers in our ear trying to keep us updated, but. Get a nice shot there of Revan, Doug Martin, and Merc on
Yeah, the
analysis.
XP zone is just an awesome idea.
It really is.
Right? I mean, it's obviously, like you were saying before, open up 5 tabs. That's not realistic.
I
in
remember
most
when that
cases.
baby was born. It was me, you, Andrew Drake in a room. And what is XP zone was grown months ago. And now seeing it come together is pretty awesome.
It's like the test was when me and you casted those 4 matches in stage 2. I was like,
Well, yeah, people-
don't let them cast the matches.
People were wondering a little bit why we did that at the end of stage 2, why we had the 4 matches. And that was, a big part of this. We were trying to iron out some of the kinks with XP zone, see how it was going to work. It's really awesome to see it coming together. But we're just waiting here to restart. You're getting a shot of the Optic Gaming side there. Panda as well. Optic looking to bury them here in game 2 and get a big advantage. But God, that game 1, if you are a Panda fan in attendance, was likely a difficult watch.
It was actually, there's like people up in this upper bowl in front of us, obviously people down behind me. Like, I hear everyone cheers for like Optic, like when we were going on. There was like one person here off to my left. I don't know where they were. They were like, let's go Panda. I was like, yeah.
And you see here, the stat popped up. Optic was ranked #1 in Search and Destroy during CWL Stage 2. And yes, I mean, Stage 1, I know I got a little bit of grief is when I kind of called them out for their lackluster search play. It wasn't the best thing that we've seen, but they certainly rebounded there in stage 2.
Yeah, and I mean, very good search and destroy team in stage 2. I feel like that's the only game mode you can really kind of criticize them during stage 1 was their S&D. In stage 2, they become very good.
All right, guys, I believe a couple of the players.
It's a one-sided affair here.
Everyone's cheering. I get it, but it's Optic versus Optic right now.
Yeah, it's a very one-sided match.
Well, to be fair, a little bit of foreshadowing. I mean, they're their own worst enemies, probably. I mean, when they lose at times, it's mostly probably due to errors of their own. But I think there's just a little bit of a technical issue probably going on inside the boxes right now. But they'll get it situated as soon as possible. For now, you can enjoy the beautiful shots here of the main stage while we get ready to go. Panda had left. It could be a sound issue, controller issue. Not exactly sure, but hopefully it'll be resolved here momentarily. Thank you for all of you in the crowd being very, very patient as you get to spend more and more time with Matt and I.
Is that a new Optic jacket?
That's pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Hector, if you're in
I
attendance.
was just going to say, I was the first thing that popped in my head. I was like, man, where's Hector, dude? I need a jacket.
Hector, you out there?
Oh, he's right there. I see him.
You do see him. I do see him
waving his
stand up.
hands,
Hector,
yeah.
I'm going to need a jacket.
Yep.
Let's make some noise for Hector.
Big Hex over there.
The best owners in the business. One of my best buddies. We still need to start that podcast. We'll talk about that later tonight.
But we definitely need those jackets. It's like at the end of all that, we definitely need those jackets. But yeah, just going to wait for this game 2 to get underway. Be a fringe search and destroy. Obviously, this is a group play match. Optic and Panda, pretty big one for Optic. Obviously, they lose to Complexity last night. So a lot of pressure on these guys to win this one.
If they didn't already had a lot of pressure to begin with, it is certainly mounting now in a big way. I mean, I guess the game 1 maybe alleviates that a little bit. You're probably feeling a little bit better, got into a rhythm, feeling pretty strong with this. Everybody joining back in now. You're getting a shot there. Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful desk.
It's an excellent desk.
My hair looks just about as good as yours.
Yeah. So I think one of the funniest things about Maven is that he walks around with a comb. There's no reason for this man to have a comb. It's like a lot of you probably thought I was making that up, but I knew for a fact he had the comb with him because I saw it today. But
I got to make sure I look fresh at all times, man.
Make sure they're right. But
there's not much left there, but it is easier to comb.
Yes, yes. You saw a formal stats there for the hard point. We have an over 2 KD on one of those hard points, just picking up tons of kills. It's really what made the difference in that. I mean, you looked at the slaying battle between assault rifle players. I mean, 2 quick finishes. That hard point game with 8 kills. Formal just dominating him with the assault rifle.
I feel like what's going on right now, when you're watching like an NFL game, it's coming out of the wire, and the opposing coach calls the timeout right before the field goal.
Icing the kicker,
trying to
like,
ice the kicker.
again.
Panda just keeps leaving the game because they're trying to ice Optic. Now, I'm sure there's some sort of technical issue going on, but we should be ready to hop into it. I can see everybody's got together.
Everybody's here.
Yeah, all right, so okay, now we've talked about Search, and
Yeah.
it's funny that you see the stat there that Search was their best game mode in Stage 2, but we saw them falter yesterday, lost both in pretty bloody manner. Do they bounce back? Did they get their first Search win here at 2016 COD Champs, presented by PlayStation 4?
Yes.
They did.
Yes, they definitely do.
Okay.
I think they beat Panda in the Search. I think they take the series 3-0. I think that's
They look
the
like they're
mindset that I
iced.
am in.
They look like they're iced, man. They're like, can we start this damn game?
Well, I mean, it's one way you can kind of frustrate Crim. Crim probably did not take this delay, technical delay.
I don't think they
nicely.
can hear each other through the booths, but
Yeah.
I imagine he's throwing some haymakers their way. But yeah, no, I feel, okay, so if this starts, if anything like the beginning to that hard point, I'm going, this is like a 6, I'm going 6-2 Optic Gaming.
It's probably about what I would have said.
One person just clapped in the crowd. I'm not sure if that's the Panda fan.
That guy right there,
Hey,
yeah,
thank
that
you
guy
for the 2
clapped, yeah.
rounds you just gave Panda, or that was an Optic fan, but we are getting ready to load in. Third time is the charm. Okay, I should have said that. Third time might be the charm. All right, we're 20 seconds out, guys, getting ready to go in. And okay, so one thing I can tell you immediately, I wondered if anyone would be going with the Locust, and I can tell you, Priest is going to have it out. But on the side of Optic Gaming, you've got Locust Thermal as well for Formal. So there's going to be some sniping off the break. Let's see who can hit these shots. Pressure building. It's going to be Formal watching the cross. Sees one. Is anyone going to challenge from the top? Nothing. Nothing yet. Just looking for these opening picks. Real quick, I just want to check Priest's P. Okay, so he swapped. So it is actually just going to be then Formal playing with. Oh, you're dead. Oh, misses the shot by just a hair. Not able to connect, but taking a look at the minimap, it looks like the push is going to start them out here towards 10.
Right, and this is something that Optic Gaming, they need to get on these pushes pretty quick, because what they'll do is, you know, they won't be able to get a first blood. I mean, Formal gets one right there, but if they don't get first blood, what they do is they kind of sit around, try and figure out where to go, and then next thing you know, it's like 30 seconds left, and they just all have to fly at the bomb site. Just not an effective way to play offense. Right there, they get first blood, but Nelson picks up a kill of his own, evens it up at 3 players apiece.
We'll see if the Shiva can do some damage here. They're starting to push in towards the side. Let's get inside. It's going to be Formal. It looks like he is swapped now for M8. M8, he gets tagged up from Dark, tries to turn and burn. Can't win the gunfight, and everybody falls inside of A. All right, so you get the opening pick. The first blood comes in for Formal. What do you think they should have done there? Should they have pushed a little bit faster? When the pick came in, maybe rotated towards B. What do you think was maybe the right play call? Because obviously things fell apart.
Well, B is the easier of the 2 bomb sites to push into. So it's like when you get that first blood, it's like you may as well use that man advantage and go over towards B. It's like not try and funnel through those small corridors over by the A bomb site. I think that would have worked out much better for Optic Gaming.
Well, we joked about Nelson's 18-5 first game performance in the CWL. He has started out 3-0, and he is marching up mid-map. Karma just got eyes on them, though, it looked like from the top. That's going to cause him to back down. Scump will find your first kill, and let's see how they decide to get out of this one. Looks like they're wrapping towards B.
I feel like if you commit, though, to that mid-street push, you just need to go for it. I mean, Nelson there stops, leaves his teammate out to dry a little bit. Fastball dies at the beginning, and then backs all the way up. So, I mean, you pretty much just give your teammate up there. You gain no information. Don't get any map control. Not a great push there by Panda.
It's going to be the sniper now coming in from Priest. Oh, he's going to have a shot. Just a second here. Tries to hit it. Whiffs, getting tagged up there by Formal in the back. But for now, they've taken the A site. But the push is going to start to come in. They're coming over the top. Able to find tag with the RK5. Not finish it. All of a sudden, it's too quick. All by his lonesome in a 1v3. This looks to be Optics Gaming's round. As you can see, they've got bombed down.
And trying to push into this area with the Shiva, it's going to be very difficult. The Shiva great at range, not close quarters. 2-pick gets taken out, and the round goes in Optics' favor.
We'll see the round-ending kill cam. Coming in from Scump. And that's pretty much how you broke that down. You know, that angle, not going to be easy with the Shiva, especially when you have a player of Scump's caliber flying it up close and personal with the SMG. Scump on your screen. Formal as well. Let's see if Formal goes back to the Locust. So it does appear that he wants to try and hit these snipes. He's going up over the top.
This is one of the coolest shots you can attempt to hit. Nobody peeks out. Probably a smart decision on the side of Panda. Too quick, playing in that top barn, that's the player that Formal's looking to pick off.
We'll keep eyes on him for a moment as it seems Optic wanting to play around the pick. Now it looks like the rotation may start to come in towards 10, and he's going to get caught over the top. Nice play there from Fastball, but now the push going to come in. Scump looking for kills. He's got one in the corner. Surely he can win it. Finds one. Tries to transfer the spray across into A, but not able to do so. It's quickly a 2 versus 2. The action picking up here in this round. Let's watch Karma as he pushes back out.
He's going to have 2 players directly to his right. Too quick wins the gunfight. It's going to be a 1v1. Krim going up against Nelson. Nelson takes him out. Panda gets another round. Nelson off to a 5-1 start.
Just kind of, I guess, an awkward engagement here for Krim. He sees him pushing. He's like, well, makes an immediate right turn into Briggs.
A pretty good start for Panda. And Nelson really leading the way, though. I mean, kind of carrying everybody right now. Priest and Fastball, both with a kill apiece. I think for me, I need to see Fastball play better.
Well, Nelson, we'll see if he can continue the hot streak. He does have bomb in hand. He has glitch, so he can play around that. They're starting to put pressure in. He gets the call. He's got to go. Are they able to catch any more? He finds one. Saw one push up in a barn. I believe that was his teammate who dropped. He's going to find 2. He's now 7-1 on a 3 streak. The round is done. Optic Gaming dismantled in 20 seconds.
Nelson is just running through them in the S&D. I mean, you said, is there somebody on this team that can kind of replicate the things that Havoc can do? Nelson's doing it right now.
I never thought a Havoc Nelson comparison would be one that I am okay to discuss. But right now, I mean, he is having one hell of a game. It's going to be back to offense now for Optic. You got to wonder if maybe a little bit more pressure. Yeah, so you see the M8 now for Formal. They put the snipe away for now.
Well, with how aggressive Panda's been, you can't really afford to have that sniper because they're just going to keep pushing. They're going to find out where Formal is and just get really aggressive on his side of the map. So pulling out the M8, smart move for Optic.
You see you've got Tac Mask and No Dead Silence, so Scump sounds like an elephant as he marches in, but they have the sight. There's nobody playing in close. The bomb is going to get down. The Psychosis gives him just enough room. The slide is in. You got to win that gunfight when you got the cover on the bomb. Not able to do so. And now the bomb room has been swarmed here by the side of Panda. But it is a 3v3. What can Karma and crew do?
Karma's just trying not to get pushed from this back alley. And he's actually going to be aggressive and go straight through as Krim picks up 1. It's going to be a 3v2 in Optic's advantage.
20 seconds left here. We've got Nelson currently in a 1v3. This is Optic Gaming's chance to get back in this one. We'll see if Nelson is able to find these. He's found one, looking for more, finds a second inside. All of a sudden we've got a 1v1 and glitch, but not enough time for the defuse. So that is going to be a second round going to Optic Gaming. But Nelson on a 5 streak, not able to pick up the final one. And that would have put him, I believe, 50 off the dart. So that's a nice kill from Karma.
It's a huge kill from Karma. I mean, if Nelson starts building more of those streaks, maybe talk about the dart, that can be a very good score streak on this map. You know, Hellstorm Lightning, devastating in a game mode like Search and Destroy. Huge kill for Karma there.
All right, well, let's transition now into round 6. It's going to be offense now for Panda. It's difficult not to keep eyes on with Nelson. Let's watch his opening break.
It'll be interesting how he uses this glitch. If he sees these players for Optic and then just decides to glitch back, gain some information for his team.
Well, he sees him. Does he opt to use the glitch? He's going to use it now. He's able to bait out. His Priest is able to find one, and now he's going to follow it up. He saw one back alley. That's going to be Formal. Everyone from Optic has ended up dropping the glitch. The bait ends up working beautifully, and now it's all on Formal to try and clutch up here.
Looks over towards A and sees nothing, so now going to back up. Try and pick up players if they come across the middle of the map, but at this moment, he has to have an idea where they're going, wrapping all the way back towards B.
And we saw a similar clutch from him in stage 1 in a very, very similar position, except that he actually had bomb planted in the 1v3. Can he do it? Tagged up immediately, too quick. Not even giving him the option to clutch. As Panda now 2 rounds away here from taking this game 2 Search and Destroy.
If you look at the scoreboard, it's very interesting as well. 2 quick, 7-3. Nelson 9-2. Priest and Fastball not really giving them much of anything. I mean, Priest 3-6. I believe fastball is a 1 in 5 right now. Everybody from Optic at about, I think, everybody on Optic with 4 kills. So Optic, everyone about playing the side of Panda. It's really been too quick at Nelson.
Well, you do have glitch now for Crim6. Let's see what maybe he is able to do. Gonna be peeking out. He should be able to find one. He caught fastball with his pants down, pushing into top barn. There's one in the corner. Scump able to find that as well. 4v2 advantage early for Optic Gaming.
They have control of the B site now, so they really just have to kind of bait out these players from Panda to get aggressive onto the bomb site. Or you can see Crim just pushing through, being very aggressive towards the back.
All right, we're waiting to hear what's going on. You saw the shot of Nelson there. He dropped out right at the tail end of this round, so we're going to likely have to wait on what the call is here from the admins. So it would have been 4-3. I don't know if he dropped, kind of after he was already taken out or what happened, but the host should be ending this one here momentarily. Yeah. Looks to be everybody just dancing around. And you're kind of getting to that point in this game where all your specialists are starting to come up. All we really saw was kind of that glitch use on the side of Panda. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to rejoin here. We're likely going to get a restart. So what are we at? I'm going to take some notes here, Matt, as I am a professional.
Yep. We'll wait to get an actual confirmation from the referees up on the main stage of what is going on right now. But right now, Panda up 4-3. Game number 2 is a huge map for their tournament lives.
All right, guys. Well, welcome back to the desk here. Not exactly sure what the issue is, but we had some issues getting into the game. Still not sure of sound, whatever his console.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see what exactly is going on. But until then, let's talk a little bit about the search. So, let's assume that Panda's in this one, still up 4-3. When you have a little bit of a downtime like this, who does this play to for you? Does it leave Panda to kind of think about their edge more? Does it give Optic maybe a little bit more of a chance to?
I think it gives Optic a little bit of more time to kind of think over what's been going on.
Okay.
They have just it's odd. It's like you have all the talent, all the gun skill. It's like you let Nelson and Panda just kind of like run at you, and you playing so defensive. It's like I feel like Optic needs to be a little bit more aggressive here in search and destroy to take this one.
Well, the one offense that we actually saw them be very decisive and hit towards B worked very, very well. When they were kind of relying on Formal to get the pick, to be fair, the first round he does get the pick, and then they just kind of squander it over at A. Second round, they wait for 30 seconds, don't find the pick. They have a late rotation. It all kind of falls apart. So it seems to be when they're picking up the tempo a little bit more and bringing the pressure, it seemed to me like it was working a little bit better. So we'll see if they continue that. If they're, for me, the best thing is probably to mix it up too. Do a little bit of both is what catches people off guard. But when you get the first blood like that with the sniper, you have to make the play work. And for me, it was just kind of
you have to secure those rounds.
Should have been a wrap out towards B, and it likely would have been a little easier to take control. But it's tough because sometimes we have a lot more information when we're taking a look at the minimap. I could see that there are basically 2 players still stacked towards A. But now I believe I'm hearing that they are going to be restarting from that round because I'm assuming that Nelson then dropped before he died. He was probably maybe in a position to make a play. So we might be replaying that 7th round, which would mean Panda currently up 4-2, but we'll have to wait for 100% confirmation on that, but that's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, and I guess if he was in a position where he's watching over by B, obviously dropping out of the game would be...
These are all of my notes. See, I take notes.
It's not really much written down, but it would be a huge thing if he drops out when he's watching that B bomb site. It's really, an easy retake for Optic.
Yeah, certainly. So hopefully, just taking a look at the lobby, everybody's starting to get back in now. Thank you everyone in attendance and watching at home for your patience, but we should be good to go in just a moment. Hope you guys are having fun. If you're out here in attendance for COD XP, there is a whole hell of a lot going on. Thank you for coming in and enjoying the COD Champ segment. But you saw early if you watched the opening ceremony here for COD XP this morning. You've got Modern Warfare Remastered to play. You have Infinite Warfare to play. There is Zombies, a remade Nuketown, which I saw yesterday.
Zipline.
I didn't do the zipline.
I didn't do the zipline.
I don't trust myself. I'm a big guy. I feel like I would just break the zipline, fall, smash.
I'm not really a big fan of heights. I don't know how high the zipline is.
Are you tall enough to get on adult roller coasters?
It's very close.
I could see it being very, very close.
Yeah, it's very close. I mean, actually, it's kind of funny. It's like somebody was like, I was up here, and somebody was like, "Hey, you're a lot taller than I thought you were."
No one
And I was
has
like,
ever said
and I was
that
like,
in
it's
your
probably
life.
because I'm on this large elevated platform, like 20 feet above you.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
let me come down and stand next to you, and take a picture. And you'd be like, wow, yeah, you're very
Yeah,
short.
I actually am currently 20 feet taller than normal. But thanks again, guys. We're getting shots inside. They're probably just figuring out everything with the admins right now. Sometimes these processes take a little bit longer because it's more determining with the teams and the admins what the fair solve is, especially when you have a mid-round dropout like that. There's never an easy solution. Maybe a little bit easier in search, but still difficult when you add in the fact that you have specials,
Abilities and streaks and whatnot, yeah.
and all of that. So it's just a matter of getting it figured out now. And you'll see the lone Canadian there of Optic Gaming. The flag, those jerseys are sick. Hector, you did a good job again. I know you're out there, buddy. Great stuff.
It's like, just keep giving shout-outs to
Really-
Hector
really
until
good
he
job.
starts giving you stuff.
I'm sure that Hector, you had nothing to do with those jerseys, but I still want one. Preferably a formal jersey.
See Krim getting quite animated up there in the booth. I'm sure he's in complete agreement.
Yeah, so
Let's
this,
go.
this is what we're talking
Yeah.
about with sometimes these decisions are difficult. Because what you're hearing, I'm going to be Krim's mouth right now. This is... It's likely what's being said currently.
He's pointing across the stage. He's like, those are my friends. That's exactly what he's saying.
Exactly.
So it looks like they're all getting ready to get back into the game. Just missing one more player from the lobby, and we'll get excited to get this one completed. I think obviously, Panda doing some good things in the S&D.
And hopefully, yeah, I'm wondering how long we're looking at a delay. Is Krim looked thrilled. That's like when you see you're watching like an NBA game,
Yeah.
and a call doesn't go your way, and all of a sudden the
I've
player's
seen
in the ref's face.
I know that Krim very well. That was a very angry Krim. He's always angry though, so you kind of expect it.
Yeah, that's a bit true. Especially after how last night went, they're going to need to muster up the
Yeah, right.
strength here. But that's where I always get curious when you have moments like this, kind of a little bit of extra time before you hop into a round when stuff like this occurs, is who it favors. And part of me thinks it would favor the veterans, the people that have been in this situation time and time again. But again, you never really know how to deal with that pressure factor for Optic Gaming. When I feel like the more time that goes by, the more you're thinking about all the different circumstances that surround you here. But I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back. But as of now, guys, just kind of waiting on an update for where we are with this. But I think we're still kind of in the stage of player versus admin versus what.
Well,
is
we
the
do
role.
have Nelson into the lobby, so that is a start now. Just waiting for them to get the game underway. Excited to see what Optic can do. I want to see if Formal goes back with the sniper rifle or not.
Yeah, and that was one of those situations that you kind of feel for Formal to a degree, because it's not, he got the first pick in the opening round. Second time he had it out, didn't really find anything. But it's not. I don't think it's always a change because he wants to. It's a change because the team's like, hey, we need you. We have to hit something. Put it away. We need to make a play. But to be fair, their offense did look significantly better. But it does look like we are loading back in. So we should be ready to go here. If I could get a ruling, I believe last I heard was 4-2 Optic. That does, okay, I'm getting nods. So it is, 4-2 Panda.
It will be 4-2 Panda.
Yes.
Kicking
And
things off from
it should
here.
be offense, right, for Optic Gaming.
Yes. Looks like we are going to get
4-2
everything
Optic would
underway.
be interesting. There would have been some stuff that happened in
Yeah,
that
that
road
would've
that I don't understand at
I
all.
don't know how that would have worked, but it will be 4-2 Panda, so you get right back into this game.
All right, so here we go. Players loading in, ready to go in 15 seconds or so. Two rounds away. Panda are from closing this out. Let's see if Optic can get a repeat performance of what we saw. All right, here we go. Optic off the break here. We're gonna kick things off with Scump. See how they plan to work it, and it looks like they're trying to work it big time versus mid. They've got a bit of a stack here, trying to find the opening kill. They've got mid control. The question is now, what do they do with it?
Looks like they're going to go over towards A bomb site. Scump's going to try and get bomb down right away. So with that man advantage in bomb down at A, should be a very good round for Optic Gaming.
Well, let's kind of switch to a POV that will likely be engaging early in this one. You can see on X-Ray, Nelson has moseyed his way into the bump. Karma here on screen is going to be watching sort of back alley and here to help. Nelson able to pick up the first kill. Going over the top, though, is Karma able to tag up one. That was a snipe, I think, coming over mid-map, trying to maybe get a pick. Makes Karma a little bit worried. He's going to get gunned inside, too. It's now going to be Krim and Formal. Make it just Formal now, trying to clutch up, and he gets gunned. Nelson continuing right where he left off with a 2 streak and a defuse.
And that is a big round for Panda. Obviously going to go up 5-2. This is a continuation, and it had some technical issues. We restarted the game, so it'll be 5-2 Panda with a chance to close out game number 2. And Nelson has just been amazing here in this search and destroy.
And God, watching that gunfight there, I mean, every time you saw that in the hard point, it was Formal basically demolishing when it came to those kind of one-on-one AR fights. There you see Too Quick getting the better of him. You need to keep that advantage, and take a look at Nelson. I mean, he's already halfway towards that glitch, depending how long this goes. Certainly a chance to get it again, but now the pressure starts to come in. He's coming from the back. Where are the kills going to be? He's got one in front. Pushing now into Barn. They have a 3v2 advantage, trying to gun Formal in the back, not able to do so. Will get pressured, and I don't know what happened to Crim6, but that's your game. Search and destroy, going the way of Panda. Okay, so we waited for the reset, and that reset lasted about 60 seconds. Wow.
Nelson was sick during that.
So he ended up with 4 there in after the replay. I think he had seven maybe beforehand. So hit double digits certainly.
He definitely. I think he had 9 before.
9. So no, 3 here. So 12 total.
Yep. And the 6-2 win. That's exactly what you called the pregame, but you called it for Optic. So.
Oh, I screwed that up.
You got the rounds right. Just the wrong team. As Panda ties the series up at 1 game apiece.
All right, well, let's take a look here at some of the replays from this one. I know it took a little time to get through, but we got there, and the series now going to be tied up 1-1. We'll check out some of the highlights. As I assume a good bit of this may be from Nelson's POV, as he picked it up early and kept it going late. And that was actually the one where you thought might turn, kind of tip the tides in Optic Gaming's favor when
it's a big kill from Karma.
Yeah, didn't get the streaks. He was so close to that dart.
But man, Panda just really took it to them in that search and destroy. I'm interested to see if any of that can kind of carry over into the uplink. I think obviously you get good game here out of Too Quick in search and destroy. So I think if he can keep continuing into the respawns with those type of performances, it's going to be a longer series than expected.
That was Crim6 getting gone. Now this is what's interesting. So everybody here saw the look on Crim's face when the ruling was going down about replaying the round. You've got to think that I mean, he's kind of the leader, right? The general for this Optic team. If he's a bit, I guess, kind of hindered. I don't know if emotionally is the right word, but if he's a little bit off, a little bit maybe too fired up, irritated from what happened in that search and destroy, you have to brush that off. It cannot be an issue going into the uplink.
He's the one that's going to set the example for this team. I mean, he's got to really bring a positive attitude, no matter how frustrated he could be with what went on there. Really needs to bring a positive attitude for his team.
And take a look here. That's going to be 6-2 for Panda there for game 2.
Ban Protect has begun, so I'll walk you through it a little bit. What's going on right now? Man of War is going to get banned out on the side of Panda for Optic Gaming. They're going to get rid of Overdrive, then Protect stock right away.
Just taking a look through it. Shiva going to be coming off as well. That's going to be from Nelson here. As we're getting through the rest of the action. Nothing really too shocking this far.
Nope. You're going to see Shiva, HXC, Rapid Fire all go during Ban and Protect. I assume you will see High Caliber come off the board, and then probably looking at Overclock. So those will be your last things. Overclock goes. I assume High Caliber will be the last one to go. So it's going to be a Specialist draft up next.
And there is going to be one more thing coming through. That looks to be High Caliber. So no shock there.
Yep. Specialist draft will be starting up. Obviously, Overdrive out of the game. You still have Camo in, so you expect everyone to have at least Camo on their side.
Well, let's see how this actually breaks down. So far, Kinetic Heatwave, no shock there. That's going to be a big player here. Anything, do you think we'll see maybe 2 weapons out of Optic Gaming? What do you think is going to shift here? Anything at all?
No,
so it's still going to be Tempest Scythe, I think, from the side of...
Well, I think with all the abilities in, you're going to still
so they don't go
have
two.
the big 3. So
That's
you're
right,
still going
Heat
to
Wave
have...
that got taken out, right, into game 1?
Yeah, you're still going to have your Heat Wave, your kinetic armor, and your active camo.
All right, guys, well, now everyone just going to be editing their class before we get started here in the game 3. If you are just tuning in, I mean, this is similar to what we saw kind of last night with Optic. They take the hard point, granted a little bit more convincing fashion. They're able to take that. They fall apart in the S&D. And then they kind of, I guess, I don't want to say choke, but they fall short in uplink against Complexity. Are they going to be able to rebound here, though, against Panda?
I think they do. This would probably be pretty shocking if Optic Gaming loses this uplink. I think in the respawn game modes, they should just come out and really thrash this Panda squad. And I mean, they lose this uplink. I mean, you look, that guarantees another S&D for Panda. I feel like that is not a situation Optic Gaming wants to be in.
Yeah, very, very true. Just waiting here. Players still going through before we're going to get into the game 3. You got to think this is Optic Gaming fully going to be their mode here. They should be able to take this, but God, man, it's not what we're not able to do it last night.
You see Infection uplink on your screen right now. A map that we usually see, going over towards that red goal. We see a ton of points put on the board, but seems to have evened out a little bit over the last few months. You see a lot of points being put up going over towards that church side of the map that you see on your screen. You bring it through that graveyard area to the left of the church, throw for some 1-point plays over the top, use the cover of going inside of the church to get those 2-point plays. Then attacking the other side, I mean, obviously you get to the back of that red base, you get set up behind that tank area, you're able to pick up some kills, and really start to make some nice things happen.
All right, so, okay, let's talk Infection. When you're looking, we're talking Optic Gaming, I mean, there was a big AR advantage that we saw really coming through in the game 1. That's where the difference was, I think, the biggest part. Certainly, Formal versus 2 Quick, they were absolutely dominated. Game 2, though, I know it's completely different mode here, but not really getting the advantage there. Do you think Formal's going to come back to form? Is that going to be where the big edge is going to come from? All right, just waiting on the guys to load in here for game 3.
You see shots of the Optic guys in the booth right now. Obviously a little bit frustrated after that last match against Panda. Tied 1-1 in the series. The uplink getting underway. I'm sure we'll get to the action shortly.
There may be, I'm not sure if this is going to be reset or not, as the team names need swap, but it looks like we may be continuing the action here regardless. So just at the top, guys, so there's no confusion, apologies, but Optic, Panda listed incorrectly here, but it looks like we're going to be getting right into the action. Crim6 going to be your drone carrier off the rip, and he's already started off 3-0. Looking to push around the back. One shot coming in, but the dunk is going to be home. Optic opening big. And again, apologies for the confusion here with your names at the top.
See Crim setting up this back tank area, and that's what I was talking about. If you're able to set up in that back tank, really make some nice things happen. Formal passes the drone forward. It's going to be another dunk for Optic Gaming as they get off to a 4-0 lead. Scump starts things off 7-0.
Scump going to drop almost immediately, but as he gets streaks, you see Crim already working towards streaks very, very quickly. He's already got the Hellstorm to go. Cerberus coming up next. The shots, though, just a little bit short. Can't keep the streaks going, but a very nice opening here from Optic Gaming.
Scump going to use the Lightning Strike, able to get 2 players in that mid-map. Just going to use that to secure some map control for the rest of his team. Panda starting to push up a little bit further on the map, so he's going to spot Nelson. Takes him out with ease. Now moving forward, definitely saw 2 Quick. Gonna win another engagement. Scump absolutely on fire.
He's beasting right now. He had one close right towards Broken. I think maybe he saw a bit of a leg there. He did get shots on. His VFP is absolutely melting, but the Mantle gonna catch him there as he tries to push through. But so far, it is the Scump and Crim show. Is Optic Gaming doing an excellent job here off the break. Crim6 has Camo to work with as well. not able to gun him there, but we will get back to Priesta actually in the Panda side and see if they can make a play here with the uplink.
And Scump picks up 3. Panda not going to be able to do anything with the drone. Now it's going to be Optic Gaming moving with the drone down that top street. See, Too Quick's going to pick one up over the bottom side of your mini-map, but all the action going to be forced up here towards the top by the drone.
Nice assist coming in. I believe it's the dart coming in from Scump, trying to find some kills. Karma has the drone, passes it back, but picked up pretty much immediately. Krim does have camo to work with. He's gonna pop the camo, looking to make a play, trying to fly in. There's 2 people on defense, tries to make the wrap. The jukes come in, the dunk is in, and he's gonna find the kill. Solid stuff here from Optic.
And this is what you expected them to come out and do in the respawn game modes. And Panda just trapped in their own base, cannot get out. Nelson after that strong SND, not putting together a strong uplink. 1 and 8 right now. Too Quick not showing up either. 3 and 7, another dunk for Optic Gaming. They jump up 8-0.
Scump is crushing. Let's just watch him for a bit. 17 and 4. He has made Infection his home. Let's see if he can keep it going.
Nothing coming towards him in the middle of the map. His teammates all dropping around him. So he's going to push a little bit forward, maybe try and get some of that map control. So the guys on Panda have to fall back towards their side of the map. Now you see Scump winning another gun engagement versus Too Quick. 18 and 4 is Scump. Might make it 19 and 5 as he drops there the last second. But it's just a tremendous first half here from Scump.
See what Krem can continue to do. Well, sliding directly into a Simtex here. And he's finding another Karma, doing a nice job. He's got Heatwave to work with as well. Tries to turn and burn, but Nelson there to shut him down. The 1-point shot away, though. It is 9-0 early.
Krim's going to get back towards that middle of the map. Not going to be able to win any engagements, but the damage has really been done. 9-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. And, we talked about how that does not have the firepower of Optic Gaming. I can't see them coming back. It's going to take a tremendous effort from guys like Nelson and Too Quick, who really need to step it up.
Scump trying to find the shots, not able to do so. I know we've been focusing a lot on the Optic Gaming pressure here early, but they have been completely in control. Maybe a chance for Fastball and crew to get some points on the board. The 1-pointer up, the interception is there. That's going to be Scumpy grabbing it as Karma tries to hold the front. Able to find 1, runs out of bullets there, but there is time. 13 seconds left. Could get a final 1-pointer in. The heat wave, though, from Nelson likely going to shut that down. And that will be your half. Optic Gaming, 9-0 advantage, just steamrolling here early. It reminds you a little bit of kind of the opening we saw in the hardpoint, right?
Yeah. I mean, nothing really good for Panda there in the first half. Scump, obviously 20 and 8. Crazy performance from him. Krim also 15 and 10. 4 dunks of the drone. So big plays there from Krim. The side of Panda. Yeah, Too Quick goes 7 kills, 10 deaths. Nelson, 8 and 12. The only one who showed up was Priesta, but he goes 14 and 16. Not a great scoreline either.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one really. I mean, Scump the difference maker. I mean, him and Krim in that opening break were just absolutely crushing. We're going to try and focus on the side of Panda early and just see what maybe they're able to do. Too Quick wrapping through Broken. Has 1 in front. Nice shots there. He's able to win the gunfight with Karma. Priesta has it with the camo. Turning, able to find it, not able to get the shots in. Will end up falling.
He brings it in pretty easy, so Panda gets a 2-point play there really early. Some nice stuff from the guys on Panda. Now they're going to try and get up towards mid-map and get some control. Now you see, have the drone pushed forward. Does Optic Gaming. They're going to try and get this one in towards Grave. You see Priesta going back on the defensive end, and they're going to make that stop.
It's a chance maybe to get more points, trying to work towards Snow Street. There's one player, you see the minimap cutting across, going to be coming from behind. That looks to be Karma, trying to make a play, trying to dip and dive, still up. Teammates help. Finally, the kill does come in. He has Kinetic here to work with as well. A nice second opportunity for some points to get on the board. Oh, that's
That's an awful throw.
a little short.
Yeah.
This Panda will not be adding more to it.
No. That would have been a big scoring opportunity there. I mean, you even have kinetic. I mean, potentially, I mean, you're down by this much. Try and use kinetic to force in a 2-point play there. Now, you know, obviously bring the scoreline even closer, but see TwoQuick picking up 2 kills, starting to play a bit better. They're going to throw the drone, force some yards up the map, but they cannot pick up the kills to push out.
Priest now looking to push forward. Drone in front will end up dropping. 3 minutes left, and Panda's got a lot of work here to try and bounce back into this one. Fastball putting shots in, able to find a second, third there by the drone, but Camo has been popped, just trying to stay alive, maybe get that out. I don't know about the Camo use there.
A little bit odd, and now you see the kinetic use, and they only pick up 1, so we thought potentially you could have used kinetic to pick up some points earlier. They don't use it, they use kinetic now. He gets 1 kill with it. It's going to result in a 1-point play from TwoQuick, so it's going to be Panda now only down by 6. 2 minutes and 20 to go. Still a large hill to climb. Don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
On you, you're good. Kill the guy on you. Yep.
Broken, one shot, broken, TwoQuick.
No, one's dark side, one's dark side.
Broken.
Go. One dark side, how's selling?
And a broken, TwoQuick.
Nice, let's get the broken. I need a ball.
You got me.
How do I get him?
Nice, good job.
Go left.
Barn.
Fine, I'm fine.
They're mid-tank, two mid-tank.
I try to snap. You guys are mid-tank?
One.
Quick glimpse of the Optic Gaming side. Now looking back to Karma as he's trying to get shots into Barn. Shots a little bit off, but with a minute 40 left, they're looking very poised to take this game. Crim getting cut down as well, but Scump pushing up the mid lane, able to find 1, able to find 2 there as he pushes into Graves. And this looks to be a pretty solid opportunity to get points on the board. Looking back towards mid-map, it's going to be Crim that has grabbed it, but the tippest of TwoQuick. Let's look at him defensively, as this might be what shuts it down. If he's able to snap onto these players, much easier to, and the flick, no good. Will get cut down. Now it's a good opening opportunity here for more points on the board. 1-pointer over the top for Optic Gaming as their lead will increase.
Yeah, it was a nice Tempest use on the side of Panda. TwoQuick pulls it out. He's able to get 1 with it. Priest picks up another. Really stops what could have been opening up the floodgates again for Optic Gaming there. They're going to settle for 1 point. And now with less than a minute to go, Panda really needs to go on a tear here, even if they're going to try and make a comeback.
Crim trying to slow it down at mid. I mean, you can play the possession game at this point. Formal's got it in hand. It looks like they want more points. You don't need them, but that's how they're going to play it. Pushing through Graves, just trying to add the dagger up over the top as the concussion comes through. Still able to bury it. This one's over. 8-point advantage, 30 seconds left. They're able to do against Panda what they could not do against Complexity and give themselves the 2-1 advantage.
Now it's going to be important they close things out in the CTF. I mean, you look at CTF, it's a little bit of a slower game mode. Panda can definitely start to throw some things in their favor.
We'll watch Form at the tail end of this. 10 seconds left. Gonna get gunned, but it does not matter. But the man, the hero here for Optic fans in Game 3, King Scump, 36 in 17, doing it all. And I mean, honestly, it's the opening rip for him was huge.
Yeah, and it's going to be Optic Gaming taking that one 11-4. So very dominant performance from them. Scump just goes absolutely crazy. 36 and 18 during that.
Well, let's take a look at some of the replay highlights from this one. You saw what Krem and Scump did early. The damage was done with what felt like the quickness. They put them in a hole that they couldn't come out of, which is similar. I mean, it's similar to what we saw in the hard point. The respawn seemed to be a little bit too much for Panda currently.
Yeah, and in the first half, Optic Gaming does a good job getting control of the Panda base. They really just started to go on a tear.
Is there anything else, I mean, outside of what we saw Scump able to do and Krem with the objectives, any other key that you really saw from Optic Gaming?
I mean, obviously, I think you look at just the way Scump played, there's nothing you can do to stop that. I think he's really just kind of the key for them in this map. I think obviously Scump, just a huge player with the SMG in his hand, put so much pressure on the Panda squad. Any opponent you see really went on a tear during that one.
Well, CTF will be next. Making sure I've got everything right. I want to Make sure the team names are on the right side this time. Okay, we're good to go. But, all right, how can Panda
Oh, call me the lawman.
manage to do something here in the CTF?
Lane. Oh.
You see, series scoreline where we stand right now. Breach CTF obviously coming up next. Optic Gaming up 2-1 in the series. Completely dominated the evac hardpoint. 250 to 60. And obviously just took that second respawn with the infection uplink. Fringe went to Panda. 6-2. Search and destroy. So look to see if we go to that game 5 search and destroy on Stronghold. Panda to really kind of make an impact.
Optic has to close it out here. I mean, they absolutely have to. You do not want to see another search and destroy if you're Optic. You're currently 0 for 3 here at COD Champs. I mean, it's as simple as that. And what's scary is before, we started the CWL, you were looking at, best of 7 single elimination.
Yeah.
Where early, you had 3 search and destroys. They still had, I guess, a lot of value. It drops down to 2. You don't maybe have to focus on the best of 7 as much. But now with all best of 5s here in double elim, it's 40% of your games. You have got. I mean, what is the saying? All time. S&D wins championships.
And I tell you what, if it does go to that game 5, Panda's able to take this CTF and force that game 5. I mean, there's just so much pressure on these Optic guys. I mean, one map could determine whether you even make it out of pool play into bracket play. Never thought we would be in that situation.
That's, you're stressing me out. I don't know. I got to think here, Breach, CTF, they shut it down. But when we talk about your upset maps, the way you get it done, it's your 2-4-5, right? That is how, let's think like 100 Thieves, that is how they would get a win. It'd be 1-2-5 actually for them. But your S&D were your huge ones here. For a lot of teams, it's 2-4-5. You steal the CTF. It's the one respawn that maybe a little bit different than your hardpoint and your uplink. Can they do it here? We're just waiting on a couple people to hop in, and you're seeing here Panda yesterday gets that 3-0 over LDLC, so obviously showing they can hang with the European talent. Can they do it now with Optic? So far, they've played them pretty tough outside of the...
They played them tough. I mean, look, the first hardpoint was a complete blowout.
Outside of the game one, yeah.
The uplink wasn't that close either. S&D, they really kind of took it to Optic. You think potentially CTF is a respawn game mode that the guys on Panda should be able to take? It's not one that's like such a slay-heavy game mode where you don't have to be the best slayers to win it, get the most kills. It's a little bit of a slower objective-paced game. But the map that we're going to be on is Breach. So Breach is one where you can really get control of the other team's base and start to rack up kills and rack up those caps.
Well, we're just waiting on a couple guys to get in the lobby, and we will get started. One of the difference makers you saw in Game 1, the guy you needed to see get it done in Game 2 with the sniper, is Formal. They need a big game from him coming up in the CTF. We've talked a little bit at times about maybe Formal struggles on Breach and Hardpoint, at least in the online league. There, he had some poor performances, but on LAN, he has really stepped it up, and you got to think he's going to be a big part of this. But speaking of Formal, let's take a quick look at a clip.
The first time I saw Pro, he sits down next to me, and he starts playing. He's doing his thing. Wait a second. I know that guy, I see that guy on MLG, and I was just like, oh my God. I was like all embarrassed. I knew that's what I wanted to do. This was like a kid's dream at the time, like something I never thought was even possible. That people were actually going across the country and playing against each other for like large sums of money. I was like, oh, this is like my heaven, I gotta like get into this. I've been playing for Optic since last, maybe October. It's the longest I've ever been on an organization or a team, and couldn't be happier. When I first joined Optic Gaming, there was like a lot of pressure on myself. I gotta just do my best. Just a year before that, I was just watching these guys play. And then a year later, I was on the team that like everybody kind of wanted to be on. And the first event, I did really poorly. Compared to how I've been playing the past 2 years that I've been in Call of Duty, I played terrible. And no one had to tell me that. I know when I do bad. 6 months from now, I have to have said that I won Call of Duty championships. The past 2 years, I've gone, and I've underperformed. We've underplaced as a team. We were expected to win, and I got reality checked really quick. We thought no one could beat us, and then we got beat by 2 different teams. Our mentalities about champs this year is so much different than last year's, but we're just not gonna mess around. I've got to win Call of Duty champs. That's the biggest thing. That's the only thing.
Formal. He is a beast. I followed this guy's career, transitioning between titles. I think he's won tournaments. It's 5 or 6 titles now.
He's pretty good.
One of the best FPS console players all time, and looking to continue that streak. And the one thing that's kind of eluded him, I suppose, is COD Champs, right?
It's been this event.
Yeah, and he's never really had a great finish. You're looking at, what was it, 12 through 15 or 13 through 16, whatever it was with Team Caliber, then 7th last year with Optic. This is his big one. And anytime you hear him talk, in any kind of interview like we saw, or anytime you chat with him about Call of Duty, I mean, he puts so much pressure on himself and so much focus on this tournament. You got to get out of groups.
Right, and I think, you know, the Optic guys, they've been talking about it all year. Like, this was their year. I mean, they were so good during Advanced Warfare last year. They've been so good during the Black Ops 3 season this year. It's like, this is the only event that mattered to those guys.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, this is the one that's eluded some of them. Obviously, you know, Krim has been here, Karma, quite a few times. But for Scump and Formal, even some more significance, you would think, for those guys to get a good finish, get the win here, really, for COD Champs. But this is exciting stuff. Can they close it out here in the game 4, or are we going to see a search and destroy? And again, if it goes to search,
if you're an Optic fan, you don't want to see the search and destroy.
If it goes to a search, can they get their first search win here?
And also, you have to think with how close this group is, just map losses in general for Optic, you can't really afford.
That's true. That's true. I mean, especially because it could. I mean, what's the three-way tie scenarios that we have? I know you and I were talking about it on the way in, but
yeah, I mean, Panda still has to play Complexity.
So the Panda win over Complexity, you might run into that kind of head-to-head battle with map win percentage. So, yeah, I mean, a 3-2 victory is terrifying. You wanted the 3-0, really.
Right.
But if you can at least close it out here 3-1, give yourself a better chance.
And if you're one of these guys on stage for, you know, Optic, obviously even Panda, you know, they're still in it. It's like, you've got to be aware of that. Like, you need to close these series out quick. Like, that game 2 was such a huge loss for Optic.
Was. But sorry, guys, we're just waiting. I think I want one player to join the lobby, and we'll be ready to go here for the CTF. Excited to get this going. And we'll see. The big thing for me, you saw in the search kind of with Krim some frustrations really from him. You know, physically, you could see that he was a little bit flustered with what was going on. Hopefully, maybe this little bit of added time between games has allowed him to sort of bring it together, get back into general mode, focus on the gameplay. He seems calmed down. There he is. Seems ready to go, locked and loaded, because they're going to need him, especially on something like CTF, where communication is so important, covering your lane is so important. And it does look like the last player has joined the lobby, so we should be kicking things off here momentarily.
Right, I mean, CTF is all about your rotations, where you go back towards your base or whether you just keep pushing towards the other team side of the map. You want to give your teammates those favorable spawns. Krim, definitely one of the best kind of generals, in-game leaders we have in that regard.
All right, we'll get shots of the guys while we hop into Ban Protect. We'll just do our best to point out the things that kind of stand out. Again, you get pretty typical stuff with Optic Gaming. They don't mix it up very often, but you see them. The assault rifle's getting hit again. We saw this in game 1, but the Man of War and HVK, back-to-back bans from the side of Panda.
You see smokes going to go as well. HCXD, so you know, 5 items being removed from the game this far. You got to think, you know, overclock, high caliber, rapid, probably looking at your last 3.
You would think those would be the final 2. The question is, does Priesta on Panda maybe decide to make things a little bit more interesting? And he is actually going to ban camo. So that means rapid fire or high caliber will be making it in. Rapid fire go. So high caliber going to make it in.
Well, speaking with a lot of the players, that's kind of the consensus. Like when those 2 are left, you go get rid of rapid fire and you let high caliber sneak through. That some players won't even run high caliber. They're just like, maybe it makes a difference, you know, like 1-2 kills a map, but it's not worth putting on my gun and, you know, changing all your classes and whatnot. So they elect to go without high cal.
We saw it sneak in a couple times yesterday and not really get used all that frequently. So wouldn't be shocked here if it's maybe not as big of a deal when you talk about the, you know, if it's going to replace something like a quick draw, or if you have to add a primary gunfighter, especially when you think about the fact that you're going to have your tax, you're going to have your frag simtex in as well. You're going to need to be thinking about having maybe a perk 1 or perk 3 greed, which doesn't really open it up to have that extra attachment on a gun.
And then both teams go with Psychosis to replace Camo. So with Camo and Overdrive coming out of the game, you'll see both teams go with Psychosis. So you're going to have your other 2 big abilities with Kinetic Armor and Heatwave, joined by Psychosis, and then a Scythe on each side. Scythe, you can make an argument Scythe or Tempest. I think the one game mode you could say, you know, maybe you go with the Scythe over the Tempest is something like a CTF, because when you pull the other team's flag, you're going back to your base. You need that one guy on the opposite side of the map to stop all those enemy waves from rushing towards him, and the Scythe, a very good weapon to do that with.
Well, let's take a look at the map here as we're going to get loaded into breach, capture the flag. You see your 2 objective positions. You know, we talk a lot with CTF and Uplink about sides of the map, because depending on your map, sometimes it's it's a little bit easier sometimes to score from one side. Here, usually we talk about pushing towards broken, especially in something like uplink. You're able to make a little bit more of an impact when you're, I guess, pushing from the flag you're currently seeing on your screen. Do you think this has come a little bit more 50-50 for CTF? How do you feel this is going to play out?
I still feel like this map is pretty one-sided. I feel like there's a really good attempt to get a lot of flags when you're attacking over towards that broken side. When you have to go through that lab, there's just so many spots that the defense can play from. It makes it very difficult to get out with that flag and your life. So I feel like when you attack towards broken, you really need to put a good score line up.
And for those of you that may be new viewers, we'll kind of break that down for you off the opening rip with regards to where broken is, how the pushes are coming through, but the game should be starting here in a matter of seconds, and we'll get right in on the action. This is Optic Gaming looking to close out this series, keep their COD Champs dreams alive. If we go to Game 5, God, anything is possible.
If you're an Optic fan, you do not want to see that Game 5. If you're them, you do not want to go to that Game 5. Put that much pressure on yourself this early in the tournament. So we'll see. Once the CTF gets underway, I think if you are Panda and you're starting out on the more preferred side of the two, you need to kind of take your time, work your way, try and get a cap early.
All right, just waiting on everyone to load in, getting shots here are the guys. Nelson had a very, very strong S&D. Karma, you see him. He is probably one of the most standout players when you talk about Breach CTF and what he's able to do specifically around basically returning the flag. We've seen him almost average like 4 returns at times, makes play after play with, usually he'll be running Heat Wave on something like this, and it looks to be like that is what we're gonna have again. We'll start off with Optic's Karma.
He's gonna push out towards that middle of the map. He's gonna be able to get one early, and you see Optic putting a lot of pressure towards mid. It's gonna be 3 down in their favor. It's gonna be just too quick alive for the side of Panda, but see the pressure Optic Gaming's putting on. And this is the side that we usually don't see a lot of flag caps go in from, because you see how difficult it is to get out. But Karma, the fantastic route, has some great teammate cover. This may be a flag cap for Optic.
We'll go to top middle real quick. I just want to see the lane get cut off. There's one more at home. Krim is going to chase it down. The flag cap comes in. He actually gets a big kill, trying to get away. Can Karma finish it off? He's able to do so. Just needs the return to come through, and there is the opening cap for Optic Gaming.
It's the exact opposite what, if you're Panda, what you would have liked to see happen, right? I mean, you have that preferred side where you're attacking this large open area. You can spawn Optic out pretty far away from their flag. And what do? You go pretty much 4 dead at the outset. You let Optic get a good push on your base and get a flag cap.
Well, let's go over to Scump's POV, as he is on a 3 streak right now. Only 200 off of that dart. Already over halfway to his kinetic armor as well. You'll see the gameplay slow down a little bit here for either team in CTF. The streak continuing now for Scump. He's a little bit worried maybe somebody snuck through, but you gotta think the pressure is gonna start to build a little bit for Optic Gaming. Let's get up to Krim, as he is gonna be doing battle here by the flag. He's able to win a one-on-one. That's gonna allow him to get flag out. There's one player behind. He's gonna have a bit of help in Scump. You see Scumpy there for the trade. He actually gets the shots in, allows Krim to get away. He's on a 3 streak. He's got the flag. The kill gets picked up at the bottom of the minimap, and that's gonna be a 2-0 lead for Optic Gaming in the opening 145.
Scump doesn't pick up that kill, but just eats enough bullets that Krim is able to turn to his side and take that player out in the side door.
Shiva out now for Krim 6, trying to get some tags in. Well, looks like the Psychosis actually becomes a big play, gets the distraction. He's now 75 off the Cerberus, but falls just a little bit short.
Karma pushing into the Panda base, gonna be able to get a flagpole. So where is he going to go now that he has the flag in his possession? It looks like just waiting, seeing if he can draw some players from Panda back towards him.
All right, well, it's a 2-0 lead right now for Optic. Flag in hand for Karma. He's 25 off that Hellstorm. He has Heat Wave to work with as well, and he wants to push top mid. It's Scump finding the kill on Nelson. You see one top broken. Karma needs a little bit of help, as he doesn't want to challenge that. He's kind of pinched between a rock and a hard place right now. Playing a ring around the rosy, pockets full of Posey. There's the Heat Wave. There's the full streaks, and it should be the 3rd cap for Optic Gaming. They are dismantling Panda.
Yeah, and that Hellstorm missile they use there is just to push that player back so Karma cannot get flooded in. They also gain the information of the Hellstorm missile, where that player is located, so they make sure it's safe when Karma brings in that flag.
Now things gonna slow down a little bit here. Scump having to play a bit of defense. Sorry, have kinetic armor to deal with. Scump finding one, and now the push is going to begin here at the top side of the map. You see it's going to be him and Formal looking to push forward, just trying to find a crack in the defense here at Panda.
He's going to work his way in towards bottom lab, and so one player all the way in the back, so he's going to be able to pick up one, and now you see the arrows on your minimap. They're going to have to turn, give this attention towards Scump, because he's going to try and make big plays.
He has Karma looking over him there. You saw the kill come in, Matt. And pretty long range to challenge with a VMP versus Shiva, but he does not care. Second one behind, not able to find it, but you know Karma was here as well. He is now fully streaked out. He's only died one time, Matt.
Yeah, it's like
Make it two, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 6-1 with a flag two flag caps. Pretty good start for Karma. You see streaks coming in from Krim now. That's the only one that he had. Just going to use his lightning. So Optic Gaming can afford to kind of use a lot of these streaks. Try and get one more flag on the board. They have a very comfortable lead here. Now going into the second half, it's going to be even harder for Panda to make a comeback.
It's been tough to even look at the Panda POVs as they haven't been finding kills. They found it difficult really to get out of their base to open things up. This has been a very, very brutal 4.5 minutes of gameplay as Krim keeps on going. There's two. There's a third behind. He's tagged up. Finally will drop. Only man alive, though, is Priesta on defense. Thankfully for him. Optic Gaming players across the map. The bleeding should stop at 3-0 before the side swap.
And it's a really bad start for Panda, and it's too quick at Nelson. I feel like in the respawn game modes, we say we need to see more from those two players. They were fantastic in the SND, not great in the hardpoint or the uplink. Need to be much better here in the CTF. They're going to have a shot, but it's going to be Optic Gaming up 3-0 going into the second half, trying to take this series versus Panda.
It's funny, we talked about pushing towards Broken and how it can be a bit easier, and you still feel this map plays at times a little bit lopsided. And Optic Gaming go against the mold here. They put up 3 on the side you don't expect them to, and now they are in complete control. But actually, I want to go through all the players here for Optic and see what streaks are available. None for Scump. Yeah, Karma fully streaked out. None for Krim, and Formal just with the sight. So really you have game-saving abilities here from Karma.
And now in the mid-map with the Shiva, you see Formal, and it's going to be very difficult for players to push up, and you see why. The Shiva just so devastating at range. Just a very powerful assault rifle, and it's really going to keep the guys at Panda at bay.
The kills keep coming in. You heard the streaks, 2, 3. Everybody dropping is Formal. Slicing and dicing with this Shiva. That should be a flag out momentarily. The player fighting in the back is going to be Krim. He's able to find it, but I got to get back to Formal because he's got scythed out. He's on a 7 streak. Can he keep it going? The call up, he knows there's one pushing there from back AC, but Scump's going to find him. And the 4th cap about to go in for Optic.
Yeah, right now, just insult to injury is Optic Gaming going to go 4-0 here. So they put through, actually, another flag. And see, Formal's going to turn as Krim has players pushing him. Doesn't matter. Krim takes both of them out. Can't find anybody to really get with the sight there. Fastball trying to come through bricks. Formal's finally going to drop, but man, Optic has looked very good here in CTF.
This is what you needed for them to close it out. Avoid the search for now. I think we know what Optic may be practicing this evening. Fastball has flag out. This is a chance here for Panda maybe to get something on the board. He's got a little bit of help topside. You can see that's Priesta, number 7, pushing up ahead, but the flag has also been grabbed from Karma. Priesta makes a beast play out front. He's able to get the return and might be able to get through for the cap as long as they can shut down Crim6. Able to do so. And now there should be one coming on the board here for Panda, starting to get back into it, but only 3 minutes to play.
And they had to be cautious about crossing there. They had Formal in the middle of the map watching that cut. They're able to take him out, then get the flag in safely. So Panda does get on the board, down 3 now. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. But still, maybe attacking this least preferred side is going to be very difficult to get these scores.
Fastball and Priest have been a big part of this. You do have only Formal up on defense. I want to switch to his POV as he's going to have to deal with 2 players here. Doesn't deal with it at all. Nelson guns him, gets the flag. On a 3 streak and Psychosis out. everything falling apart for Optic Gaming at the moment. You may have a second cap coming in. Nice ledge boost from Nelson. Just gets to the edge in too quick sight. There to cover him. That's 2 caps in 60 seconds. Fans might, the crowd probably starting to get a little bit nervous here.
Now you see Too Quick with the scythe and the kill feed picks up 2. He's going to be able to make a play for the Optic Gaming flag as one more player to beat. It's going to be Formal yet again trying to play some defense here. Players just converging on Too Quick and not able to get out towards that middle of the map. Optic Gaming gets a stop.
That's a stop they desperately needed. You know, you had back-to-back caps. It seemed like they were just starting to bleed a bit. They lost control kind of the map here, but for now, they've settled down.
And now with only a minute and 35, Panda down 2. As he Formal fall back. Knows he needs to play some base defense, but a little late. As you see, it's going to actually be the Dart trying to help out the flag carrier here. It's quite an odd strategy as fastball's flying. That gets nobody. Now the flag going to get returned. It's going to be Scump with the flag on the top side of the minimap. Maybe this one may do it. Optic Gaming now up 3. A minute and 12 to go.
That was your dagger. And now you see the streaks coming out. You saw the lightning above, the dart in their face. Now Panda falling apart. Optic Gaming should be taking back a bit of control of this group after the collapse last night. This is a win you desperately, desperately needed.
It's the team we expected to see, but I still think they need to go back and watch some film, work on that search and destroy game, because even if they are fortunate enough to make it out of this group, which they should, obviously, I know best team in the world right now, still their search and destroy needs to be better as we go further throughout the weekend.
And I mean, we got 30 seconds to kind of chat about that a little bit as this one's winding to an end. How are they going to improve that search? I mean, this isn't the time you want to be worrying about that, the final event of the year. Well, the biggest event of the year, I should say.
And it's weird because their search has been very good during stage 2, one of the best search teams in North America. So to kind of have it awful apart here, it's quite odd. They kind of go back to what they've been good at.
And that is it. Optic Gaming able to take the W over Panda. Much needed victory there. They felt the pressure. They were able to live up to it. And now basically they live to see another day. Well, not necessarily. I guess they still. I mean, they still need to get some wins here, and you still have the risk of the 3-way tie. You would have liked for this to be a 3-0, but 3-1 still a pretty convincing victory.
Group's a lot messier than they would have liked to. And that first loss to Complexity really makes it like that.
It's very, very true. Who is we talk about Optic and the fact they're able to take this victory, step it up with the pressure. Who stood out for you the most, specifically when you take a look at kind of how this best of 5 broke down?
I thought Scump was sick during this entire series. I mean, the first map, and especially that infection uplink, he was just lights out, really won them that game. I mean, dominant in the respawns as always, they just need to fix that search game.
They're now, what, I think something like 18-6. They've been outscored in search and destroy. Their 3 searches, so
not pretty.
It hasn't been at all. It's not like they've been battling and coming up short in around 10, round 11, something like that.
They haven't been close.
They really, really haven't. So big concerns for Optic here if you're talking specifically about search and destroy. But as we wrap up this series, I do want to take a look at some of the replays, a bit of the highlights here that we saw from Optic Gaming versus Panda in this CTF. And really, I mean, it was off the rip. They started out so strong, and that can be said for your three respawns. Like, Optic just crushed them in the opening minute or 2.
Panda just did not have the firepower to match them in the respawn game modes. It's really what it was. And I think when you looked at how the first half of the CTF went, I mean, Optic scoring these flags from the least preferred side really kind of shows you what the rest of this game was going to be like.
It really, really did. And the full streaks from Karma, I think they kind of started, you saw the dart from Scump, the streaks from Karma started to come in when the back-to-back caps went in for Panda. Oh God, they may make this a game. Krim was getting excited there. That scared me.
Yeah, I was like, what is that? I didn't expect that to come through. But this was sick from Formal. Able to pick up a bunch of kills in the middle of the map with the Shiva. really made a difference. He actually used high caliber to really great effect with that Shiva in the second half.
Well, the highlights now coming to a close. Krem frustrated early. He's able to rebound there. And guys, we still got a lot of great matches for you. A lot of our matches going to be deciding kind of number 1 and number 2 in the group. Coming up next, it is going to be Allegiance going up against Epsilon to decide who is going to take the group. We'll be right back.
But anyways, looks like one player just sort of hanging out towards the back, watching the flank for which is Buzzo. I think he might have hurt a couple of those players, which forced him to back up. The double push coming in, and Dave just getting free kills. When you plant like that, you just want to hold your location. They give it up. They give up the map control, and now they're stuck in a very tough situation. Yes, the bomb has been planted, but the retake should be coming in very quickly. I wouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, they're just going to hop the bomb. You should be having this defuse. The grenades coming in, but they're not reliable enough, and they very easily get the defuse. What was that from Mindfreak?
They were on the side. 2 of them run back, but Dave was there. Dave was super patient and just went, wow, this is easy. The other 2 were miles away. I don't think I've ever seen a bomb site held where you're nowhere near the bomb site. Some of them were closer to the other bomb site than their own one that they planted on.
Don't get me wrong, it was a good spot from Dave, but he shouldn't be getting even 1 kill in that situation. Yeah. Mindfreak not holding the B Street. Even if you do push up on that B Street onto the opponent's side of the map, what do you do then? I don't believe that was the correct play at all, and they get punished for it. Fab still has all this utility. Players lighting up on that scoreboard you see in the top right with specialist abilities. This should be an easy round for them. They got a Psychosis. They're really multiple players getting close to these score streaks. Looks like they might try and play off of a dart or something here. Maybe just kinetic into the B bomb site, get a free plant. And this is looking like it will be over, but no. Vortex and Desire taken out. Really not sure why they weren't going to use any of these streaks to close it. But now, Mindfreak has a chance to bring it back in this one.
Well, Hoggy tried to do a 1v4, but not going to happen. Buzzo does get another round on the board for Mindfreak, and my goodness, did they need it. Because it's still open. However, the advantage still lays with the guys on Fab B. They have all the utility. They've got specialists. They've got streaks. It's going to be a hard route back here for the guys on Mindfreak. What started off so well turned into a 5-round back-to-back slaughtering for Fab B.
And all that Fab has to do is they don't need map control at this point. They have these bombs to drop, so even if Mindfreak does decide to go for this B Street push, which looks like they're trying to do as well. Looks like 2 players going to be there to contest from the Fab side. Will they able to be winning some of these gunfights, though?
Incoming dart.
Looks like the camo coming in, the dart flying out. Will they catch any kills? Dave, they have the complete advantage. They only need to get 1 more kill on this B Street. Buzzo is now alone. Has to pop this Vision Pulse to see if he can pick up anyone, but nope.
What an anticlimax.
Yeah. It was straightforward, though. You knew, did Mindfreak just not realize that they had streaks? You can't just do an open B push. Fab just sees that. They're like, okay, we're just going to use our streaks and take you out. Mindfreak started strong, won those 2 rounds in a row, and then it was just lackluster. Bad plays, bad setups. I don't know.
This is, again, what we talked about. You know, Mindfreak maybe not having the competition to really get an awful lot of difference in this game. I think, you know, there were several points in that where Fabi adjusted. Fabi went, okay, so you held mid. You kind of rain nades into that bomb site. Well, 2 trophies defeat your entire thing. And you can see how frustrated Mindfreak were. They were like, I think 3 different players come around to try and throw their grenades in as well, and none of it worked. Fabi come all the way back from 2-0 down to win this one 6-3. And it's not looking good for Mindfreak now.
We are going to jump out of Bravo and take it back here to the XP zone. Puckett and Courage watching all of the action from above. A little bit surprising to see Mindfreak in the whole 0-2. Now you're starting to get nervous. Remember, we said Mindfreak could even win their group.
Yep.
But now, down 0-2, they could potentially not even make it to the bracket play. And best case scenario, they're going to get second in their group.
We know Tate and Mines is essentially done after their 0-2 day yesterday. Now Mindfreak on the verge of putting themselves in a terrible spot. You also mentioned Luminosity leading over Chiefs right now. The Australia-New Zealand division in a rough spot.
tough games for them to play out, but it's not over yet. We do know a match that is completed, and that's Optic Gaming versus Panda. Optic was able to take it 3-2 after losing the search and destroy. They battled back, winning uplink and then CTF. We have our analyst to break down that CTF game. Let's send it over to Revan and the crew.
That's right, Optic Gaming versus Panda. You saw how all of the action unfolded there. Aside from the very first search and destroy, it was Optic Gaming just cleaning up house, handling business. Now looking ahead in the day, Optic Gaming, of course, when we're talking about breach, capture the flag, I mean, they jump out to a very early lead, and then they don't ever look back since. What were some of those mistakes that you saw on the side of Panda Gaming?
Well, it wasn't really the mistakes of Panda Gaming. It was just the Jinja Ninja taking over the game. I want to throw it back a little bit even further. Infection uplink. He started the game 19-5. Just to give you guys a perspective, that's almost 4 kill death ratio for Scump on Infection. So he's been playing out of his mind. The captain of the team, stepping up big for his team when he needed him the most.
I mean, yeah, I think we sort of talked about this entire series. The respawns, Panda just not able to really keep up with the slaying power of Optic Gaming. What are you smirking at?
I told you.
Yeah,
told you we both said it. We both said it wasn't going to be any close.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like Optic, they just looked like they were a completely different team coming into that first hard point. They just didn't look back. All of them playing exceptionally well. Their shots are just on right now, and that's what you want from Optic.
Yeah, and just adding on to your point, Infection, a map that's very tough for your SMG players. And then the map we just saw, the Breach CTF, we have a clip of the very first flag run that Karma got in that game. And one of the reasons why I wanted to highlight this specifically for you guys is you can see Karma kind of baiting for his teammate who set up over near cages, and this is what sets up the entire flag run. Because Karma pulls the flag, now that attention from the defending player is drawn towards Karma, allows that player to push up from cages, and then gets the support in. And the guys from Panda Gaming who are left out over near the middle of the map, they really have no other option than to push forward. It was a well set up, well coordinated push from Optic Gaming, and that's how they struck first in the CTF.
Yeah, and you can just see from that clip how well Optic understand the map, right? Panda is put into a situation where they have to overextend, and really what we mean by that is, you know, when you spawn up, usually you want to rotate back to your base to sort of defend the flag. If you don't, we call that an overextension because you're really just taking a huge risk in giving your base up. So Panda commits to that overextension, and then all of Optic, you saw that in that clip. First they pick up a kill middle, and then they all sort of back up, and Karma's able to put that flag in. That's just, you know, that's perfect CTF from Optic.
Simply putting it, Panda is just an inferior team. Optic Gaming is looking great. However, they do have a problem. They're 0-3 in Search and Destroy so far this week, and they got to figure it out. The green wall, if they could win this tournament, they're going to have to win their Search and Destroys.
Yeah, I think we could all agree, unless they start winning that game mode specifically, I don't think there's any way they could win the entire tournament. Search and Destroy is so important, but Karma wasn't the only person making plays there on the Breach CTF. Formal as well. His presence was definitely felt here on Breach CTF, and you know, this is a map specifically where we've criticized Formal, or at least myself, I've criticized him a little bit, but he goes on one hell of a spree right here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Breach is one of those maps where you, as an assault rifle player, you can get put into a lot of different situations that you really don't want to get caught in. And you can just see, he's just sort of moving back and forth in this middle map. As soon as he picks up kills, he's constantly just turning around. This is what I was talking about. All of the Panda players, they don't back up and protect their flag. They continue to overextend. And Formal's just roaming around this middle of the map, pulls out this scythe and just continues to pick up kills and cover his teammates.
Yeah, he's just flipping around, doing 180s, going every single direction, is absolutely destroying Panda. They kept overextending through the palace. I think only one person, it might have been Too Quick, wrapped back at the very end. The other two players that weren't wrapping back, they should have been helping Too Quick in the base, and then Optic Gaming ended up capping more flags because they were overextending, getting cut off by the scythe. Karma went up, watched the AC flank, and they just kept running flags
And look, this goes back to one of the points that I brought up in the very first map, that this organization from Panda Gaming, just adding on to your guys' point, whenever you're spawning out and you're in a situation where you have to make two decisions, either you overextend or you rotate back to your base. We saw on that map specifically, Panda Gaming, they split. They're like, okay, well, let's send two guys to push out near the middle of the map and overextend. Too Quick, you're going to rotate back. You can't really make that work.
Yeah, you know, they're put in a tough spot. When you're losing, you kind of do have to make those decisions. Maybe you say, all right, one person sort of overextend, try to win a few one-on-one gunfights and get that flag out. And then just as important on the other side, Too Quick, if he's rotating back alone, you put him into a situation where he has to win multiple one-on-ones versus all of the Optic members who are pushing for the flag. That's the thing is, sometimes, you know, when you're up in flags, you'll just sort of slow down, sort of back up. Optic just kept putting the pressure on, Formal controlling mid-map, and making Panda just make horrible team decisions.
Optic Gaming just understands timing in spawn, CTF, uplink, hardpoint. They just understand the timing really well. Panda, if they want to move forward in this tournament, they're going to have to be complexity. It's going to be a really good match to see. I'm looking forward to it, Revin.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you're going to have a battle of the Search and Destroy Superstars. Really, Nelson versus Havoc is the matchup I have in my mind. But also adding on to your point, in that clip we saw from Formal, you could also tell that the communication is definitely there from Optic Gaming. Every which way Formal was turning, there's somebody running to him pre-aimed with the Shiva. But that just about wraps up for Optic Gaming versus Panda. There's still a ton of action to come here in the Call of Duty World League Champions. Puckett, Jack, you got to tell me what we're going to be seeing next.
Thank you, Revin. We, of course, have to update you with what is going on in Group C. This is, of course, the A and Z Stack group. We have the #1 team coming from Australia in Mindfreak, as well as Chiefs Esports Club. Now, Chiefs, they haven't been off to a great start. Mindfreak beat them last night to close out the evening. And then, of course, we saw Fab Games able to take a win versus them. Luminosity is playing Chiefs right now. So if Chiefs is able to come back, they do have a chance of forcing a 3-way tie, but I think they would lose the tiebreaker no matter what. Mindfreak may be just praying that that happens, though, for them to have a chance because their back is against the wall, currently down 2-0 to Fab Games.
We'll know where this entire group ends up in just a few short minutes after these next maps are really played. Right now, the one in charge of everything, Fab Games. This is the best I have ever seen this team play, whether it's under the Fab brand in Black Ops 3 or their former organization in Exertus. These guys are the real deal. They're up 2-0 over Mindfreak, and LG are up 2-0 over Chiefs.
Can't wait to see how this one plays out. Mindfreak fans, you need Buzzo to turn up right now. Shocks and Fida got to be right there with them. There is one guy who's been pretty darn consistent for him. That's Dens, the backbone of this squad. Let's take it over to Bravo right now. We're currently in Game 3, still tied up 0-0. Who will strike first? We're on board with Dens.
Side of Mindfreak, Fab trying to contest as much as they can.
Reset.
The flank coming in, but no, they weren't able to get it. A clean wipe from Fab. I'm very confused as to what happened from the Mindfreak side there. When you have multiple players, they had 3 of them over towards green. They ended up not even getting a 1. Now pressure coming in. A nice Semtex coming in from Denzo to stop the push. The drone just keeps dropping on either side of the base. They keep trying to force these plays. I don't know if it's greed or what. Uncoordination from either side. The fact that it's still 0-0 with the amount of kills in quick succession is confusing to me.
For me as well, I think it really should have had something here, but both teams able to just deflect. Hawkey's gone super high, finds the drone carrier, kills him as well. Sees that second player, takes him down at the same time. Hawkey coming in clutch! Oh my goodness! Not quite able to get that next kill, and they will be able to pick this one up. This will be at least a 1-point play. He's going for a 2 though. And Mindfreak finally able to break this deadlock that has been taking both sides so far.
Yeah, looks like Buzzo very comfortable with this HVK in his hand. Have to keep a note on that bar on the bottom right. Those score streaks and the Annihilator should be earned soon. A couple of more kills, and he'll be lighting up the scoreboard even more. The counter coming in, though. Multiple players from Fab able to sneak through with the drone. They get a dunk of their own. 2-2 on a side, and Buzzo is able to pop this Annihilator. When will he use it, though? Drone control still being fought for towards middle. Gets taken out, and no more streaks being earned. Fab with 3 in a row.
I've got to criticize. Mindfreak seem to be trying to put the cart before the horse. They're actually trying to get control of like green before they actually have drone control. It's a very weird setup. I've not really seen it that often before. And I imagine that, again, comes down to the fact that usually they're very used to just smashing through their opponent.
Yeah, it's a step-by-step process, and they're trying to skip one of those steps, just as you said. You need to get middle map drone control and then create the lane for the drone. They keep, both sides really keep trying to force the situation, but a nice wrap nonetheless. Fida is now has a lead blocker. Dens should be picking up this last player at the back double doors. A dunk coming in, though. Take your time. Perfect play here. They can easily just stay alive at the base, keep control, and they decide to go for it. I don't agree with that. You had control of the base, and now Fab has complete control of middle. Will they counter again like we saw before? There is one player.
Oh, what
number
a throw.
2, the pass, the manual one coming in from Dave, and this is exactly what I was worried about. Why try and rush that situation? Another mistake, uncharacteristic for Mindfreak, and they get punished. Fab taking a 1-point lead. Only a minute left. The wrap coming in, though. It worked for them the first time. And this is a very weird uplink game.
It is. It's just back and forth here. But now Hawkey's managed to get one. They should be able to kill the second player. not quite able to. Hawkey's still flying through the air, eventually picks him up, but Mindfreak answer back. They are starting to look a little bit better. They do make mistakes, but they manage to make some good plays as well. And it is 5-5, but to be honest with you, scrappy from both teams.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see a flank coming in. Looks like Drone going to be forced over towards this left side. Buzzo answers back at the side door. Vortex dancing around with his drone, trying to juke as much as he can. I see him jump back out and try and go for a one. Not sure if any players on Mindfreak are going to notice where he is with his drone, and they don't even look at the door. They don't even look at the door. The indicator should have shown up at lab, but they're not ready for it. Fab able to get the dunk, taking a 2-point lead, and so many mistakes from Mindfreak. I feel like they've overall played the side better when it comes to control of the map, but it doesn't matter. Fab able to counter back, and that's the end of the half. The fact that Fab is winning this game right now sort of explains the whole series for me. We talk about how great this Mindfreak side is, and then we see some of the plays, and it's just a big question mark. There's so many times where I just raise an eyebrow, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened?
It's very, very weird, this game. Now, Fab E have made some very tricky plays. I think is the only way for me to really to describe
Sick
this.
passes, though.
Yeah. Great passes, some great teamwork. We saw, I think, 3 different players got in the way of the drone carrier for their last push. But Mindfreak, we saw, you know, they rushed their overextension. They've tried to go top green with 2 players before they've even got drone control. I think this, maybe if they can turn that around, they'll be winning by a significant margin.
Oh, yeah. Very easily. The fact that they've had control of the drone in so many situations, they didn't get multiple 1 attempts when they had control of green. Very weird to see. Scrappy gunfights again. Lots of trades going down at middle. Fighta unsure of what to do, decides to play his life, which I agree with, but he's caught out, did not try and play his life in the lab. Some specialists being earned. Zire does have the Tempest caught from behind with the Heat Wave, though. Heat Wave counter again. No one can seem to get any sort of control. Vortex trying to hit this one through the window, but gets quickly shut down. Drone now in a very weird situation, the position, but the wrap coming in. Mindfreak, I like the adaptation. That strong side of the map towards that construction side, as I was explaining earlier, not working out. So they take it into their own hands, wrap the drone, force Fab to rotate. We'll see if they can get points off this one, though. Heads up play. I love the routes from Fighta here. You should be able to easily hit this one, but decides not to go for it. Just go for the one. You can hit it over the building. 3 players dead, though. He has some lead blockers. Last player alive. Can he get off the map, though?
Hawkey.
They let him get it off. The reset. They could have easily got the one and retained control of the base. Oh, man. They're getting greedy with it.
And they try the manual pass as well, and it goes off. And that's actually allowed Fabi to get in control once again. This is not the Mindfreak I'm used to seeing, and it's feeling like we're kind of bashing on them a lot, but we're not. This is we expect more from Mindfreak. I've seen them year on year be fantastic at everything they do. And now, if anything, I'm going to say Fabi are getting quite lucky. I think Fabi are being very lucky this game.
They're making the heads-up play in the situation, though. Mindfreak, again, skipping one of those steps. They get control, but they're making all those kills worth nothing. This is going to be another easy dunk. Fab, able to put it in, a 4-point lead for them. And if you look at that kill feed for the last, I don't know, minute or so, it's all blue, but it didn't matter. Fab stopped the points, another run coming in. They don't get the one-off. Weird situations going on. These gunfights don't make any sense. Mindfreak plays don't make any sense, and they're about to be knocked out of the tournament.
I think they've got to just play flawlessly from now. If they were playing the way we think they should be playing, I think this would be such a massive difference in scoreline. I think you see Mindfreak on something like 15 and Fab on 5. Because Fab have had some great plays, but nowhere near what Mindfreak had 3 down a minute ago and somehow lost. It's just crazy to me. Now, 2.5 minutes left to go. This game is not over quite yet. Mindfreak, just tighten up, do what you've been doing, but that last decision you make needs to be better.
And the reason I keep knocking them is there's many situations where they had a chance. You could very easily hit the drone over this building we're looking at now. Denz looks like he's going to try and get greedy again. Finally puts it in. He could have protected his life, though. You can hit these ones from so much further out. They're not doing it, not protecting their lives, and that's why they're down. So many scoring attempts wasted. Shock's trying to force this drone back towards his base, though. I love the drone control. In that regard, Mindfreak playing that much better than Fab.
Oh, but this might be trouble.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not able to make anything out of it, though, you're just basically wasting time.
Well, they've gone for a very long wrap around. He's seen the majority of the map here. If we have to do a map fly-through, we might just use this guy's point of view. But can he make something coming out of it here? I hate challenging top AC if you have to through that gap. So what they've actually done is they put it into Palace and they've pinned themselves in.
Yep, and again, this is why I call it the weak side. Once you get the drone there, what do you do afterwards? It's like you hit a brick wall. You can't challenge those gunfights at AC very effectively. Some kills being traded back and forth. Mindfreak taking the drone to the weak side of the map. This is favoring Fab. They have the time on their side. They have the 3-point lead. Now, Desire with some fancy moves, using this wall run, chaining them together. Buzzo doesn't know what to do just yet. Trying to go for the melee is Desire. A bit of a weird gunfight going on, and Buzzo's off the map. Buzzo's off the map.
He just played Buzzo off of the map. That's genuinely insane.
Oh my gosh, this is
the weirdest uplink I've ever seen.
A scrappy game nonetheless. Vortex, now last one alive, needs to try and stop the progression. Drone being moved quickly, trying to force it again though. Fab always in a position to stop that drone carrier. The lead blockers are just a little bit too far ahead. We see Fida stuck in the base. He gets taken out. The uncoordination is unbelievable to see from Mindfreak. So many kills, not much time left. Drone control on the side of Fab, wrapping it over towards construction, and I think this is going to be it. All they need to do is waste this last 20 seconds. Mindfreak should not be able to get any of these. One more point, and it's over. 3 dead. Mindfreak's done. They're done.
But again, I just want to put out that last fighter play. He went for base control before they had drone control. He left it was one teammate run through mid-map. That's kind of crazy. I think that's something that after this, Mindfreak is certainly going to have to take a look at. Because for us, that was maybe one of the most scrappiest, weirdest uplinks I've ever seen on the decisions that teams were making.
We said it before, the easiest way to put this is uncharacteristic from Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Very, very simple mistakes. I hate being so negative when
And what a performance from Fab. 3-0, a perfect group performance from them.
The most impressive group performance I've seen so far at the Call of Duty World League Championship.
Very dominant plays so far. Exertus, now Fab Gaming, a team that's been around Europe all year long. Now they're here in LA doing bigger things than ever. We'll see them in the bracket. The question is how far and who else will be joining them. We're going to take you over to Charlie. This is looking like Luminosity should be able to beat Chiefs. That would put them at 2-1 in their pool, I believe. So might be Luminosity joining Fab. We'll see if they're able to close it out.
Now with that drone sitting right behind him. Oh, there we go. Marcus finally been stopped 9 kills later, and streaks coming in, but Study is able to find 2 kills. I know if you're coming in from COD XP, we have a landslide victory of Luminosity Gaming at the moment. However, 3 minutes still left in this uplink. Chiefs are fighting for their lives in this tournament.
Not looking too good for the Chiefs. As you can see, they're falling like flies. We've got Luminosity just charging on through. Spacely now with drone in hand. He used that heat wave to seal himself a little bit of time, and now he's going for the reset. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Chiefs have a massive mountain to climb. It really is a Sisyphean task for them now to try to make something happen. Spacely and Co are doing tremendous work. 22 kills to 12 deaths for him. Study also going tremendous with 21 and 13. It really is a bit of a whitewash right now. The Chiefs looking a little dire. I mean, it's been Luminosity's game from start to finish, and I think it's going to end that way.
Spacely has just had a phenomenal series all around. I feel like they've just been able to play the fundamentals of this game mode much better than Chiefs, and it's going to highlight its Spacely stats more so than anyone else's, as he's surrounded by that objective in all 3 game modes. Here it is, Saints finding another kill after a 1-point play is sunk in. Study making a play towards mid-map, finding an engagement, but no, Nameless is able to stop the show before he can get into it.
Final right now, pushing on through. Rival, can he make something happen here? He has Hopey in position, acting as point man. It looks like the landing pad is clear. Oh, and he doesn't manage to run it through. He gets taken down on the spot, and I don't think Hopey managed to get that one through. Brilliant stuff there from Luminosity. Superb defensive play, and now Nameless on the offense. Tables have flipped. He's moving on through. What an incredible defensive play there. Luminosity really hammering home. 5-14 this score. Nameless now buying a bit of time for his team, burning down the clock. They don't have too much to worry about. We'll stay on board with him momentarily until he moves. Actually, let's have a look at Saints. Spacely, 24 and 14. Huge kills from these guys. Saints is on a 3 streak. I mean, really, this is Luminosity's game. We're just waiting for a space to open. Nameless actually fell off the map there with the drone. Not a problem for them when they're going 14 and 5. And this could be it. This could be the final game of the tournament for Chiefs. They may be packing their bags and heading home after this one.
They got about a minute and 15 to start getting onto that. Spacey doesn't look like he's slowing down one bit, hovering around in the base with his submachine gun. He's able to stop anyone cutting those close corners. Maka, sitting middle map, though, is able to find 2 kills. One of them is going to be on his teammate. With just a minute left, I think that it's going to be impossible in pretty much every sense of the word to come back from that 9-point deficit. And guys, Luminosity Gaming is now just banking on the fact that if Fab Games is able to take down Mindfreak, to which of course we'll get an update on that series as soon as we can on this stream, that they make it into bracket play.
Very precarious
This is it for
position.
them.
It's a precarious position for Luminosity fans because, again, if Fab E defeat Mindfreak convincingly, it really will be an interesting situation for them to be in. But we haven't quite got that update there. Again, at this stage of the game, with 30 seconds remaining, it is nearly impossible for the Chiefs to do anything about this one. They will be saying goodbye to their COD XB Championship dreams here, as Studdy and the fellas of Luminosity have just done a phenomenal job in ramming home their incredible experience here in the NA scene. Top play from them all round. For the Chiefs, they can't feel bad about the performance they've put on here. They've done the nation proud, put great games, had a fantastic series against Mindfreak, a stunning display against Fabi as well, and now up against Luminosity. The hopes and dreams of the tournament will end here, but make spectacular stuff from them. A round of applause for everyone involved. But Luminosity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, with the 3-0. Great stuff from them. Let's find out quite where we go from here. This is very exciting.
All right, so that match is finally in the books. The hot 3-0 coming in from Luminosity, and, you know, Chiefs has got to be a little bit bummed here, my friend.
Yeah, they definitely do. That's the worst case scenario in that group. You wind up seeing both Australian, New Zealand division teams get knocked out, and it's just frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I don't know how far Chiefs thought they were going to go in this tournament, but you had to think coming into the event that they thought they had a chance. Yep. They thought they could do something here. To see Mindfreak going out, though, that is the biggest upset in my mind out of all of the groups. I mean, we did have one expert calling it, and we'll talk to him a little bit later, but let's take a look at the graphic of how this one sorted out. At the top, it is Fab Games, a perfect 3-0. And one of the biggest wins was against Luminosity Gaming last night, showing that they are vulnerable, that they can be picked apart by a squad that can slay equally strong. So 2-1 finish for Luminosity. They will be taking the second seed out of their group. They will advance to the bracket, but you have to think this is probably a much harder bracket than they thought they'd be playing through.
Oh, exactly. Now Luminosity, they've done what they needed to do, though. There were worries last night about will they even make it out of the groups? Well, guess what? Their 3-0 performance today has made that possible, and now they will go ahead and have to...
Welcome back to the Alpha broadcast. If you've been tuning in, we just saw Optic Gaming get a much-needed win. I've gotten rid of the tiny, tiny Mr. X, and I'm now joined by a machine.
This camera angle shows how messy you've made this desk, Maven. It's a state. This is my debut on this lovely desk.
I should probably get rid of all my treats.
Tidy up.
I got water everywhere. I really am messy. Matt likes to write on cards when he's frustrated, so there's just like Matt notes everywhere.
He writes in very big, angry letters. Look at those. Very angry. This is nice, though. I've been upgraded. This is a very fancy stage. Look at this.
Come here. Give me a little high five. Give me a little love. All right, let's get into this. So we've got Epsilon going up against Allegiance. Now, this is basically, since the Renegades have been knocked out, nobody saw that coming outside of me.
Was it you? Was that who they were hinting at?
Yes,
okay.
yes, I predicted that. But we are already in the ban protect now. We're going to see who's going to get first or second in this group. Taking a look at it, nothing really was too shocking as a result, but let's look at Group D here. You see Allegiance 2-0, Epsilon 2-0. Who's going to go the perfect 3-0 after this best of 5 to take the group?
I mean, that is the big question, and I do think it's very... Like, you couldn't have two more contrasting storylines coming into these two teams. You have Allegiance formed for this exclusive purpose of delivering here at XP, and they've done it. I mean, 2-0, they're already comfortable. It's just that third that has been so elusive so far. Epsilon, however, have been around since, the dawn of CWL, and we've seen them take varying different forms. Now they, however, have only operating with 50% of their original roster, and I'm intrigued to see if they can continue to just complete the set. A big 3-0 here would be a huge boost to their confidence.
Yeah, you have a real varied, I guess, roster here for Epsilon. You know, Reedy, outspoken a bit. I know you have bumped heads with him a few times in the past.
Not anymore.
No,
we're friends now.
Yes, there you go. That's what you call growth, adulthood. But then Scraps on the other side, probably one of the more pleasant surprises here this year from
100%.
the EU community, one of the newer players, and he has been dominating. But you are seeing Stronghold Hardpoint is going to be map 1. I thought we were going into Fringe, but I may have got the wrong list. I'm not a very good listener,
no,
so
I
could have thrown that off.
Oh,
it is Fringe? Oh, okay. So that may be changing. But as we're getting ready for Hardpoint here, I'll be honest, I've seen Epsilon play a decent amount. I haven't seen a ton of this Allegiance roster because they kind of came together as we're getting ready to ramp up for COD XP.
Fortunately,
a lot of their scrims weren't shown. We weren't seeing a lot of these matches, but I know my buddy Mochilla, I coached him back in the day when he was on Curse. He was not expected to get a 4th place finish last year with Prophecy, but they did it. So I'm curious if he can keep it going.
Well, I mean, I had the great pleasure of actually seeing Allegiance and their journey. Of course, I was hanging out on the Bravo stream and got to cast one of their games. Got to see Allegiance versus Renegades, which we did see Allegiance win. Of course, they have to, and it's a 2-0 victory.
Yes, yes.
But so far, I mean, that was actually a really good start from Allegiance. That was the performance we were looking at as a bit of a litmus test to see what kind of form they were capable of. And now Epsilon is the second test. I mean, Pulse was actually quite an intriguing one for Epsilon. You know, Pulse was actually in the bottom of the group, no expectations on them, and Epsilon went all 5 maps with them, and so they had a very shaky previous game.
And it's funny also on the Allegiance side. So Remy, to my understanding, was he played online quite a bit with Royalty. They were buddies.
Sure.
He's like, oh, this guy's awesome. He's the best guy I play with online. You got to get him in this. So Royalty then gets pulled in last year during Advanced Warfare. And then I kind of joked when I saw that Exotic was from Canada, that I was like, oh, he's probably buddies with Royalty, as I knew he's from Canada. But apparently they are friends. So now it's like this friendship chain of online play is bringing people into this setting. But you've got a lot of COD champs first, really for both sides, more so for Allegiance. I have no idea really what to expect, but this matchup should be incredible.
And I think that's fun. I mean, you know what? The fact that you've got 2 teams sitting 2-0 in the biggest Call of Duty event of all time, and you're sitting here as a Call of Duty expert saying, I don't know what to expect. That's fun, and I love that. What I have had the kind of great pleasure of experiencing with Epsilon is that they have been looking incredibly strong on an individual basis. Moose is probably the most experienced member, in fact, the only member of Epsilon to have attended a previous champs. And he has got not only taken them under his wing in some weird way, but also he's been kind of berated for being inconsistent, and this has been a great event for him so far. Fantastic on the respawns, which is a bit of a rarity. But let's get into it. It looks like we are starting Epsilon versus Allegiance. Hardpoint Fringe is about to get dirty. Royalty is going to be on the L-bend, and we do start, of course, in the center of the map. Usually rather scrappy, but so far so good for Allegiance.
Allegiance with a nice start here. We'll stick with Royalty going up over the top, trying to get some shots in, but the flank coming in almost immediately. I actually want to switch to Exotic here quickly. He started out 3-0. Ends up dropping almost immediately, so we'll stick with him through the respawn. And, you know, you talked about the fact that Moose has the experience at COD Champs. You have 2nd place last year for Remy on Allegiance, 4th place last year for Mochilla, and then first-timers coming in for Royalty and Exotic. So it's interesting the diversity you have between both squads.
And I do love it when we occasionally do glance at Royalty as well. His sensitivity is stupid. It's obscene. I think it's 9. I don't know. It's a mad number either way, and you are watching him now. His control is absurd, and we'll be seeing just how much he does manage to catch another one on towards Trax. It was Sunny B caught on that flank. Unfortunately for Epsilon, they have managed to keep things rather stable. It's Reedy who's applying the pressure, and it's Moose to land the killing blow with that Man of War.
Well, let's swap on over. We focused on Allegiance kind of off the rip. Let's see what Epsilon can now do as the rotation has come in. We're going to be moving out to Yard. Moose and Sunny B looking to push here down the back alley. Shots him, but not able to find the kill. Everybody getting shut down on the opposite side of the scraps. Not able to find the kill.
Just losing every single gunfight there. You just saw 4 different Epsilon players lose their gunfight, and look what that's going to cost them. That's going to be a solid 20-point lead. You can see they're starting to regroup and start to try and focus a different approach, and that's much better. Moose and Sunny do catch 1 each, and that's with a VMP and Man of War respectively, but still Zotic stands strong, and he's doing a fantastic job. 8-2. Just 2 deaths conceded in the opening 50 seconds of play and more. And it does look like they've conceded it. Man, oh man, the spawns are important for Grannies, though.
And we'll stick with Exotic here as he is on the 4 streak, 8-2. Really nice start, but this rotation over to Granny is so important. They're going to grab the rest of the time. I just want to see how he... Look at this cheeky little wall bang. What is that?
I was sitting there like, is there a gap? Is there a hole I've never seen before? Incredible. Now, though, we are going to be seeing Epsilon go ahead and set themselves up on Grannies, and they made a huge investment here, Maven. The fact that they rotated with 25 seconds left on Junkyard is rather insane. I mean, you don't see that so often, and so Epsilon have got a very big job on their hands now. They have to maintain this for the entirety of the hill if they want to stay competitive.
And for Epsilon, Moose, he's got the 4 streak. He's getting gunned out front somehow, so alive pre-firing with the L car, but ultimately will drop. You know, you're trailing a bit here, and a part of that might be Sunny B. You know, he's 2-6. You have Scraps at 3-10. A slow start for a lot of the squad here on Epsilon. Actually, it was kind of nice they've been able to keep it as close as they have.
You know what, on the rip, as you Americans like to call it.
I say that a lot, off the rip, on the rip.
Off the rip. My name is Maven. Anyway,
that's a nice American accent.
Thank you very much. 46 to 80, and Allegiance are going to be given that scrap. Fortunately, talking of scraps, Scraps is on the rotate as well. He's going to be going ahead and trying to prop himself, but Royalty's already put him to sleep. Mochila doing the same. Looks like the ARs are really delivering. This is Fringe after all, and it does seem like, you know, if you do have a very strong assault rifle presence, that is going to really give you a heads and shoulders advantage over your compadres. Or adversaries, they're not your friends.
Yeah, they're not. What is this?
My Spanish isn't great.
Well, not able to win that gunfight is Remy. He was on a 4 streak. He got a 3 streak now for Royalty. He's trying to stay alive here inside a little room as they're looking to add on to this current advantage. You see all blue players taking control of tracks. It's now going to be the backside. They're trying to push in with 3, looking to find the kills. They're getting gunned. Team shots coming in. Somehow Royalty staying up, but unfortunately his 2 teammates being cut down.
This is so tough to break, and I like what Reedy's doing there. It didn't work out this time, but Epsilon, because they've got a 4 stack on tracks, they don't want to just completely just lock themselves in. They are taking it 1 by 1, pushing out, and Scraps has exploded. He's on a 4-kill streak. 3 just in quick succession there. 3 in 3 seconds. He's looking for a 5th here, and it will be Exotic, who is just going to laugh in the face of danger and take him down with a VMP. And Epsilon have managed to keep this nice and close now. They've sealed the deal. Just going to be about 10, 15 points separating the 2 teams once this rotate does begin.
And again, back to my previous point, this is scary when you saw how slow a lot of these players started from Epsilon. Now that they start to come alive, if they have a couple players heat up, they're going to take control of this one in a hurry. It's now Sunny B on a bit of a streak here. He's found 4 in a row. Kinetic Armor to work with as well. It was Scraps and Sunny B. Really, really slow starts. Both start to go off here.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. I mean, you really cannot hold the first set of rotations against players. Sometimes your timing's a little off, the spawns are a little wavy, and now they do seem to be stabilizing, planting their feet firmly. This is, of course, performing on the main stage. It's a rather overwhelming setting. I'll forgive them for the opening play. But so far, so good. Scraps has completely come alive. He had 3 frags in what felt like the first 2 minutes of play. Now he's sitting at 13, top of the scoreboard. Graceful performance, but if you have just joined us, a little fill in. You have Allegiance currently holding the lead, but so far it has been a very, very back and forth affair, to and fro, Maven.
And you see a 6 streak here from Royalty. Alex, he is heating up, 21 and 9. He's got the scythe to work with. He wants to call in this lightning, getting the information he needs, and now wrapping back to mid-map. He's about to take out his teammates there if he's not careful, but he does have some pressure out front. 1 to the left in Dark Room, but he wants to pull out the Big Daddy scythe and now look for kills here in Yard.
Big Daddy's side's going to do nothing unless you do get a little bit of a glimpse through that wall, and Kinetic Armor did actually keep him alive. I'm impressed Sunny B's still breathing. Moose fortunately did trade, and that's solid work from Moose. Such a flexible player. SMG or AR, it does not matter what is in his hands, he's doing damage, and he's on 16 here in this very important game for Epsilon, of course, to top that group. Top seed in the group makes life a whole lot easier as the days do go on here at XP.
Well, now it's the Tempest from Allegiance. Mochila, though, dropping almost immediately, but we'll stick with him through the respawn. He's looking mid-map with that M8. He's able to tag up 1. Another player topside, not enough to get it done. So let's see, who do we have already pushed inside? I want to switch over. I believe that was Reedy. Okay, well, Reedy was controlling the spawns, but Royalty combined with the M8, the Cerberus, that gets shut down.
So the first time we saw this rotate, Epsilon locked it down. This was where they actually closed the gap and started to forge a lead for themselves. This time, Allegiance have got pure control, and look at Exotic. He's going aggressive with the SMG towards the middle. It's not always the easiest fight to take. He's got Royalty supporting him through window, and Epsilon are locked out in the cold. Look at this. Moose is forced to go for audacious wide peaks, flying into the sky, and he still can't find anything, and Allegiance are comfortable. Nice work from Royalty using that RK5, so damn prolific in those close quarter scenarios, but now Epsilon break through. They are knocking on that door, and it doesn't look like they're waiting for an answer because they just run straight through. Sunny B with 2.
Well, they're able to get it. Let's take a look at Sunny B, though, as he does have a 4 streak here. 1 pushing in the front, able to find it, pushes it out to 5. 18 and 14, you needed Scraps and Sunny B to pick up the pace, and they have done that, though still trailing by 35. 20 seconds left here, which will be able to bring this close to a tie game. They will not be out of this one whatsoever. I feel like there's been many opportunities here for Allegiance maybe to close this game, and they have not been able to do so.
Yeah, and this is intriguing because it's all on Reedy. If you could just jump on board with him, he is the one on tracks. You can see he's basically got the responsibility of keeping this contested and keeping them busy. 4 seconds left before his job becomes a whole lot more difficult, but Mochila and Exotic, I don't know why he's taking this challenge. It's very audacious, but he's still breathing, if not just for a moment. Had he stayed alive, he could have kept it contested, but fortunately, Sunny B is there to provide.
And you had 5 streaks for a couple of players here, so that means streaks coming in now. Scraps uses the Hellstorm. He wants to use the Lightning as well to push him out. He's going to call that in. We'll see if he can find any. It's the M8 mid-map that is able to find the kill, but the rest of his teammates kind of dying in towards tracks, so he's going to rotate across, and now the fight will be on. His teammates winning all the gunfights out front, but Mochila still holding strong. Now the shot's on, but not able to connect. It's Remy breaking in and then popping the camo. Hello, up close and personal. Reedy getting gunned.
Look at him go for the Elcar as well. Remy,
What was that in front? Did he just kill someone and call out a dart? I thought someone was like AFK. There was just somebody standing still.
He's just staring at his iPad, hanging out, watching a couple of Netflix shows, you know. Anyway, 162 to 189. This will be Allegiance closing it out on tracks. Catching scraps on the rotate as well. Solid work from Royalty. Still managing to keep his toe on the line and still providing for the rotate. Nice work from him. Now, Allegiance are on the precipice of that 200 mark. Epsilon do need to find themselves a little bit of ground here because it has just been this relentless, like, minor lead for Allegiance throughout the entire game. Epsilon haven't had that hill that changes everything.
Yeah, I feel like they've been trailing by, what, 20 to 40 basically throughout the course of the game. Haven't been able to get over that hump. But now let's see if they can do it. Machilla holding elbow. He's going to fall. Reedy pushes in from the opposite side, looking to rack up some time. His psychosis is out. He's got one up top. Going to be able to gun Mochilla. Somehow still alive. Bullets flying in from behind and ultimately will fall.
Exotic took his time with that one. VMP at that long range is by no means easy. And what's kind of impressive here is that Epsilon have got a fair 20 points off of this mid-hill. That's not actually too easy to achieve, given just how vulnerable you are to so many different angles. And yet they managed to do it and continue to do so. 190. If they finish this in 200, we've got a real game on our hands, Maven. I don't know how they've done it, but they've done it. And now we're going to be seeing an almost completely level game. Epsilon could actually take the lead.
Well, you see the wall bang there. The shot's still on point, but he is going to fall. Moose trying to fly in for the trade, coming from mid-map. He's got two to his close left. There he goes vertical, finds one, trying to stay alive, but the shot's coming in. He's got teammates here to trade it out. That's Reedy from behind. He just needs more in the clip. You see the Tempest shots coming in from 10 as well. Reedy somehow staying alive. The challenge going to fall just a bit short.
Look at this chaos, and Moose is the one to prevail. 2 quick kills. He finds the head of Royalty, and Scraps is there to pick up the pieces, or should I say the scraps. Solid work from him. And now pushing forward in towards Tin, and I like this. This aggression, he's got the flexibility of an SMG and an AR on his back. Remy meets his demise, and Epsilon, if they dig their heels in here, they're going to be 20 points away from victory.
Yes, but you know how important this third rotation is going to be to Grannies. Who's going to win it? Mochilla gets gunned. That may open things up for him to push out, but as soon as he does, he is met with Remy, the two-piece with the HVK. But look at the spawns coming in. Moose is going to spawn in the back. I don't know. They spawn back silos. This looks beautiful, but the camo is going to fly in. That's Remy able to find one kill. Mochilla finds another inside, and all of a sudden, the fortunate spawns you saw for Epsilon fall apart. It's now looking very good for Allegiance.
And I love this from Royalty. I don't know how he got there, but coming from behind puts so much pressure on Reedy. He's paranoid now. Fortunately, he does go down. And now Allegiance, they are in a dream scenario. This is the easiest hill to hold if you do have the spawns, and you better believe they do. And so, with Kinetic as well, Exotic surely is going to win this exchange, and life is getting very difficult for Epsilon. Look at the kill feed, it's all orange beats blue. Reedy the only exception, it's only going to get worse from here. Specialists available as well.
He's popping the Kinetic here, trying to push out maybe towards Yard. They have to get a break. They can win it here. Epsilon has got to apply some pressure. They're trying to find a hole, but unfortunately now it's the Scythe from Royalty out front. The smokes are in. There's one. Sees a second fly in. The shot's on point. Finds a second. Looks for the third. Not able to do it. 10 points away. Trying to close it out. The pressure from Epsilon. It's do or die time. They cannot get the break. And Allegiance should be able to shut it down here.
One more chance. It was Reedy. He couldn't get his toe over the line, and it will be Allegiance to find the first here in the series. Spectacular work from both sides. Even credit where credit is due. It just took it in turns to have great holds. I think the entirety of that hardpoint was decided by that Granny's rotate. A couple of exchanges, a couple of those going the right way for Epsilon, he'd have had the back. I mean, if that active camo Remy onto Moose, had Moose got 1 or 2 there, that was a completely different game.
It just felt like they couldn't break that 20 to 40 point advantage right throughout the course of the game. Epsilon could knock it back. Finally they do, and then it comes down to the final hard point. But let's take a look at some of the replays here we saw throughout the course of that game 1. That was incredible stuff.
Yeah, it was a joy to watch and a joy to cast, only because I'm next to you, honey. But so far, so good. I mean, I think my main kind of praise actually has to be aired towards Scraps and Moose. I know they've conceded it, but just as someone who's watched these guys play for an awful long time, it's good to see them being consistent offline.
Well, I've heard that the analysis guys up on the XP zone are ready to break it down. Let's toss it up top.
Hello, everybody. Yes, a very close and contested game between Allegiance and Epsilon, but Allegiance are able to pull it out at the very end. Over here, we have a pretty interesting graphic, something you guys have never seen before. We've been working pretty closely with the Activision stats team, so we can actually break down how each team performed on each specific hardpoint. So you have the one in the middle, the light blue represents Epsilon, the orange represents Allegiance. So Epsilon, they dominated the first hardpoint. You see how it breaks down for all.
We're back over to us. I think some mic issues going on for Revan right now, but you were seeing him kind of break down, trying to break down the hardpoint differential, but his mic, I could hear there was some stuff going on, so it's back to us. But you know what? You want to see us more than Revan. Revan
I don't know, he's looking pretty good.
He does look sharp.
He's looking pretty fresh.
I very rarely look good, but we have hopped right into the game 2 Ban Protect.
Rock
I
and
saw
roll.
the twinkle in your eye.
That's because I think I'm accidentally in game.
But taking a look at it quickly, you see your tacticals coming off. Concussion, flashbang out quickly. Heat wave and kinetic armor as well. You're getting a shot of the Allegiance side. They were able to take that game 1. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, it's going to be. I don't think this is going to be a guarantee for Allegiance at any point throughout this series. I do believe we've got a real game on our hands. However, I think the real integral elements for Search and Destroy here are actually really exciting for Machilla and Remy. I've loved watching these guys play this particular game mode. Machilla was playing mid-round aggressive SVG angles that I've never seen before. And you know what's even more fun is that he's going up against Reedy, who is the only guy that plays like that. So you've basically got 2 of these aggressive sniper presences. It's a very unique play style that you don't really have in this kind of iteration of Call of Duty.
It's true. It's true.
2 of them are rocking it.
Well, we'll hop in and talk a little bit more about the Search and Destroy. The last ban is the SVG, but I want to take a look at that graphic that we saw Revan talking about a little bit, because we didn't really get to see him break it down too much, but it was kind of showing your pie chart basically for these hard points, and you can see sort of where maybe the damage was done, but it looks like for the most part, I mean, as close as that game was, you're not going to see that much separation. But number 2, in yard is where Allegiance gets a lot of their time, and that narrow victory they get in Grandma's is really probably where the separation comes.
Yeah, and if you look at, I mean, that's incredible to see just how close that was. So two sides lean towards Allegiance, 2 sides lean towards Epsilon. We saw them play fantastically over on tracks. It was Reedy who went for that kind of last man stand and then in center.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably why you have to take that with a pinch of salt. Yes, Epsilon had more time on middle, but it was always contested, always chaotic, and so there's probably not so many points actually within the central hill.
Very, very true. But now, okay, I wanted to recap that real quick because Revan really didn't get an opportunity to break it down. Now let's talk Search. So you were getting a bit into the sniper
play. I was nerding out, yeah.
And we saw the SVG ban coming in as kind of your final ban throughout the protected ban. How does that affect this then? Because we know there's been some tweaks. You know, the PO6 has been great. The Locust gets a little bit of an upgrade, kind of.
Sure.
Who has the edge here then for you when it comes to sniping?
Well, I mean, now that the fact the SVG got taken away, which is where I saw Machilla just drop bombs, admittedly losing that Search and Destroy, but he was the only standout I could find for Allegiance.
Okay.
Reedy's going to rock it, but that's because he has, and I'm not joking when I say he has brought PO6s to respawns. He is someone that likes this sniper to a mad extent. Admittedly, probably a little bit of that ego we were talking about with Reedy. He has played it in the respawns, and so keep your eyes on that. So maybe a little bit of edge, and that's only in the sniping department. God knows how this is going to play out.
And you saw that stat there. It's a very defensive map as far as 57% of your round wins coming from the defensive side. So that defensive sniper could end up being huge. You know, there's angles where you can look up over the top towards your B street, towards your mid-map. It'll be interesting to watch this develop, but you're now seeing Infection S&D. You saw your bomb sites. I feel like 90% of the time, most of your pressure is going to be towards mid-map and B streets, trying to focus on that B bomb, which you're seeing a shot of now. Typically, a lot of aggression, or not a lot of aggression, comes towards A, really until something falls apart, your team gets first-blooded, you're trying to find a gap in the defense. Talking a little bit about the Specialist draft, too, which went down, the main difference, actually, it looks like...
It's a mirror matchup.
It is a mirror. Okay, I thought there was one off, but we are going to have Glitch, Overdrive, Active Camo, and Psychosis coming out from either side.
Yeah, okay, now what's intriguing here is that you've got Sunnybee on Overdrive and you've got Royalty on Overdrive, 2 of the fastest SMGs on stage right now, and so we are going to basically, not only is their aim, is their movement going to be fast, they're actually just going to have a ridiculous amount of nitrous, basically, into their boots. I think that's how it works. I'm not a scientist.
Too fast, too furious?
Essentially. Vin Diesel shows up at some point as well.
Tokyo Drift?
Is that one of them? I
believe so. I think I've actually seen all those
films. That's when they got bad, yeah.
That's when they got bad?
That's when they got bad.
That's when they got bad.
Yeah.
It all became out drifting. But we are loading into the action here, guys. Infection will be the next map. If you are just tuning in, just to give you kind of a rundown of what we're looking at here, this matchup between Allegiance and Epsilon, they've both secured a spot here. They're going to the bracket play. It's just who's going to be that number 1 seed, who's going to be number 2. That is all going to be decided here. All right, so we've gotten into game. I want to go through and check out. So you were wondering about Reedy, which, believe it or not.
Is it a PO6?
It is a PO6. I'm checking the other guys too. So Locust for Machilla.
Okay, a Locust for Machilla. So he's actually made the executive decision to steer clear of the PO6. Of course, if anyone is unfamiliar with the differences between these sniper rifles, what we've got here is you've basically got the slight warm-up. It's similar to the Tempest in the way it operates. And it's also got a 3 burst bullets, so you can see and hear that warm-up as well. And the Locust, slightly less bullet damage, but of course instantaneous, more of a hit scan style of play. And look at the challenge!
I was just about to switch. I had him highlighted because he had a little bit of time to tee it up there. But yes, that is Mochilla putting it down. But let's get back to the offense. He wins the first sniper v sniper duel, which you attested to at the beginning of this, that you thought that'd be a big part of it. You know, not only are you dreamy, you talk fast.
Too fast, apparently.
No, it's incredible. You also are just a wealth of knowledge.
Thank you, Honey Bun. Let's get into it, though, because Sunny Bun... I just called him Sunny Bun. What am I talking about? Sunny B.
I have no idea.
Hey, maybe it does stand for bun. You don't know.
Yeah, it could.
You do not know. Either way.
Old Sunny Buns.
Good old Sunny Bun. That's delightful. I think that's maybe what his mum calls him. Sunny Bun, come downstairs now.
Well, now it's going to be a 1v2, 30 seconds on the clock. It's all on Zodic. Can he get it done? He's wrapping around the back. May be able to find the backs of two, depending on the timing. Did he just see one peek? Gonna try to make the play?
This is possible. This is so doable.
Both in front. He gets shots on one, tags him up. The bomb does get planted. He's got to know the other one is on site, just trying to find the angle here.
Basically now, because of the fact the bomb went down, Epsilon cannot lose this unless they make a mistake. They have the possibility to trade. Scraps does not need to take a challenge. As soon as Moose is in fight, that's when Scraps can show his face, and that's solid work. Beheads him.
That is one of those times where you basically try to slide in and get to the corner. You either have an issue with your stick or your paddle, whatever controls you play, and instead of a slide, you crouch.
Oh, it is agonizing. Look at that.
Yes, it happens to me all the time. Like, I'm going to fly in, make the play.
And instead you just walk in like,
just
hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, it makes it very, very difficult to then make the play, as you saw how easy that was.
Yeah, agonizing to watch.
All right, well, let's check. So it is going to be snipe for snipe again. Let's watch the opening round from Reedy. I will keep Mochilla highlighted as well.
Oh, that peek I have not... Ooh, I haven't seen that before. Reedy teaching us things towards the later stages of Black Ops 3, and I love that. Still, though, Sunny B's on one and not the second, quickly traded by Royalty. I love this. Solid work from Allegiance. This is S&D 101. Be there for your teammates and trade. That's a bad example, though. Mochilla walks into the side without Royalty.
It gets traded, though. It gets traded, but now it scraps. Another 1v2. 60 seconds left. You saw Exotic fell just a little bit short. Can Scraps be the difference maker here and give a 2-0 advantage for Epsilon? The timing, did he see him?
He's seen him, he's definitely seen him, and that's information gathered. He now knows that at least one was going to be towards that sandbags area, and he's also pieced this together. He realizes they're going in towards the A site. He's got so much time, and he can approach from the ideal angle. If he gets 2 1v1s here, he could very well cause the upset.
But the big thing to look at, take a look at the class. No dead silence. So he is going to sound like an elephant marching through snow. He tries to make a play. He did spot
Hannibal
one.
style.
Yeah, right.
That's a historical joke.
Trying to get the angle. Saw him for a second. Shot to fire. Now he has to try and make a play. He gets tagged. The pre-fire coming in. He shot every brick in the building. Unfortunately, none of the players, and we're looking at 1-1.
1-1, back to level, and I do love that we're 2 rounds into Search and Destroy, and we've seen 2 attempted 1v2s. It's already going to be heating up here, and it is staying nice and level. Of course, if you are unfamiliar of just why this is so important, this is a battle for top of your group, and it is a dream scenario for both of these teams. Such a different background as well. XP, this team has been formed exclusively for XP, and of course Epsilon, to the counter to that, have been hanging out in various iterations since the Call of Duty World League started.
Well, now we're going to give a little love to Mochilla. Let's see what he can do off the break. Nothing mid. Does he check the B street? As you can see from the minimap, here he goes. He's going to go over the top. Does he get the angle? Hello! Saw him for just a second, but not able to snap. Now let's see the pressure starting to develop here from Epsilon. They're working on the B site. You just saw Exotic out towards mid-map, trying to back them up. Who's watching the flank, though? You see the number 7 on your minimap. That's going to be Remy. Let's take a look at his angle as he's trying to flank here. He'll be able to really open things up for the defense.
Let's have a little look. Remy just tags up the 1 for now, and 3 players are still hanging out outside. Epsilon are in a dream scenario now. Scraps, you do not need to overextend, and he realizes that. Hits his crouch key hard, and for some reason just goes for a cross. He's luckily enough safe and sound for now. Mochilla only found 1 with the RK5. That sidearm will not do you good. What was that?
Oh my God, you think you have 2 lined up.
2 backs turned, Maven. That could have gone from bad to worse for Epsilon.
This slide by Scraps is the difference. This little slide is the difference between basically kind of a 2-piece collateral there for Royalty as he goes up top and nothing happening. Got to be a little bit frustrating there, but they're able to make the play.
Okay, so that's going to be Epsilon finding their second, and Scraps was a big part of that. 2 quick kills to round things out. I do love it when you have an assault rifle player that's capable of using it in close quarters consistently. It's something that does elude some, And that's the angle. So Reedy's going to be taking that again.
I'm sorry, that was Remy. How do I say Royalty? I mix it. Oh, these R's.
Lots of R's. Reedy, Royalty, Remy.
Yeah.
Now, what's going to be going on outside? You have 70 seconds thrown onto the clock, and already 2 boys fall. Epsilon cut down to size. Just 50% left, and it's going to be Scraps and Reedy. That's right, I can do maths.
Scraps, Reedy, 2v4. Looking to make the play. You've got Scraps 3-1. Kind of leading all players from a KD standpoint. Plus he has Glitch, so if you can sneak away with a kill or two, Glitch may come into play, but in a 2v4 going to be so tricky. He has one at the corner. They're just going to peek and prod. There is one gunfight win around the back. Reedy's able to win one, at least put it into a 1v3. He's tagged up, he's dropped. We're back to 2-2, so it was, what, a 20-point hardpoint game? Now back and forth in search and destroy as well. These teams seem pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I think we've got ourselves a Call of Duty treat to
yes,
cast here, Maven. And what's worth identifying here as well is that these rounds have exclusively gone the way of the first blood. So just keep your eyes on that. It is all about who is going to be picking up that first kill. Epsilon, they lost 2 players in the opening 20 seconds. Yeah. Now, admittedly, that's risk-reward. They probably, had they got that exchange, I'd be singing their praises right now. So, yeah, take it with a pinch of salt, but you have to find a balance between this offensive defense and just letting them come to you. There is a little bit of a balance to strike.
Well, Scraps does have Bomb, and he does have Glitch. He was also able to tag one with a nade over the top. I don't think that's where he wanted that to go at all.
He's done it again.
Well, he's tossed several.
Maybe he just wanted to make the guy feel good.
Exactly, right? But he's able to find the kill still. It's going to be 3 versus 3. And now things starting to slow down just a bit. Let's see where they find the hole.
This is actually quite refreshing to see Epsilon not panic after conceding Reedy. Instead, they gather their resources. Moose is on a bit of a lone wolf mission. He's actually on the outside area trying to find some information. You can see Scraps is sitting on the bomb and looks to be committing now towards the B side. I say committing, 40 seconds. There's plenty of time to navigate towards A. However, that's where they are currently targeting the explosive device. 35 seconds, it looks like he's going to be punching in the digits here. So this is a free plan. Allegiance playing for the retake. An intriguing strat.
Well, they've got the plant now. It'll be 3v3. Let's see if they can get this retake. So we'll take a look at the expanded minimap real quick and see how they're trying to attack. You can see 1 mid, 2 looking to push back through their spawn. We'll keep an eye on the offense here as Scraps likely the first to engage. He's going to see a Psychosis. Doesn't get fooled by the first, but unfortunately his teammate does drop as he has to back away. He's not able to cover. He does have Glitch to work with. Can't get out. It's now Sunny B. 1v2. The retake looking fantastic for Allegiance.
I don't know if Overdrive's going to help him here. He's going to go for it. Intriguing. It's surely not going to happen. Very smart from Royalty. He could have fallen into the trap of just going for the defuse, counting on his teammate. Instead, he sees the clock, 20 seconds left, and he does make the executive decision to make that a 2v1. Nice work from Royalty and a solid work from Allegiance as they will take the lead here.
All right, well, let's get now into round 6. You see the shot there. The Allegiance boys all smiles.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I like that.
On the other side seems to be some frustrations.
I wouldn't say frustrations, actually. Knowing some of these guys, that is just how they look. They will sit there and they will continue to be as sullen as you like. They could be 1 round away from winning 3-0 versus Optic Gaming, and they would look like that. They will not smile until the deed is done. Now, jumping back into the action, you will be seeing it's time for Allegiance to be on the attack, and Exotic has been given the responsibility of using that bomb on rather the A or the B site. However, note how many specialists are available. This is going to be a very chaotic round. Active camo for Machilla, and he's going to be using that to go ahead and hunt Scraps down. I think he may have seen a shimmer.
He's running. He's trying to chase it down, but he's at least got positioning from that. But a teammate does drop in the bomb. He's just aiming right above him. Can't see him. 2 down, plus you use the camo. Everything falling apart, but can they turn it even? Royalty at least knows there's 1 mid, but he's in a 1v3. Getting gun tagged up. He has overdrive. Looking to back up here and reset. But look where Bomb is. This is a very precarious 1v3.
I mean, I just think going for a play like that was a little bit audacious. I mean, he goes hunting for Scraps with we talk about trades, Maven. He was completely on his own. Admittedly, active camo does sometimes turn the tides, but that's going to be a tough pill for them to swallow as we once again return equal. I do love it when you just go back and forth, tit for tat. And I'm starting to feel round 11 vibes.
Yeah, I mean, it's felt like that since the early going, right? But that's one of those ones where you kind of pop camo, you get baited into it, you expect maybe 1 person to be on defense, maybe they're playing a B stack. Unfortunately, that player towards mid, able to get a pick pretty early on. And as you said, we keep working with that trend of first bloods here. But now it's going to be Epsilon back on offense. If you got Psychosis available, what is Scraps? He's going to have Glitch. You have 2 abilities available for the side of Allegiance as well. And it looks like an HC car is out. Let's check the POV here. It's going to be Exotic with it out.
What you got for us, Exotic? Now, the beauty of the HCXD is you can gather so much information. It's not all about the kills, and with the presence of Flak Jacket, it rarely is. kills. It's more just about gathering so much information. Information is one of the best resources here on Search and Destroy. If you know where your enemy are, you're nearly there.
So he just saw one cross.
That's
Just saw a second.
He's gonna. Oh, he might even see a third before he dies. That's so much info. Look at that. Without putting a toe over the line, without making himself vulnerable at any point. Exotic knows where the majority of the Epsilon side is, and they can rotate accordingly. And so the bomb's on its way, and they're going to be ready and waiting for them. I don't even know if Epsilon realize just how much the jig is up.
Well, they're going to work on the plant. The question is, do they start to fly in and try to catch him planting? Bomb going down. You see Remy on the minimap. He's trying to get away, just able to narrowly evade that frag that came through. Now it's an HC out against. They've used 2 HCs on this. They're trying to make plays. 4v3. They have the plant. Does he opt to push in here to make the play? Sunnybee still trying to play it slow. They have the man advantage. No reason to get wild. And look at,
looking
I've
good.
got Reedy highlighted. Reedy's on the other side. He's making them focus. Well, take it back. They're only focusing on the front. Now it's 2 shots out from Achilla. He's bopping on everybody. They're trying to hunt down the final kills. They're outside. There's one more up top. He's getting tagged up. Tries to get back inside. He's going to stick it. Royalty's going to try to make the play. Trying to dip and dive. Scraps has to push forward. He's going to get caught. The overdrive. I don't know if that was intentional, but the bomb is defused. They make the play.
He hit the shot. Maven a hip-fire RK5 bullet strays into the brain of Scraps at the end of it.
I was so into the bomb defuse, I didn't even realize, like, what
Look
is
at this.
He's pretty tagged up.
Absolutely stupid. What?
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Jeez.
They're all laughing. I wonder why. But no, Mochilla opened that up with the 2 snipes. I mean, I hopped the Reedy because Reedy's behind, making them focus on the back. He gets sniped in the face. We got to go over to Mochilla, man. He's on another level.
What did I tell you before this game began? Stupid sniping. He's up close in their grill, and he's hitting shots like that. In their grill, that's not how I speak. Who am I? I'm losing myself.
You're becoming American. You're like half Mr. X, a quarter Jack, and I don't know what your other quarter is, Momo.
Maybe later it can be a quarter Maven.
There we go. That'll work out. But now 2 already dead for Epsilon. 4v2 advantage. They've got advantage in the series as well, and now it's Reedy. All by his lonesome. Playing inside the B site. The Thunder about to come, but he catches one from behind, able to get bombed down, but the pinch could be on. He's got to pick a side, try to make a play. He does get out. He sees a sniper there, but Chilla has to hit the shot. He's going back and forth. He just zips up Remy, and now it's a 1v1 with bomb down, but Chilla has to make a play.
It's not down. It's not down. He has to go ahead and play the bomb. Mochilla is well aware of this. 35 seconds left, and Reedy's completely abandoned the site. Now with the bomb retrieved, he's basically given Mochilla an opportunity to rotate. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I guess he can play for the retake. By getting the bomb down, he's going to know exactly where Mochilla is, and he can just hang out in middle waiting for that info. Smart from Reedy.
He's just going to wait for the plant and then make the play. It goes down, and now he has to retake, and we've seen how disgusting Mochilla can be. Does he get caught with awful timing?
I don't think he made a noise. I don't think Mochilla knows he's there.
Reedy trying to come up from behind. Reedy gets turned around. What's the play here? What's the play? Tries to find him indoors. They're just running around each other. There's the Arcade 5 again with the 1 tap. Mochilla can do no wrong.
That's insane, and there's no way Reedy was going to check that hallway again, that small room. Look, he basically does a loop-the-loop. He's no way he's checking it again. He's like, no, he's not there, and Mochilla somehow emerges. He obviously used his invisibility cloak, borrowed it from Harry Potter for that exchange.
Oh, Harry.
What on earth was
I've
that?
read that.
Please tell me, was that Hagrid?
That was my British accent. Was it not good?
Good God, no.
I mean, I've read a lot of Harry Potter.
I don't think you can understand accents from text, Maven. I don't think that's how it works.
I've listened to it with audiobooks as well.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Still, 5-3. Allegiance are 1 round away from taking ahead. Another head start here in the series. It could go 2-0, and that's a spectacular start. First blood drawn, but traded by Remy. Now Moose is on the hunt. Moose, some would say, is on the loose, but no, he's down. Solid work. Another quick kill, and Allegiance even glitching away to secure the 6th. They do it, and it's going to be a stylish end to the second map here in the series. 6 rounds going the way of Allegiance, and now Epsilon are forced into a dire strait. 2-0 to the North American side.
Mochilla has just been a monster in these search and destroys, man. You called it on the head.
He's an animal. He really is. And what's so crazy as well is because he's so prolific with the RK5, it's not really a disadvantage to be using the sniper and having it on his back for the majority of that. And when he does find an opportunity, it's very situational, but when he finds the opportunity to pull out the SVG or the Locust, you can't even ban him out. I mean, you ban an SVG, he'll take the Locust and do just that.
All right, well, we tried this a little bit before, but I do believe that John Revan is now ready to break that one down. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, Maven. Yes, a very close and contested search and destroy between Epsilons and Legions. Some big plays coming out of Mochila. But now we got to start talking about the map we're about to see as we head into Breach Uplink. I got a pretty special graphic for you guys. This is going to show kind of the heat map for Epsilon on how they like to run the objective on Breach Uplink specifically. So this is really good information to get, especially if you're on the side of Legions, just knowing where around the map that Epsilon like to play. So let's go ahead and pull up the objective possession map for Epsilon, and we can kind of break down the action. What this map is going to kind of show you guys is the popular areas on the map that Epsilon like to run with the drone in hand. So whenever you're able to stop Epsilon on these specific pathways, obviously it's going to be some high impact kills on the map. Still waiting for it to be pushed up, but look, once again, Breach Uplink, this is a map that at times, you know, whenever you're pushing over towards the broken side map, might be a little bit easier than others to kind of get the scoring going. But there you see it on your screen now. Where it is a bit more darker colored, of course, that means that that part of the map is seeing a bit more action. You see how it differs from both sides of the map. You see at times, you know, look, if they're scoring on the broken side, they're not afraid to push in down through the bottom palace, but more often than not, the most popular route is going to be picking up that drone, hitting it over towards top glass, and you'll see how all the action breaks down there. Whereas on the other side, when they're attacking over towards the AC side of the map, they're not afraid to wrap it back, but more often than not, they pick up the drone, immediately hit the middle wall run, and that's how it's going to boil down. So look for Epsilon to hit these specific parts on the map. I'm excited to see how the action is going to break down. Let's send it back over to Maven on the Alpha Station to lead you into that next map.
Fantastic stuff there, Revan. All right, so he's breaking it down, Mr. Knowledge. And
that's
honestly,
a pretty badass nickname, Mr. Knowledge.
I believe that you impressed me so much last game.
I impressed
with
you?
the call and the sniping.
Okay.
The call and the plays from Mochila, that you might be smarter than Revan when it comes to gameplay.
Maybe, but I need to get the cool eyebrow thing, and then I'm ready to go. Yeah.
That thing?
Yeah, I can't do it. I can only do one. Can you do both? I can only do...
No, I can do one. I can only do one.
All right, Call of Duty's going down. I think Abandoned Protect is actually underway. Breach Uplink, our third map, and Epsilon, I mean, they are in a box. Not their best game mode. S&D is where they thrive. Hardpoint even is one of their best respawns, and now they stand in Uplink on the verge of defeat. It's crazy to see how well Allegiance have gelled, given how long they've actually existed as a team.
Honestly, they look great, man.
Yeah.
This has been fun to watch, and you can see every time we go to the booth, smiles on their faces. Just to give you guys a quick update on Band Protect, your primary attachments, high caliber, rapid fire, are going to be out. Your primary specialist abilities for uplink and camo and overdrive are out. Everything else pretty standard. Nothing really all that shocking coming out. Now we'll see with the specialist draft as the players hop in if there's anything too surprising as we get through this. But so far, this series has been relatively standard and has been working very well for the Allegiance side. But now taking a look at the minimap here, we'll look at Breach Uplink. So you've got your red and your blue side here. We talk about pushing towards blue, how a team needs to have an advantage from that position. They need to have the lead. Otherwise, you know, on the side swap, it's going to be very, very tricky.
It's going to be very, very difficult to see, you know, just to see how far they can get pushed back. Now, Psychosis, Scythe, Kinetic Armor have been picked up, and so you're going to be seeing, of course, in the absence of active camo, it's all about survivability. Psychosis is an alternative that they can find. Alongside that, you've got Kinetic Armor. That's the kind of the gift from the COD gods. They'll be taking that every single time. I say that? Yeah, okay, cool. Exotic did just lock it in as well.
And as far as weapons go, Scythe Tempest, I thought there was I think both of us are blind, because I was thinking there was a discrepancy here. One of them had one with two weapons, but going to be...
Don't throw me under the bus with you.
Match. No, I would never do that.
Good.
I look up to you.
Well, you don't. I mean, you're much taller than me.
That's true, I am.
Yeah.
I don't look up to many. But do you think Allegiance closes out here, or is Epsilon fire back? Are you going to root for, you know, it's the UK boys.
Yeah, it's the UK boys. And I'm
rooting for Epsilon now, too.
We are?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's be some biased casters. Yeah, Epsilon, let's go. Straight up.
See if they can bounce back and extend this series. We had so many Game 4 and 5s yesterday. I haven't even seen a 3-0.
I'm enjoying my time here on this fancy stage with these fancy crowd and this fancy stage. As in the other stage, not the stage where, you know, the stage, two stages. Yeah.
I heard stage twice. I was quite confused.
Yeah, I understand. I'm enjoying my time. I want to be here for longer, and so that's why I want a full 5 maps. And Hunted is a pretty map that I haven't casted yet. I haven't had a chance to cast Hunted
yet. It's funny, Hunted. When I first started casting the game, I wasn't the biggest fan of Search on Hunted. It has grown on me big time.
Bite your tongue.
I love it now. It's one of my favorite Search maps. It's grown on me.
I love it, and I love how unique that B-bomb site is. That's just one of the reasons I love that map, and we're probably not even going to get to see it I've just suggested that Allegiance are going to win this. Perhaps even, I mean, it may go to Stronghold CTF, and I'd be very intrigued if it does, just to see the differences between European Stronghold CTF and North American, because there is a big difference. We Europeans, or we Brits, do like to slow things down on our capture the flags. I'd be intrigued to see how that does play out.
I haven't seen that too much in the bits I've seen with Splice and Millennium. You know, obviously some changes to their gameplay with Swanee out, Miracles in, but they picked up the pace a little bit. We'll see what we get here, because there are, you know, several of your European teams that definitely play at more of a North American pace, but we are getting ready to load in now to uplink. You see the fist bumps all around for Epsilon. I'm kind of curious if they're just happy to sort of be here, in the sense that they've already guaranteed a 1 or 2 seed, right? They're going to be in bracket play. It just seems like Allegiance may want it a little bit more. They want that #1 seed.
I mean, I don't think it's a question of wanting it. I just think they're playing better. There's nothing more.
No, I'm just setting you up for counterpoints.
Well, this is a counterpoint. No, you're wrong. No, I'm joking. Epsilon are. Don't look so offended.
You could never offend me, babe.
Epsilon are going to. We'll test that. Epsilon. I'm trying to finish a sentence here. Epsilon definitely. It's not a question of wanting it. The hunger is there, and I think a prime example of that, I have a little story for you for the opening 15 seconds, was during the game versus Pulse. I was actually standing on the other stage. I could see and hear them playing. Pulse were getting mouthy, loud, shouting, lots of things I can't repeat on stream. And knowing how Epsilon have been in the past, they stood there like statues, ignored them. They finished the game. They moved into the 5th map. And then proceeded to go ahead and 6-0 them on Search and Destroy. Woo! And then walked away, shook their hands, and there was not a single peep out of the Epsilon boys. They are changed men, and let's see if they can go ahead and finish top of their group. This is, of course, the pool play for Group D. Topping Group D would be a dream scenario for either of these, and we're already into the uplink. It looks like all 4 bodies of Epsilon hit the deck at the same time. Spawns are going to be thrown off, and already Machilla's got some drone control.
Machilla going to try and wrap top green. He has 1 person in support. As he drops, he knows the pressure is coming. And 3 down for Epsilon turns into 3 down for Allegiance rather quickly. Let's get back towards the drone, though, as I think it's still set up here. Top green, he gets away, somehow able to sneak Slither, and now hit the half-wall run. Where is he going to take this? Just trying to hop back and forth, wait for his teammates to support him a bit. He does get help from the back from Remy. The 1-point toss going to be off. Is the interception there? No, it is not. Nice timing, and 1 point on the board for Allegiance.
I love the restraint from Royalty. You could see he was basically just keeping an eye on that opponent, seeing if he was going to go down before the 2-point could come in. As soon as it looked a little bleak, drop the 1 point in, as it's much better than 2. Goes for 0, actually, Ali. I told you I was good at maths. Maybe not. Sunny B has himself the drone. He's going to go ahead and try and get the counter cap. It does look good. In fact, he's tagged up and fragged up. Exotic takes 2 players down in a very short space of time, and the dream is back on for Allegiance, holding the lead, albeit very slight at the start here of our 3rd map of the series.
Well, let's take a look. I didn't go to the drone here because Exotic currently on a 3 streak. I want to see if he can keep that going. The answer is a swift no, as he will end up dropping, and drone control going to fall back to Epsilon, at least momentarily. You can see in front the drone indicator right here, top mid. Shots coming in from Ochilla, not on point. Then they are able to find it, looking for a second bottom broken. Needs a little bit of help, but he's going to get flanked, actually, as he will drop. Epsilon, nice movement there to come in behind. Now the drone is reset.
Okay, so back to square 1. Does feel like Allegiance have got the majority of the drone control here, and whoa, you don't see this every day. They're taking the Palace route. Now, often Palace is seen as a bit of a no-go. Spawns do get a bit janky if you start dying in Palace, and now it looks like Remy's going to go ahead for the 1-pointer. Oh, and Sunny B did enough to take him down, and it looks like Moose got the intercept as well. It may very well have just been a little off. Either way, Moose now has the drone in his hands, and he's going to try ahead and get that back to middle and try and get himself a fresh bar of health. Sunny, how are you still alive? He's got another one. 7 kills. Top of the scoreboard in the lobby alongside Exotic on the other side of things, and Moose is just going loop-de-loop. What on earth? He's still going.
Gives him the full circle there, not able to catch him, and Reedy finally picking up the kill. We're halfway through our first side. Quite the low-scoring affair. There's only 1 point on the board for Allegiance. Tries to go over the top. The shot's away. The shot is good. All tied up 1-1.
I love how low-scoring this is. Usually, and I do, have to use the word usually a low-scoring uplink game is just testament to how evenly matched these teams are. And it's just, you can see the slaying is so damn on par. Epsilon at 1 point were actually leading the slaying, but losing in the delivery of the drone. But, I mean, 3 minutes of play and 2 points on the board across the entirety of the game. Madness. What have we got for us? Exotic? He's going to be babysat by Royalty. He's looking after him, holding his hand and trying to skip merrily into the sunset, but there seems to be a problem, and that problem now is Reedy. Quickly traded by Royalty. This is what we were talking about, this partner program. And now, with the drone in the hands of Reedy, can Sunny be the one to kind of guide Moose home? It doesn't look like he needs a friend. Look at him go. He's tagged up, but he's going to go ahead and avoid that body bag for now and make it 2. No, it's not. It's going to glide a little too past that uplink. Did it get stuck on the roof?
I believe
Looks like
did.
it has,
so
yeah.
we're going to have a 15-second reset. All still tied up 1-1. So now when this happens, you're basically just vying for map control. You want to get as much power position as you can, set up top middle, so as soon as that baby drops, you're ready to make moves with it. It's now reset mid. Sunny B does see Mochilla top. Mochilla, you think he's going to get gunned, but the HVK does come out on top. However, no one really able to make a move with the drone yet, but now the pressure should be coming in from Allegiance. They have it. They're pushing top side, but he sees the shots coming in. As soon as Exotic picks up that kill, he's going to wrap back. He's got the lead blocker now in Royalty. Wrapping around the edge, trying to get points on the board in the final 60 seconds. The one-pointer's there. The shots, the back generator's a little bit off, but they do have the advantage here in the closing minute.
Swish, 45 seconds, and Allegiance do seize the lead before they venture into the second half. Still, I've always fallen into this trap where I start, writing them out 30 seconds left, and you can have so many stupid plays in 30 seconds. Points can be accumulated en masse in the final 30 seconds, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. Hanging out in construction, and indeed are starting to build quite a solid defense.
4 dead, though. 4 dead for Allegiance. This is a good time for Scraps and crew to get points on the board.
Has he got support?
They spawned him out. This should be a dunk. You have a Tempest to work with. I thought you might be able to go for 2. You get it over the top. Thankfully, he buries it. Imagine if you're in a situation, if he misses that and it gets stuck up top, you're not getting any more points on the board. You have to add. We're at 2-2.
It was an executive decision from Scraps. The spawns you saw just there, Prime, on your example on your screen. Allegiance had 2 players watching that uplink by the time he would have been delivering that second point. So no complaints on either side, and look at us. I mean, it happened in Search and Destroy. It happened in Hardpoint. Now it's happening again here in Uplink. Level all the way, and Allegiance have just been pipping them at the post.
All right, well, it has been a very tight affair, but when we take a look at it, the team to get the edge, the team to just, like, the narrowest of margins to take control has been Allegiance.
Yep.
Can they do it yet again, or Epsilon finally be able to overcome? Let's go over to Exotic, as he is leading all Slayers, also +6 in this one.
And he's sitting here as a relative unknown quantity. You've got such big names alongside him, and he's just roaming around, dropping 17. He's a tank. And now, looking for his 18th as well. He hasn't opted for a fresh magazine. He realizes he can do all the dirty work with 29. And Remy, just going to walk it home. That was you talked about Scraps had a guaranteed 2. What was that from Remy?
You know, it's one of those situations where you're not sure if they overextend or wrap back. He goes for the safe one-pointer. Obviously, much easier from us.
Sure.
We see he has a clear path home. Takes the one, at least as low-scoring affair as this has been, you feel like the dunk would have been a nice addition there. You basically get your full first half score in the opening 30 seconds, but still you take the edge.
Well, what's so crazy is we're in the second half of Uplink, right? We're a minute into the second half, and you could easily see a team just run away with it. Suddenly hit double digits, like a couple of 2-point plays, and they have just completely deleted the entirety of the first 5 minutes of gameplay. Now, though, it's time for Allegiance to forge an assault, or is it? Because Reedy's pulled the rug from underneath them. 2 drops. Scraps has found the 3rd, as well as that drone will be once again put under Epsilon rule. Sunny B has his hands around it. Now, for how long he's going to be maintaining that is a different question, because they're starting to, yeah, I thought so. He's going to pass that off because he has Kinetic. He's going to want to implement that on the push, on the break. He will be the spearhead of this assault. And Scraps has broken the ice nicely with Royalty on the lightning strike. And Remy, what is that?
I would Kinetic forward. That's exactly the play. Able to burn Mochilla. And now you should easily have a dunk. This should be shifting focus. Moose should be grabbing at the back. Hello, friend, up close and personal. There's still one player there to make the play. Tippus comes out, though, finds the shot. The dunk is in. The lead is there for Epsilon. And finally, well, I was going to say finally some breathing room. What am I saying? It is a 1-point advantage. No one's been able to create any breathing room in this one.
A very well-structured attack there from Epsilon, using streaks correctly, using specialists, using everything in their arsenal, even the drone armor coming involved towards the end of that one. Every single tool at their disposal they implemented perfectly there, albeit a little messy towards the end, but they got it done, and now they do seize the lead. But so much time left on the clock. There is no guarantees here, and they, let's not forget, are the ones with the sweaty palms. They're the ones with the pressure mounting, as it's a game of survival for the British roster.
Well, this is a flank from Moose. The question is, does the flank end up paying off? He was able to find one, not able to gun Remy, finally will be pushed from top middle. But the flank, I mean, really just ends up kind of giving that mid-map control up to Allegiance, and now they're going to be pushing forward. We'll see if the defense can get the stop for the 1-pointer over the top, and no good. I thought it was a pick. It was a miss. It was a miss. It's still in a dangerous position, though. He's trying to grab it in the back. Should be able to get the dunk, and there we have yet another lead change. The swarm that is Allegiance proves to be too much for the hold of Epsilon.
What a cruel twist of fate. You miss a 1-pointer, and in turn you get 2. It's just how the cookie crumbles, and so far it doesn't look like Epsilon are big fans of cookies. Now, though, what have we got here? Potential 2-point play, but he does look rather solo. No, tell a lie. Sunny B was there to do a significant amount of damage.
He goes high!
Oh, Moose, the adjustment was just a little off, and that is going to cost them. Reedy, what can you do? Can you save the day? Because Moose is going to be kicking himself if that costs him. This looks good, but Remy gets the kill. 1 point play would be great, and just imagine if that was 6. Woo!
You know, he thought he had the dunk. He didn't realize another player was going to push him, and I think he just saw him out of the corner of his eye and panicked, just tossed it high. That can't happen in a game of this magnitude, but you are all tied up. Minute 40 left to go. For those just tuning in, it's a 2-0 advantage right now for Allegiance, and they've just got the dunk 7-5. They're looking to close this one out with a 3-0 and take Group D.
It looks like they've got a very good shot. Throwing it onto the roof. Reedy wants just a bit of damage control there. It's a 15-second breather. I'm assuming it got locked on the roof. Yeah, it does look like it has done so. And so that's a 15-second period where they can go ahead and try and establish themselves some form of hold for the remaining 75 seconds.
Well, let's see as the rotation comes back to mid here for Sunny B. Now 70 seconds on the clock. This game has been, it feels like it's been a one-possession game through and through, really the entire course of it. Now's the opportunity, but all the kills coming in for the side of Allegiance. The defense still holding strong. Reedy, your last man up, able to find 1 kill. Psychosis out, he has got to stay alive. Wait for his teammates to come off. Spawn can't gun Mochilla up top, and Royalty has it.
It's on Scraps. He had to try and stop them, but Exotic shuts him down. This, my friends, could very well be it as another 2-point play glides home. Allegiance are looking fantastic. It's not over. It is not over. If Sunny gets a 2 here, we've got a chance. No kinetic available.
We do, but you need something. You need a weapon. You need an ability, something to open up the way for Sunny B. Right now, he's just using a statue, using his fist, and now he's got the kinetic. Can he pop it? He doesn't need it. He's going to go for the score, but they have to get back to mid-map. I'm going to go to Reedy, as Reedy's the one person here to maybe stop any kind of reset. But if they grab the drone, if they can reset it, this one's over. They have to get here. The streak's called in. The kinetic is here. The reset might be good. He's got to the edge. They just keep on running. They've gotten away, and Royalty now is going to be able to burn the clock.
Allegiance will prevail. 5 seconds until it's certain, but that will be it. Epsilon fall to the North American side in a convincing 3. But good God, was that close. I haven't casted as 3-0 that was that close throughout every single map. Fantastic stuff as Allegiance are the victors.
22 points in the game 1, a tight search. What was a one-possession game throughout the uplink until, what, the closing 60 seconds, really, is when you finally saw Legion open it up by 4 for just a
If you think about it like that, so hardpoint, we didn't know who was going to win that until genuinely the final 20, 30 seconds, the last hill.
Yep.
If you look at their search and destroy, they were 4-4, and then the last 2 rounds, so probably 2 minutes, we didn't know who was going to win. Now we look at this game, and it was down to probably the last 60 seconds of play. Throughout that entire series, we didn't know who was going to pick that up. Sometimes it's a guarantee. Sometimes you're casting and you're sitting there looking at your watch and you're going, okay, right, when is this actually going to end? We didn't know the victor throughout that entire series.
Well, you saw the shot of Reedy there. Obviously disappointed. But now let's look at some of these replays here, and you'll see if you keep an eye at top middle, this score never really opens up by any big margin. Just back and forth battle between, I guess you would call these, what tier 2 European team, tier 2 North American team, but both that have potential to be that dark horse squad that maybe surprises people.
I would describe both of these as, well, I can't speak to Allegiance, but I can speak about Epsilon. They're a T2, yes, perhaps, but at any point they could easily be knocking a T1 team down. I think they would be very, very against being referred to as T2.
Well, I did it. I might have hurt some feelings out there, but I did it. Yeah, I mean, you definitely, if you take a look at these rosters, I mean, it's hard to say who maybe has solidified themselves more. I guess it's Exotic that stands out as being, but you kind of have your Exotic, you have Scraps, you don't know which.
Well, I mean, the prime example of that, I sound great. The prime example of that is that...
He goes high! Minute 40 left to go. For those just tuning in, it's a 2-0 advantage right now for Allegiance, and they've just got the dunk 7.
Scraps, he had to try and stop them, but Exotic shuts
Whose voice is that? He sounds great.
This, my friends, could very well be it as another 2-point play.
He's dreamy. All right, well, that was interesting. That surprised me.
That was great. The point I was trying to make was that in European Call of Duty recently, there was a big shuffle. It was between Epsilon and Splice. And Epsilon regarded as the team that came off worse. Of course, you've seen Splice recently. They are the big dogs of Europe. But Epsilon have proven here, not close to topping their group. They've made it out of group top 16 already. So both sides seem to have done well from this shuffle.
Well, now the big thing, I mean, when you're looking at it, and obviously we have to wait for the other groups to break down, but typically, in most cases, you want to be the 1 seed coming out. But we've had some upsets throughout the course of group play. Yeah. You always do. But let's talk a little bit about some of the matchups that happened really over the course of this one. We're going to look at Exotic and Reedy, and these guys in particular, kind of what they did during the game. There's a distinct difference there when you look at the KD for the uplink.
Yeah, okay, so Reedy's uplink did not look to go all too well. I mean, ball possession seems rather minor for both of them. Neither of them really. Let's not forget, it was a rather low-scoring game.
Yeah.
The reason I was asked which players to highlight, I'm going to get my words out eventually as I try and make sense of this. Exotic and Reedy were the two individuals I highlighted as just MVPs of that match. That's what I chose those names on that purpose, especially the final map there we saw from Exotic. It's a fantastic storyline, and I'm always a sucker. I don't know whether it's because I'm British or whatever it is. The idea of an underdog, the idea of just this new player, unfamiliar face, turning up and dropping bombs is awesome, and I love that from him.
Well, look at the bright side. I mean, if you like underdogs, European Call of Duty, you were always an underdog.
I see what you did there.
At all times.
Yeah, that hurts. Okay, you wait. There will be a ring on a European finger.
This weekend.
That was audacious. It sounded nice. It did
sound
nice.
good. But guys, we've got a lot of crazy matches to come here still on Alpha. The action continues. Make sure to tune in through all the channels, but we're going to wrap that one up with a 3-0 from Allegiance. Guys, quick break, and we'll be right back with more COD Champs.
Trophy system. Now Spoof in a tough spot. He has to make some play here to help break the setup they have on mid-map, that open hard point. 191 to 104. TK slowly but surely walking away with this one. Not doing too much on the side of Lethal Gaming to contest this. As I said, they're bleeding. They have to stop it. Cole Chan and Gunjar now walking away with this one. Actually, Gunjar, 30 kills for him. 35 for Happy. It's just slaying plenty for these guys. And as you can see, Gunjar doing tremendous work. Spoof back and forth here. Theory's going to get kills of his own. On board with Happy now, who has that active camera at about 75%. He'll be wanting to use that soon. It's certainly going to help him here in a couple of situations, just as he's taken down there.
Well, now you're going to have Hate setting up next to BZ on this head glitch again. This hill just is now rotated over. Lethal is going to need a substantial amount of time to try and get back into this game. That's going to be 2 down in their favor. Gunjar coming off the flank is only going to be able to pick up 1. Hate is able to get that trade on Happy, actually. Now all 4 players for TK going to be flooding in the front. Shots go down on 2 different players, but Spoof is going to be there for the trade. Now Juju going to be trying to come in with that Kuda. Has, 2 players in front of him, and he gets beat down by Goon. Actually does the pistol to the face, but Gunjar is man on a mission. Everyone right now trading kills in the kill feed just like crazy. TK, though, for the moment, able to come out on top.
210 to 124. This is getting to the business end of the game. Looks like TK are starting to walk away with this one. They have 30 seconds left on this hard point. They're going to milk it for absolutely everything it's worth. Happy and Gunjar doing a tremendous job defending this one. And here's the active camo play from Happy. Uses that to stay out of the enemy sight lines. Managed to get an easy kill there. Now, dart in the air. Using his kill streaks to try to push that lead forward. Fantastic shot there on that player to get the kill. Almost hits the wall, but no worries. This is, of course, a remote control missile that he is going to be using to pick up kills. Now shot down there. On board with Spoof. They have to make a play here for Grannies. It's 2:29. TK need 20 points to win this one, but Happy with that scythe, obliterating his opponents. Lightning strike at the ready, 2:36 and rising. Here comes the lightning. Where's it going to go down? Is it going to be middle streets? Are we going to get a good view of this? Wonderful stuff from him. Gunjar with a big kill and a lightning strike. Here comes the Hellstorm, just to put the nail in the coffin for 2:27 now. Look at that, the score ever climbing. But look at this. Lethal Gaming, last minute push. Is it enough? No, it is not. Ladies and gentlemen, TK win that one, 250 to 133. Great bout of energy towards the end of that. Gunjar slaying his heart out, 48-28.
Devin Guljar is back, and he is better than ever. Gunjar going plus 20.
Wow.
Plus 20 in hard point. On the other end, we said, look out for Beezy. He's been the star player for Lethal Gaming. Team Caliber just shut him down.
That was incredible to watch. At the end, Gunjar ends that game on a 10 streak. What does that say about how he was playing? He was in full command. He played the game he wanted. The shots he was hitting on middle street, he was hopping up, one bursting, dropping down, watching the rails. You saw it all develop right in front of him at the end. You can't ask for much more from your veteran assault rifle player.
Absolutely. He has shown you how to rock that M8, boys and girls. Keep your eyes on Gunjar and TK throughout their match. They are leading 1-0, but currently right now over on Bravo, we got to update you with what's happening. It's Orbit versus Envy. Envy won game 1. We are now in game 2, and Orbit has taken the first 2 rounds of Search and Destroy.
It would have to be even more more for a 1v4, 25 seconds, and I think, yeah, he knows that bomb is on the other side of the map, and he's not going to even try and get near it. Envious, again, bringing up that mini-map as there is no action. They seem to be quite content with just sitting around and playing this time, and the problem here is Swift Azores is giving, of course, JCap, John, and Slasher the time to get those streaks, but with that round over, that is going to be the first on Envy. So, Orbit, 2-1 in the lead in this Search and Destroy. They've already dropped map number 1 in a close hardpoint. But Orbit here, looking to bite back in Search and Destroy. An incredible 1 versus 3 coming in from Nimble. They're looking strong here, Teep.
Very, very strong. Actually, the 1v3 was from Swift Azor. He's the one that made the huge plays to put up Orbit early in this one. Can they keep it up, though? He was, gave up that round, sacrificed it to Envy to keep his streaks going. Now we see John trying to peek over these middle trees with this PO6, trying to catch some of these players with this first blood. A high pressure push on the defensive side, though, for Orbit. Can they pick up any first bloods, though? Nothing yet. Slasher and John able to pick up those players. And when you get aggressive like that, if you don't find anything, you can't get over aggressive. Envy punishes in a 4 versus 2 situation. Now Zeus already stuck in the 1 versus 4, getting tagged up heavily. This is looking like an Envious round. He just jumps off the map, making sure the reason he does that is so Envious can't, get more specialists, can't get the points from the bomb plant, just get off the map, sacrifice it. 2-2 now for both sides in this S&D.
Yeah, good couple of rounds here for Envy as well. They've been a lot more solid, and it looks like they've learned from their mistakes of round 2 of just being overcommitted on that B-bomb site. But I will say, Envious looking like they've read the Orbit playbook at the moment. Swift Azor still has that overdrive, and on the other side, I'm just going to flick on board. JCap has Psychosis, but Swift Azor's off the blocks very quickly. Looks like a strong B push.
Love to see the quick push onto B, especially with that overdrive. Can he catch this player, though? Apathy with those frags again. Cap pushing up towards middle, and Envy just wipes him out. One of the quickest rounds we've seen, and Envious being so dominant at that middle map. Looks like Orbit just cannot contend with those fights. JCap opening up towards his middle stump again, picks up the first blood, and the last player catching him like a fish out of water towards that waterfall there. Good stuff from Cap. Good defensive push again from Envious. And if you want to learn how to play Redwood on defense, that's how you do it. You need that middle map control. Force the other team to go somewhere they don't want to go, like towards that A-bomb site.
Now, talking of Cap, we're going to stay on board with him. He does have the HCXD to work with. But it looks like we're getting a bit of a slower pace round here, bringing up that mini-map. All 4 players of Envy is just taking their time. Let's go on board it with John, see if he's going to be able to pick off anything. He's got a PO6, Varick scope, FMJ, and stock, so a fully stacked out sniper rifle here. Not going to find anyone just yet. Slasher getting the crossover onto that top room. But still, with 1 minute to go, 4 versus 4. Looks finally like they're making a move.
I like the adaptation from Envy on this one. Decide to go over towards this A-bomb site, see if he can spot any players. I think Cap just spotted the player at the barrels. Swift Azor using the boosting feature just to peek out a little bit, spot the push, and the rotation should be coming in. But will Envious go for the bomb site? Yes, they're trying to get this bomb down. Cap is on the flank. John with the PO6 has FMJ on. You see him trying to pop some people through the building. A tough retake attempt is going to be happening for Orbit.
Well, John still has the sniper. It's still 4v4. I can't believe I'm saying this. John will see 1 hit marker. This time he gets the assist. Zeus is going to pop out, and oh my goodness, John has got 3 hit markers already with this, and it's now a 2 versus 3. Numerical advantage favoring Envious. However, can Zeus do the impossible? Backabex fell off the map, and with 15 seconds, it's not looking likely. He's 1 and 5 at the moment. Will Zeus take it into his own hands once again? Looks, oh no, he's going for it. Not going to be successful as Envy takes round number 6 there. 4-2 is the scoreline. Envious looking to buy back. 4 rounds back to back, that is Teep.
Some crazy stuff, some very decisive play from Envious. Really expected from them. Honestly, though, in that round, Orbit made it too easy for them. Backabeck fell off the map. They're challenging individually, and then poor Zeus sitting in the building. John kept hit marking him with that PO6, the FMJ through the wall, could never get his health back to try and get a coordinated push. Good stuff, though, from Envy, locking down all of those angles on the wall runs. Looks like Orbit going to try and take a page out of their book, though. Going to be clashing at the top tree very quickly. 4-2 advantage for the side of Envy, and this is the swing round. I think this is going to be the one. Apathy getting a little bit tricky with those lower wall runs, able to catch that player towards the side. Backabeck, though, gets caught as well. Nice flank from Apathy, catches the 2 players, putting the number advantage at 3-2. Nimble under a lot of fire here. Needs to back up and reevaluate this situation. 2 versus 3 now for Orbit. Nimble picks up 1.
My goodness, they adapted well and they backed off at the right time, but Nimble's going to be caught under fire in this middle tree stub. He's going to find him, and Slasher falls 1v1. JCap versus Swift Azores. It's going down, and JCap with the 2-piece there takes round number 7, and you can see the Envious boys know it's just 1 round away here, and you can see actually on the kill cam, which we're treated to. Great trades, but just the intelligence from Cap there. As soon as he made that first kill, it was almost instinct to look over at that B bridge. Great play from JCap.
Yeah, great positioning from Cap with that M8, popping that player at the middle stump, looking over towards bridge. Easy plays for him. We need to check if some of these guys have streaks to work with. I think JCap should at this point, maybe a camo to work with as well. And yes, he does. An HC, a dart, and Psychosis, sorry. But these are very useful utilities, especially on Redwood. There's not too much cover at these bomb sites. We see a 3 push over from the A side. I think the Cap got the call out. Gonna use this car to scout out any players. He must have spotted that player at the wall run. Gonna go chasing for a bit. Spots 2 players. They're on the chase. Do they have Flak Jacket is the question. And Back able to take him out. They had Flak. The HC does nothing. Number advantage for Orbit now.
John, a little bit scared in the water here. He's walking, or should I say swimming away, finds himself a water fight and takes down Nimble. Back-a-bed answers back. And now Apathy and Slasher have everything to do. Heatwave been popped, and that's going to be 2. And now switched over Zeus in a 1v1. Last time Slasher took it, but last time JCap took this, but with 15 seconds, the bomb is down. He needs to win this gunfight. Camo's been used. He can't even see him, and Zeus left in the dark. Slasher played that so perfectly there.
Oh, man, I feel like Zeus should have won that, but missed his 2 bursts. Slasher uses that ledge boost to get out, uses the camo, and nothing he could really do from then on. Waits out the time, clinches the win for his squad. A nice 1v1 victory for Slasher. Some clutch plays from Envy, and that's why they're able to take the comfortable 6-2. Taking a 2-0 lead in this one, very comfortable. It seemed like Orbit was gonna make some noise after some sick plays from Swift, but after starting 5-0, nothing going for him, ending at 5-5.
Okay, well, that is 6 rounds back-to-back for Envy. It's crazy to think, but they almost thought, okay, this is how they're playing, let's adapt.
Welcome back to the XP Zone. Here we will be jumping around to all 4 live streams in the venue. We, of course, saw some excellent action just now as Envy is going to be able to go up 2-0 over their opponent, Orbit. But we have to hear from our experts. There was a play, despite Orbit's loss, there was some hope there. And you could see the potential of these Australian players. Let's hear how their 1v3 broke down from round number 1.
Bucket, there are definitely some glimmers of hope for the Australian squad, especially in the early stages of the game, and I'm glad Swift Azor was the player to step up for Orbit Gaming, because I remember him playing at the Stage 2 finals not too long ago, and he really kind of disappointed me with this play. But Merc, I know you got all excited about this 1v3 he had earlier in the game. Let's go ahead and roll the clip, and you can walk me through the action.
Yeah, so he's left in that sort of 1v3 situation, and he's just trying to find kills, and you can see how separated NVR. He's able to pick up the first one, and this was the big kill. He just whips around, and I'm not sure exactly who that was, but they didn't even react, and then he knows there's 1 player left, and they challenge. As soon as he hits that first burst, he's able to snap on, and every single time, I'm surprised the Envy guy just didn't stay behind that middle tree stump.
You knew this boy Swift Azor was going to clutch that play after he hit that first Merc. I showed Merc as we were sitting down watching this and analyzing the game. Put your eyes on Swift Azor. He flipped his eyes over. He saw, this guy's got the snapper. This guy really knows how to shoot his gun straight. He did the best he could to keep his team in the game. I think the next round he got a kill. He tried to stay alive, play for his streaks. Really heads-up play that we like to see up here in the analysis desk. However, Envy, awesome game from them. They were able to bounce back. They won the match 6-2, and they're going to be up 2-0 in the series, Revin.
Yeah, so just speaking a bit more about the Orbit side of things, in the very first round, you get a surge of momentum. Things are looking good. Swift is already getting going, and it's over.
All right then, welcome back to Alpha. We've got a big game, and apparently it's already going on, Matt. Yeah. So we're going to have to jump straight in. None of that fanning around talking about video games. We're just going to go ahead and cast. Let's go ahead and jump straight in. Hardpoint is about to begin.
We do not have a game ready yet.
They lied to me.
Yeah.
They were like, it's going in right now. You've got no time.
No,
You've got no game.
We got some time. We got some time. But we got a pretty good match coming up for you guys. It'll be Splice versus E United.
Cool.
Team from your region.
Yes, indeed. It's EU versus NA again, which always makes me happy, and we've got the whole EU-NA vibe going on here.
And we are just a much prettier desk
Yeah,
than
but
you and
your
Maven.
hair looks better than mine today. Look at it. Looks
Well,
great.
I just love how you like throw it up and then there's like nothing in it. It just stays forever.
Like there's no hair product in this. This is how I wake up. This is how I wake up. I don't even use pillows when I sleep. I just lie on my
you just
lie on my
face
fringe.
forward.
Yeah, it's really comfortable.
Up a little bit.
It's super good.
I think the two players you're gonna watch out for in this one, Josh on the side of Splice, and then Pac-Man. I mean, Pac-Man's been around forever. Same with Josh.
It's two veterans. I love it. And you've got veterans and you've got the complete counter to that alongside them. It's this whole kind of veteran and amateur combined into what is going to be a very juicy 8-player setup. I'm intrigued to see how this lobby plays out.
Yeah, and it's a pretty important match in terms of group. I mean, Splice right now 2-0 in the group. E-United 1-1. You still have Millennium at 1-1. They go up against Black Forest Games. It's a big match if E-United wants to make it out of this group alive.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about Josh, an individual who has always been so exciting surrounding European Call of Duty, and you can really sense his passion. Every interview he gives, it's so awesome when you do actually, you hear the passion he has for Call of Duty and the way in which he's found success recently in COD World League. It's just really, it makes your heart warm.
It's just that interview with Maven at Stage 2 finals, like when they lost in Fuse, that was tough. And it's like you'd hope they actually come out here and have a better showing. Like they look like they're going to make it out of this group. I believe they will. I mean, they're 2-0. It would be very difficult for them to not make it out of this group. But I think, though, like, you want to see them do well in bracket play.
I mean, they've overcome so much adversity. It's clear, even leading up to XP, they've had some pressures on them. But let's go ahead and take a closer look at Josh and the Splice boys.
I've been playing full-time for, like, over a year now. I quit college and I took last year off, spent the whole Advanced Warfare as a full-time job in Epsilon. I'd like to say it's paying off for me, yeah. I've travelled across the world, earned a fair bit of money, done things I'd never do if I wasn't playing Call of Duty and done it full-time. When I first started playing Call of Duty full-time, it wasn't the best idea in their minds, but I think as it developed and I started going to events, it's like it actually can do something. And then it started following me on social media, checking everything I was doing, watching all the live streams, and now it's at the point where it's literally watching all the time. My whole family's always watching me every time I go away. My leadership role is one of the main things, like, in that whole team. I've played for that long, I've been in every situation possible, like, I just know what to do, like, I don't get nervous at, like, last maps I've played so many of them. I just make sure to stay calm, like, I'm the one who calls the strats, so if someone's not comfortable with doing something, then I'll tell them, like, just don't worry about it, like, it is what it is. Like, if we do it as a team, we win as a team, we lose as a team, so if something goes wrong, it is what it is. I'm very happy with Stage 1, especially with, like, teaming new players and people who what you can say haven't done much in their career. We've done really well. We was actually second for that most of the league. I didn't expect as much, but they surprised me, they surprised everyone. I always aim to win.
Lovely stuff from Josh there. He does seem like there's a lot of support for Josh in the European scene. Everyone seems to love him, and that kind of oozes into the rest of Splice.
Yeah, and I think it's just kind of awesome to see his like role transformation, like coming into this game. He's known mostly as like an OBJ player, a guy who's not going to pick up a ton of kills. In this game, he has been one of the best players on this team for Splice.
But what's so crazy is we always describe Splice as the slaying team. Like that's where they find the majority of their success. You have someone like Bance who is just obscene with both AR and SMG. And then alongside that, you have Mr. Backbone Rated, who's now been doing the same. 3 months ago, I'd have said, oh, he's there, he's a stable AR. And now I've seen him rocking around with an SMG as well. It's madness.
I Rated is very good. Bance, though, I have no idea how E-United kind of counters Bance. So last night, I'm like doing some of the player matchups. I'm looking at this one, and I was like, all right, I definitely want to talk about Bance for Splice. And I looked on the other side for E-United. I was like, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do with him.
You have to fill me in. What is the E-United story? I know there's been organizational shifts, but in terms of individuals, what have we got going on here?
So, I mean, Pac-Man and Wheats, they've been playing together throughout the entirety of Black Ops 3. They started off on TSM. They move over to E-United. They pick up Ivy, the end of Stage 1 on TSM. They use him in Stage 2. They have Colchan as their last guy. Then they pick up Accuracy when Colchan goes to TK. And they make it through the qualifier. They're here at COD XP. And they always have usually good showings at COD Champs. Like in the past, they've always played pretty well. So excited to see if Pac-Man and Wheats can make it out of groups one more time, make it into that bracket play and cause some noise.
And of course, the first battleground will once again be Fringe Hardpoint between Splice and E-United. We get to see just how good the boys from Britain can be. And now E-United, they were already conceded one loss. Splice so far undefeated. And so you're right, it's going to be an intriguing battle now where E-United on the verge of struggling to get out to top 16. Splice have the opportunity to make it one better and picking top of their group. A dream for every European team flying over to LA.
Oh, absolutely. And we thought that, coming into this event, maybe Infuse was the best European team with a chance to make some noise. I mean, they're struggling in their group. Right now, they're down to 1-0 in the map count, attained in mines. And Millennium, obviously some situation there with, Swanee not able to attend, whatnot. Splice definitely looks like the European team to make some noise. Fabi as well. I mean, Fabi has looked very good.
Now, something intriguing has just happened, and you're going to have to break it down for me, Matt, because I'm looking at the specialist draft, and it's not a mistake. It says Overdrive next to Wheat's name.
Yeah, Wheats has decided
Overdrive
to go
on
Overdrive on Hardpoint, which it's interesting. I mean, we saw it really early in Black Ops 3, Overdrive come out, especially on Fringe Hardpoint, because the map is so big and the rotations are so long that you could use an Overdrive to get an advantage with an assault rifle, put yourself in a good position to lock down the spawns for the next hill. So potentially that's the angle he's going with here. I mean, that's really the only angle you could go with here. There's really no other reason to have Overdrive on Hardpoint.
I mean, I'm intrigued to see if it's going to be something that works. I mean, I haven't seen this in forever. The only way I could justify it is for perhaps, sticking around on Junk and then still being able to contribute to the battle for spawns at Granny's. I mean, that makes sense. I Granny's to Trax is an easy one. Back to middle, you're never going to want to commit to specialist to that. I can't think of any other reason why you need it.
Or if you spawn out really far and Grandma's Hill is next, that third hard point, and you need to get all the way down Trax, you can use it to get there safely before the other team gets set up at something like Globe. So it's probably what you'll be looking at, how Wheat is going to use Overdrive.
Let's get ready to rumble. Splice and EU United. It is once again Europe versus North America. Now EU United, no doubt, have a lot of fans here in the crowd here in LA. The Splice boys are going to have to go ahead and have that uphill struggle of not only playing against the 4 in the lobby, but also everyone here in the forum.
And they got you, Brycey, Momo.
There's a few of us.
Kevin Flynn, that's about all the
Momo's
Splice
been going
fans
to the gym
here,
recently. I mean, we could have him. We'd take him. Still, looks like first blood is going to be drawn, and it's none other than Bance. We mentioned him, and we're going to be mentioning him a whole lot as these potential 5 maps do transpire. For now, though, it does look like the first point on the board. That's a win for Europe. They got the first hold on the hill. I'll take that. Every little helps. And so far, it does look like we're going to be seeing that usual scrappy start, Matt. This is what you expect on the opening hill.
Right. Now, this is a hill where you're not going to see a ton of time taken from either side. It's just such a contest fest. And if you're the side of Splice, you want to really lock down this hard point at the beginning. Make sure you get these spawns for the next hard point. You see Josh coming through Dub, able to pick up one. And now just looking over his teammates in the middle of the map. It's going to be Bance inside the hard point. He drops. Joe trying to get set up. He falls as well. Raiden, last one alive mid-map with the assault rifle in his hands.
I'm sorry, Matt, I blinked, and now the 7 frags for rated 6 for Pac-Man. The 2 ARs delivering on Fringe. We know it's a map that favors the assault rifle, but these guys are demonstrating exactly why that is. 17 seconds already on the hill for Bance, and what's so crazy is that he has the slaying potential alongside Mr. OBJ. It's a combination that you don't so often find here in competitive Call of Duty, but he's providing, and so are Splice. Into the second hill, and already the dream is real. Taking the opening 10 points here. United are struggling to turn up in the kill feed. That's 3. Blue beats red. That's not blue, Alex. That's totally yellow.
Yeah, he saw actually what Wheats was doing there, trying to go all the way around the outside of Barn, trying to get control of that back spawn area, and finally they're able to break it. So E United gets control of the spawns. Now they're going to set up for this hard point. You see Joe on your screen now, just going to take a little bit of time here, wait for one player to come through. He's going to earn himself that psychosis, pop it, try and break this hill.
This is a tough break. We saw, time and time again throughout Fringe Hardpoint this weekend, we have seen teams struggle to break into this hill. Tin, a bit of a choke point. You can see Josh is actually going to catch Wheats on the cross. What was he doing? Overextending. I guess he just wanted to try and set up for the spawns, but Pac-Man's there to avenge, and that's beautiful. E United, not only do they manage to stabilize on towards Junkyard, but they're actually going to be able to dig in and set themselves up here for Grandmas. Now, this is the big one. We often describe this perhaps as the money hill if there was one on this map, and that's of course the beauty of which you can just sit back, have the perfect spawns. It doesn't matter if you do die, you will be so close to getting back on that hill. And look at this, already they've managed to seal the deal and close that gap. It's going to be Ivy who jumps back on the hill now to keep it under red rule.
Yeah, and Wheats was just picking up kills here, watching this back 10 area and mid-map. It's such a power position when you have that grandma control. He's able to pick up 3. Currently on a 5 streak, grabs a 4th coming through the front. Just doing a nice job holding off the opponents. And you see smoke inside the hardpoint. Ivy has absolutely no idea where this player is located. Just sees Joe's shoulder and picks him off. E United making a big comeback here.
This has been a fantastic 70 or so seconds. Look at E United go. Now they're starting to go ahead and seize the lead, and they're running with it. Look at this angle from Pac-Man as well. Catches him on the cross, backs turned and bodies dropping. And so far, Splice have been unable to find an answer to this. This has been almost a full 60-second hold from E United. The only time that they didn't have control was when they themselves weren't on the hill.
It's just been a huge hill for them. I mean, it's a game changer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're losing this game to Splice. They do a fantastic job rotating early. It was really Pac-Man and Ivy, and then Wheat watching the front, which really broke that open for E United. But Joe comes through tracks, picks up 2. has accuracy around the corner. Doesn't peek far enough to be able to see him. He's going to go back towards tracks, make sure they secure this time.
Looking good, and actually he's going to invest Psychosis into this one. The Golden Men do run forward, and actually Accuracy's finding Golden Men of his own. It's going to be Joe. No! Rated saves the day. Tempest is just brutal on this hill. Tracks, it's just a long line of death, and Lightning does thrive in this scenario. Joe, however, does fall. The Double J's meet their demise almost in sync. And it's Wheats and Accuracy to be pulling the trigger.
Now Bounce just trying to stay alive, has that kinetic armor to use. He's going to turn around, take out one player. Maybe save this kinetic for later in the hill, but he's getting pinched from both sides. Going to have to use it. Going to be able to take out one, not able to find the other. It's going to be Ivy getting inside of the hard point for United. As I'm actually shocked, Machine, that they have the lead going into the second half. This is one I feel like Splice has gotten away from them a little bit.
It's something that you can stabilize, though. I mean, look, this is something you can seal by just one good wave of kills. I mean, you get 4 down, all of a sudden you've got those 20 points you were looking for. And so it's nothing to panic about for Splice, especially considering that they currently have control in middle. What's so crazy? Oh, it's getting it from the wall. This is what we've seen teams do time and time again. It's Joe that was capping it in the safety of that room. We always say it's so hard to hold in middle, but if you sit in that window, you saw Joe doing it there, you can actually capture it whilst finding cover.
Yeah, so we don't see that too much in North America. And you see Josh going to take that same spot, so he's just going to kind of hold that hill from the window. It's just a very good vantage point. He's going to challenge Accuracy up top. No real reason to do that. And Vance going to come through the middle, pick up one. 27 seconds left on this middle hard point. You got to think about rotating.
And outside of that position, you've got like 2 spots you can actually cap from safely. Like, it's insane if you don't use that. And so Splice have used that effectively to go ahead and actually garner quite the advantage coming into this next rotation. It's rare to see teams pick up well, they've managed to accumulate over 25 points on that central hill. Usually it's more of just a chaotic exchange. Now Ivy doing chaos of his own. Double with a VMP. Looking to bite back was Ivy actually again. For the third, it's not going to look good. Bance is back turned. He's tagged up, but not fragged up. Solid work as he does turn around, but he's not going to get the second. It seems like United are winning the trading game here.
Yeah, and it was a big play by Ivy to break in originally, use that kinetic armor to do so. He gets taken out, and I really love what Splice did there. It was just a great rotation of this hard point. Now you have Joe inside of the hill, picking up some kills. The objective player on this team, Joe, I feel like he plays a real selfless role. Like everybody else on Splice we've talked about throughout the year, you know, rated with big plays. Same with Josh and Vance. I feel like Joe has kind of gotten like under the radar, but a very good selfless OBJ player.
Yeah, but the thing that's so crazy is that if he was on any other team, he would be the Mad Slayer. He would be the all-star. That's just testament to how big of a roster Splice is, that we sit there and Joe is the one that goes unmentioned. He has had some of the most insane games. If you actually looked at just the one map, one game in particular, Joe is probably one of the best. But on a consistent basis, he is there as Mr. OBJ. And look at that time on the hill. That's testament to that. Nearly 100. Oh, come on, Alex, you can do this. 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Hey, you're pretty good at math.
I really am not.
No. And you see Josh, it's actually a big play that he gets over that globe area because he's trying to give his team the spawns. And that allows Joe to get inside of the hard point, go all the way through auto. And he's going to start using some of these streaks. He's got the Hellstorm in the Cerberus to work with. He's going to use the Lightning Strike there. He's going to get one, and he's going to drop the Cerberus. So that tells me that Splice is going for the kill here.
Yeah, I mean, we described this as the money hill, and Cerberus holding it middle is going to make life a whole lot easy for you. If they get the full hold here, they're going to be closing in on that 200 mark and nearly establishing a 100-point difference between these two sides. It's going to have kind of snuck up on EU United. They're going to be wondering how on earth it happened, but fortunately, the contest does come in. It's Wheats who just walks on in and claims that Granny's house for himself. Just for a moment, though, because Bance comes in and does cause the entirety of Splice to exhale. They no longer need to hold their breath. Rated again. Joe's Cerberus has even showed up as well, taking Ivy out of the equation. Now 10 seconds left, and the scrap is going to be not worth fighting for. United choose to not invest their resources there, and otherwise, to set themselves up towards train.
Yeah, they have 2 specialist abilities to work with, so you're looking at Tempest use on accuracy, and then you also have Wheats. He has his overdrive available. He's going to use it, try and get all the way around by tracks. That's one use we could have thought of it. You have to think that accuracy needs to pull this Tempest out soon, though.
I called it, man. I called it. It's that rotate towards Granny's. And now this time towards tracks. Look at this again, Rated. He made such an impact before, but this time he's only going to get the 2. Even from death, does he grab Pac-Man. Solid work with the Tempest, and looks like Accuracy's going to pull one out for himself. Can he make the impact? Bance pops kinetic, and he's not even going to find the first. Instead, he's just evading this Tempest as best he can. It does delay the inevitable. And look how many specialists are being thrown on this hill, Matt. It's an absolute show.
Yeah, I was going to say, you saw Psychosis come out there. You saw the Tempest and kinetic armor there. And Bance burns his kinetic armor. They were able to take him out using that Tempest. But Psychosis did a good job just distracting accuracy long enough that he wasn't able to hit those shots.
And now Splice starting to dig their heels in. They're actually establishing quite the lead United, after having a spectacular kind of first set of rotations, now seem to be having it slipping through their fingers. This is once again where Splyce established their lead. It is in middle, and it feels weird to say that, right? Fringe hardpoint, and Splyce are finding the lead in the mid-hill.
Yeah, it's really where they separated this game in the second half. I mean, they had a fantastic mid-hold. They get back to this hard point, and I really think, Rated with the assault rifle in his hands has done wonders for this team.
Ugh, a bit messy that time, though. Rated eventually 7 or 8 bursts later does get the kill, and Bance just beheads too. What was that? His weapon is like a guillotine. Viva la Revolution now, though, 2-2-6, and it looks like they're going to be continuing in this manner. It's going to be Joe now who's dropping bodies. 2-kill streak for him, and he continues to adopt that position. Finally, it looks like Weeks may have solved the mystery as to how Splyce were accumulating points. He walks into hardware and sees that window hold.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to push all the way through, trying to get control of that next spawn so they can lock down the hill, and he's just not able to do it. Now, Pac-Man's going to fall back. He knows he needs to rotate, and this is a big play. Has the opportunity to open this up with camo.
And he completely throws it away. Another headshot for Bance. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's rocking high cow, because he is just constantly taking the quickest way to dispatch of his foes. Now it's going to be Ivy. Invests kinetic armor and has nothing to show for it because Bance is on a mission. Again, he gets another kill. 34 kills for him. Everyone from Splyce is still firing on all cylinders. Josh is underperforming with 28.
Yeah.
He's not even underperforming. He's just the only one to not be within the 30 region.
Which you're okay with that, if you're Josh, right? I mean, he's not playing well, but your teammates are showing up.
Here we go.
See now, into the hard point Splyce goes. They're going to win it 250-125.
A very convincing win for Splyce, and actually I had a little pitter-patter of applause. It seems like the Europeans are slowly converting the North American hearts here as they do pick up a convincing win. Solid work from Splyce, and if you look at the scoreboard, that's what's so refreshing, is you see every single member of Splyce picking up close to 40 kills. It's obscene.
Yeah, I mean, Joe goes 34-25. You see the objective time, though, almost 2 minutes in the hard point. Bance, though, monster game, 37 kills, 29 deaths, 1:42 in the hill. He's doing it in the slaying, doing it in the OBJ. Bance is just sick.
Yeah, Bance was, man, especially towards the end, they're just filling up the kill feed time after time. Let's have a quick look, though, at what we may have enjoyed. There was a lot of replays to dig our teeth into throughout this hard point. And it did just seem like it was a battle of the VMP. Imagine how different this landscape would have looked had that SMG not been available.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look at it in the Banner Protect, didn't have a chance to show up, but a bunch of the kind of assault rifles other than the M8 go. I believe you saw Man of War go, you saw HVK go, and then obviously it comes down to the M8, but the SMG players played a big role in that. Man, look at that communication from Josh. He's just shouting at you.
And I've actually got a fun fact for you. When you do stand behind Splyce playing, when they're scrimming or when they're playing, it is almost, and if I was to make up a percentage, it would be 95% Josh, 5% anyone else. It is a one-man show in terms of comms.
Yeah, and see some of the other, other highlights. Not just the ending of the game there as Splyce wins it 250-125, but I gotta say, going into this S&D, I feel like Splyce definitely has the big advantage over United.
Yeah, I mean, Search and Destroy has always been their playground. I think it's something that they should have a bit of an edge on. I can't help but feel like that could have looked so different had United solved that mid-mystery quicker. That was where the points came from, right? So it's going to be intriguing to see if that was it, if that was the only factor that did separate these two teams, or if there was more to it. But Splyce, a very solid start to try and go ahead and take that third win here in the group stages of Call of Duty XP. The biggest Call of Duty tournament of all time, and Splyce have got that roster where they feel like they can battle with the best.
It would be awesome to see an EU team play well. And EU teams, usually at COD champs in the past, have not performed the best when we get into bracket play. But you can see Splyce up 1-0 in this group play matchup against United. The next match, there'll be Infection, Search, and Destroy. Then followed up by that will be a Breach, Uplink, Stronghold, CTF after that, and then Hunted, S&D.
Yeah.
If need be. All the way at the end, I think it's a big if.
But Infection, Search and Destroy is where battle will be done next. Now, we saw prime examples of it already in the previous cast I did with Mr. Maven. We got to see just how back and forth it can go. We saw a bit of a kind of affinity for the B-bomb site, much less towards A. I think, in fact, probably if I had to think about it, one A plant throughout the entirety of that one. It was very much, there's one bomb site you hit, and that's, of course, because of, I mean, you can explain it better. Why is it that we just completely steer clear of A?
Oh, I mean, the A bomb site on Infection, it's just a death trap. I mean, it's a small corner. Right. There's a great cover right in front of you on the defensive side of things, and offense pretty much has one angle to run, two angles. I mean, I guess they could run through straight the middle of the map. It's obviously not the best spot to run is straight through the middle of a map.
Absolutely not.
A shooter, I mean, that's like I feel like that's one of like the main rules of like shooting games. Like, don't run straight into the middle of the map. always going to die going that way. And then when you're trying to push it straight from that left-hand side, that top side of your minimap, it's just impossible to get through that small choke point. I mean, you can use smokes, you can use tacticals. You have not seen anyone be successful with either of those.
I mean, I'm a big advocate for smokes.
Yeah.
Maybe not in Black Ops 3, but just from someone who's played so many different iterations of Call of Duty, a good player with good smokes used to be so effective. And so there is still a part of me that believes that smokes have a place in Black Ops 3. The thrusters make it a bit difficult, though.
Right, when you can just kind of get that vantage point over smokes, kind of takes away the beauty of the smoke.
There is still a place and a time for them. I think, there's a lot of angles inside. We even saw it, actually, Ivy was using it over on Granny's. We saw them pulling out some smokes. EU United, just big dogs there playing that one out, but it didn't manage to pick up the win.
Well, you do see in the ban of Protect, you see Thermal go. So if Thermal goes, now obviously smokes become easier to use. And I do think, Alex, some players don't use smokes to their advantage well. They use smokes to maybe just kind of, like they smoke off an angle. Like there's not like, I mean, maybe use smokes in combination. Maybe use smokes with EMPs. Then, you block off their sight lines and they don't have their mini-map. And you can see key player matchup this one, Josh versus Pac-Man. What are you giggling about?
They're so underwhelming. Look at them. 14% KD, first blood. So let's think about this, Matt. Let's do some math. There's 4 players on a team.
Yeah.
So 14% first blood. I'll let you work it out because I can't.
Not good.
No, thank you. And SD plant percentage, 2% for Josh. That's I don't believe that.
But I
as well.
suspect one of these players is going to play well.
Yes, I think you're right. I mean, Josh has always been, I think, you know what's crazy is you called Joe Mr. Objective, and what he is on respawns. In Search and Destroy, Josh will take that role. Yes, he can deliver on the slaying department, but in Search and Destroy, there is a bit of a luxury where if you're the leader, going down first isn't that much of a problem.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I saw from Splyce at Stage 2 finals that I was not a fan of is the way they kind of like managed their utility. Like they were really poor with streaks in Search and Destroy, really poor with abilities. I mean, that's what let Infuse come all the way back into that game that they ended up, advancing to the finals by winning. I think Splyce needs to be better with that. So specialist draft, you can kind of run you guys through it. You're going to have a Bance with Glitch, Joe with Psychosis, Josh using Overdrive, Rated with Camo. Then on the side of E United, you'll have Accuracy with Active Camo, Pac-Man with Glitch, Wheat's Overdrive, Psychosis on Ivy. So you have a mirror matchup on both sides. Interested to see how the Overdrive players use it. I didn't really see a lot of great Overdrive use the first one.
Well, I mean, we saw Wheats pull it out on hardpoint and do very little with it. I think it was basically that one. Was it just that one? He just rotated towards tracks? That's all we saw.
I mean, we really didn't see it used any other time. I mean, obviously we could have missed it through the podcast, but we didn't really see it make an impact, like get to a hill rotation early or get to a key choke point early. Never really became an impact player. So I think you look at some of the abilities that are this one, Active Camo obviously jumps out to me first. Like that is like the big one that we're going to look out for to see if they can make plays.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Overdrive is such a, and I feel like I'm saying this a lot, hit and miss. It can be actually, it's incredibly detrimental. If you do use Overdrive incorrectly, you are crippling your side for the round.
You leave your team out to dry. Yeah. I mean, what we see a lot with Overdrive is the player uses Overdrive, gets up into a position, and they die, and it puts a lot of pressure on the teammates who want to trade that kill out and push up into positions that they probably cannot get to safely. They end up moving to those positions or trying to get there, and they get taken out as well. So Overdrive, a little bit of a gift and a curse. If you get the first blood, it's great. If you die, it kind of sets your team for a loss.
Yeah, it does, and I think actually, in my mind, Active Camo is almost a better version of that. I mean, Active Camo, especially on this map, you can go aggressive. You can take an audacious push, but you have a much more likelihood of actually winning that exchange because you have Active Camo.
You're invisible.
Because you're invisible.
Yes.
Active Camo, you're just moving quickly.
You've been hanging out with Maven too long. It's like, I have a staff for you. If you're invisible, it's a lot easier to win gunfights than when you're clearly visible.
And if your gun fires faster, you kill them faster often enough.
It's another true point.
Here we are, though. It's a United Splyce, and we are about to witness the Search and Destroy second map of the series. Already we saw Hardpoint go the way of the British roster, and so now we do delve deeper into Infection. First round, of course, if you're unfamiliar with Search and Destroy, 6 is the magic number. And every single round is a battle to the death or the explosion of the bomb from the offensive side. And so far, that is going to be E United. They have the bomb, and in fact, rather more specifically, Accuracy has it. And look, they're going to be trying to navigate their way towards the site, but already Pac-Man falls.
Yeah, and you see this position that Accuracy is in. I talked a little bit about it in the pregame. It's like when you're trying to go over towards A, it's almost impossible. I mean, look, we're on with Accuracy now. This is Bance's angle. It's almost impossible to get this guy off of this spot. You need to go somewhere else, and it looks like they're going to try and force Rated in the middle of the map to win some gun engagements as the guys on E United try and take this B staircase.
And look at this. This is basically just jumps for info. They've been relentlessly just peeking over and hoping to not walk into the eye line of that assault rifle holding middle. It was rated on the Shiva. Now Wheats is about to meet his demise. Surely there's two players staring right down on him. Unless accuracy can cause a bit of a disruption, he will. Wheats turns up with a HVK. That's Josh gone. Joe on the retreat. Doesn't actually get tickled at all by that VMP spray. And now accuracy is hung up to dry. He's got no chance. 15 seconds and he's miles away from the site.
Yeah, I mean, he jumps up on the top rock, has a VMP in his hand. There's really nothing he can do. I mean, he whiffs a lot of shots on Joe as Joe's trying to run away. He's able to get one, but 5 seconds left. I mean, nothing he can really do here. Has the bomb in hand, not enough time to get it down.
Yeah, but how do you feel about...
That is one of the odder search and destroy rounds we'll see.
How do you feel about that decision he made there? He had an opportunity to go for that safe plant. You know when you buy the wall?
Yes,
you can go for that safe. So he could have got that bomb down and had a go. Instead, he chooses to just try and take a couple of people off streaks. I mean, I don't know. It's an intriguing decision.
And you weren't going to kill both of those people. I mean, he jumps out to challenge that last guy with, what, 6 seconds left? And even if you kill that guy...
Yeah, get that bomb down and have a go.
Right, you have zero information of where that second player is. So, not a huge fan of the way accuracy played that. And, let's go on with the offensive side, see what Splice is going to do here.
Let's have a quick look. Looks like they're going to be going for a rather speedy maneuver. It's going to be a 3-1 split, and look at Rated making the executive decision. He's got a very fancy... Shiva there. That's a Splice Shiva. A Spliver. A split. I tried it. No, it didn't work. It did not work.
No way to make that work. But see Vance and Co. pushing up slow here up the B street. I mean, take a look at your minimap. It's completely open. It's all going to fall on Ivy here inside of the B bomb site to play this good defense.
And so with 58 seconds left, it's going to be Ivy who's going to be tested first of all, but there's a back turn. It should be just one, not a second. Joe to trade. And so the numbers once again do favor the Splice. Rocks are looking for their second round, and just 2 men stand between them and acquiring it. Wheats and accuracy. By no means is this impossible, but the North Americans are going to have to try and find the edge. And I can't help but feel that that edge will be coming from the accuracy region. There's a back turn, and he's taking this long, long route.
Yeah, and he actually gets by Josh. So I think the teammates of Josh on Splice, Rated and Joe gonna get caught off guard, and accuracy again fires some shots into a player on Splice, not able to finish him off. And you actually see the players on EU United, they're converging on the B bomb site. They see one. The bomb has been brought all the way over towards A. So Joe's gonna be able to get the bomb down, and it's gonna be very difficult with, you know, obviously Splice has the man advantage for EU United to get in there and take over the site.
Yeah, that's agonizing as well, just to watch. Accuracy had an opportunity to level it out to 2 versus 2, and one more bullet, I think, would have done it, would have completed that mission. Now they're going together. Now, this is intriguing. They could have divided and conquered. Instead, they choose to stick together. And accuracy, if he gets that, there's a real chance here. 20 seconds, a fighting chance for the Americans is taken away by Josh and his sidearm. The RK5 delivers. And now Rated and Josh can just sit back and relax. 13 seconds, there's no hope, no prayer for Wheats. He's going to go ahead and just try and hunt it down. It feels very reminiscent of the previous round, Matt. He's just sitting there, rock and hard place, and it's going to be the hard place that gets it.
Yeah, and Splice gonna jump up to a 2-0 lead. Some odd rounds out of EU United. The first round, it's like an accuracy 1v3. He gets one, and then they don't even try and get bombed down. That one, Wheats, his teammate drops. You have an idea at least where one player is. He goes and just checks that graveyard area. You knew nobody was really playing from there. They were playing kind of a crossfire. It's a really odd start.
It really was odd, but now we're going to go ahead and spend the entire third round listening to exactly what's going right with Splice's communications. Let's jump in and hear how this round plays out from their perspective.
Am I playing in the corner and you playing the bomb?
EMP street, EMP street.
I got Trophy, drop bomb behind. I'm in the corner. Just trying to get a street push. Are you not playing behind the bomb?
Can you get them mid then, yeah?
I've got an angle.
Yeah, okay.
You're on street, push up, push through. I'm in the push through. No, down the row. Hello, Joe. I'm running away, don't repeat there. One shot. He slows in now, but it's in.
One's on the wall run. I think
peek again, Joe, just keep peeking it, okay?
Yeah. One's on the wall run on street.
I can call if he goes. He's on the wall run. One shot, man, one shot out there. We'll literally put it in the left corner. That's not even a 2, there's both one shot, 2 1 shot.
Let's try to
do it from the street base, yeah.
Street's close. One bullet, absolute one bullet.
To be one top big as well. Main close. Straight. Push it, Ben,
Need to go back, man.
He was in that corner, by the way.
Did it?
I don't know how he literally he jumped over and dropped into it.
And EU United do find the round. Good to hear from what the Splice boys, and it did seem very cool and calm, collected, even in the face of defeat there.
Yeah, and when we were on with the guys of Splice, Josh was playing that angle inside the B bomb site. He was telling Joe, just keep peeking it, peeking it. And then I guess maybe when Joe did not have that vision, peeking the corner, players slide in for United. They're able to take Josh out. They really opened up the round.
The majority of their comms, Matt, were exclusively about just kind of how tagged up they were. One shot, absolute. One shot, absolute. Is that how your comms were when you were playing? Is that what it's all about? Just basically telling them how close they are to death? It felt like a bit silly.
Sometimes when you tell players, like, oh yeah, he's one shot, like, he's never actually one shot. I feel like every time when somebody calls out one shot, it's just kind of like a standard.
He's lit, in air quotes.
Yeah,
sure.
He's lit, but it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Splice still. Game number 2 here in this series. Splice up 1-0. They're going to be able to get the bomb down at A. This is the second time they've been able to get the bomb down at the A bomb site.
Yeah.
Something we rarely see, but United giving it up to play good defense at B. The bad part for United is they're getting first-blooded and then giving up free plants at A, and it's very difficult to retake.
We'll see how far Rated can get with this one. He's going to be kind of trying to toy with accuracy. He's been finally lost out on that duel. It was M8 v M8, and accuracy did prevail. Just 15 seconds left, and the dream scenario really is starting to once again come true for Splice. All they have to do is just lock them off the side. He loses the exchange. 8 seconds. Wheats, you've got to win the 1v1. He hasn't got time, and he's got no hope. It will be Bance then who wins that one, and we do find the third. Splice starting to go ahead and get heads and shoulders above the North American side. Let's not forget just how convincing that hardpoint victory was. If you are unfamiliar, it was 250 to just over 100 for EU United. They kind of started to run away with it towards the end of things. I think 125, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and it was a very nice wall run there by Bance before he goes and challenge Wheats, because Wheats probably expects him to just peek the corner from the bottom. Bance goes high off the wall run, just throws off the aimer of Wheats for just a quick second there, and he was able to win the gunfight. Now you see Wheats using overdrive. We talked about the free game, and a lot of shots. Nobody dead, though, except Wheats. Not a good start for United.
I love the idea. I can't help but feel that his AR wasn't suited for that cross. I mean, HVK is a little better up close, and he was rather arm's length away from them. It would have been nice to just perhaps even see a Shiva rattling off a couple of shots there. But either way, as the dust does settle and the only opening 20 seconds have transpired, we're back into a 2v2. That was a quick start, man.
Yeah, or even, I mean, if he had a SMG in that position, he just had another teammate, maybe use some of the tacticals and go flying. And look at this, Joe coming right behind accuracy, able to win one. Joe not going to win the second one, so we're going to have a 1v1 here. Rated, going up against Ivy. Just going to keep a note of which guns each player has. So Ivy, I believe, has the VMP in his hand. And then you have Rated with the assault rifle. So Rated going to play this top rock, great position with the assault rifle. It's going to be important for Ivy to get close.
Now, what's worth noting is that the pressure is on Ivy currently. He has the responsibility of getting that bomb down, and do it he shall. Uncontested as well. Rated is going to be having a big glowing, flashing arrow pointing towards the B site. Now, he knows where he's got to go. And he has one man to find. It's actually a 3 streak so far for Ivy. He's had a fantastic few rounds. An interesting decision. He makes the executive choice to back up. He doesn't have an AR, but he has got a HCXD, and that could work wonders. It looks like Rated's going to fire a warning shot. He knows where he's going to be around the corner. He knows he's going to have the console, but he's not. Ivy! Oh, it's vehicular manslaughter, and it's self-harm as well. Rated will get the defuse, and Ivy, the entire crowd is laughing at you. That's got to hurt. Oh my God, Matt. I'm embarrassed that I'm not even playing.
No, and look at Josh. Josh is covering his mouth. Like, what the hell was that?
Actually, no, that's the Josh special. He covers his mouth just in case on the other side of the stage. They
right.
Yeah, totally.
Like the whole panels in between
they
isn't enough of cover. Yeah, but. Well, it was a nice play by Rated from the standpoint that he saw where the HC was coming from, so had an idea where Ivy was. Whew. And I guess Ivy with a little bit of a brain fart there, pops the HC when it's right next to him. And
you don't get that every day.
No, actually that's the first time I've seen that.
Incredible. Right, Bance has pulled out an SVG, and so far he's done very little with it, but fortunately his teammates have done enough. Josh, inspired by that topsy-turvy round, has gone and absolutely exploded. And now just Pac-Man then. 1 versus 3, and this is scary stuff for United. The hard point was a little stompy, and now we could be staring down the barrel of a 6-1 SD.
Yeah, so the thing that Pac-Man had going for him there was, well, not much after he challenges that, but his positioning, right? I mean, he picks up one player, they don't know exactly where he is. As soon as he sees Spans cross over the B bomb site, he fires those shots, gives away his position. There are only a few ways he could have came from. Nice shot here by Bance. Finally connects with an SVG shot. Splice, 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series. They've been running through opponents here.
Yeah, this is convincing, actually, for the European roster. There was a lot of kind of, I think uncertainty is the word between these two. It was intriguing to see how everyone thought they would match up, and so far so good for Splice. And again, it's not one. There's not a front runner. There's not one individual who is just paving the way for Splice. It's a team effort. I think that's actually very good for the long run. And it's going to be a nade exchange. Hot potato played, and Pac-Man and Joe were the men behind the magic.
You see accuracy, going to use a nade around the corner, try and back up Bance. You can see Bance through X-ray. It's going to be extremely important when the pressure comes towards him that he picks up these kills. Not able to get anybody. It's going to be Joe here. Last one alive. Has Psychosis to work with. Don't know if you use it this round. I mean, 1v2, it is possible, but
no need.
Such a tough position, no real need.
He's got so much kind of breathing room in terms of rounds. He can just have some fun with this one. And why are they separating? What's going on here?
Well, Joe still going to play that mid, and he's going to back all the way around as he's going to have to try and retake this A site.
Well, I mean, he had a complete guarantee about where one of those players were. Now he's actually going to be jumping straight into the domain of Wheats. That's a position there's no way he's going to check, though. Look at this. It's going to be back-turned and Assassin's Creed event. No! What on earth was that? Joe is still breathing. There's no excuse. Wheats is in trouble. 20 seconds, though. The time may very well be the savior for United, and he actually made it a 1v1. Whew!
I don't know how Wheats doesn't pick up that kill.
A collective sigh of relief from every North American here.
I've never seen you play a video game before. I'm confident you would have been able to pick up that kill with ease.
You know what? I think I could have. With my eyes closed.
Yeah, you would have been good. Just a call out and you would have been fine. But United takes their second round. Splice still in control of this game. Even though they lose that round, you still feel pretty confident for them to take this search and destroy. You have Joe with his Psychosis. We talked about that. Bance has Glitch. And you also have Rated with active camo. So potentially we could see a fast push here towards A with this camo. Be interesting to see how they use this active camo to try and break in.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. It's a very, very valuable specialist, especially from this very position. You take the wall run. Pac-Man's going to see you, though, but you're going to get close, up close, and dirty, but he doesn't finish the job. What is going on? Barn just seems to be a horrible place for everyone involved. No one can seem to hit their shots, and now there is a disadvantage, an innate disadvantage. Rated, this is what we were talking about. Overdrive, active camo, they're great. You can get up in their face, but if you don't win your gunfights, but Josh has done all of the hard work. It's Ivy and Pac-Man taken down in quick succession. Bance has found another, and look at this. You blink and you miss it. It looks so good, but Splice look better. That's going to be the second. 2-0.
And it was Josh on that flank, man. Didn't even use overdrive. It goes all the way down the B street, picks up 2 quick kills. That tank, that opens up the whole back area of the map. When that happens, the other guys on E United, they turn to go look towards Josh. Bance pushes right through, takes out one. Very nice orchestrated push there by the guys on Splice.
Yeah, and you know what's kind of probably very good feeling for Rated is that wasn't a great game for him. 2 kills. It wasn't a great round for him.
2 kills, not a good game.
No, but he was running around with the active camo. He makes the play. He tries to, be the playmaker. It's a specialist that does accumulate relatively quickly, but still, it's, one of the few rounds where you have it available. He uses it and it goes wrong. And then he proceeds to just sit back, hands off the controller, and he watches his team win the round. But that's something you don't, it's a luxury that players aren't always afforded. He got to watch that round be won out after making a very, poor exchange.
Yeah, I mean, he gets all the way up into Barton. He's not able to make anything happen with that camo. He gets into a fantastic position. I mean, Pac-Man with an AR there. And here's the play.
This is the play that will be in Ivy's nightmares tonight.
Boom.
Mistakes were absolutely made. I couldn't have put it better myself, Killfeed.
You hear the guys on Splice getting excited when they see it.
Shit, man, good call, Josh.
Josh. Oh, Reese, you fucked up then.
Yeah, fantastic. Yes, indeed they did. They did. Those few rounds.
Yeah.
At least they're honest, brutally honest at times.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be brutally honest with teammates, friends.
Whew.
Oh, that was a tough one.
I'm actually out of breath from that one. That was a good S&D.
That was a good S&D.
Enjoyed that.
I feel like the rounds were close. Like, the score was not very close. I mean, obviously, 6-2. It's a pretty convincing win for Splice, but I feel like the rounds were reasonably close. Like, it always came down to, 1v1, 1v2s, yeah.
I mean, we are here at Call of Duty XP. This is where the world's best Call of Duty players hang out and play the game they love. And of course, we have close games. The scorelines may not always reflect it in the end. It is 2-0. But there are so many legendary names on either roster. Pac-Man is one that we've seen performing. Let's have a quick look at him before we do dive into the uplink.
Being part of TSM, it's like, I want to succeed for the brand. Like, I want to succeed for all the fans they have. I wouldn't say it's pressure, but it's extra motivation to do well. We have a lot of young talent on the team. Most younger players don't have composure. When things start going poorly, they break down. The raw talent needs guidance. It just takes a lot of practice and grinding and yelling, actually, just to make sure they get on the same page. They already know how to play the game, otherwise they wouldn't be professional players. You just have to mold them into becoming somebody that can win. Being the oldest guy in the league, these people go out of their way to say something negative to you. They're really just trying to get a rise out of you, trying to get attention out of you. Now, especially being on TSM, I'm getting a lot more love and positivity. That all that hate really doesn't mean much to me. It's crazy having fans that want to come to where you are. You fly around the country, fly around the world, and they come around and they're just so happy to see you, happy to watch you play, and that's insane. Of course, I'm always trying to look towards what my future career path's really going to be. I would love to just be there for like the growth of esports. I feel like I've been here for so long that it would be a waste of all that time if I didn't at least try. People always ask what it takes to become a pro, and honestly, you have to just be better than everyone that you play with. You have to put in time and be better.
Be better. Be better. I like that from Pac-Man. Simple. 2 words that I'm sure are going to be battling his mind right now as he sits up on stage. 0 and 2 down. Also, what was so interesting to hear him saying that these new bloods that he is playing with under EU United, he says when things go badly, they lose their composure. And hell, I hope that's not the case now.
Yeah, you'd hope not. I mean, they are struggling right now, down 0-2 to Splice. Yeah. You need the veteran leadership of Pac-Man to really make an impact here, really kind of guide this team to the rest of the series, try and make this comeback.
I mean, reverse sweeps are not unknown, they're not impossible, but I don't think that we are in a current scenario where Splice are going to let 3 maps slip away. You've got to, I mean, I can't help but feel that's like, no, it doesn't matter what happens, that 5th map's going Splice's way. If we get there, the Search and Destroy, and I did not see particularly too many signs of life from United on Search and Destroy. Even that's a big fat if.
And I also think that just Splice is more explosive in the respawn game modes. Like going into this uplink on Breach, like Breach, a really close-quartered map. You know, you can spawn trap the other team pretty effectively. Like, I can't believe that United wins this one. I gotta believe you're expecting big games from Rated, big games from Bance, and they close the series out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a question of slaying, I think, at this point in time. Yes, it is uplink, and yes, there is an objective to be completed, but if Splice come in with the same kind of ferociousness that they've had in the previous games, not only this series, but also prior to this one, in order to be 2-0 up, if they can find that 3rd, they are going to be in they are going to be on the highest spirits that we have seen from Splice in a while. It was only a couple of months ago that I saw them tweeting about bad team chemistry, that they saw them, you know, claiming that they were on the verge of collapse. I'm sitting there, and as a European caster, there is a bit of love for the European Call of Duty players, and I'm just sitting there like, are you stupid? You are the best of Europe, and if you don't overcome these small, petty quarrels, you are never going to be the best. Be better is what Pac-Man said, and that's the words that no doubt Splice are going to be trying to say as they climb the ladder that is Call of Duty XP.
Right now, I think Splice is better than United. I don't think many people would argue that. United's been a very good team at this event. I honestly didn't know what to expect when we came into this out of them. Obviously, you knew Pac-Man and Wheat, longtime veterans, played great at this event in the past, but I feel like so many powerhouse teams from Europe coming over. Splice, probably the top dogs, and see some just interesting assault rifle choices as we look through some of the players here. You're going to have Rated with the HVK. You have Josh using the XR2. So we'll start things off, though, with Bance, as I believe he's probably the best player in Europe right now.
Big claim, and I don't think so. I'm going to start that debate right now, but absolutely he is up there with the very best. He wants to be the very best, like no one ever was.
You see Bance.
Let's see what we've got here. Bance is on the push, and it looks like just one man to hold his hand. What on earth is this? 25 seconds in, and it's a 2-point play. Splice just walk it home. Rated a big part of that. He drops 2 bodies with the HVK very swiftly, and of course HVK, he did cause havoc with it. And I swear, is this real life? 4 Splice have just completely come out of the gates on fire.
And it's just this pressure that Bance puts all the way into the back of the base.
Not
and
again.
Just leaves it open. And now you see, as soon as they lose that base control of United, they're going to try and go on the overextension with the drone.
Me and Maven casted an uplink that ended the first half with less points that are currently on the board. That's what we witnessed just previously. What on earth is happening? And this is in the opening 60 seconds. Now, things are going to take a little bit of a standstill. Fortunately, United have started getting some kills, and that's necessary. 6 between Ivy and Accuracy. And Weeks is going to go ahead and find his second as well. Things are starting to stabilize now, but it was just the speed at which Splice came out of the blocks to start off this 3rd map. It's kind of crazy to see how quickly they've established themselves a lead.
All right, they are on the most preferred side.
Absolutely.
A side where we see a lot of points be put up. And you see right there, Accuracy thinks he has a 1-point throw, knocked down. A fantastic interception from the side of Splice. taken any points off the board for E United. And you got to think that's pretty unfortunate, right? I mean, you're pushing forward if you're E United, you're down in the series, trying to make a comeback. You think you're making a great play, and it just gets picked off the final seconds.
Outstanding stuff, and finally Ivy does collect himself a double. That is going to stop and quash the Splice offensive for now. And it is E United's turn to go ahead and start trying to make some form of attack. And it does look like it's down to 2 players. That looks like a 1-point play, and it is going to be just a little long. It does stick on the map. Is this going to be that beautiful scenario where you mess up a 1 and get a 2? And Rated's got an answer for us. It's a big fat no. Can he get a drone out of the map? He can't. Wheats, can you deliver? It's all on him. But no, Bance does arrive just in the nick of time. And not only does he not throw it out for a reset, he's got a real route here. Look at the map. They are all on the other side of the map. Spawns are coming in now for the remaining Pac-Man and Wheats. And they're going to have to try and deal with this Palace push.
Yeah, and you're going to see the guys on E United, they're going to split up because they have to respect that you can get cross-map so fast here on Breach. And Vance with drone, trying to go low with it. He has some teammate support. He's going to bounce off the wall. Everybody drops for E United. Another score there for the side of Splice, completely dominating this matchup.
E United are outgunned and outclassed here on the main stage for Call of Duty XP. It is a battle for the top of the group for Splice, and so far they are looking most definitely like the rightful owners of it. Look at this. Investment of active camo in a single-handed play. He's even going to stick around. He takes a kill. Accuracy, salt into the wound. I would be furious.
Well, look, they still have drone control, Splice. They have Bance set up all the way in the back of the base with this kinetic armor. We'll see from Josh's POV. He tries to get cheeky off the wall run. Doesn't make it. He actually knocks down the 1-point play. They still have drone control. You see one player on Splice push up forward, then Rated, but such a smart play by Rated. So he gets the drone, brings it back to the rest of his team. Instead of pushing it forward, giving it to E United. Now it's going to force E United to push out of their base. To Splice, their mindset, let's get another round of kills and get some more points.
Now, I don't know if you have an answer for me, Matt, but what on earth is Splice doing right? Is it literally just putting bodies in the ground?
I mean, look, they're getting drone control, and they're pushing it fast up the middle of the map. E United doing a poor job of rotating back to their base, clearing it out. And then when they get that player behind that AC unit on the side of Splice, it's so hard to get that player out of that position. And E United just is not challenging that player. When they don't challenge the player, they play really passive. They can't cross it to back to their base, and they're giving up easy points.
And those easy points have accumulated to 9. I did not stutter. 9 on the opening half here of Uplink, and this is, of course, E United battling for survival now in a corner. 0 and 2 down in a best-of-5 series. This would be their second loss should they concede it here on Breach. Vance is going to find another one. That's going to be kill number 10. 3 members of Splice already hitting double digits, and looks like Accuracy could be another on the chopping block, but no, he collects 2. And Joe could be going for the suicidal 1 here. I love this route, but Accuracy's going to have something to say. And he even retrieves the drone. It's not out for play. And this could be United trying to jump straight back into the game. They have 28 seconds left, but he's got no friends alongside him. He's a very lonely man, and he's going to go ahead and throw that out for the reset.
And I don't know if he intended to do that. I think he may have just wanted to reset his armor on the drone, but throws it, bounces off the map. It's going to go back towards the middle, and now you see the guys on E United trying to fight towards mid-map control. You know, Pac-Man out there, Ivy, the last one alive, though. He's going to drop. Can they get Josh in position? He's going to have the drone in his hand, trying to get a one-off, gets it over the top of the roof, and connects with it. Nice shot there by Josh. 10-2 in favor of Splice going into the second half.
There's a very English word that we like to use an awful lot in Britain, and that's exactly what that play was. It was cheeky. That was a cheeky 1-point play from Josh. Couple of seconds left, as if he needed the 10th, but Splice get it anyway. 10 then to 2 on the half. This is looking like a game, set, and match already, man.
You have to think, too, that E United now goes on what you could say is the attack, so to speak. I mean, they get that preferred side. Just they need to get off to a good break, and you have the Tempest on Accuracy. He's going to pull it out. And he's going to connect with another.
Tempest pulled. And does look like it's going to be from behind. Accuracy does catch the flank. That was a prime position for Joe. He could have done so much with that had there not been that bodyguard in place. And now Wheats is taking this preferred route, and already they get a point on the board. I'm going to be intrigued to see how much of this preferred side does, lead United back into this game. I know it is quite strong. There is a leniency. But Splice, I mean, they're in a dream scenario now. I don't know if it's possible, but surely if they felt threatened, they could just keep throwing it out for the reset map.
They could. I mean, they could bring it back towards their base, play a little bit more defensive. They can go for these 15-second resets, and you see Joe knock down a 1-point play. Josh going off with the Tempest. The chaining effect kills 1. He's able to turn, not going to connect on the shots on Wheats, but the damage is done. 3 kills by Josh with the Tempest. A nice throw by Joe It's going to be another 1-point play for Splice.
A nice throw from Joe. I didn't know you could rhyme, bro.
I do a little bit. My spare time. When I'm not casting, that's what I do.
You do?
Rhyme.
Just in front of the mirror? Holding a hairbrush?
Just me alone
Just
in front
dropping
of a
some
mirror.
fat bars?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I can't really imagine you in rap battles, just sitting there, just in your casting attire.
Yeah. No, I can't imagine myself doing that either.
No, I didn't
Probably
play it,
the
though.
first time I've rhymed anything.
That sounds like a sketch. It really does. Mr. X tries rap battles. Anyway, back into the gameplay, and we do have Rated rocking himself a little bit of a solo play. This is the beauty of Active Camo. You can do so alone. And just as I say that, he is actually joined by 2 members of his team. Accuracy, it looks like, oh, that is unforgivable. He had an opportunity. He had about a 5-second window to pick up that kill. The time to kill certainly isn't that long, and he could not hit the shots. 13 then for Splice as they collect another 2-point play. And United, they should have started this second half with a lot more ferocity, tenacity, something. Because right now it is just falling away from them. And oh, a heat wave melee, it's humiliating, and Joe looks like he could very well grab himself a 14th here. Is there an interception? There is. Pac-Man, the seasoned veteran, but also the serial underperformer in this series.
Yeah, not playing well here in the uplink. I mean, 8 and 17.
Across all 3, actually. We just had word. His stats are the worst from the entirety of the series for United.
Yeah, has not played very well in this matchup, and you needed him to show up big. And he's had some big moments in Black Ops 3. You needed him in this one, has not showed up. And right there, barely stays on the map, just long enough to get it off. Trying to get that 1-point play, and it does not connect, and it just goes all the way to the opposite side, and it's put his teammates in a bad position because you have Wheats and Accuracy there with him, and now you see Wheats on the trail of the drone carrier. The drone gonna be in the hands of Joe.
Oh,
Wheats
this should
gonna
be
come
2.
from behind.
This should be 2, and it will be. Wheats now needs to make progress, and it has to be quick. I mean, gosh, 120 seconds left. It's not an abundance of time. And Splice, I don't see them throwing this one away. This almost needs to be 2. And I think he realized, you see that sudden realization from Ivy? He's like, actually, I can't get away with a 1. A 1 will not be enough.
Yeah, we don't have time to settle for 1s. And I mean, they do have to anyway. I mean, they don't get the slaying that they needed to get all the way to get that 2-point play. And it's Rated winning a big gun battle. First Pac-Man in the middle of the map. And all he needs to do is grab this drone, bring it back towards their side of the map. They can opt to either go on the offensive or play a little bit defensively here.
Matt, I think we've committed a cardinal sin. Could you just check Pac-Man for a second? Is that a sparrow?
Yes. Yeah, that was a sparrow. It's done nothing, so I really didn't think it was something that we needed to bring up. But yes, Pac-Man did go with the sparrow during this.
Oh my lord, I missed the specialist draft. I can't believe it. He's pulling a sparrow out on one of the most important games of his career. Not great. Not
ideal.
Not ideal. Perhaps suggesting a little bit of a light-hearted vibe coming into the 3rd map here. Perhaps the United accepting their fate at this point.
You see Bance pushing up top with a minute to go. It's highly unlikely you see anything happen that could swing the game in United's favor. And Joe, going off this wall run, should be able to knock down a 1-point play. That is it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 letters going through both of these, all of these 8 players' minds at this point in time, and it is GG. Oh, look at that from Joe. He's preserving bullets at this point in time. Just 2 to the head. Double tap.
And Splice just really made this whole series look easy.
Yeah.
I mean, start to finish. And I think Splice, I think it's important for them. Like, they can't be happy with just making it out of the group and taking that #1 seed out of the group. Like, they have to really put their best foot forward going the rest of the weekend. We need to see this type of performance once we get into bracket play, because sometimes players struggle. You play a group play match in the morning, and then you go and play a bracket match later, and just the intensity level changes, and some players just don't get to that next level. They need to bring it later today.
And I know it sounds stupid, but the fact that they've done it on the main stage in front of the crowd with all of this additional noise, with this particular setup, with the view that you have up there, I'm sure you guys have seen it. Yeah, not a bad view, not too shabby, and many greats have stood where they are standing. But to play there and to find success there, that's going to put them in a very positive mindset should they end up on that stage again.
Yeah, we talked about the key player matchup before this. Josh versus Pac-Man. Josh goes 23 and 22. 2 throws of the drone. Pac-Man 9 and 25. Not a fantastic performance there in uplink.
Yeah, and of course, let's just quickly remember how good that uplink was. This is where Splice just started so damn strong, Matt. Look at this. I mean, 20 seconds in, and they just rock and roll 4 points on the board. It was obscene.
Yeah, they just did a fantastic job locking down this back area. I mean, you see the amount of pressure that when Bance is back there puts on the opponent, and it was really just a start for Splice that really broke this game open. United never seemed to recover.
Yeah, it was an intimidating couple of, opening, I'd say probably 3 minutes of just United having a sudden realization like, oh God, it's 2-9. I think it was the score at one point, and this was when things just spiraled out of control into the less favored half, and you were starting to see melee kills. I'm still just kind of flabbergasted that Pac-Man had the audacity to pull out a Sparrow onto the third map. You're 0-2 down on one of the most important maps and matches in Call of Duty XP, the biggest $2 million on the line, and you're pulling out a specialist that has very little success on the track record. Bad, Pac-Man, bad. He says, be better. That's my words to him, be better.
I mean, maybe it was a misclick. We don't know what happened, but you usually don't see the Sparrow on Breach uplink. And when you do, usually kind of goes like that. Does not go well. The Sparrow is a weapon that's, it's been adjusted throughout the year, been made a little bit better, trying to get it, shoot a little bit faster. We still have not seen it really make a difference though in competitive play.
I think the biggest highlight from Sparrow is you just look really cool when you get kills with it.
It does
just
look
basically
awesome.
You're like Legolas, but you're running on walls and doing backflips and stuff. But I mean, final thoughts on this game is just Splice turning up in a very consistent manner.
Yeah, I think Splice really proved that they're the best European team here. I think you look, Splice and Fabi, probably the best two European teams here. It's kind of weird to say. I mean, coming in, all the talk was like Millennium and Fuse. Splice has lived up to the hype, probably even exceeded some of the expectations a lot of people had. Fab definitely did that. And you're definitely looking, I mean, potentially we could have like 4 European teams making it in a bracket play. It's pretty exciting for you, Call of Duty.
Genuine smile creeping onto my face. I feel like a proud father. Well, I've casted these guys since the very start, and it's Fab especially. I've been a Dave fanboy, everyone knows that. For now, though, we do head to a break. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back with FaZe and Elevate after a quick break.
It makes it for Splice, and once again, the slang for Splice was there all game long, and really that's what carried them through to so many scores in that uplink game. A dominant performance from Splice, and that's how things wrapped up on that Breach uplink game. But we're going to toss it back over to Jack and Puckett to give you more updates on what's going around the venue.
Thank you so much, Revan. God, I just learned so much. Honestly, every single time he gets on that telestrator, I just feel a little bit smarter.
Oh, it's like an overload. You pick out so many things that Revan can articulate on how the game is played, especially in uplink, and then you maybe apply 2 or 3 to your own gameplay. I know this weekend there's double XP. A lot of people on Black Ops 3, they're excited for the new DLC that comes out, if I'm not mistaken, this upcoming Tuesday. So they want to get in on the action. They want to play themselves, and that's how you can play a little bit better on Breach uplink.
Absolutely. So get in your games, guys. Call out those strategies and put in dunk after dunk after dunk like Splice. Keep in mind, though, you have to kill people before you go into their base. Let's keep it moving, though, here, Jack. There's been so many games today, and we now know how a lot of our groups are sorting out. We're going to go one by one and show you what has happened from Thursday now into Friday. In Group A, it is official. After the 3-0 of E-United, Splice has locked in the top spot. They will take the top position in the bracket from Group A. Meanwhile, Millennium was watching on after beating Black Forest Gaming. All they needed was E-United to lose. They are now guaranteed to be in our final 16.
Yeah, Black Forest Gaming, unfortunately, really not able to perform too well. Formerly Revoltables, that team just couldn't seem to get it going this weekend. Splice and Millennium, 2 of the elite 3 teams from Europe, have made it on in. From Group B, though, this one, what you expected. Rise Nation, the powerhouse North American team, they clinched their spot with a perfect 3-0 pool play match. And earlier today, we saw Hyper Games versus Apotheon. Every single game close, down to the wire, but a fumbled pass at the end of uplink gave Hyper Games the 3-0 victory and that second place spot.
Yeah, big games out of Hyper Games. I don't know how many people expected Hyper Games to look as strong as they did against Apotheon, a team that took Rise all the way to Game 5 on day 1. But what I liked most about Rise Nation was our post-interview with Looney. He said, I had an 8th place finish, I had a 7th place finish. This is the year we think we can make a run for the ring in that first place grand prize. Moving on to Group C, though, let's take a look at Fab Games. Yeah,
Wow.
the former Exertus crew under Fab Games is doing big things. A 3-0 over Luminosity last night put them at the top of the group, and then Mindfreaks lost to Luminosity earlier in the day. Mindfreaks lost to Fab earlier in the day, meant that Luminosity Gaming would be moving through.
Fab, the team for me that impressed me the most out of squads I just wasn't expecting to really show up in the pool play stage. They shut me up, and they did it quite strong with that 3-0 performance. Now as we head into Group D, we can go ahead and see how Allegiance, their 3-0 setup, well, they made it on out of groups, and unfortunately Renegades are the team that really just let me down from the North American region.
Allegiance out on top, 3-0. Epsilon 2-1 right behind, and we'll be moving through. Killa, the 2013 world champion, not even here on Friday. Didn't come to the venue as Renegades are eliminated. Keeping it moving, though. Group F, let's take a look at FaZe Clan and Elevate. This is the matchup we're all waiting for. It's coming up next on the main stage. Who is going to come out on top? We know that Giants and Most Wanted wanted to have a strong performance here. Couldn't happen. Simply outclassed by not only FaZe, but a very strong Elevate team.
That's Group E. Now over to Group F, the team on top of it all. Team Caliber at that 3-0 spot, looking absolutely beautiful. And it just finished on out, but Infused, they take down Tainted Minds to finish in that group 2-1 as they'll go ahead, take that second place spot. And unfortunately for Lethal Gaming, their weekend ended there. Heading on into Group G now, Orbit atop that group at the moment as action is still developing there. You've got Envy, who I believe just took them down, putting Orbit to 1-1. Cloud9 and Vitality still there as well.
That's right. So we know that Envy is most likely through, but this is going to come down to a match we'll see a little bit later tonight on the Charlie stream. Orbit plays Cloud9, and that will determine who is the second team pushing on. And then finally in Group H, Complexity with a big win over Optic Gaming last night, jumping out to a 2-0 lead in the group. We'll have to see who will be joining them. They play against Panda in just a bit. Here's a look at Complexity North America, though. You have a man who has a ring on his finger in that third from the left position. That is Parasite. He is the old veteran, but he has surrounded himself with some young guns.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Llama there with the backwards hat, and the man on the far right, Havoc, has been a monster in Search and Destroy.
It's been awesome to see how they've continued to improve every day of scrimming. This is a newly formed squad, and now they sit atop their Group H. They actually just started up their match with Panda. Before we wind up bringing you that action, one thing I want to point out, Chris.
Point it.
6 European teams have made it into bracket play. They have far surpassed my expectations. Hats off to you. All European COD fans should be very excited because they have a great chance of making some waves here at Call of Duty XP.
They made it into the bracket, but can they finish in the top 8? That's the big question. For now, though, we got a battle between North Americans. Let's go to it full screen. Here is Panda taking on Complexity.
Kills going in favor of Complexity off the start. Now I look at this team, and I expect to see Havoc doing a lot of damage in the objective. He's a player that you should expect to be topping the charts in that objective throughout the rest of the map, right? He's someone with such incredible survivability, and I look to see him being a big factor. And if you're just tuning in from the XP zone, we have Complexity Gaming facing off against Panda. The map just started. You're here following the action at the same time we are.
Parasite might be heating up as well on that 2 streak with the Shiva. And players are getting very excited for Complexity. Some of the hip fire as well connecting with that Shiva. That is going to be a clean 4 down in favor of Cole. And you can see Panda, they're going to have to flood all the way through 10. 3 players are going there. Now actually a split spawn is coming in. You see fastball number 3. He gets that back alley spawn. And Complexity for the moment not aware of it. Parasite's going to get shot in the back. Fastball not going to be able to get the 2-piece. Priest is going to be inside the hill though. Able to stay alive just for the moment. Llama and Havoc though, the duo able to take him down.
Complexity flooding into the hill. Llama finds 2, Havoc finds 1, and Parasite catches the 4th. All the players from Panda that were flooding in from Tin are now getting flipped over to the opposite side of the map towards Barn. The push is coming in from Alleyway. However, it is coordinated and it's executed well, so the scrap time should very easily go to Panda as Complexity sets to rotate over to Grandma's Hill. If you look at the mini-map in the top left corner of your screen, you'll see 4 arrows surrounding that building. That's Grandma's house, and you better protect it for this map.
And you do see 2 players right now for Panda are going to be pushing down trains, and that is exactly what Havoc is going to be waiting for. He spotted fastball over by Z, able to get some shots into him. The second player is going to be there, and that is a bit of an unfortunate situation. Now you actually see, well, the Razorback long barrel from Parasite is going to have that in hand inside the hill, but his team around him is completely outslaying in the hard point. That's going to be another 4 down. Parasite trying to turn on the second person, and fastball is not shooting at the correct thing. Parasite going to be able to get that kill. Still, though, Panda trying to flood in as much as they can from Tin's side, but they have their work cut out for them. Parasite's still alive. It takes a heat wave to get him down.
The recoil pattern on that Razorback, so easy to manage, and Parasite using it with great form. Long barrel, quick draw, and grip to make sure his shots land and hit appropriately. But now the setup around Grandma still in favor of Complexity because of that time he bought for them. Even though Nelson is able to get in there and find a kill, he's instantly traded, and 2 kills go in favor of Complexity. Priester, though, coming through, trying to clean up the mistakes. He's going to be faced with Swarly and Llama in just a few seconds. Finds one. The teamwork, though, shuts him down.
Well, final few seconds going in favor of Complexity. It's going to be about a 45-point lead going into the next hill. You can actually see Panda hasn't done the greatest job in the world rotating over towards it. You see Too Quick is going to be inside, but he's completely by himself. As soon as he dies, now it's going to be Complexity inside, racking up more time. So Panda, they had all the time in the world to set up for that. They had only one person inside of Granny's. That was Priest. The heat falls. They have nothing else to do, and they do not get over there in Complexity. Bouncing back from hill to hill. Of course, Nelson fastball, though, inside the hill. For the moment, just going to be contested, but kills going down in favor of Cole.
And so we're seeing Llama posted with the AR. He's running the extended mag on it here because the stock was banned. That should give him a little bit more time to act as a turret on this hard point and just hold down a specific lane for his team. You can see he's certainly communicating that with his teammates. Shooting him in the back, it doesn't look like it, but it doesn't matter. Parasite pulling out the Tempest is able to find several kills on the hill and just mount this huge lead that they have against Panda and make it all the more devastating. He's not finished yet, though. Finds 1 kill. It's going to chain with the dead body to the second.
And if you guys would just be so kind as to turn your attention to the top right-hand corner of your screen, you see under those Complexity names, all 4 players are positive by quite a decent margin. Llama leading the charge at 19-9, but all 4 players obviously contributing. I don't even know if that entirely reflects in the score. The slang is so badly, but still Panda able to get 40 points on the board. So silver lining, I guess, but again, Complexity absolutely having their way with this Panda roster.
Once they take form and Llama gets posted up with the AR, it makes it really easy for the sub players to hop in that hard point. You can see Havoc, 52 seconds in the hill. That's the player I said to watch in terms of his survivability around the objective. His sub shot also incredible to keep him alive. Swarly finds a 2-piece, letting the enemy team hear it. He's rare enough to get those score streaks going 25 points away to get the Hellstorm. He tags up 1. He still engages and is able to finish the job. Swarly, excuse me, is fully streaked out on middle hill, and no one has been able to stop him.
It took a double pinch just to take him down. Havoc's going to be the last one alive for his team. He's going to fall as well, so Nelson going to be able to get just a bit of hill time. Still 12 seconds left on this hill. The rotation's going to be going over towards Junk. Parasite right now, you can see, is completely by himself. He's doing everything he can, but he is going to fall. The remaining players for Cole are going to have to flood in through Tin and mid-map. But Llama, that's exactly what he used the active camo for. He's going to be the first one inside the hill.
Yeah, camo, Llama turned what was a rough situation into a pretty solid situation for him with that camo. He's able to pop it, take some pressure off of that hard point by killing 1 player and still being uncontested for the most part, despite the fact that there was Nelson in Tin for maybe the past 10 seconds. Now Parasite coming through from silos has 2 or 3 players just in front of him to answer to, and he can't finish the job being so heavily outnumbered. Now, Complexity still getting so much of that hill time, despite Nelson hopping in with camo. He ends up burning this one just because the kill happened at the same time, but it still was a decent use of it.
Well, unfortunate use there, of course, in the end. Would have liked to have had that later on, but not much you can do in that situation. Fastball able to stay alive through that heat wave, though, and a teammate that actually popped that. He's able to pick up 2 as well, racking up some more hill time. So again, we pointed out just how devastating that kill column was looking, and I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen, but Complexity only has about a 40-point lead, again, despite that heavy slaying, but it all comes down to this Grandma's Hill. You see Panda able to get in that final 10 seconds of scrap time. Last time around, though, it was Complexity that got about 45 seconds from Grandma's.
Yeah, on that last hill, you can see the score deficit decreasing slowly but surely between Fastball's 5 streak and between Nelson getting so many kills around the objective. That was a huge part in them climbing back into this game, but with Llama in position with his AR, Havoc watching the flank, and Swarly doing whatever it is he's doing at trains, it's going to be really tough for Panda to break this setup as they spawn out towards bricks.
Well, all 4 players going to be trying to rush mid-map. Parasite's able to spot that second as well, of course. For Panda right now, there's a player on white truck, but they are struggling just to push up mid-map. A lot of coverage as well. The smokes would be a perfect thing to use to try and work yourself inside the hill. Finally, though, Nelson is able to sneak through. Gets inside, but you just see how quickly he's going to get taken down as well. Panda just struggling so much to break into Grannies.
So now both teams incredibly close to the hill. Actually, no, 2 Panda players spawning Junkyard, so it's going to be 2 versus 4 against a lot of the Complexity players, and still, despite the fact that they have spawns, Panda's getting time on this hill. Havoc comes through and is able to find a kill on Fastball, getting the last bit of scrap time, but the rotation's coming in, and this is not that high of a priority for Panda anyway.
Well, rotation coming in over to Trains as well. A lot of this time, the first time around, was very contest heavy. You see just how far Panda is spawning out there. They're going to have to traverse mid-map once again just to get there, and Havoc is going to be waiting patiently. But actually, the kills are coming in before they can get there. Parasite and Swarley each able to pick up a kill. Finally, someone manages to get there. He had the kinetic armor, and Havoc just shredded it.
1 kill away from the dart. Havoc knows just how important his life is right now, but the objective is way more important. 1 behind him, 2 in front of him, finds 1. That's the lightning strike, fully streaked out for the Hellstorm. That's the third. Havoc is not going down on the objective, and he's not finished yet. He spots the player coming out of rocks. That's going to be 2. He can't quite find it as he gets baited out and traded.
Well, now it's going to be up to Fastball and team. He's able to pick up 1, but now he's completely by himself in the hill, and you just see how many of those complexity players are there. Havoc is just busy calling in streaks, and he doesn't even fall a result of it, and you see that Hellstorm resulted in a clean 4 down for that hill. Complexity has taken his lead and just blown it out of the water. Now 82 points at that advantage, and of course, that is more than a full hill's worth of time.
Fastball did all he could in the past few hills to get the objective going for the team. Nelson as well, but being -10 is not going to cut it when you're feeding streaks towards Havoc, who is also playing the objective on the opposite side. There it is, too quick a position to shut him down. That power position on White Truck is going to be so important, and he can't get his teammates behind him, so he can't safely pull up the Tempest and maintain it. His team needs to get some set spawns going.
Well, Priest was able to pick up 2, get a little bit of work, and well, there's the Hellstorm, there's a dart, all the streaks coming in, and you see Complexity uses those in the open hill to get back inside, even if it just lasts for a moment. On the bright side for them, Panda wasn't able to get too much time. Of course, 23 seconds left on this hill. Panda in control for the moment, but again, you hear those streaks coming out. It looks like a team kill was actually part of that, but again, it forces Panda outside the hill, and Complexity is perfectly okay with that.
Yeah, in that situation, Too Quick was set up on White Truck, but he couldn't pull out this Tempest because Havoc's fully streaked out. Not only that, his team has no map presence. He's in a tough situation where they're paying for all the deaths that occurred in the past few hills, and you can see how it's all adding up. Havoc popping the kinetic armor is able to find a kill for his team, but after it wears off, Priesta comes through and cleans things up with the RK5. Rotation coming in. Llama is going to be the one here to act as a buffer zone and make them spawn just a bit farther out, delay that push, and let Complexity milk more time from the hard point.
Swarley's able to pick up 1. He's going to jump out back and junk, probably use that heat wave as well. Able to get 1. I think he tagged up the second. Gonna clean him up before he falls. Fastball, though, able to win 2 gunfights. You see another specialist coming into play. Complexity, though, of course, just 48 points away from winning this game, and you got to think about that next hill. I know we're 30 seconds away from it, but they were able to get pretty much, about 45 seconds on each rotation, so a lot of pressure here on Panda. They really need to turn up, and so far, so good. Of course, Parasite, though, comes flying in, shuts a kill down. Priesta not able to get the trade as well. Parasite turning up on the 3 streak here in junk.
Yeah, and you saw right there, because Overclock is in this game, the high-scoring players are going to be the ones to see their abilities come more often. Fastball already had his on train and saw it again coming over to Junkyard. He made much better use of it this time, but as you can see, those 39 kills are paying off in a big way. He just needs the rest of his team to capitalize on it. Swarley finding 2 is going to make that just a bit difficult, and now Too Quick is stuck waiting for his team.
And that is not a good use of the heat wave that we just saw out of Priest. There was no one on his screen. There was a player over by front Grannies, but the kill got picked up by his teammate. That is definitely something you would much rather have to try and break into this Grandma's Hill. It has been a struggle for this team this entire game. Well, they don't have much utility for it. You see, none of the specialists are going to be online. Complexity now just 20 seconds away, and they have been having a field day. They've been trying to wall bang players over by White Truck. They're just waiting for players when they push out of 10. Parasite's able to pick up 2. As easy as could possibly be. He's going to be able to spot that third player Too Quick in there as well. And just everyone's struggling right now. Yeah, Parasite
they're just feeding Parasite. They just sent 3 players to Parasite, who is in an anchor position with no pressure mid, so he has nowhere else to look. And they're just sending him straight at him every time. And now Parasite reads this. Okay, they're not going to go that way anymore. Let's close the game out on mid-map. They just had to flood it and rush it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alpha stage. We have got a doozy for you. Deciding Group E, it is going to be FaZe Clan going up against Elevate, 2 of the North American juggernauts. About to do battle. This should be good.
Yeah, I've been excited for this match since we did the group draw show. I mean, we knew this one was going to come up, and I'm really excited because I've heard great things about how FaZe has been playing coming into this event. Excited to see if they can take out a great team in Elevate.
Well, we'll just kind of highlight the ban protect for you as they're getting into it. We've already started the game, getting ready to go. Frag and Simtex coming off. You also see the Purifier being banned. Purifier, maybe a little bit more of an unusual ban, but you see it quite a bit on Stronghold, I suppose.
I mean, the Purifier can be pretty devastating on this map, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it can do some crazy things. You can lock down Bunker with it for an extended period of time. We see the Mansion occasionally, but the Purifier, devastating weapon on this map. So you expect, if you were to get rid of one of the weapons, you would think that would be the one.
Well, let's take a look at the maps here for this best of 5, kicking things off on Stronghold Hardpoint. Redwood Search, it's been one of the better map and modes for this phase team. Clayster, an absolute monster there. Is there anything else that stands out for you, Matt?
You know, you look at Stronghold Hardpoint, I think this is when you look and see if FaZe's new playstyle really comes into fruition, where you have, I hear Enable's going to be running an AR more, maybe Clayster a little bit with the SMG in his hand. So I think I really want to make Enable that main slayer, really let him go off.
What's interesting is, well, we were supposed to do FaZe versus Most Wanted yesterday on Alpha, but due to the delays, I really didn't get to watch them much because it was the crazy Envy Optic series. That was the one I probably watched the least. So I haven't, since these rumored changes, I haven't really got to watch them a whole lot. So I'm excited to get to cast them. First time I've been able to do so. But let's take a look at Stronghold Hardpoint. You've got 5 hard points on this one. Number 5 being the bread and butter. Whoever's going to get control there are going to be looking to take this one. Just waiting now on the players to edit their classes, and we're going to be hopping right into the action.
The specialist draft concludes. You got Enable with Scythe. Clayster's going to be running the Tempest. Zuma with Kinetic Armor. Attach with Active Camo. Camo on Vicento on the side of Elevate. Felony's going to be running the Kinetic Armor. Nagafen goes with Psychosis. And Akko with the Tempest. So no Heatwave in the game. Gets banned out during Ban and Protect. So Heatwave goes, you figure, maybe you either go, obviously, with the way that FaZe went with a secondary weapon, or Psychosis if you're going to stick with abilities.
Yeah, nothing too shocking. I'm mostly excited. You know, it's funny, when this mode first became a thing, and Purifier, you saw how good it could be there. I loved it. It was my favorite weapon inside a bunker. I have much, much more become a fan of the Tempest just because not only its ability to hold, but also to break, whereas a Purifier, you can't really break very easily with it. You hit one nice shot around an angle with a Tempest, it can open things up in a big way. And also inside, I mean, especially people trying to push from, let's say, kind of your snow side. You hit one shot by that doorway, nobody's coming in for seconds.
Yeah, but you have abilities like Active Camo when you want to break, or Kinetic Armor as well. I think you need something, along lines like a weapon, like a Scythe, where you can just kind of rain bullets at the door, just deter players from coming in, or something like a Purifier. I mean, you could even saw when the Purifier goes, one of these teams pull out a War Machine.
That's true. We don't see the War Machine all that frequently. I mean, really, just kill a Fizzer. We've actually seen Scump run it once or twice, but I think that was actually an evac when I saw him pull it out. So not shocked to see nobody going with it. But overall, do you usually like the 2-weapon setup typically? I feel like regardless of what the game mode is, if the big 3's not in, you always like seeing those 2 weapons.
I just feel like they're more of an impact.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I think it just makes more of an impact than something like a Psychosis, or, I mean, talk about another game mode where you have some abilities go out, like let's say in Uplink or CTF, where you see Overdrive and Camo go. It's like you see some Vision Pulse come in. It's like, just take another weapon. I feel like it's just so much more valuable.
Yeah, that's certainly true. But getting ready to load in here, guys. Just about ready to kick off the action. FaZe, Elevate. Who is going to take that Group E? All right, well, where do you want me to start? Where do you want me to start? You want me to go with an Elevate side, FaZe side? How you feeling?
And it's interesting because I would have said this match is huge, in terms of seed, right? Because the winner would have probably played the second team in the group of TK and Fuse. But with how good both of those teams have looked, there's not a real easy matchup. So I think whoever wins this looks like they probably go up against Infused round 1. It's a very tough matchup. And for the loser, I mean, TK has been on a tear this weekend.
They really have. I do believe, sorry guys, we're going to have a quick restart. To my understanding, I believe it's Vicento, a bit of a monitor issue for him, so just going to have to wait for the guys to rejoin and hop into the action. But that gives us a little bit more time just to talk about this specific matchup. All right, so actually, screw this matchup for a second. I want to talk overall. I want to talk overall groups.
I love that's when you kick in. It's like, oh, let's talk about the matchup. Actually, let's not talk about the matchup. Actually, let's go. You cannot focus on one thing for more than
my brain is
30 seconds.
My brain is a silly, crazy place. Very, very, very crazy place. But when you look at this, all right, so I think when I filled out my bracket, I had 5 European teams.
And we all kind of thought you were crazy.
And people were like, oh no, European teams always fail at champs, which is partially true. Six teams. Six
It
have
has been
made the bracket
very
play.
true in the past.
6.
Just shows, like, with the structure and the format of this year, like, how much better those European teams have gotten. It's really impressive. You know, Splice, you look at some of the North American teams that have struggled against the likes of, you know, tough games against the Australian, New Zealand teams, you know, tough games against the European teams. Like Splice is right up there, like cream of the crop with any team that I think we have. I think they're definitely going to make a long run in bracket play.
Well, it's funny because in the past, I guess if you weren't talking about North America, you know, it's always been, I guess, the year for A and Z and the fact that they have somebody that comes in and gets a top 8, whether it's T1 Daughters, Mindfreak, whoever it is that is able to do that. But I said before this, man, when you saw it, when you had the 3 regions, the way it broke down, the way that it, I guess the group draw wasn't as not favorable to the side of EU. I said this for me was the year of EU, man. I really have a good feeling about it. Do I think that they're going to win it? No, I do not. It would take a lot for me to pick a European team to win. But this is something where we could see 2 or 3 teams breaking into the top 8, which we haven't seen since what, Black Ops 2?
It would be awesome to see a European team play on Sunday. I think it would be awesome.
All right, guys. Well, we're getting
I don't
ready.
know if we'll see it, but
getting ready to hop in, but we'll take a look at the statistics here between FaZe and Elevate. And what's interesting, I like that stat. Losses at XP, 0.
They have a lot in common in that category.
They've been looking at 3-0s. The KD, I believe, is probably here for champs, so you have a little bit of an edge for FaZe Clan. Now, against each other, this will be referring to, I believe, Stage 1 and Stage 2, so a bit of an edge for FaZe. Not shocked to see that, as FaZe was one of the best teams in the game at Slang, but here we go. Gonna kick things off with Enable as we get ready to go, as they're gonna take on Elevate.
The first thing that comes in my mind is just how good that FaZe Clan camo looks. It's awesome to see the team camos in Black Ops 3 and Enable locking down this half wall area. So my first look at this team. So let's cycle through some of the players, get an idea of what they're going to be running on FaZe. So you still have Attach with an SMG in his hands. Enable we saw with the assault rifle. Let's jump on with Clayster though. Clayster's really been the one that a lot of people have been kind of talking about.
Skin. Camo, whatever.
Clay gonna go with the Man of War, so
looks good.
Interesting. Obviously, still gonna be running the assault rifle, but one fully automatic that you can do some nice things close quarters.
Well, he's able to find one, and you see everybody spawning there at top lot. The pressure's starting to come in. Clayster wants none of it. Able to find one. Now he's looking around the backside, looking for more kills. The RK5 is on. Clayster is on, finding 2 before falling. And this is a nice lead here early for the side of FaZe. Doing a good job here to hold the back spawns. Enable continuing to find the kills. And if you are just joining us, as we're taking a look at this, I mean, it has been pretty back and forth off the rip, and this is just going to be game 1, guys, here in this best of 5.
Yeah, and Elevate, I'm going to need Vicento to really kind of just get into this game. I mean, 0-4 right now. Obviously, Vicento in respawn game modes, you know, he's really hit or miss. I mean, we've seen him have monster performances, and then we've seen him really not show up. And in a match of this magnitude, you need everybody to bring it.
Well, Attach currently here, 8-3 on a 4 streak. FaZe retaking the lead here in our second hard point. Shots a little bit delayed, but able to put bullets in, find the kill. Now the dart is up. 100 off the Lightning as he's looking to continue these streaks going, but not going to be an easy gunfight as you're going to be fighting there into the center of the map. Clayster, on the other hand, one of the players to rotate a little bit early, try to get set up here on Rocks, as he has kind of surrounded himself with Elevate members, but now his team is coming for backup.
So that's the one thing, if you are a FaZe fan, you'd be a little bit worried about when you make that role change, when Clayster switches with Enable, if Enable's going to be that main AR player. It's just, Enable just wants to slay, right? I mean, we saw him in Stage 1 run the assault rifle, play in and around the objective. He was fantastic, but FaZe was not getting those spawns, not rotating to the hard points early and locking down those positions. Clayster is one of the best of all time at that. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for Enable.
Well, on the other side of this, Matt, you talked about Vicento needing to pick it up, right? He goes on a 4 streak there, gets right back in the mix. And let's see what Felony can do. You know, he is, I guess, the latest addition to this team, even though it's been several months now. He's certainly made a home here with Elevate. But he's been that sub that I think has sort of been able to rival some of the top subs. I mean, think about that streak he went on against Optic Gaming at the Anaheim final. He has showed that he is a player that can really, really go off. He's got his kinetic armor ready. Going to be saving that, obviously, for Bunker. We still have a couple of hard points to go, but that'll be a big player here as everyone's starting to get closer to those weapon specialists as we get closer and closer to Bunker.
And Felony has really been kind of the question mark on this team. Like, you know, Facento, he's going to be a little bit inconsistent. He'll really bring a lot of hype energy to this team. Nagafen, fantastic plays in S&D. You know you're going to get good slaying games out of Aqua. Felony's really been the X factor for this team. Really been a reason why they've had strong performances at LANs in the last few months.
Well, we just switched over to attach here, Matt. Let's stick through the respawn. We've got just under 30 seconds left here before we're going to start to swap over to bunker. And that's where all the plays start to have an attach putting shots into one. But actually, let's go over to Elevate, because look at the sprees they have right now. You have a 3 spree for Nagafen. You had 3 for Aqua before he dropped. They've really started clicking, and now they've retaken the lead. But now is the rotation battle. So Aqua coming to the back. He's not ready for this. There's one right in behind him. Oh, God, I thought he was going to turn on Enable for a second, but not able to find the kill. Enable somehow staying alive as Zuma is able to come in and help. And early control is going to be going to FaZe Clan on bunker, and you have got the Tempest locked and loaded here to deal with the pressure coming in from Snow.
And all the points they just gave up on that outer Snow Hill, they can make back right here. So when Clay connects with that shot on Felony, nobody else on Elevate can push in because of the chaining effects of the Tempest. And you see, player's going to push from the back. Clay is able to get one, not going to connect with the shots on the second. It's going to be Aqua and Elevate able to break bunker.
Well, Nagafen currently on a 5 streak. I mean, we've talked about at times his sort of, I guess, lackluster statistical play. Oh, well, that was up close and personal. As I'm going through that, a dart is hitting him directly in the mouth.
Now you see Aqua connect with one shot there with his Tempest, not going to chain to anybody, and Elevate cannot hold the hard point. It's going to be FaZe breaking it and pushing straight through, trying to get this half wall area under their possession for this middle hill when it pops up yet again.
Well, we'll stick with attach for a second here as he is on the 3 streak, make it 4. The Man of War clicking for him right now, and he'll get set up to half wall. Usually a guy you're going to see aggressive up inside the hard point, but you see Zuma is playing close. It's going to be attach looking over him, able to tag up one there at Fire Pit, back them down for the time being. Worried about his flank, but as of now, he's good. I think he picked that Man of War up off of Clayster, and it's his turn to try and do a little work.
Oh, well, he was playing so passive because he's only 100 off of the dart right there, trying to work on some streaks, watching his back as soon as he turns to focus on the middle of the map. He gets taken out from top mansion. Some nice shots there from attach, though, off the respawn. Towards the end of last year, one of the better players we had in Advanced Warfare, and obviously him and Clayster last year at COD Champs, they win it with Denial. We're going to repeat back-to-back.
Well, speaking of Clay, we'll stick with him through a respawn here. 23 and 17. Okay, Clay, I changed my mind.
Yeah.
He gets cut down 5 steps in. Let's go over to the guys here on Elevate. You have 3 streaks for a couple of players. Aqua on 2 as well. Not able to find the 4th is Felony. But let's see if Nagafen can keep it going. He's got pressure coming. Everyone that I think might start to build streaks here ends up dropping almost immediately. As far as the lead goes, FaZe Clan is starting to pull away a little bit. It's about to be a 20-point advantage. We've rotated now to the second hard point in our second side of rotations. Aqua sees one for a second, then gets caught sprinting.
And Facento's going to get into top tables, take out one, but all 4 dead for Elevate. And you see the position they have to push from. It's so difficult. I mean, not many entrances, right? I mean, you can go back towards the middle of the map, get towards side mansion. Not really a great angle there. You can try and force through these bottom doors. Isn't an ideal situation either. They're able to break it. They come from the top wall run that you see attachers looking at there.
Yeah, I think 3 hit it.
Yes, they hit it with 3. They push straight through, and then they come up from the up top area, straight down into the bottom mansion. They're able to break, but now we got a big gun battle potentially going down here between Clay and Aqua. The winner of this probably secures their team spawns for this next hill, and it's going to be Clayster winning it.
The call out, not there apparently for the side of Elevate as he's able to pick up one from behind as well. I want to switch to Nagafen as he's on a 4 streak. He's looking to get the break, challenging a couple of players. Are going to fall almost immediately. FaZe still enjoying a 20-point or so advantage. Felony now, it's his turn to try and break, not able to do so. Facento for Elevate still trying to dig himself out of a bit of a hole here from a KD perspective. We've seen him go on nice stretches from time to time, but not exactly erupting right now for Elevate.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. not erupting for Elevate. As 30 seconds left on this half wall hard point, you have FaZe just racking up time. And this is what really, I mean, Elevate's a fantastic team, right? They place like top 4 in all our North American lands. The one downfall for this team, though, is when they get locked into game mode like this, like spawn trapped, it's like they don't have anyone other than Aqua who can really make like an explosive play, or who can make explosive plays consistently to get them out of those situations.
Well, look at this, Matt. Clay pulls out the Tempest. You think maybe he'd save it for Bunker. He pulls out a little bit earlier here, and he's getting the shots on. He's getting pushed from 2. Still able to stay alive. He's only 25 off of that dart. There's the shot. Rips the head off. Now the server is Shirley. There's the shot. Gets a 25 off. Thought he had it, but needs 25 more. Managing to stay alive. Now going to be pulling out the Man of War, and there it is. Fully streaked out. One more coming through River. One out front. Finding all the kills. 9 in a row. 10 in a row. Clay on a tear.
Clay absolutely going off this hard point. Tempest shots on point, and then with the Man of War getting inside of the hard point, picking up kills. Fantastic play there by Clayster. Potentially winning phase play in the game. Obviously, still a ton of time left on this hard point. They could end it here. It goes over towards Bunker. They have that Cerberus that they can walk inside that hard point, cause a ton of chaos.
FaZe looking to close this out. Zuma, though, getting cut down. They need 11 more points. You can see Clay has got all sorts of toys to work with here. Does he save them for middle mat, or does he try to close it out here in Bunker? What do you expect as far as those streaks go?
I mean,
well, here's the answer.
It's very close, I mean, to closing it out. And if you are FaZe, I think you kind of go for it here. They're going to get 2. He's going to call the Cerberus in, so you know
Back
he's
away.
going to try and push. But you see the Tempest, those zoning mechanics of it. Aqua's able to get 2. They're able to take him out. Now they're going to use the dart. Is it going to... Oh!
Gets to the end, somehow finds 1 and finds 3. Clayster, a man on a mission, 43 and 25. Shutting down Elevate.
What the hell was that? For a second there, I thought he was going to fly the dart like right into the wall or potentially hit the Cerberus as it was coming down. But FaZe, Clayster with an unreal performance in game 1. They get a win here against Elevate.
We gotta hear Clay's thoughts on that one, man. He was a monster. Woo. You saw it, what was that? The 4-piece with the dart? 3-piece as he pushes in?
Yeah, he kills 3 with the dart. Cerberus gets another one. They were able to break. Just a crazy game there from Clayster. His FaZe looked very good.
Clay looked real darn good. That was impressive. I wasn't sure if I was gonna need to get hyped up and scream a little bit. I feel like every time I was on with Clay, I had to get excited.
And it didn't really look like they changed much other than Enable's playing a main AR, like playing for the spawns, and they're letting Clay just kind of go crazy all over the map with the assault rifle. And if that's kind of what they're going to go with, and it's going to work like that, team's going to go very far in this tournament.
That was truly phenomenal stuff that we saw from him. On the side of Elevate, you know, you struggled a little bit, I guess, to kind of keep up with the monster that was Clay. But I'll tell you what, I know we have a bit of a soundbite, bit of a replay here for Clayster. He absolutely destroyed. Let's take a look.
In the back.
I got him in the back. I got him in the back.
In the middle.
Hard point locked down. Solid copy.
I didn't start. They're probably gonna.
Kinetic in her.
They can't go.
Mansion. I spawned out. Yo, they're.
Hard point locked down.
He's supposed to start up top.
I'm looking
for him. I don't see him. I got him. I see him.
One more back door. I'm looking front.
Back door. I'm holding a wall.
Yo, there's more boxes. Nice, Clay. Let's go. Nice, Clay.
Hard point identified. Hostiles have the hard point. Start deployment. Lightning strike on standby. Hard point is ours. Hard point lost. Cerberus on standby. Hard point is ours.
Dead. Nice, that's 2. I'm top salad. Work Clay.
Oh my God!
Last guy, yo. I think
One shot cut.
Roger.
Good shit,
middle
Clay.
map.
You just fucking turned up.
Let's go.
Good job.
Let's go! Those kids are trash, dude.
Yeah.
Good job.
Shit, Clay.
They're fucking throwing, dude. They're fucking throwing. There's no way they all just came out of bunker like that on me.
I think we got a good feeling of how Clay feels.
My favorite part.
Let's make some noise for Clay.
Yeah, yeah. Good job, Clay. God. So my favorite part of that is when he's like, "These guys are trash," and Enable, like in the most monotone voice, goes, "Yeah."
That was great. But we'll see if Clay can keep that energy up. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about him, and I know there are some people that don't put a lot of stock in the passion that he has, the way he can kind of drive a team, but I think it's huge, especially on something of this magnitude, having that just vocal leader that is always amped up. I like it, man. And what's good is it's hard to do that when you're playing poorly, but when Clay has a game like that, that's going to just drive him right into this next one.
And our game number 2 is going to be Redwood Search and Destroy,
where he crushes.
Where during the CWL regular season, he was lights out. I think, and statistically, it was Cinder, Killa, and Clayster, the 3 best players on this map game mode combination. So look for Clayster to yet again have a really good game.
All right, well, you're getting a shot of the evergreens there of Redwood. The specialist draft has concluded their set in their classes. Now, the one thing that kind of stood out from the band Protect that we can discuss is really, it was a couple of the scopes that got targeted. It was both the Varix and the Thermal that were targeted by Elevate to reduce really the sniping options you have for somebody like Attach. Make him go with that default scope that we don't see him use all that frequently.
Now, you look at some of the specialists in this one. You're going to look at Clayster and Fizinto both using Glitch. You have Nagafin and Attach both with active camo. You have Zuma and Aqua both with overdrive. So look for those players when they have that ability to make those big plays coming on flanks, getting really aggressive. And then, a little bit of a change. You have Felony with kinetic armor. Potentially, late round specialist ability. Don't get it early in the games. It's really a late game play. Enable does not go for kinetic armor. He goes with something like Psychosis, which you'll get more often.
We're just getting ready to go here, guys. Just waiting to load into the map as they've got their classes ready. And this is, if this is anything like what we saw in game 1, okay, if I remember correctly, the 3 top players, it was something like Clay, Cinder, and one of the, I can't remember the third
Clay,
guy.
Cinder, and Killa.
You said Killa? Oh, I definitely don't listen to you. Was it Killa?
Yeah.
Did you say that?
It,
I love listening to Machine talk. It's mostly your voice.
Bill's gonna snipe from trail.
Not a fan of it all. But yeah, it was something like, I think he averaged almost 12 kills. Absolutely insane stuff we'd see from Redwood. We'll see if he can continue that going forward. But you heard the passion from Clay. He seems to think this one is done. They're trash. It's gonna close this out.
Yeah, well, Elevate's a very talented team.
They are.
They've placed better than FaZe pretty much all year.
Well, you're seeing an update there of the best of 5. You see the score from the game 1. Now we'll continue on. Redwood into evac uplink, Fringe CTF, followed by Breach, Search and Destroy if needed. I think this is going to be a 2-0 advantage. Then who knows where the hell we go from there. But one thing it's nice to take a look at, as far as Attach, I wonder what he would use as a scope. And it looks like, is he just going to be going with the default locus?
Yep. She's going to try and gain some vision.
Ooh, hello.
Misses by an inch with that first shot. You have Nagafin on the other side. I think he's going to be using the PO6. Kills being traded on the map very quickly. Zuma and Attach with 1 apiece. But still, it's going to be side of FaZe with the man advantage. You have Fizinto and Aqua, the last 2 alive for Elevate.
Let's focus on them, as they're only going to have 2 players left here. Let's see how they decide to play this out, because they're worried about pressure going towards B. You can see they think the action is here, but as we take a look at the extended minimap, you can tell, yeah, the timing's on. They didn't hear anything, they didn't see anything, bomb didn't go down, they know the rotation is on, and now they're going to try to get into the action. So Fizinto and Aqua, 2v3, 1 spotted, 2 spotted, the gunfight's on, able to win 1, can they finish it off? It's just Aqua now, 1v2 with the old rope-a-dope.
He's going to hit that lower tree run. I don't think the guys on FaZe have any idea where he's relocated.
This round's ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah, FaZe going to wrap all the way. Aqua should know that shortly, and he's going to start to make a play over towards B.
I like the Elevate KMO a lot as well. These are sharp. Got them just in time, but now it's going to be on Aqua to try and clutch this 1 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock. We'll see if he can come up clutch here. Slowly peeking towards the bomb site, does find one, tags him up, but going vertical down a little bait and switch. Bait and switch is on, he's tagged both. Now he's finished one. Can he find the final kill? No, it's up and over. Izuma uses the verticality there to get to the right edge. He wasn't ready for that at all.
He had both players weak as well.
He did.
Aqua almost able to clutch that. Zuma coming from an off angle that Aqua was not prepared for. Finishes him off. FaZe gets round one.
If he doesn't go over the top like that, clutches that 1v2.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, he peeks that corner straight away. Aqua with the shots that he was putting down potentially clutches that up.
Okay, I just want to check what people are working with. VMP for Nagafin and Felony. M8 for Pacento and Aqua. I do want to see the angle real quickly from attached, just because we know he'll be sniping throughout most of this. I just want to see what it looked like. But the big thing is going to be coming to Nagafin. He's going to have to worry about the flank, and it's a big 3-hit from A for FaZe, so he's got to be ready to deal with this pressure. The question is, can he find a kill? Pacento not able to do it. The information going to come into Nagafin, and now he has got to go big. This is going to be all a matter of timing with this flank.
It's going to be Elevate with 3 players alive. All 4 members of FaZe are up. It's going to be Felony dropping for Elevate. Nagafin trying to work through bunker with Aqua. Aqua's going to get one. You see Nagafin coming through the middle of the map, putting down a lot of shots, able to take Clayster out. Oh, can they do it? Aqua and Nagafin going big for Elevate here. And they're able to kill everyone on FaZe and take the round.
I tried to get over to attach to see if maybe he could clutch this 1v2, but you kind of saw it as I swapped. One flying over the top, one low, and here we have attach with a EMP in his face. There wasn't a whole lot he was able to do. That's what you want to do in a 2v1. If you don't go one by one, fly together, make sure you effectively trade the kill. The only thing that's going to beat you there, probably a heat wave. That's your biggest fear in a position like that.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll go on board with FaZe on offense. I think we stay on board with Detach, see if he can hit any of these snipes. So many different angles here on Redwood. Almost connects through the tree line. Felony, though, able to get first blood there for Elevate. Taking out Zuma, so now FaZe just trying to play for a pick.
Attach still looking for one. I'm going to get to Clay. Clay did find the first blood as they got a little bit aggressive. Remember, it was FaZe doing a 3-man kind of push through the flank. Now 2 players on Elevate attempt it. Clayster, though, ready. I think Attach just saw him in the corner. He's got him locked here. Can he hit the shot on the slide is the question. When he looks to cross, will he be ready? Not going to be able to get much of a better angle than he has now. Pacento just tucked away in this window corner.
Ooh, and not able to connect with the shots there is Attach. And I actually do think, a lot of the times they say, the thermal's out, they just run with the barracks. Never really seen a situation where they've had to go with the stock scope, and I think it's really thrown Attach's shots off.
Clayster picking up the final 2. The Shiva works out big. I mean, he got the opening kill we saw when 2 people tried to push through the top side of the map, and now he finishes 2 here. He's prone, he's up. Nice shots there with the Shiva. We talked about how ridiculous he can be. What was that, 2.93 KD on Redwood Search? It's absurd what he's able to do, and you're getting glimpses of this as he's starting out 4-2.
You just see a multitude of guns just being pulled out here by the side of FaZe. I mean, we've seen the Locust, M8, we've seen obviously VMP, you saw right there. There's a Shiva for a little bit, just throwing different looks at the opponent. They expect a position to be played, but one thing with an assault rifle, everyone kind of assumes it's a M8. They think they can peek a little bit, get a little bit more of an advantage. Putting a Shiva in that position changes things drastically.
Nice job by Pacento being in a position for the flank. He just have to get around the edge, and he is able to do so. So first blood going to FaZe. The second going to Nagafin. Here we are in round 4. Pacento trying to get shots in. He's able to find another. He opened things up, looking to close them down. He's got Enable weak in the back at water. We'll go to Enable's POV and see if he is in any way, shape, or form able to clutch up in this 1v4.
Does not look likely. Looks like he is just going to, jump off the side. Does not want to give anyone more kills, work towards score streaks, or let the bomb explode, give that player a lot of points. So Enable jumped off the side. It's going to be round number 2 for Elevate. They win it, tie things up. 2 rounds apiece. Now it's really been Nagafin and Aqua playing fantastic for the side of Elevate through the first 2 maps.
Well, let's get into round 5. We'll go with Clayster here as he is leading everybody with 4 kills now. Still has that Shiva out. We'll take a look at the Shiva. He's got quick draw, Elo, and stock to go on that. He's got a frag grenade to work with as well, and it looks like this is the same thing we saw the last round. They try to push forward, and he's ready for it. He's here. Can he find the kill? Shot's a little bit shaky, but he did at least hold the push, because as you take a look at the minimap, they got out of there.
Yeah, now, you know, if you have an M8 in this position, maybe you guys on Elevate challenge a little bit more aggressively, but with the Shiva and how devastating it is at its range, the guys on Elevate have to force their way back all the way to their spawn, try and push from that angle, and it was a first blood in favor of Elevate, and now you see a kill being traded out by FaZe.
It was off screen, but I just want to kind of explain what happened. When I switched to Enable there, he was dead. He was trying to plant the bomb. Nagafin did that back tree run and put a shot over the top, hit a snipe basically on the player there. Insane stuff.
Sent up the last one alive here for Elevate. Can he clutch up? Looks like the bomb's going to go down. Now you see he's going to turn the corner, not able to pick up any kills. It's going to be playing with the RK5, laying down, watching over the player, playing on bomb. FaZe takes the round. Now we'll see. Round-ending kill cam here. Clayster 6-3 right now. After a dominant performance in hardpoint by him, bringing in the search.
Getting a shot of Clay there.
Now we'll get into this next round shortly as you see guys on Elevate going to be playing a little bit over towards that B site. They're going to get aggressive towards the bridge, and you have Clay going on that outer tree run. He's going to go on the flank fast, and they need to go even quicker because Vicento draws first blood. Now you expect Elevate to take control of the B bomb.
Well, the flank is coming in from Clay. He may be able to find some kills off. He just checked across for one more second. He would have saw him coming in, but now it's attached by himself. He was in a 1v4. It's a 1v2. He's finding the kills. He has Camo to work with as well. He's going to challenge one top mid, but can't win the gunfight. If he gets that, goes to a one-on-one and has Camo, that would have been a real quick 1v4.
Or even if he just takes his time a little bit. I mean, he really wasn't tagged up. Didn't have to challenge right away. Could have kind of reset a little bit. Got lost on the map. Potentially taking someone out from behind. Right there, challenges. I guess he knew where one player was and doesn't win the gunfight, but could have potentially clutched that with that Camo, which I think at that moment in the game would have been such a change in momentum. I think he definitely could have considered using the Camo.
All right, well, here we are, tied up at 3 apiece. Pushing across aggressively here at Bridges. Clayster, he's getting tagged up. There's one up close and personal, wasn't ready for it. They're not there to trade it out. At least the team kill does come in. That's the one saving grace that you have for Attach and crew now. But Attach and Zuma now going to find themselves in a 2v3. He has one close at the edge, might have heard his footsteps, not able to win it. And now this is back-to-back rounds where you're finding one member of FaZe in an almost impossible situation.
Yeah, and the players on Elevator are just going to group up. No chance of just losing this 1v3, and as soon as they get some eyes on Zuma, they know where he is. He fires off some shots, going to show up in everybody's minimap. Going to start to converge on him.
Zuma moving forward, and I was about to say maybe able to turn this into a 1v2, but help comes in as he's challenging Aqua there on the rock, and that's Nagafin reacting from that bridge corner. Goes vertical, and you know, he did not take a lot of shots here, I don't think yet. 2 bullets from Nagafin, able to close it out. Elevate now has the advantage. And if you missed game 1, I don't want to say it was a blowout, but Clayster destroyed. FaZe takes it. Now it's Elevate looking to answer.
See what Elevate does on offense. Nagafin has his Camo. Could potentially use this to be a pretty aggressive towards the middle of the map. More aggressive over towards that B bomb site. Throws out an EMP, destroys a clone, so you know Psychosis was used. It's going to be Felony, opening things up with a nade kill. You see Zuma, though, in the kill feed, picks up 2. But Nagafin through mid-map. FaZe leaves it completely open. He has an opportunity to make a huge play.
And he has Tac Mask and no dead silence, so stomping around backside of left is going to be very, very scary. Can he get there in time, though, to help his teammate? He's down in water, not able to win it, so it's going to be Nagafin in a 1v2. Has some information as to where both players are. He has Camo to work with as well. This is very doable. 50 seconds on the clock. He's got 2 fish to fry. They're both here in water.
It's going to be very difficult for him to win these engagements because it's a really good crossfire set up by FaZe. That play were to drop, Enable's right in that position. Actually, Enable goes and checks the back. Oh.
Do you consider just hitting the Camo there and staying alive and thinking about the 1v1?
No, you have to think that FaZe is a crossfire setup, but he almost got fortunate because Enable goes to check the back, and he does pop the Camo there.
Oh, I didn't, on my screen, I didn't realize he got it off.
Yeah,
I would think it'd be smart there. Get the Camo, get to the edge. pop it a little bit quicker, though, I would think. Let me check if he used it. No.
No, so the animation
okay.
incomplete, so.
So he had a similar thought to mine, just luckily maybe he hit it right when he died?
Yeah, I mean, luckily he hits it like a split second before he dies, doesn't fully use, so he's going to have it this next round.
Oh, it looks like this may be an A push, so I want to see this from Facinto's POV on defense. He peeks the edge, he's tagged up, they're going to fly, but the thing is, he does have support there. There goes the camo from attach. The headshot comes in, Facinto holding strong. The one-man stand here on the tree, so tagged, but still alive, and now his teammates are backing him up. Everything has been shut down on this push, and you can see Bomb here at the close corner.
It's just a fantastic hold there by Facinto. Obviously, he had some teammate support there with Felony behind the bomb, but just for Facinto being able to stay alive in that position pretty much wins this round for Elevate.
But the long wrap around, you sneaky little... Oh, what is that? No! You can't let that happen. Oh, tries to be sneaky, then whips the shots. Not that he would have won that round, but you had a pretty good opportunity. Yeah, that's a little bit of a reality check when that one happens. That's game one's out the window.
A little bit of karma for saying they were trash and getting caught, but
oh Lord,
it's like those guys are trash. Let me go shoot at the air a little bit, get turned on. Oh, not good.
That left a sour taste in my mouth.
Well, it'll be Elevate on offense. Nagafin still with this camo, and you'd like to see him utilize this, or maybe Elevate play around it, because there are so many times where we see it goes around 11, then we see like either a camo or something like that don't get used at all, or just a really poor use.
Well, they're all stacked up on bridge. Unfortunately, Zoom Up, I think, just put a one burst in somebody kind of from that mid log. Pushing forward is Nagafin. He's trying to find the kill, but there's nowhere to go. Two players already down, trying to at least find one. Felony gets it, tagged from behind. Now it's just Facinto. 1 versus 3, trying to clutch up, but the Arcade 5 shots are off, and it is round 11, baby.
Round 11, obviously, you know, one round decides the map, but Elevate has a ton of utility to work with. I would be shocked if they don't figure out a way to end this one. They have camo on Nagafin, and they have kinetic on Felony. It would be a huge choke if they don't win this. I mean, those are two very powerful abilities. When you have both of those, you've got to secure it. Yeah, I mean, if you are Elevate, you consider pushing Felony up the bridge with that kinetic.
This is everything. If he can find a kill on one of those two players, catch him off guard, that would be, oh, maybe can he catch Felony? He might be able to catch Felony. He's right behind him. Oh, God, if he gets that kill, that is a difference maker here in round 11.
But why not get aggressive over towards the B site with the camo? I mean, granted, you push towards the bridge. If they're not there, I guess it's a waste of the camo, but or the kinetic. You just get so much information, and you get a great vantage point to watch that B bomb site from. It kind of just forces them over towards that tough A site.
Let's watch Clayster here. He has glitch to work with. Remember, all the abilities that you have, they're starting to push their way in through window. Tension building now is 4 up, 40 seconds left. EMP check out the back, does tag Felony. No one's coming in the back. Shots on, that's a perfect play from Enable as he's able to open things up with first blood. Felony doesn't get to use the ability. And 2 down, FaZe looking to shut this down. 2v4, and now for Elevate, they're getting sliced and diced. It's now just Facinto, can't do it.
It is a disaster for Elevate in round 11. It could not have gone any worse. They don't get to use their kinetic. They don't get to use their camo. FaZe with a 2-0 lead in the series might have been the nail in the coffin.
Oh, Lordy. So game 1, Clay goes off, takes control. Game 2, it's down to around 11 in which you have camo. You have kinetic for Elevate.
You just have to stay alive.
And Felony, so what happened there, why that was beautiful is that EMP goes out to the back. He couldn't pop it. He gets cut down before he has a chance to make a play.
You wouldn't pop it in that situation anyway, though, because like, I mean, you can't really see anybody. I mean, you're just going to use it. You stay alive, which I guess is a decent use. But you gotta put your players, like when they have those abilities, like granted, like okay, there's strats you fall back on, there's setups you have. When you have those players, those abilities, that goes out the window. You need to put those players in positions that they can succeed and use those abilities to their advantage because they're too powerful, especially in a round 11 and a match as important as this. You need to get some use out of that.
I don't know what stands out to me the most from this. I mean, I guess you have to say the round 11, the fact that they clutched up, but to get there Is there somebody that was the biggest catalyst maybe for you? I know Clay had some nice early rounds. He had an ugly one as well. But what stands out for you the most, buddy?
I would probably, well, what stands out the most is that just round 11, just a really poor specialist use on the side of Elevate. I think that's the one thing you kind of look back and it's like, you pick Kinetic for that situation. Like, to have it in that situation. And you don't use it at all. You don't use the camo. Like, there's no excuse for that.
And it almost worked out. Like, I thought Zuma might be able to catch him before he can get it off at mid-map. He doesn't. And then that EMP hitting them in the back, I want to know what was going through Felony's mind, because he's like, I physically, he couldn't pop anything. He's EMP'd, he's in the back. As soon as he peeks, he basically gets two bursts.
I understand maybe not pushing the bridge. Like I was saying, like, look, push the bridge with the Kinetic. I understand maybe not making that move, but I think you had to do something with camo and play around that. But it's a 2-0 lead for FaZe Clan going into game number 3. It'll be an evac uplink. I said at the end of the game too, Maven, I feel like that was the nail in the coffin.
Well, you've heard our thoughts on that crazy game 2, but I do want to toss it up to Revan, hear his thoughts on that search and destroy.
Thank you very much, Maven. What a round 11 we just saw, and to be quite frank, that was a pretty ballsy round 11 play from FaZe. Glad it worked out for them. Believe they picked off Felony before he had a chance to pop that key kinetic armor ability, but look, they take it in round 11, and now they're in great position for the remainder of the series. As we take an overview of the upcoming uplink map, it's going to be evac here. Now, of course, for your hardcore fans out there, you already know how evac uplink plays out. This is more for the newer guys. How this one is going to play out is normally whenever you're attacking towards the top side of the map, which I'm going to highlight here for you guys in a second, you have a really big opportunity to get a spawn trap going on the opposing team. So let me just highlight everything for you guys. So let's say for argument's sake, we have FaZe defending the portal over here. That means that when Elevate are going to be pushing forward, FaZe's main spawn is going to be right here outside apartments. And you could already tell that it's a pretty long distance to travel if you want to rotate back to try to defend your portal. And this is the ideal setup Elevate want to get going on this map specifically. So you want a player over near top AC. You want a player watching the cross as well. Let's say somebody just went in for the dunk, and then you have a guy playing for the neutral drone over near glass. The key visions that these guys are going to be looking at is you have the guy top AC. He's in charge of watching over the drone carrier as he makes his way in for the score. You have the guy watching the cross back to see if anybody's going to rotate over from FaZe. So as long as they're watching the cross there, things are going to look good for them. But once again, if you guys don't know, this is where the neutral drone spawns. Now, if FaZe ever find themselves in a situation like this, it's very important to know, what are you going to do when you're respawning? Are you going to overextend, or are you going to rotate back? And what I mean by that is if you're on FaZe, you have two options here. Either you're going to rotate back, which is pretty tough to do unless you have a key specialist ability or weapon to work with to try to aid you in that, or even a squirt streak. More often than not, you see teams go for the overextension, and what they want to do is try to get control of this tree platform. You send players out to the middle of the map as well to contest for the neutral drone area. The key is to overwhelm the sole player that's going to be over at the neutral drone. That is what it's going to allow FaZe to break out of the spawn trap that can happen whenever you're defending that top portion of the map. But I'm getting word that the next map is almost ready. I'm going to send it back down to Maven and Mr. X to bring you the action there.
Great stuff there, Revan. I always love hearing his voice. All year.
I love his telestration.
We have our CWL North American crew. It's been myself and you, the dreamy duo, and then we've had Jack and Revan.
We've had those other guys.
Revan's become my favorite analytical brain.
Yeah,
does a really good job.
Jack's all right.
Yeah, Jack is something. But one thing to note, we did the man protect. There was nothing that stood out that much.
But what specialist draft there is?
A Ripper for Clayster.
It's something we don't see often. The Ripper was probably my favorite weapon to go through pubs with. I think that's an easy one to pick, but we don't see it in competitive play at all. So this is going to be interesting.
I'll tell you the time that I've actually seen it used a little bit more, when I've been playing some of these S&D matches with Havoc. Havoc likes to use it in search, and I joke around with him like, oh, it's awful. I've seen him clutch so many 1v1s with a Ripper. It's unbelievable. He's like, this is going to be the new meta. And I think he's kidding, but maybe not.
But you're talking about search. This is an update. So I don't know how you're going to make the Ripper useful on a map like evac.
Well,
game mode like uplink. It'll be very interesting to see.
We'll take a look at evac here. You've got your blue and red portals. Oh my God, this is. Do you think it's done here? Is FaZe going to blow it open, close this out 3-0? Like we saw some big plays there from the side of FaZe. Or who do you think is going to be the best player in this matchup? From either side, who is going to stand out the most for you?
I think it's going to be Enable. I think you put Enable in a position where he can slay out with the assault rifle, maybe get to that top glass position, top AC. I think he can really start to do some nice things.
That is very, very true. But guys, just wrapping up their score streaks, and we should be good to go into the action. See if FaZe can take this 3-0. This is a matchup that we've seen time and time again. Elevate's kind of been a thorn on the side of FaZe. They've gone back and forth. FaZe got some key wins in Stage 2 to make sure that Elevate couldn't actually play in the Stage 2 final, which is insane to think with the finishes they've had at MLG, Anaheim, and Orlando. Is what, a second and a third, or second and a fourth they were able to do. One more shot of Clayster there as we get ready to go in the map. Despite the fact that he had a little bit of a blunder there in the game 2, he still posted, I think, 8 and 7 stat lines. Still a big player in this.
Yeah, he was still very good. So we'll see if that can continue. Strong play from FaZe Clan as they make a strong push for that bracket play.
Well, the countdown is on, guys. 10 seconds on the clock, and we are going to hop into game 3. Can Elevate bounce back and make this a series? It's been the games 3 and 4 at times that keep them alive. You don't usually expect them to win the hard point. And they've had a couple reverse sweeps. We know they are certainly capable of it.
Now we'll get right to the game. It'll be Facento pushing through that middle of the map, and Elevate is going to grab Drone and try and go mid with it. Try and set up for a quick score and catch FaZe off guard.
All right, well, we're with Nagafin here. Drone in hand, melee in hand as he's able to find one. Now wrapped to the edge. The one-pointer is up. No interception there as they are able to get 1 point on the board here early for Elevate. You watch Enable winning a gunfight. And let's see if they can continue. Now, if you're Elevate, as close as you can keep this from this side, you'll be feeling pretty darn good. Getting an early point on the board, pretty solid stuff. Trying to catch one from behind, at least get shots in. Cannot whip and find the kill there. Right now, everyone is kind of battling for drone position, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, your goal, if you are Elevated, is just don't get blown out in this first half. Keep it close. Even if you're down, just keep it manageable to a situation where when you attack this AC side, you can make things happen.
Well, it's Clay putting in one over the top. If you're just tuning in, guys, it is going to be a 2-0 advantage in the series for FaZe. Clayster and crew looking to close it out here in the uplink. They've only got Enable alive to kind of deal with any pressure coming in. We're going to switch over to Facento as he is going to be the drone carrier. Taking it top side of the map, going the roundabout way. It's all about possession from this side, and so far, Elevate doing a pretty good job holding top.
Now, Facento going on this long wall run. It's one of the more used routes we see when you're trying to score from this side. Yeah, he pretty much just he jumped off, meleeed, and actually just pushed the player almost off of the wall, and you saw him just drop. He basically took out the drone carrier and Nagafin there in the process. So the route we see a lot of teams go from on the side that Elevate's on to put points on the board, but you see players dropping like flies on the side of Elevate. Clay going in, puts through a dunk, and he has the Ripper to work with. What will he do?
It's the first time I think I've heard that in competitive play.
Yeah.
He has the Ripper to work with.
It sounded good.
It did. Attach looking to add to this lead. Dunk going to be coming in. 5-1 FaZe. In control early, but again, they are on the side where it's a little bit easier to get the rally going, but the rally is certainly on.
Elevate's not even getting back to the drone. I mean, they're getting slayed out before they can even make it there. This is ugly right now as another dunk comes in for FaZe. It's going to be 7-1 in favor of FaZe Clan, and you see over on the drone spawn, the guys on Elevate trying to push their way through. The issue is they cannot win any gun battles on that side of the map, so FaZe just keeps relentlessly assaulting the AC side of the map, putting in points with ease, and Attach coming through middle, has Heatwave. Come right behind Facento, takes him out easily. Get some help from Zuma. Now he gets this top AC control. Look for more points to go through.
It's a one-pointer over the top for Zuma. 8-1 advantage now, FaZe. Well, now the comments we heard from Clayster early in game 1. Looking that way right now as they are just destroying Elevate here in this uplink. Kinetic armor pop, looking for more kills, able to find one solid second in the back. Will get tagged up though from behind and not able to keep that streak going. But I feel like there has been somebody from FaZe locked at top or bottom AC this entire game.
It has just been so much pressure from the FaZe side that Elevate, I mean, they get 2 kills. They're so weak that 2 more players just come through the side of FaZe and take them out easily. So something that FaZe obviously, you know, very good in respawn game modes, very explosive, just a high slaying team. Elevate, really, they kind of rely on their teamwork, not the best slayers. And you see right
whose
now,
base is whose?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe has spent more time in the Elevate base than their own. I mean, outside the first 30 seconds, it's just been a no contest.
I wish there was more that we could break down, but this is a good old-fashioned spanking right now as FaZe getting just absolutely having their way with Elevate. Elevate has touched the drum, Matt. They have touched the drum. And it might be the first time since Vicento tried to wall run top.
I really want to see the Ripper used. I mean, at this point, they're down 12. Just use it. What kind of situation could we see the Ripper be used in, Maven? I'm going to ask you a question to see what your analysis would be on
You know as
Ripper
well as
use.
I do, there's not a good answer for that.
There it is!
Ripper used the Ripper on a heat-waved opponent as you soar in to slice. Clayster picks it up. It is 15 to 1.
Oh, they're going to get more here.
17 to 1.
Well, it's a little bit anticlimactic here in the first half as Clay's going to earn himself a lightning. The drone still in the hands of FaZe, and they get one more point on the board there at the end. The final score at the half. At halftime, let me just reiterate that again. This is the halftime score, 18 to 1.
It's like they subbed us in. It's like me, you, Jack, and Revan, and they want us to play against a pro team. This is embarrassing.
Not good.
There's a shot of the Elevate, guys.
Not happy.
I hope they understand how embarrassing this is. 18 to 1 as we hop into the second half. But, you know, there's one thing that I can tell you, we've seen time and time again. What happens on one day, like a team can be so good on Friday and not as good on Saturday or Sunday. So if these two teams were to face up again, I would not expect to have this kind of outcome.
No. I mean, Elevate has been a very good team all year long. This is uncharacteristic to how they played.
Attach might just be showing off his wall running moves now. He does have Afterburner, so that'll be a little bit easier. His teammates clearing the way. He is clearing all of the objects off the map. Streak starting to come in as well. And oh my god, we got a couple kills there for Elevate. They picked up 3. Zuma left by himself. And they have touched the drone for the 4th time in the game.
Yep, they're going to try and wrap the drone over towards glass side. They need to push through, get aggressive. You know, if you're a Felony, you teammates pick up some kills, use that kinetic to stay alive, push forward, pick up some more, and he drops before he could even use it. Now everybody on Elevate is just falling. They're not going to get any points out of this.
Are they going to score again, Matt?
I think so. I mean, they're attacking AC side, right? I mean, it's a little bit easier to get control of the other team's base and put some points on the board. You expect Elevate to kind of try and muster up some confidence here at the end, put some points on the board. I mean, even if you think, you know, you're down and out of it, you still have a lot more matches to play. The remainder of this tournament, got to keep a positive mindset, got to build upon this.
This looks like a 100 Thieves Stage 2 scoreline in Uplink. Is that fair?
Yeah. No, that's very fair.
Is Nate shot here yet? If so, I apologize, but 3 minutes left of this bloodbath.
Nah, I mean, Elevate really hasn't even gotten any. Like, it almost seems like they're not even intending to go on offense. Like, where is the offense? Like, I mean, they have opportunities to use their abilities. They don't go on the offensive end. They just a really odd gameplay from them. Something. I'll say it again. I mean, this has been a team that has been very consistent on land throughout Black Ops 3. We've never seen a result like this from them. And
here we go. Here we go. Points coming.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Enables in the back, playing some defense. There we go.
Yes!
1 point play goes through. 18 to 2 in favor of FaZe.
It's time for the comeback. 2.5 minutes left, 16-point deficit. It's 4 men in a dream. Elevate, I can't make this up. They're not gonna do that.
4 men and a dream with 2 minutes to go. Can they do the impossible? Oh man, this is well, I mean, let's talk a little bit about FaZe, right? I mean, they've looked so good in this matchup. It's like, is this finally the event we see them put it together? Like, is this finally the weekend that they kind of show the form that they were in last year and make a run?
I mean, this is the first match I've casted, but I've heard they've been playing really, really well, and I still feel like when the pressure's on, when the crowd is amped, when all the eyes are on, that is when Clayster is at his best. That's when he gets his guys at his best. You know, Attach won last year. Enable has won championships in multiple titles. Zuma, you know, he's been a little bit up and down this year, but well, see you, Nogafin. But I think they're gonna pull it together. I expect a deep run. Do I think they're gonna win it? I don't, but they can. I mean, if you make a short list of like 6 teams that can do it, they're on that list.
And I think too, I mean, just trying to like, while you were speaking, I'm trying to rack my brain for a second. It's like, I can't remember at a LAN event that we've seen FaZe beat another top team like this bad throughout a whole series. Like, I can't think of, like, usually all the games they've had against other top teams, they've been really close and whatnot. I cannot remember this FaZe Clan team this year on LAN putting together a performance like this against a top opponent.
Quick update, Elevate has doubled their score.
Yep. They're gonna get the drone, they're gonna bring in for more points. They should have some AC control, so Elevate putting on some points here at the end. Obviously, no, not the result they wanted in this match versus FaZe, but still, need to keep that positive mindset
It's
like
time for
we're
the
saying going
comeback.
into bracket play.
It's time for the comeback, 35 seconds. They're gonna do it.
I actually think it's mathematically impossible with how long like the drone takes to come down and how long it takes to get over. I'm pretty sure it is, but
don't you dare kill my dreams.
I think I effectively have. As FaZe is running away with the drone, so that kind of ends any chance of that dream existing anymore. Nah, it looks like 1-point throw going to go off on the side of FaZe. Doesn't connect, but still, not enough time for Elevate to complete that comeback. Players falling off the map. Not a good result for Elevate. A fantastic one for FaZe Clan as they take the series 3-0.
I love that shot at Clay. He's hyped up. He loves the crowd. He's getting them fired up. You know, we've had people in and out of the venue enjoying the COD XP outside. They've been coming in to root on their fan favorites as well. And Clayster is getting them fired up. And you got to feel this is a bit of a momentum booster as we're getting into bracket play now, by the way. This is our last group match play on Alpha.
Yeah.
It's time for the big boy matches.
Yeah, we're going to start bracket play right after this match, so that's very exciting. We know most of the teams that are going to be in the bracket, so I'm sure we'll give you guys an update whether it's here or XP zone on who makes it through. But I think if you're FaZe, you really gotta be happy with that win. I mean, that's a dominant win over a top opponent, and that's something that you can kind of build on going into the brackets.
I just heard in my ear from our producer. Give a good recap of that game.
FaZe won. Elevate was not here. They lost. That's my recap.
What would you like me to recap?
That's my in-depth analysis of that. We saw a team with a Ripper win by a substantial margin. It kind of tells you how the rest of the series was as well.
No, that was great though. But
yeah.
to give you, in case you tuned in, you haven't seen the full breakdown. Game 1 was pretty close until Clayster just erupted, dominated. Game 2 goes the wire to the game 11, round 11, in which you're a little bit worried that maybe.
It was a round 11 where Elevate had active camo and kinetic armor. They did not use either ability during the round. They completely gave it away. FaZe takes that map. They jump up 2-0 in the series. And then that last one we just saw was not close whatsoever. Yeah, no.
It wasn't.
Not close.
But hey, Clayster, you were a god. You were a monster. And I can't wait to see what heights you take this team to this weekend. Speaking of Clay, we've got him on the floor for an interview.
I have Clayster joining me here for a quick word. First of all, of course, congratulations to not only that win, but also the first place in your group. Was that something you guys expected?
First off, thanks, Maven. I love you too. And then also, it's something we expected. We came in here with a game plan, and to not drop a map in pool play, especially against Elevate, who's beaten us all year long, it says a lot about our confidence and our preparation. You know, my guys were up here all pumped about the way we played, and you know, beating Elevate, man, it meant a lot to us.
Well, that is great to hear. Now, if we're looking back at your performance during the Stage 2 finals, you guys seem to struggle there a little bit. Let's be polite about that. But yeah, you guys seem to struggle there a little bit. So what has changed? What was your main focus in practicing coming up into this event?
Well, I think the mentality of everyone has slightly shifted. Zuma last year didn't have the best placing at champs. Enable got third, and me and Tatch got first. So we all have this mindset that we really want to win this event. And the amount of preparation and practice that we put in since Orlando into this event is I've grinded the most that I've ever grinded with any team ever. We probably are the most prepared I've ever been for an event. And you should be like that for every event, but if you win champs, it's more than if you won every other event combined. So we're bringing out all the stops here, breaking out everything we want to do and what we want to use. And we want to show people who FaZe is.
All right, we can't wait to see that. All right. Now, you just got super fired up here on stage when you just won that game. Do you think you can, like, ride that high into the bracket plays too?
Oh, yeah. One of our main focuses was just to make it to bracket play and to sweep our group without dropping a map. You know, me and Attach are losers bracket players, double elimination players. So going into this double elim bracket, we don't plan on going to the losers bracket, and we plan on winning all the way to the straight finals.
And we wish you the best of luck. So thanks a lot for joining me, and we are heading back to our casters.
All right, great stuff there. Zoe and Clay, handsome as always, fantastic interview, and I love to hear about the preparation coming into this, and saying this is the most, like, I guess the hardest he has grinded for an event. That says a lot. He's been playing since like the dawn of the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
He has a
Played
lot of time in this game.
And we've talked about it all year with this FaZe Clan lineup. It's like they have like the most talent, you can arguably say, like top to bottom. It's like they just have not been able to put it together. And it hasn't been really a dedication issue. Like some teams you can look and say, oh, that guy's not dedicated, like that's why they're not playing that great. It's like, you know, sometimes like, you know, throughout the year, like Attaches look like their best player, then Clays look like their best player, you know, Enable, they just have not got everything clicking at one time. If they do it at this event, I mean, they can take people out like this, take very good teams out like this, and make a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, the game 2 was close. The game wasn't once Clay got rolling. And the game 3, I know that says 19-8, but I mean 100-5 would be more accurate. And how that felt for, you know, the first, what, 8 or 9 minutes of that game?
Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, that game, I mean, 19-8 is still not a close score line, but still I feel like 6 of those 8 points came in garbage time.
But hey, it has been fun here on Alpha. Now the group matches are done for us. It is time for bracket play. We've got a quick break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
FaZe Clan hasn't dropped a single map in this tournament. I really don't want to be gassing them too much, but they're 9-0 right now. If they could hear me, I know that I'm over the loudspeaker. FaZe, you guys are killing it. Keep it up going into the bracket.
Yeah, it's great to see these guys performing well, especially with the inconsistencies that they've had throughout the year. But look, this is a team, these FaZe members, they're not happy with anything aside from a first place finish. They want to win it all, so I know that's still a step-by-step process for them, taking it map by map. But really quick, I want to talk about the round 11 that we just saw between FaZe and Elevate, because I thought it was a pretty ballsy call just to stack the top window like that. What did you guys think of the decision to attack that part of the map?
Well, even before that, I mean, Zuma pops overdrive and just hits middle of the map. Like, that's pretty ballsy in round 11, because the thing with overdrive is if you go out there and you get into a bad position, you basically give up first blood. So it's definitely one of those risks. And then obviously, yeah, like you said, Elevate was sort of in like a 2-2 split setup. It was a little bit different than what we've seen, and FaZe was just able to split it, just jumping through that top window, catching Elevate off guard.
I think Zuma's mistake actually put Elevate in a worse spot, because Zuma made a shot off in the middle of the map. He stood there in the middle, and Elevate were stuck in a tricky spot. Do they push out B? Do they try to flank around A as a team together? They ended up sitting back, and they were in this little bit of a limbo stage, and then FaZe Clan were able to just push out to the B-bomb site, get control of their building, and then when Elevate decided to make a play to go back to the B-bomb site, Enable was there to look over Zuma. Attach was getting a couple of kills, and they ended up closing out the round.
And, you know, I thought Elevate were in a good position because Felny had kinetic armor ready to go in round 11, a key specialist ability in the game. I think he died before he was able to pop that off. But regardless, it was a very impressive win from FaZe Clan against Elevate. But, guys, I want to take another look at the bracket and get your thoughts on everything that we've seen so far. Of course, we know that we have Splice versus Hyper Games. I believe that's going to be set up over on the Bravo stream. But once the bracket pops up, we could give our thoughts on it, as you guys see how all the action is going to develop. I mean, we know that European team, it's guaranteed to go deep, but how far do you think a European team can make it? Are we expecting grand finals, loser bracket finals? Where do you realistically see a European team ending up here?
I expect one. I think one will finish top 3. I know it's pretty a bold statement, But to me, just having all the European teams sort of on one side, that's good for a European team. They know what they're playing against. They're used to the different play styles. They know these guys. They play against them every day. Really, when we talk about the European struggles, it's not dealing with one North American team. It's playing them back to back to back. That's where they've had all of their struggles coming to North America. They can play with the best, but they can't beat them consistently.
Joe, I need to ask you a question. Has a European team ever placed top 8 at a Call of Duty championship?
I think top 8 at Black Ops 2, but never deeper than that.
Well, they're guaranteed to at least get top 6 if this bracket is displaying itself correctly to me. I'm expecting Splice to do a lot of damage. They've looked like the best European team so far. Millennium as well, they've looked really good. They're looking great with Mir. I know he's been playing exceptionally well. And man, they got to play Rise in that first match. It's going to be a tough match. Rise is also looking good too.
I certainly share your sentiments. I think Splice are the #1 European team at this event. Now, also, I want to bring your attention to not only FaZe versus Infused, but look right below that. Optic Gaming still waiting who they could possibly play, but we could possibly see FaZe versus Optic in round 2 of the winner's bracket.
That's brutal, man.
That's brutal, but I believe that slot will be filled with Team Envious, something we've discussed, and that is, that's 2 of the best teams, probably, I think a lot of people predicted 2 of the best teams in the world right now. So this will be a round 1 showdown, definitely.
Yeah, you're going to see FaZe Clan, maybe Envy, maybe Optic. They're going to be moving on to that second round. These could be considered the best 3 teams in the game. Maybe you could add Rise into that mix too, but they're going to be playing each other before they even get to the top 6.
That's going to be absolutely nuts. I can't wait to see how the action develops. I mean, look, that's an MLG or Orlando Grand Finals rematch. Envy looking for revenge, trying to send Optic Gaming into the lower bracket early on. Now, Optic Gaming, of course, they've kind of cruised to their group stage. They're looking good. If they do wind up matching against Envy, if Envy do wind up atop their group, how do you guys see that one playing out?
I mean, if you look at Orlando, Envy did beat them in that first best of 5, and to me, the big thing is Envy took that hard point off of them. I think we've sort of discussed it. The way Optic Search and Destroy is looking right now, I think they need to take, if it's going to go to a Game 5, they need to take at least 1 Search and Destroy to be able to beat this Envy team. I mean, Envy is such a good team, and they keep getting better every single event. And to me, one of the key things has to be that Search and Destroy, right?
We all know how Optic Gaming is going to perform. We all know that all 4 of those players are going to play well. With Envious, we know JCap's going to go consistent. John's a really consistent player. Slasher, it's going to come down to my boy Brian. Apathy, you got to step up. You're the X factor for Envious. If Envy's going to be winning this matchup versus Optic, if this does happen, I'm looking for Apathy to drop some numbers.
And Apathy to me, and when you look at sort of history versus Crimsix, he plays exceptionally well versus Crim's teams. For some reason, he just loves playing versus them. I don't know what it is, but he always does exceptional.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree. We're very much anticipating the matches to come, but still, just to set the scene, we got to toss it back over to the XP Zone hosts, Puckett and Jack. What's up next?
Well, fellas, we got a number of matches coming up next. Of course, over on Delta, you can watch Game 5. It just started. That is going to be Giants versus Most Wanted. Spain still fighting for their first match win of the tournament. But over on Bravo, we are moments away from seeing Splice versus Hyper Games. This would be the first bracket match of the 2016 Call of Duty World Championship, presented by PlayStation 4.
I'm looking forward to getting that one underway, but our alpha match we did just see. It was Elevate going up against FaZe. FaZe have been told time and time again that this was the year that Elevate just continued to have their number. Well, guess what? FaZe beat them there. I do know Zoe had a chance to speak with Clayster after that crazy match.
So yeah, I have Clayster joining me here for a quick word. First of all, of course, congratulations to not only that win, but also the first place in your group. Was that something you guys expected?
First off, thanks, Maven. I love you too. And then also, it's something we expected. We came in here with a game plan, and to not drop a map in pool play, especially against Elevate, who's beaten us all year long, it says a lot about our confidence and our preparation. My guys were up here all pumped about the way we played, and, beating Elevate, man, it meant a lot to us.
Well, that is great to hear. Now, if we're looking back at your performance during the Stage 2 finals, you guys seem to struggle there a little bit. Let's be polite about that. But yeah, you guys seem to struggle there a little bit. So what has changed? What was your main focus in practicing coming up into this event?
Well, I think the mentality of everyone has slightly shifted. Zuma last year didn't have the best placing at champs. Enable got third, and me and Tatch got first. So we all have this mindset that we really want to win this event. And the amount of preparation and practice that we put in since Orlando into this event is I've grinded the most that I've ever grinded with any team ever. We probably are the most prepared I've ever been for an event. And you should be like that for every event, but if you win champs, it's more than if you won every other event combined. So we're bringing out all the stops here, breaking out everything we want to do and what we want to use, and we want to show people who FaZe is.
All right, we can't wait to see that. All right. Now, you just got super fired up here on stage when you just won that game. Do you think you can, like, ride that high into the bracket place too?
Oh, yeah. One of our main focuses was just to make it to bracket play and to sweep our group without dropping a map. You know, me and Attach are losers bracket players, double elimination players. So going into this double elim bracket, we don't plan on going to the losers bracket, and we plan on winning all the way to the straight finals.
And we wish you the best of luck. So thanks a lot for joining me, and we are heading back to our casters.
All right, that was Clayster talking with Zoe, and Clayster was all smiles. I was actually watching as our analysts were talking. Clayster ran out in front and just opened his fake chest again. He was so pumped, and he yelled at the audience, everyone that was out here to support him. That is what Clayster feeds off of. And, you know, last year we saw Clayster walking away with the biggest chunk of the $1 million prize pool. That was $400,000 or $100,000 per player. This year we have upped the ante. $2 million. And you can see there is a huge difference for the teams that played in groups versus the teams that made it into our top 16. You're guaranteed at least $30,000 all the way up to that first place prize. And last year, Enable, his squad, they walked away with third. I have a feeling he's going to be going for a much bigger check. The question for me is it going to be 120? Is it going to be 150? Or will he be able to break into $250,000 there with a championship visit?
If you told me 10 years ago that me playing Call of Duty 2 would be something that I would follow for years up until now, and now we see people playing for $2 million on Black Ops 3, I would have slapped you in the face because I never thought this would happen, but it's pretty darn cool to see.
Thank you, Vonderhaar. Thank you, Activision. Thank you, Black Ops 3, and everyone who is supporting the Call of Duty World League all season long. For now, though, guys, it's time to jump back into the action. Bravo had just a short delay, so we'll be bringing you to Hyper Games versus Splice any moment. For now, though, let's take it over to Delta. This is Giants up 3-1 over Most Wanted. Let's take a look.
Is as powerful as this active camo with these score streaks.
Methods is actually just watching down on gold side for anyone flanking around. It is currently 2-2 in this series between Giants and Most Wanted. Both of these teams, unfortunately, finding their way out of the championship. Looking for bragging rights here as Methods actually hits a snipe over on Twiz, watching gold side, and Most Wanted were unfortunately losing 9 rounds of search and destroy in a row in this series before they finally got one on the board. Methods left in a predicament as Sammy manages to answer back on BL fire. It's Sammy versus Methods.
And now, right now, this is Sammy versus Methods. This is such an important engagement or a round win for him because if he does this right, he will have the car and he's already have some score streaks, so he can have a full set of score streaks. He's going to check the bomb. Is it going to be in time, though? It is. Oh, it's not. I'm sorry. The Ninja Defuse came out there on the Most Wanted side of things.
Unfortunately, Sammy not really timing that to the best. I think he expected someone to go and challenge for it, but in that situation, Most Wanted want to try and sneak some rounds on the board and get the momentum rolling in this search and destroy match, so he wasn't going to waste any time as far as the bomb plant goes, just hoping that he could have anticipated whether Sammy might have pushed forward if he did get caught in mid-defuse. But here we go, as Methods is going to push all the way round on a different side of the map. It looks like he is going to push right through into Palace. He has that HCXD available, just making sure no one does come through here. Might see some exchanges in the middle of the map. Methods opens up, but 2 kills go in the favor of Giants. Methods and Toho pick those ones out. Twiz answers back onto Toho. Sammy fully streaked out still 2v2 for these two teams.
And now I'm very surprised, right? You have Giants with these full set of streaks and they're up 3-1. You would really want to see them start using these streaks to kind of get farther into those rounds. they do have the numbers advantage, and if they can win this and go up 4-2, usually set of streaks that go up 5-2, and this game is fully in their favor. We're gonna hop on board though with Blindfire. He is in this 1v2 situation, right? He's gonna do all he can. He has to plant the bomb. He doesn't have too much time to work with, so this is definitely one of those situations as a player that you don't want to be in, because
We love Game 5s, but unfortunately something just kicked off that we cannot miss. Folks, it is your first championship bracket match here at the Call of Duty World League Championship 2016 presented by the PS4. It is a European battle, Splice versus Hyper Games.
On the back, and he's actually going to have Josh backing him up, and Josh has him at the same time. As we jump on board to Rated, as he now looks to break in the top mansion as we roll in a P2.
Very early in this map, number 1 hardpoint. Best of 5 in the winner bracket. Lots of money on the line. Rated at the back, trying to control this back statue for the spawns. But you see, the bait and switch from Hyper Games was so good there. They should be able to try and get some sort of control. Splice, you see on the minimap, they're spawning pretty far out, but Joe is buying them so much time. Lots of back and forth so far.
Joe moving like he's made out of mercury there, continuing just to snap onto people as quickly as humanly possible as we stay on him through the respawn. Let's see what he can do. 4 and 4, hitting bottom mansion now. Looking for it. 22 seconds left to go. He doesn't have that much support. Incoming push from Hyper Games at the top. They seize one. He's trying to snap on the second. Quicker will take him down. Though almost gets that kill now. But Splice are set up and ready for this rotation.
Yeah, those end-of-hill gunfights are very important, and that's where you try and extend your time. But Hyper Games, winning those, need to win these rotation fights as well. I don't know if I agree with challenging that gunfight. You need to get to that back satellite in order to lock down spawns. A little bit of a mistake, in my opinion, from the Hyper Games side. Quicker, you don't want to cut towards middle. Ali Zed misses some shots, has to reload, gets taken out as well. Splice looking very dominant, but you see the number 6, which is Brain, on the minimap, trying to wrap back around, catch some players off guard. He's able to pick up 2. Brain able to get these spawns, but no, the gunfights are won by Bance in the hill. It doesn't matter, all that fighting for spawns, and Splice still getting all of the hardpoint time.
They certainly are. Now you see Bance doing serious work for him as well. He really is heating up here. And just to quickly touch on something, Teep, you may not have seen. Josh actually came over to me before this game started and asked not to be watched. What? He said, I'm not having a great tournament. I feel like I need all the help I can get.
Was he self-conscious?
I think he was. It was just a little bit like he's feeling like he's not performing to his usual level, and it's maybe just a superstitious thing.
Yeah, okay. That's not really the mentality you want going into a huge event like this. But regardless, back and forth gameplay. Splice able to get a little bit of an edge on that window hill. But Bance absolutely taking over for the back satellite. Spawns has Kinetic to work with. You're going to expect that on the bunker rotation. The money hill, so much time able to be won. If you can chain it together with this one at Rocks, you can really open the game.
Well, Bance gained a lot of fans this year, and not just because he looks like a model, but because of his gameplay coming into this one. Let's see what he can do. Still alive, still holding satellite for his team. And it's going to be 1 or 2 more pushes actually coming in from Hyper Games before both teams are going to really start thinking about making a move. And I wonder if Splice are going to push. It's 26 seconds, a lot of time to give up. But with how far they've spawned out, they can't afford to really make a push and lose bunker. But look at this. Quicker Than You has managed to get through Splice. He's broke them down. And I'm wondering whether or not they can actually make this play come through. This may be so significant. We're going to stay on and watch this. I know not a lot is happening.
They have no idea he's here. He has the Connect to work with. The first kill on Bance. He's taking his time. I love this play. Able to... Oh my gosh, he doesn't get it, Bance! Able to slide around. He chokes. He could have made the play for his team and break the setup, but he absolutely chokes the situation. Bance,
Bance hit
looks
Kinetic.
Looks like he popped Kinetic, but still, that should have been a kill from Quicker. Hyper Games now has to try and battle back in. Kinetic is wasted as well. Quicker just can't do anything with that. Rated, gonna push them out with the Tempest, should be able to break back in. Hyper Games gonna get some time back, but oh man, that should have gone in Hyper Games' favor.
Oh my goodness, Rated now unleashed. He's got a player in front of him. Good play coming in. Josh trying to get it as well. Brain coming through once more. We may see a side play come through, but Brain actually needs control first. Getting out the side here to begin with may mean he only gets 1 or 2 kills and gets traded, which is the reason we haven't seen it quite yet. He is saving it if he wants to use it. I mean, he might have to actually use it on a different hill now. Oh my goodness!
Gosh, don't need a snipe when you're able to pop 1 burst like that with the XR2. Nolson following up with 2 of his own. And the score, the lead change, gonna go into, never mind, they're just gonna take the time. They ruined my sentence. I'm done.
It's all ready, it's all fresh. We're starting again here on a P1. And Nolson looks like he's heated up. Hyper Games have come firing back into this game here. Splice looked really dominant. when you've got players like Brain and Nelson on 5-streak, and also seeing that side now come into mid here. He's going to be looking to start getting his streaks. 100 points more. He's looking for Josh. They're trying to get against his trophy system as well. He's desperate to get this one. You can actually see him backing up and staying away. He's desperate to get this one locked down.
Yeah, I really enjoy how he's playing this one. These streaks are so important, especially going to the third hill on rotation, that window hill you see him looking at. He's able to get in the hard point, get that 100 points. He has the Wraith on too. A bit greedy to use this in such a high-stakes situation, not able to get that one. But back and forth, not too much time earned, so much contesting going on. The rotation should be happening. He's going to save those streaks, but Josh winning a huge fight at the back towards Statue. You really want to try and control this top side. It gives you a great vantage point over towards this bottom mansion hill. Bance breaking in with 2 again. They can't seem to stop the guy in these hard points.
They certainly can't. He's now holding top mansion, and top mansion's so crucial for this hard point as well. You see teams completely fighting over it to the point where you're wondering when the action's actually going to take place inside the hard point. But now, again, that rotation kill's coming in. You can see them flooding through the back, coming through top mansion, looking to break in now. It's going to be Quicker versus Bance. Quicker's going to get that first kill as well. Sees another player not going to go down as it is traded away. Radiant comes in at the same time, and he's pre-firing now with a HVK. Knowing players are coming for him, he picks up that kill. Is he MP'd? And he's now pre-firing again, looking for Quicker at the front door. Radiant slapping a new clip in, ends up throwing a melee where he maybe grips the controller too tight, as Brain picks up 3 to rip them out of the hard point. But it doesn't matter as both teams keep flooding and keep going, and Josh is screaming at the top of his lungs.
Crazy stuff. Back-to-back 3 from either side. Splice able to secure a pretty decent lead at about 30 seconds to scrap time going to Hyper Games. Brain has the streaks to work with. I'd really like to see him pop them here. Hellstorm first, he does it. He calls it out. 1 player spotted in the hill. He's going for 2 though, only able to pick up the first person. 1 more player around him at the back satellite. Can he catch him though? No, slides past him, has the XR2, but Joe able to win that clutch gunfight. Hill control in Hyper Games' favor, but they're getting cleared out. Splice has the spawns. They should be able to get a lot of time and extend the lead up to about 200 here.
I know you guys can probably only hear a little bit of this, but trust me when I say I can hear Splice getting loud and furious now. Their blood is up. They dislike the fact that Hyper Games almost took the lead off of them, and they are really getting into this one. Josh and Joe combining for more kills. Raider getting another one as well as he screams and lets Hyper Games know what is occurring. And Hyper Games are slipping further and further behind. Sweat is now beading their brow. They're worried about losing this one after all the hard work they put in.
Welcome back to the Alpha stage. All right, so we've had some impeccable action. First to kick the day off with Mr. X, Optic versus Panda. Was Optic going to win the match? Are they going to stay alive here in group play? The answer was yes. They have made it in, but maybe not in the position many expected. And then quickly for the viewers, talk about your second match with...
we had the great pleasure. Actually, it was with you handsome chap.
It was the third match with Matt. I'm sorry. I get confused.
It was Allegiance versus Epsilon, where we got to see the North Americans actually kind of stick it to the Brits. It was very good to see Allegiance, we're given so little time together, managed to make it work, and a very convincing win for them.
Yeah, it really, really did. And, well, I mean, the big thing here, the big storyline, kind of, is the fact that we are... Yes, FaZe just got a big win. Yes, they took the group over Elevate, but now the big thing is, hey, we're done with group play. It's bracket play time.
It's the big stuff.
Double elimination, 16 teams left. This is decide, divvy up this $2 million. It's going to be incredible to witness. I believe we can kind of take you through the schedule of who we're going to have win on the Alpha stage, as we've got a lot of incredible matches to come. The first is going to be Rise Nation going up against Millennium.
And what's so crazy is that if you looked at the schedule now, every single stream, Alpha through Delta, is going to have a big game. It's awesome. I mean, the fact that Splice Hyper Games is going on right now, if you are tuned in, go check that one out as well. It's really worth watching just as you see too. There's so much storyline going on in that European affair. Even here, Rise Nation, Millennium, what a great match this is going to be.
Yeah, as you take a look at it here, so Rise Nation, you think they're probably going to be taking it over Millennium. Maybe. That might be my pick, but you may be having one team from the EU knocked out. Next up is going to be FaZe Clan going up against Team Infused. And then at 8:30, it is going to be Optic Gaming going up against Team Envious. I don't know who G1 is. That's code name maybe for Team Envious.
G? Top of Group G? Would be my guess.
Likely. So it's going to be Team Envious. So maybe that was decided in the background, or they might have gotten that ready before we actually knew who was going to be coming in. But this is what's crazy. All right, so you have Hyper Game Splice, so definitely one EU team going to be out. We know 6 got in. Rise Nation versus Millennium's tough. That could potentially be two EU teams that'll be out. And then you have the second match, FaZe versus Team Infused, with the way Team Infused has been playing. I mean, you could, all right, I know I might be a little biased towards top North American teams. I've been casting them all year.
Absolutely.
But you may have half of your European bracket play teams just sniffed out, just from what we're thinking about right now.
It could happen, but it also does mean that we have a guaranteed European presence in top 6.
Does it?
Yes. Because we're all at the top side of the bracket.
That's true.
Guaranteed EU top 6. That's pretty badass.
That is. That's back. We're looking back to Black Ops 2, really, since that
Black
was
Ops
even a
titles.
thing.
You know, we heard, I think it was Swanee said, Europe has been notoriously good at Black Ops titles. And we stand in Black Ops 3. We'll see how far we can push it. I say we as if I'm somehow part of this. Not really, just a passport, but still. We are going to be seeing how far they can get. And Millennium are going to be a big part of that. I mean, let's start turning our attention to Rise Nation Millennium. Let's do that.
Absolutely. And one of the big player matchups we're looking for here is going to be Octane going up against Mad Cat. These are the two that need to drop the numbers. They just have to go off statistically if you're going to have a chance. And as we look at this key player matchup, it's gameplay matchup. We got 1.49 KD for Octane, 1.2 for Mad Cat. And you can see hardpoint specifically, Octane has been a monster, but on the other side in CTF, that's where Mad Cat's really taken off. The question for me is Millennium going to get to a CTF?
That is one question. Another is actually Octane. I mean, I have heard whispers, I've heard glimmers of people suggesting that Octane has kind of fallen off. He's lost that drive that he had at the start of the year. Would you suggest that that is something that's actually occurred with Octane?
Okay, there was a period of time where that was the kind of the thought from everyone, that I don't know if it's the drive, just that the time wasn't there, the scrim wasn't there. He didn't seem to maybe care as much, seemed distracted at times, even when you get shots of him on the main stage. Like, there was one, he's at a final, or losers bracket final, I saw him yawning. I was like, what is he?
That's not cool.
You can't yawn at a losers bracket final, but everything that I've heard is this Rise team is on point, and they're ready to go.
And so am I, Maven. It's time to start another fantastic series of Call of Duty here at XP. Rise versus Millennium. And just as I say that, doesn't look like we're quite ready to jump on in. Ooh, that was good timing. Just get my bum back in that seat.
Yeah. Well, see, it's funny because Matt's very delicate. He has super weak knees. It's difficult for him to walk more than a mile, stand for very long periods of time. So Machine and I, we cast, we're on our feet, we're hyped up, we're screaming.
I tend to be
Matt's
very
just like
animated while I cast. Sometimes I see Matt, he goes for a cheeky leg. Just pops a leg out. That's the Mr. X.
This is how
it.
Matt cast?
Holding the controller like this. This is the Mr. X stance.
I could never do that.
Whereas me and Maven, we go up. We like to get up.
Yeah, I'm on my feet. I'm into it. I'd stand right now, but half of my body would be cut off right this current camera shot.
Yeah, and I have totally not tucked my shirt in. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so we have a top North American team.
Yep.
We have a top UK team.
Correct.
I come from North America.
You do.
You come from the UK.
I do. Wow, there's some parallels here.
There are.
You're incredible.
I know, it's just...
God, he's not just a pretty face.
I'm known for my quick wit. I really am. Yeah. So we have to do predictions.
Okay, cool. That's really cool. Okay, so you wouldn't believe this.
Are you going to lie and say that you think Millennium's going to win this?
Okay. You put me in a bit of a box here. I either get beaten up as I go backstage by all the European Call of Duty players, or I lie. Okay, so the only reason, and let me make this abundantly clear, I think my prediction would be very genuine, saying Millennium can win this.
You have to say Millennium.
Had Swanee been present. Now, the reason that there is doubt here is because you've got, I know this is a discussion that's been done to death on desks and everything, but the fact that you've basically got a fast SMG filling the role of what the most stable backbone AR that is Swanee, there's such a role discrepancy that it makes me feel uncomfortable. I haven't seen Millennium play. I've caught glimpses, but I haven't had a chance to cast them.
I've heard like at least 600 words and no choice.
Millennium. YOLO. That's the motto. Here we YOLO.
I'm going Rise Nation. I'm feeling like they're going to take it, but I want a wonderful series. I love the storyline of Millennium. I mean, they have one of the coolest storylines. It's just the fact that the Miracles didn't make it in. Now he's filling in. What are they going to be able to do? He's playing with 3 international players. He's won a COD Champs before. The history is there. It's time to get into it. We talked about Mad Cat and Octane to kick things off, so let's go ahead and throw it in with Octane.
All right, jumping into the driving seat of Octane. Chucks out a trophy. We'll see if he can find himself a medal or 2, and already he does. It's going to be Tommy who meets his demise first out of the gate. It's a Shiva he's rocking. He's got an ELO and stock chucked on to that assault rifle. It does suggest he's going to have a rather passive style of play, and that's the counter to that. A fast SMG to the grill. He's down, and Millennium start with a bang.
Well, let's go over to Millennium. Let's focus on the the purple side of things, as we're going to look at Miracles here, the newcomer. The late man then may save the day. He's not able to get it going. Jerd and Madcat are going to drop pretty much at the same time, so we'll go over to the veteran Tommy, see what he can do here early on. So far, not a whole lot of separation, but not shocked to see that this early with this particular hard point on Stronghold, but the rotation going to be coming in here shortly, Machine.
And one, admittedly, we are focusing on Tommy, but something that excites me as someone that's had, I've casted Millennium Online for, yonks. Seeing Jerd offline is always a different beast. There's so many different reasons for that, but Jerd, when he is in high-pressure scenarios, is one of the few players from the European scene that meets a level that you will never find online.
Did you say yonks?
Yeah.
What in the world is that word?
It means like a long period of time.
Okay, I've never used that. My vocabulary is expanding daily.
I need to define, I'm going to Google that quickly just to make sure, hang on.
It means like a llama's child.
Yeah, define yonk.
But Rise Nation down a few early on. Watch Classic for a bit as he's picked up 2 in a row. Did you use it correctly?
It's a noun, a very long time, informal.
Okay, all right, good use there. That's incredible.
Thank you.
You should be on like Children's Jeopardy. But Looney now up top, grenades out. Looking to try and get the break here as there is one player back bar tagged up, but still up. The assist does come in. He's going to get the time as well, but that's Slack picking up 2 kills. And this duo, the submachine guns, getting it done inside. But now let's rotate out as we are going to get set up for half wall.
It's just so exciting, Maven, that in the top left it now says no longer pool play, it says championships. It's top 16, it's double a limb, and that does get goosebumps going. As so far, it has been a rather tame game, 31-31. In fact, it's going to be a complete dead heat as we do head into another rotation, this time into Hut, and look who's set himself up. I definitely read that as Mr. X, but Matt has not got a controller. Fortunately, it is Miracles who's going to be set up on the hill initially. Yeah, look at Tommy go.
Something terrible to confuse, right? But Jerd going to be pushing it. He is going to have VMP in hand. Unfortunately, met with the ring of heat as he gets shut down. But Tommy there to try and effectively trade from behind. Not able to do so.
Did you just refer to that as the ring of heat?
Yeah, I say heat wave so often that I try to mix it up. Did I do a terrible job? Should I look up a definition of ring of heat?
Well, I just ring of heat. We're in California, lots of Mexican food.
I pictured like the Eye of Sauron there.
Still, Millennium have managed to get some solid control on towards this rotation, and that's what we were looking for. Someone just start to get their head and shoulders above the others. But look, there is still so few points separating them, and there isn't really a particular outlier. On Rise Nation, they are really delivering in the slaying department. In fact, they are outslaying Millennium to a rather large margin. Look at that, 3 of them in double digits, and just 1 member of Millennium has actually managed to find more than 10. But it's
look
not
at the score.
Exactly, it's not just about hitting the kills, it's not about hitting the shots, it's the important ones that count. And again, it's Tommy on the objective.
Madcat gonna be up here. He's looking there, kind of the river cross, able to find one. A couple you can see on X-Ray back here at Satellite. They're ready and waiting for Madcat, but can he get the gun up in time? Not gonna win a gunfight like that against somebody like Octane. Speaking of Octane, let's look at his POV for a bit as the lead for Millennium has all but evaporated here in a matter of moments. Coming around the back is Jerd. Nope, not going to happen against Octane. He saw another. He's backing up. He's pinched. Woof. Doesn't matter. Just cutting down everyone, looking for more. He's got 1 to his left, 1 to his right. The streak stands at 4. Can he keep it going? Needs a little help, but finally will fall.
And Slacked has gone and exploded Looney. A little bit of a friendly fire, but fortunately he makes up for it as he does catch Tommy on the rotate to this money hill. And welcome to Stronghold Hardpoint, folks, because the game will be determined in this room. This is the first example of it. Let's see how far this does play out, as it's going to be a question of just, look at this, look how much of a battle is going on while the scrap is still there. Like we've got 10 seconds of play, and already there is a huge brawl over towards Bunker, and it does look like Millennium have won out on it. So for now, the money hill lights up purple.
But Slack did win the battle for the spawns there. Picking up, look how far out. He picked up Tommy. Look at the number 7 on the minimap. He spawns Tommy out so far, and now the flood's going to come in. Got to find the kills, but that's the tip is coming in from Madcat. Able to connect with 1, finds 2, trying to hold, chains to a 3rd. And Madcat holding on. 1 more in front, finally going to whiff. But nice job locking it down.
Wow, he just summons up a storm with the Tempest in that bunker. Fantastic work as Millennium do breach 100. This is the money hill. It's the first time we've seen it here in our first map of the series between Rise and Millennium. And the UK side are demonstrating just what they are capable of here in their debut in bracket play.
Miracles trying to hold the edge here. They're doubling up almost on Rise Nation. Am I gonna eat my words? Are they gonna lose the hard point here to Millennium? I felt so confident about Rise Nation coming into this one. So far, it is all your purple squad leading the way. They're leading on the kill feed as well, picking them up, and it's Miracles wrapping from the back, able to find 1. Gonna push out top bedroom, see if there's anything rocks. So far, nothing at home, but couple coming on the cross, able to win that one-on-one versus Slacked as Millennium keeps adding to this tally. Can they do the unthinkable and take out who, throughout most of this game, until Envy came out, is considered a top 2 team in the world?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Clint. Let's just keep eyes on this next money hill. It's going to be a while away, and I want to see, Rise Nation, if they can just keep things contested, keep things level, who knows where this game could go. Those 60 points can be distributed primarily in one direction, and that completely turns the tide of this game. For now, though, 130 is a very convincing lead for Millennium, and the European side of me is getting just a little bit excited. But still, Miracles finds himself his 14th. This is a 2-kill streak for him, but most commendable to Miracles. Yes, he's looking fantastic, and that 3rd kill was spectacular, but it's the 1:22 on the hill. Yeah. This is not something that you typically expect, even from Swanee. Swanee is not someone that gets a whole lot of time on the hill. However, his stand-in is finding a whole new role for himself. He's not filling the shoes of Swanee. He's wearing his very own pair.
I think they basically told Miracles to come in and do his thing, and the other 3 were going to play around him. And that's kind of a nice thing when you have someone that come in and can play the objectives. Like, okay, that makes it easy. You're telling me I have to shoot my gun at people more? All right, I'm down. Get the hard point. I'll cover you.
This works, and it is working. I mean, look at this. This is just growing exponentially, closing in on 160 now as the contest does come in, but immediately Jerd and Tommy, the deadly SMG duo, are just laughing in the face of Slacked and Classic. I was about to call them Clacked. Doesn't really work. 50 away from the Hellstorm.
Tommy's now fully streaked out. 8 in a row. The camo gets popped. Give me number 9. Turns for number 10 as he is lighting it up. Tommy, the veteran, doing it all. Let's see if he can keep it going.
Too easy for Tommy, looking for number 11. He's done so much already. He evades the nade. And now continues to find himself a little bit of a safe haven. It's time to invest those streaks, trying to make that number even bigger. Double digits for him. Madness. As he's going to throw out the lightning strike, and it does find one. Classic. Down and out. Forced to watch from the sidelines for a short period of time. And this looks like another. Look at him. He's just lining them up. And there's so much pressure. You know how I said don't get ahead of yourself, Maven? It's 200 to 78.
They needed him to reload to kill him. If he was gun up, he was winning every single one-on-one. He is 30 and 16. I'm going right back to Tommy. He has been a man on a mission throughout the course of this game. They've broken the 200 mark. They're looking to close this out. What Millennium roster are we seeing right now?
Millennium, they are often hot, they are often cold. It's really hard to pinpoint them. However, when it comes to the high-pressure scenarios, your Stage 1, your Stage 2 finals, your COD XP, they find form that we do not find elsewhere, and they are demonstrating that here today. And that is just the first map of the series, a best of 5 ahead of them. And Rise Nation, where are you at? They could join the 100-point club here in bracket play.
The scariest thing about this, and I know game 1 is not over, but the scariest thing is Rise Nation, over 9 months, has never, ever been able to become a strong search and destroy team. Whereas we have seen Millennium at times be great. So this makes the deficit even scarier. But the question is, can Millennium close it out? We're seeing Slacked win a couple of gunfights here as they're getting close to breaking the 100-point mark. I mean, they really need almost a perfect rocks, at least be able to contest it all, and then lock down bunker perfectly.
This is over, Maven, and the reason for that is the fact that they have to basically get a perfect hold on rocks and somehow get to bunker on the rotate. Right now, Millennium could go ahead and set 5 man, not 5, that would be very impressive, a 4-man hold on bunker and just dig their heels in and win off the next rotate.
If I've learned one thing in Call of Duty.
Never say never.
As I'm about to say that, I think Tommy picks up 3, but now you have a fully streaked out. Guns it up for Slack, but finally get a drop. I believe he ended at 8 and did get those full streaks. The reason that is huge is we go back to Slack. If for some reason they lose control of rocks, they would have been able to streak it out. But with 10 seconds left, they're going to have to rotate over, and the break is going to have to be in. The first gunfight going to go the way of Millennium. They just have to win these first entry kills, and it should be all but over. I am going to look at the push here from Octane, though. He has the Tempest. Can he find the angle? He's got one to the left, one in front. The streaks are out. Octane could be toast. He feels the need to push in. He somehow tags on, finds one. Who's there to follow it up? It's Looney coming in the back. Is this the break they need? He's got Heatwave. It's Heatwave on Heatwave. He's able to win it, still trying to hold on, but now it's Madcat with the Tempest. A couple shots here, and this could be over.
One more wave of pushes. It all comes down to these next few kills, and Madcat is possessed. Takes 5 with a Tempest, just lines them up and knocks them down, puts a bullet into the back of Jerd just for giggles. And now Millennium surely have picked this one up. They had a couple of chances, Rise Nation. I don't even know how this game isn't over yet at this point. They're keeping it contested. He's even got a Cerberus if he needs it, but Madcat lives up to his name. He is mad, he is insane, and Millennium will find 250.
Woo! Tommy and Madcat have some streaks of beauty throughout the course of that one.
That was hot.
You see the 3-banger with the RK5 here.
The 3-banger.
I'm making up words. You made up a word earlier.
Hey man, I
definition.
defined mine. It's on my phone and everything. Totally check that. Yonks.
It's It sounds like something I would hear from, like, I don't know, just like in New York, like Yonks, like some American.
Because it's close to Yanks.
Yanks. I don't know.
Yeah, sweet. Well,
The
Yonks is
the Bronx, like Yanks and Bronx mixed together.
See,
the
they didn't even realize that. They think they're tuning in just to watch Call of Duty, but you're also learning. I'm expanding your vocabulary with every single match. That's why you tune in. There you go.
I don't know what I actually provide for any of you from a learning perspective.
You're pretty to look at. You're very loud. Sometimes you're entertaining, and I like your voice. Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take that.
There we go. That's it. That was easy.
That was good.
Thank you. So the first map is done and dusted, and Millennium have demonstrated just what they are made of. Dude, you feeling a bit nervous now about that Rise Nation call?
I feel super nervous. Okay. I feel really, really nervous, but we do have Mr. Knowledge, Revan, ready to break this one down the telestrator. Let's toss it over.
Thank you very much, Maven. What a game we just saw from Millennium, really giving it to Rise. Early on, it was Jerd, the top performer from Millennium, but once you get Tommy and Mad Cat involved, well, the pieces just fell into place for them. The graphic we have on screen for you guys, this is how each hard point broke down in terms of time earned. So you see on the very first one, how it plays out, Millennium getting the majority of the time there on every single hard point, aside from the fourth one. But really the key one to look at here is over at Bunker. You see, not even a single % there going in favor of Rise Nation. And that's absolutely terrible, guys, because that is the money hard point for this one. But you see, oh, look, Rise Nation, they did really well in the fourth one. What that tells me, comparing these two pie charts for these hard points, is that Rise Nation were getting all the scrap time on the fourth one. They were losing the rotation every single time to the final hard point. And look, that's obviously a huge reason why they lost that first map. But Rise Nation, they've been fighters all tournament long so far. In fact, their search and destroy has been really impressing me. But I mean, Millennium, they seem to be firing on all cylinders, everything going in their favor. Let's see if Mad Cat can keep that performance up. Also looking at Tommy, maybe to bring out the sniper rifle on this upcoming search and destroy. That's how map 1 broke down for Hardpoint here on Stronghold. Gonna send it back down on the floor with Maven and Machine to lead you into the next map.
Thank you. Fantastic stuff, Revan. Great job breaking it down. And now we're taking a look kind of at the band protect a bit here as we're going to be hopping into things, seeing how we're going to get into the search and destroy as I believe we entered the Twilight Zone there for a moment.
I think someone threw a flashbang.
Yeah, flashbang or a heat wave just hit the broadcast, but we're good to go now.
Yeah, I'm
that
feeling
happens
good.
from time to time.
My retina's are recovering, but we're all good. Rise and Millennium are about to go down on Redwood. Now, this is one of those maps that I feel plays incredibly differently to others in search and destroy.
A lot of times it can just strictly due to kind of the verticality of it, the fact that you can go so high you can stay in the trees basically for the entire match.
And that there isn't just 3 lanes. There's so much more to it as well as that verticality. There's so much less predictability and linear play to Redwood's S&D.
Well, they're getting through the band protect, guys.
How's it going down?
Nothing really standing out. We haven't seen any snipers targeted. Overkill, however, was. Kinetic armor comes off. But let's take a quick look at the bracket here and what we have going on as we have now hopped into bracket play. You're basically seeing the top here of the winner's bracket. As things start to get interesting, those are all of your matchups.
That's right.
So what's interesting is you have your top 4 EU on EU for both of them. And you weren't kidding. So basically every single...
Top 6 confirmed, bro.
Is there any... So Millennium's the only EU team on the bottom half, yeah.
Top 6 confirmed. Locked in. That's going to be awesome to see. Oh, make myself comfortable for this one. How's the specialist draft going down? I'm seeing Glitch, I'm seeing Psychosis. It's pretty much the most predictable ban and protect you're going to be seeing. And come into search and destroy is often when you're going to be seeing the specialist draft be the least innovative.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what changes we might get with kinetic armor coming off. Okay, so we do. It's Overdrive versus Glitch, I believe. So Slack with Glitch, Overdrive with Jerd. Both. I mean, I guess that I kind of prefer to go with Overdrive. I like the ability to kind of pick up a kill or get map control. If you were watching the FaZe Elevate series earlier today, that round 11, Matt and I talked about the fact that you had kinetic, you had camo to work on one side, but because he hit Overdrive up mid-map, they had to give up mid-map almost entirely and back up. It can be absolutely huge.
I mean, yeah, there is an argument to be made for Glitch on this map in particular, just because both of those bomb sites are so sheltered, I would guess. But alongside the Redwood, as we take this journey through the best of 5, you have Breach Uplink, Fringe CTF, and Evac S&D should we need a second. And you know what? I really do hope we do.
Is this, you hear this acoustic guitar?
Yeah, it's
I
kind of
hope
romantic.
that's going out to everyone, because that sounds like, I can see you with like a rose in your mouth playing an acoustic guitar.
Talking about the maps.
Just breaking them down.
We could go for a honeymoon on Redwood. I'd show you the beautiful views, the skyline. we'd paddle in the pools in the center by that tree stump.
Listen, I'm in. There's our cabin right there.
Oh, that looks gorgeous. We can have a little swim in that lovely little lake just by the side of the hut.
But we're getting ready for this one, guys. We're just probably 30, 40 seconds out from getting into the action here for Game 2. If you did miss that first game, it pains me to say, as a North American broadcaster, but it was all Millennium.
Wait, you're North American?
Oh, stop it.
You hit that so well.
Yeah, I'm like, what is it, Hugh Laurie?
Okay.
He always uses the American accent. I thought he was American forever. I had no idea.
Are you serious?
No clue that he was British. No idea. I used to watch House all the time. I had no idea.
Okay. He did a lot of things before House, you know.
First time I saw him.
Okay, that upsets me.
There's not a whole lot of culture for me.
That's okay. I can educate you on our honeymoon.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'll bring a little DVD player. Moving, though, into the Call of Duty, this is when things get interesting. Millennium have already stamped a very firm statement. It's going to be big.
Let's talk a little bit, though. We looked at that matchup before the hard point. Mad Cat and Octane. What are they going to bring to us here for the search and destroy? I don't know, man. I mean, Mad Cat at the end of that one, we saw some nice plays from Octane. We really did. But Mad Cat, dude, the streaks by him and Tommy were just electric.
Yeah, but what was so insane is that Mad Cat has got such a good reputation in North American events. When he flies over the pond, something just happens. He just becomes a little bit of that Mad Cat. He does certainly not a pussycat. He does perform out of his skin. And these are the stats from this matchup.
And these are all guys, these are from group play. So we're not looking at Season 1, Season 2. This is all from group play. And you can see how absurd the stats are really from both. I mean, the overall 1.4 K9 from Octane is almost fake. But that is absolutely ridiculous. But here we are, guys. Let's get into it. Rise Nation on offense to kick things off. And they're going to be hitting bridge and hitting bridge hard.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast one as well. Looks like we're going to be seeing Slack draw first blood, but there's already someone creeping and crawling in the water from Millennium. Who is that that's taking a dive? It's Tommy, and it looks like he's going to make Looney take a dive, and more permanently this time. Drops his body to the ground and keeps things level. Octane goes on the hunt, and he wins it. Excuse me, it was classic. My eyes do deceive me. And with the bomb down as well. Pressure starting to mount for the remaining 3 of Rise Nation. I don't know how I feel about this very active peak from Miracles. He knows time is against him, though. 30 seconds, and it is just going to run out a little too prematurely. Now, all on one man. It's Mad Cat. We were singing his praises, but I feel like 25 seconds and 2 players to find may just be a little too much for him to handle. Saying that, he goes hunting with the RK5. What have you got for me? Makes it 1. Slacked! He's peeking! One more bullet will do, and he can't catch him on the staircase. Mad Cat, you massive tease. It's round 1, and so close from making the 1v3 dream a reality.
Oh, they almost gifted him a 1v3 on a platter there.
What was Slacks doing peeking? There was absolutely zero reason to peek. As soon as he sees that kill feed fill up with a Mad Cat frag, he hits the deck, hits prone, and gets the hell out of dodge.
I cannot believe how close that was. I mean, Mad Cat shot a little bit more on point, or if he kind of waits to hold the angle for the second shot. Honestly, if he does any of the things he did maybe like a half second earlier, he probably finds that 3rd kill. But ultimately, it will be Rise Nation taking round 1. Whew. Mad Cat the Madman. Let's see what he can do here off the early round 2.
That gets the heart beating. Incredible. All right, so 1 minute 20 onto the clock. And we do start our second round here in Search and Destroy. Miracles is rocking an M8. Going to be taking the wind out of his sails for just a moment. Tommy already does catch 1, though. It's going to be the Man of War onto Looney. So, I mean, I'm still recovering. Mad Cat already just giving us a little show of what potentially could be coming a little later on. But for now, it will be a Rise Nation start. And now Millennium's turn on the attacks looks pretty damn good.
Well, I want to switch over to Octane here just because they're down a man. Well, I take it back. It's not going to be a 2v3. What is that challenge? RK5, he thought someone was coming to the window, obviously. Did not think he'd be challenging Bunker with the RK5. But it is now going to be a 2 versus 2. Octane and Classic looking to stick together. I'll blow up the minimap so you can see. Bomb down by the B site. And if you are just tuning in, guys, Game 1 goes to Millennium. Game 2. Very, very early rounds, but Mad Cat has almost shown us some early flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the first hard point was a wild ride, Maven. A 100-point lead for Millennium to close it out. Absolutely insane. Mad Cat was definitely the front runner for us. And already in the first round of second map here, we've already seen the Search and Destroy is going to be spectacular. Octane nearly lines up too. Woof! Rise Nation will finish. It's the cherry on top delivered by Classic, and that will be the second. But already, we are 2 rounds into our second map, and it's evident that we have got a real series on our hands. You seem doubtful of what Rise Nation were capable of on Search and Destroy, but already they're reminding us that they are in it to win it.
Well, this would be, okay, now to be fair, teams don't scrim search and destroy very frequently, if ever. But the past month, they really have been. So I'm curious, maybe we're going to see some improvements from these guys because they haven't, that's been their weakness throughout the course of the game. They've been great in the respawns, average in the search and destroys, but right now looking good. 2-0 lead up on Millennium.
I have no patience for anyone that doesn't practice search and destroy. It's commonly known and often said that S&D wins champs. And when there's $2 million on the line, you practice search and destroy. Now, Classic looking to get the flank on Jed, and there's no way the Irishman is going to be checking that one. One more bullet will do. No, he's so hit. That's a genuine one-shot. No, oh, beautiful positioning from Jed. That's just smart Call of Duty, and it nets him a very, very rewarding kill.
It's funny because with the verticality of the past 2 titles, you're always expecting people to go up. When somebody goes prone, your crosshair, it's never ready for it. You're never, ever prepared for it. Solid stuff there, but it is going to be now. Millennium with a 3-2 advantage, so we'll keep eyes on with Looney and Slack and see how they look to play this one out.
And just coming back to it, not to harp on it for too long, but what's so smart about that as well is he's well aware that he will actually be hidden by the gun's model. Like by proning in that position, you can't even see him. It's great to see from Jerd, smart positioning from him, and so far, so good. With just 25 seconds left and the bomb still has not gone down. The responsibility has been handed over to Slacks. He has to be trying to get that bomb down, but he's just locked out in the cold. It's going to be all down to his teammate, Looney. Can he go ahead and catch one? Yes, he can. That's going to maybe enable the bomb to go down. There's just 15 seconds, and Slacks has leveled out the complete game in so many 10 seconds. And what was that? Slacks just explodes round. What? Who am I?
I tried to get to Tommy's POV as he's in the 1v2. I knew he had a snipe, and I knew he had the angle. I didn't realize that Slack saw him when he crossed back. I thought he was going to be, all he had to do was hit a snipe on the bomb planter, and he was good. I heard the snipe go off, not thinking they were going to push him, which makes a lot more sense, because if they go for the plant, he hits one nice shot. It's just then running for the trees, but not able to get away. So now it's going to be Millennium back to offense. They've yet to get around on the board. Rise Nation firmly controlling this one. I want to check Slack real quick. He's the one ability in the game, so he is going to have glitch currently.
Really, really solid start from Rise Nation, and it's good to see. Promising a spectacular series. Jerd, though, just hover through the window and catch the first blood onto Classic, but it looks like a sniper has come out and hit the palms of Octane. And he's teaching Tommy how to snipe. Of course, missing the shot in the previous round, and now Octane does teach him exactly how it's done.
Well, Octane's probably going to come and try to peek window, so he was about to say he should have an angle on Mad Cat here momentarily, but I think the timing just a little bit off. Checking his close corner, making sure nobody's home. He just saw one to the right. Just trying to find a kill. They always back the window. Now the snipe's going to come in, but he gets pushed. Nice job there helping out Madcap, who was probably about to get his face ripped. Now it's Looney, 1v2. The timing's so poor for Looney as he gets caught trying to wrap back the lab.
Yeah, they needed to get that one. I think Tommy wished he had slightly longer arms there for that fist bump to Miracles. He literally was just reaching across, like, sudden realization that he couldn't quite make it. But that will be the first for Millennium, and that's much needed. Seeing 4-0 on the board can be so damn demoralizing, and the idea you have to go for that uphill struggle, pick up 4 or 5 consecutive rounds is just a little too much.
Yeah, it's a big round for sure. Let's go with Slack. You know, he's 6-2. He's leading all Slayers. He has glitch to work with. He's got the bomb. Let's see what he's able to do. I'm just gonna blow up the minimap for a second to see what the pressure looks like. It looks like their edge is about to get pushed. That's Jerd peeking, headshot, Looney. Sorry about you. Nobody looking over his close rock. They just flew him.
Beautiful execution, and Classic is quick to find the head of Tommy as well. Okay, so Slack has obviously been given this responsibility of trying to get that bomb down, but what's impressive is not only is he trying to complete the objective, he's also top of the scoreboard here in the lobby alongside Jerd, both fulfilling very different roles and doing a fantastic job at it. Now the bomb will be going down, and this is going to free up Slack to go roaming. Miracles, is he going for that peek? It looks like he might be lining up for it.
That's kind of what I thought. Doesn't look to be the play, so let's get back to the person watching the flank. That's Octane. He sees one. He's like, all right, I am out of here. I'm going to take a dip, refreshment, wrap back to my teammates as he knows they're coming. This is an interesting place to snipe.
It's unique, I'll give him that. And Octane, I feel like he could have the jump on Madcat. Madcat's still checking for him, and just slides away. Look at this, 20 seconds, time's becoming a factor as well for Millennium.
2 versus 2 now as Miracle's finally able to get the better of him. He's actually able to find 2. Now it's Slack, 1 versus 2, 10 seconds left. Should be good to go if he can find the kill just enough, and the glitch.
Spectacular work, and the bomb will blow up. Glitch saves the day. Millennium, it looked so damn good for them, but all he had to do was catch the bomb plant, and Glitch does help him get to that goal. Beautiful execution, and they do find 4. Look at this, one man versus the world.
And honestly, Mad Cat had a chance to save him. He got off at least 2 bursts or so there. Could have likely got the kill, but just enough and accurate shots there from Slack to secure the round. And I didn't see exactly how long they were on the bomb. He might not have had it anyway. I'm not sure how really hopped it. Okay, absolutely. Okay. I was so worried about the 1v2.
He was on it for like, I think, ooh, hang on, it was a red 5 when he got the kill. I couldn't tell you. Can't say with absolute certainty, you're right.
Well, let's, I was about to switch to Slack because he was pushing up mid-map, but he's going to get caught. Classic is there as well. He might get caught. Yep, that's 2 down quickly. Millennium coming alive in this round as they do have a 2v4 advantage. Now going to be on Looney and Octane to try and make the play. Can they do the impossible here in the 2v4 with under 60 seconds to go?
Well, it's certainly not looking likely. And the bomb's going to go down, and actually will go down this time. Now, Looney, what have you got for us? Mad Cat is in a prime position to just go ahead and get that backstab, but Octane's already drawn blood. Miracle's down, but Tommy's there to revenge. And now Octane, man against 3.
He's going off.
Yeah, he's out. He's out of there. He's not interested in giving them anything additional, and so that will be the second round for Millennium.
For a second, I thought he was going to go up off the tree for the snipe. I'm like, why though? By the time you get up there, it takes forever.
Style points, Maven.
15 seconds left. But yeah, you saw Looney peek and just evaporate. That is the power of the Shiva. Incinerated there with 2 bullets. You got Jerd on the screen, locked in. Mad Cat on his right. We'll see Rise Nation as well. I mean, no one seems too amped up. Everyone just seems locked and focused.
It does just make me happy, actually, to see the Shiva slipping into more European players' hands, because it's something that we've really just hasn't cropped up too much in the regular season. And then you come and you scrim with the North Americans, you start realizing, hang on, hey, hell, this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, yeah. You know, we've talked a lot about Mad Cat versus Octane in this particular series. Right now, you know, it's Mad Cat kind of getting the better of him, since he's 5 and 3 right now. The shot's over the top. Surely he'll finish it. Octane, there you go. I mean, Miracles gave him about 14 opportunities there to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Octane, the fact that he even went for that re-peek felt rather audacious. There were 2 Millennium players peeking him, and he still goes for another jump shot. This time, he does take Miracles out of the equation. And already Millennium again on the uphill struggle. And it's only going to get worse. Classic catches Judd in the SMG battle. Mano, El Mano, and just 2 do remain, but they've managed to make it evil. Of course, it's Mad Cat to level things out.
It's now going to be 2 versus 2, wrapping the edge. Might be able to catch one. You just saw him in the corner. He's tagged up, trying to stay alive. There's one behind as well. Cannot make the play. Both dropping. And Rise Nation now 1 round away from tying this up at 1 game apiece.
We could have a real series on our hands. The fact that Search and Destroy is looking so good for Rise as well is rather, I don't want to say surprising. You said already that it wasn't their best game.
I'm surprised. Okay. And, okay, I guess I'm surprised they're winning in this fashion with it being 5-2, but it is difficult to know exactly what to expect from Millennium when you have a last-minute fill-in like they do. But so far, certainly outmatched this particular game mode.
I was just so pleasantly surprised by the way that their hardpoint played out. Just the fact that it didn't look like the same Millennium. It was not Miracles trying to be Swanee. It was something new. It was something rather exciting again that could lead to inconsistencies, which is what we're experiencing here. Certainly not looking great. As it looks like Mad Cat's going to be under too much pressure. Such an aggressive hold. This is an offensive defense if ever I saw one. Rise Nation rise to the occasion.
But it's a 1v2. You've got the bomb, and you've got the best ability in the game in Heatwave. Heatwave was designed to clutch 1v2s. Now let's see how he decides to play this. Oh, Lord, the timing there. The question is, did Classic see him? He's going to get caught. He might get caught plenty, but he does have the Heatwave if they push. If he gets it off in time, this could end up working out perfectly. He gets the plant. One's going to push. It's the camo, though, and Classic has him.
Oh man, had he not had camo, that could have been a very different exchange. But Rise Nation will find themselves the equalizer. That's going to make it 1-1 here in the best of 5. And a convincing one as well.
Yeah, they get it done in Search and Destroy. This is a little bit backwards if you would have had my prediction kind of how these maps are going to go. But honestly, the camo's perfect there as in Miracles. I gotta think he's gonna pop. He has to, with him having 5 rounds. He has to use Heatwave almost immediately when he's in a gunfight. It's just he gets evaporated before he can even get it off. He is dropped. So Millennium is gonna have to regroup.
I really like that last round actually from Rise Nation. They realized that whenever you've got a convincing lead in Search and Destroy and you need to close, I really like it when teams take risks. Like go for something silly, go for 3 fast mid. You know, like you can take these risks, catch an enemy off guard and get that sick convincingly, or you just go, you shrug your shoulders and go, oh, well, we tried. And you go back to your default with plenty of rounds to spare. I like that, and it worked out. Brought them the 6 nice and quick.
Yeah, I mean, we saw pressure from mid defensively quite a few rounds. I
Sure.
mean, offensively too, but you saw a lot of pressure right up mid to try and get to kind of that tree stump. You saw Octane do it effectively, Mad Cat as well. But let's take a look now at some of the replays here from the search and destroy. As really it was Rise Nation early, it was Rise Nation late, but this could have been the difference, man. They get this, the momentum that gives them would have been insane.
Would have. I don't even know if he would have had time to get to that bomb. You know, upon review, it was like 12, 13 seconds on that first spray, but
it would have been close.
It would have been super, super close, and of course, Slack did just get away in the nick of time. This was the play of the game. Spectacular from Slack. Just backs away and even tries to go for the second one. Rather audacious. He'd won the round already. He just wanted to go ahead and rub salt into the wound at that point. This was the repeat that confused me. But Tommy wasn't helping his teammate in that particular scenario. And all around, you can see just how quickly and rather convincingly this was. I love the exchange between the kind of having the heat wave and popping the camo on the cross. Really, it's just rather exciting. Just all round, I think the fact that Rise Nation have picked up a convincing SD now paints a very good picture for how this series could play out.
It really, really does. We've got our guys kind of hopping into Bam Protect. We'll keep an eye on that.
Okay.
But what we're going to talk about is the matchup. If you're just tuning in, Game 1, Millennium, convincing fashion. They double up their opponents in Rise Nation. And Redwood, 6-2 victory for Rise Nation. That was, I mean, both games have been very consistent, very convincing just for the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite rare you see that. It's rare you go from one extreme to the other. I mean, often you'll have a close game, perhaps, to turn the tide, but I mean, a 250-125 game. Millennium genuinely double what Rise Nation could achieve on hardpoint. That's right, the maths are back again. And then 6-2. This time, Rise Nation just make that a very easy, just 8 rounds of search and destroy. Now we do move into Breach Uplink. Now this is where things could get rather interesting, because I can't help but feel, and I don't know your feelings on this one, Maven, but Uplink as a game mode is one that I would assume is most difficult to play with a stand-in. Like, that's the stuff where the chemistry is key.
Oh, God, I've had this conversation so many times.
Really?
I don't know. I feel like Uplink maybe, yes, it could be, but they're all so tricky. But speaking about Millennium, you know, they have the fill-in. Swanee not here. Miracle is the last-minute fill-in. You drop the search and destroy, but you've got to bounce back. If you're not familiar with the Millennium, let's take a quick look.
We've been playing alongside each other now, myself and my teammates, for a very long time, on and off with different teams and so on. So our chemistry and team bonding's all there, really.
If I was choosing 3 teammates, I'd choose these guys. I know them in and out. I know everything they can bring to a team. There's no question mark on any of them.
We're all accustomed to each other's play style. We've all played with each other for years. And that's kind of why this amalgamation of players happened in the first place. Not to take teams lightly, I think, would be our main priority. And just really drill that in, so we go into any game, whether it's against bottom of the league, mid-table, or a team fighting to beat us at the top, go 100% and, you know, make sure every map counts.
My expectation for the Season 2 is to win everything. I don't intend to lose anything this year. EGL was a wake-up call, but everything else is just going to be a W after that.
Black Ops has always favoured European teams. We've always had the best performances as champs on Black Ops titles. Black Ops 2, obviously. My teammate Jerd ended up placing 6th. Myself, I placed 8th.
Europe is, at this stage, is probably the best it's ever been at. I've competed in America and over here. You can't be fazed by a single team. You have to win everything. If you want to be the best, you have to take out the best. It's simple as that.
Take a look here. We've got the uplink stats for Rise Nation versus Millennium. Now, again, these stats are all from group play. You take a look at the KDs, you have the advantage for Rise Nation, but you know what stands out to me when I look at the KDs? What was the score of the game when the KD advantage in hardpoint went to Rise Nation? Millennium was up 30, 40 points, even though they were getting outslayed by Rise.
That's actually a very good point. I mean, we were sitting there wondering where Rise were going wrong, and it did just seem like they were picking up the kills, but they weren't breaking the hills. There was always someone else from Millennium present to go ahead and deliver, and now I'm intrigued to see if that does translate in towards uplink. It's not always about slaying. Admittedly, it's a very key component of Call of Duty, but there is so much more to it. And we are ready and rating to jump into Breach.
With Breach, I want to say that slaying is kind of the #1 thing because you need drone control, but on the other side of that, the second most important thing, when you're getting outslayed, how do you deal with getting pounded, losing control? Do you overextend? Do you wrap back to the base? How do you handle those ugly moments where you're sort of just getting crushed? If the hardpoint goes anything like it did, you feel like Millennium would be able to rise to the occasion and kind of deal with those bad moments.
Rise to the occasion, I see what you did there. Let's get into it, though. Let's have a little look. It is Europe versus North America. It is bracket play. It is double elimination. We're not waving goodbye to anyone just yet. However, this is crunch time.
Miracle's gonna be the first one in here. He's got a couple to his left. Mad Cat already found one. They're going to find two, and then toss a Semtex at himself. And now, drone in hand, there's another one there. Trying to get out. There's just bombs everywhere.
And he is going to finally find a little bit of breathing room. It was Tommy to find it as he does relieve some pressure, catching slack with the RK5. Fresh armor? No, in fact, he just wants to go ahead and clear the path for himself. It's going to be just lending a hand as he does catch one, but Jerd has paved the way. Look at that, 2 quick kills. 3! Jerd has just gone absolutely nuts, and that could very well be enough to get them through to a 2-point play. Look at that, the bodies do hit the deck, and it's a completely wide open sight. Gorgeous team effort from Millennium to start things off.
Oh, God, I was just about to say they are set up perfectly to completely control this.
Look at this.
They were guaranteed a dunk by the overextension, but if Mad Cat wins those fights, I mean, they're in the whole fight all over again.
Look at that relay as well. It was all Rise. They took a huge risk, a gamble coming through Palace, and instead they concede the fast 2-point play back to back. It's going to be 4 then for Millennium as things do start off. Very reminiscent of how Splice started their series. Now Miracles has basically just been given the job. It's like, okay, Miracles, your job is to keep hold of middle. And that's what he's been doing.
I mean, one like really strong sub or a strong AR that just goes off. This is a map where you can just dominate top middle and the possession game fully kind of goes in your hand. But now we're watching Mad Cat. He's got drone in hand. Jerd has the drone out front, pushing
he's
forward.
Done it again.
Is he able to get points in? Jerd's just clearing the way, man. He's like the best lead blocker in the game right now. Tommy backing him up as well. And there's a dunk. 6-0 Millennium. Where is Rise Nation in the response?
This is so sick. No, this is not Where is Rise Nation. This is Millennium are playing so incredibly well.
True.
The first 2-point play was because Jerd paved the way. The second was because of a fantastic relay and a good read on Rise. The third comes from Jerd. Oh, that sounds good. Third comes from Jerd on the dart. And now they sit 6-0 up, standing very, very strong. And Miracles is even contributing to the objective side of things. Rise have not had a chance to catch their breath. And Millennium, well, they're breathing right down their neck.
Well, let's be fair. I mean, if you're going to do a lot of damage, this is the side to do it from,
sure,
right?
Absolutely.
Now, I know this is brutal for 2.5 minutes of the game, but this is absolutely not out of reach for Rise Nation. Not with as much as time as is left, and also with the fact that this is going to be swapping. But the big thing here, you know, we'll look at the minimap and see, this is the first time we've seen Rise kind of pick up the drone and have a chance to make a play.
What's that icon? Why is it red? It's always
exactly.
purple. I've never seen that red icon before. Fortunately, though, it does look like Looney has got an opportunity to break through. He's given a fight versus Tommy. It's beautifully traded by Jerd, but they're slacked again. It's trade after trade. It's Wall Street here on Breach, and now 2 for Rise Nation. They needed that to get back into this game, and now most definitely things are going to be staying competitive. It was not necessarily the overwhelming positioning from Millennium. It was simply the way in which they acquired the 6 that was so glorious. And, a heat wave's going to catch him. He can't go for the 1-point play. That's the lineup we've been seeing an awful lot this weekend.
Well, now is the attempt. He's able to put that through.
Nice. Really solid stuff then. And it's kind of refreshing to see Rise Nation unaffected by the strong start from Millennium. They're just back to their own game, resetting. And it looks like we could be seeing another 1-point play here. They have control. Miracles is the one to try and break through, but look how passive they're playing. Where is this? Are they going for the intercept? What are you doing? Nice. Okay, it will be Jerd. They're all sticking around at spawn.
It turns out, yes. Yes, he was.
What are you doing? Oh, yeah, I'm right. Okay.
Jerd able to pick it up, and now you've seen 3 unanswered for Rise. They're finally starting to show a little bit of life. But a good defensive hold, at least from Jerd and crew, as they're trying to find the kills. Jerd wraps behind one, and now they're pushing back out to middle, but there is still a player in lab. I believe that is Looney, who's going to be able to wrap from behind, find one. Can he get Jerd inside? Wins that. That is 2, and now trying to push out. There's a third to his right. Surely he's going to be dropped. Drone off. Nice effort at an individual play there. You didn't really have a whole lot of options. You were kind of the lone man top middle there for the side of Rise Nation.
I mean, it's one of those things where you can take the risk. There's very little to lose should it go wrong, and that's the kind of dream scenario for you to go ahead and try and make that hero play. Tommy, you would think sometimes he was on a defense, but he's actually on the offense. He's sitting in the opponent's uplink and is not able to do too much with it. Now he's going to have to try and cross back through mid-map. It's not ideal, and Looney in the meantime is gathering so much ground. It's going to be Mercs to try and stop him, or Miracles do, excuse me. Gets one, but there's going to be so many there. Now Mad Cat, I don't think he's going to have done enough. I heard a Kinetic as well to pave the way, and Rise are straight back in this game. The North Americans stabilize in 120 seconds.
Yeah, this is like a tale of 2 halves in 1 half, right? I mean, it's 6-0. Millennium's crushing him, and all of a sudden, Rise Nation comes alive in a huge way. They may even be able to tie this up if Classic can get to the 1-point shot. He should be in range shortly. The interception opportunity is up, so he decides to take it to the left. Is he going to go for 2? Surely he gets the 1. No, the interception is there. And Millennium will hold on to the 1-point advantage.
Quick interception. I mean, he saw him for a fraction of a second, and that was quick work from Jerd to go ahead and just maintain Millennium's lead right at the end of that one. And look at Tommy, he lines up 3 right in that round-ending kill cam. Catches Classic and even Octane as well. Just knocks him down with a HVK. Solid stuff from everyone involved, and what a start, what a half. You're right, it was a game of 2 halves in the half. Some would describe it as a quarter.
Is that the word I was looking for?
Yeah.
A tale of quarters?
It doesn't sound as good.
It definitely
sounds like a really boring story about coins.
Well, we'll start with Rise Nation. They had the slow start in the first half. Can they amp it up a little bit here in the second half? Octane is going to find a kill, but it'll be traded out almost immediately as one dropping for his side. But with the 2-piece from Slack, did he get it up for 15?
Yeah,
if he got up for 15, that is huge. He did. Wow. What a big, big play, because that's almost a guaranteed 1 or 2 points for Rise Nation if he doesn't make that play.
And that's really smart from Jerd. It was very quick as well. He reset the armor just to survive for the 15-point reset, or 15-second, excuse me. And so far, Rise Nation, they're kind of sitting there just stewing in anger as they realize that that could have been so much more. Jerd, one man, takes those points away from them. And now look at this route. This is a fast route as well. Looking good for Rise Nation here on the second half. What was that taken away from him? The heat wave just steals it. That's not the first time we've seen that happen.
Well, it was his heat wave that went off, right?
But what? No, he got affected by it.
It was Lily's heat wave that went off. I guess did he tag a teammate? And then I think the Simtex is what really threw it off that came in from Millennium.
I was so confused. Either way, he's not going to be able to convert it. And so, back to the drawing board for Rise Nation. Is he going for that broken lineup? No. Instead, he is just going to go ahead and meet the RK5 of Madcat. And we do go once again back to phase 6. Madcat's been playing this an awful lot. He likes to catch one close quarters on the drone before he starts to try and make the pass. And instead, it looks like Millennium realized that, again, things have not gone their way. Lost too early, back onto the rooftops, and they want to keep things close.
Those resets they're getting when they're 2 and 3 down, I can't express how crucial they are, because if you're a team like Rise Nation, who's a good uplink team, as soon as you get 2 or 3 down, it is go. It is grab drone and go. The fact that you don't have control on mid-map, but it's a big difference between that and giving up points.
And let's not forget as well that the Millennium are now on the less favored side. It's a dream scenario now. It's just to try and get that damage control, make things a little easier for you to manage should the comeback be necessary.
And you can see, since they started this side, what the game plan is. They're not playing nearly as aggressive. They're not trying to put on big points like they did early in that first half. They're trying to play a little bit safer, and now look for an opening when they get 1 or 2 down. It's exactly what they do. The 1-pointer not going to connect, though. The gunfight going to fall as well. And now maybe an opportunity for Rise, but you still have 1 player. That's Tommy lurking around the inside lab.
And he just got put to bed. It's Slacked. Finds his 19th kill. Everyone is performing. There's not a single underperformance here that you would perhaps argue Octane. But he had his moments in Search and Destroy, and now Madcat, what a spectacular connection with his Tempest.
You know, we talked about it, we've been talking about it throughout the entire series, Madcat versus Octane. It's been Madcat in the response. That's for sure. I mean, there's no argument there. I know the Search was kind of back and forth, relatively even, but Madcat has been dominating in these 19 and 17 now. You saw the sick 8 streak he got to close out that first hard point. But on the flip side, let's see what Looney and crew can do with the drone. Trying to take it outside the top green, gonna get cut down before he can do anything. Neither team has scored in 3 minutes in the second half.
And I can't help but be impressed by Millennium's defense here on the less favored side. I mean, look at them go. Another fantastic hold. It's Madcat, who I swear has got almost the same amount of kills with his pistol and he has his rifle. Pulls it out close quarters, and he actually is gonna tag up one for Tommy to finish. Now, there is only 1 minute 40 left. Rise, they're only 1 point away, and do not forget, it takes nothing but 5 seconds from drone to 1 point. So this could come down to the final 5, folks.
This would be one of the sickest halves I've seen of uplink. If Millennium is able to hold Rise Nation scoreless the entire second half when they switched over to the more preferred side, that'd be insane. You never see teams go scoreless when you're pushing towards broken, ever.
I genuinely think that might be a first. I genuinely do not believe that that would have happened again, or at least not in a competitive environment like this here at Call of Duty XP, the biggest Call of Duty tournament of all time. Man, that always feels good to say.
It really, really does. And we've now got 65 seconds. Rise Nation has got to find a point to at least push this to overtime. They've got control of top mid. They found a kill. That is a nade directly at his team.
Dick. Classic catches it for him. Not the most ideal scenario with 50 seconds left in one of the most important games of their career. Now Tommy pops the kinetic and he's going to take one. Excuse me, it was Miracles. And it could very well be the Miracle 1 point. Classic catches it. 40 seconds and we still do not have a clear-cut winner here in Uplink. It is the 3rd map of the series and Classic's now trying to make the run. He's invested Psychosis, so he's looking golden. Can he take a step towards that golden medal as well? Not looking likely. 30 seconds. 2 players standing in his way. Jerd's going to go ahead and invest in a specialist, but he's still breathing. Octane, the babysitter, takes 2 heads off. Jerd and Madcat are going to be forced to watch for 6 seconds now as they're going to throw it in. Will this be 2? Rise Nation claim it. 20 seconds. It's not over yet, but Rise have taken a stride towards making it so.
It's Octane in position for the reset. There it is! Rise has done it in the closing seconds. How does that happen after the team nade that you saw from Looney? Surely you think Millennium's gonna push 3 down, they're gonna make the play, but in the closing seconds, Rise Nation gets the dunk and steals the victory.
That comes down to the 2 headshots from Octane. I don't know what he was using, I don't know what he was doing, but hanging out on construction, he gets 2 kills. That gives them just the right amount of breathing room to make the play through Flowers. Beautiful execution from everyone involved, and whew, I told you we had a good game coming, Clint, and 7-6 score right down to the final 30 seconds. That is just as good as Uplink gets.
You played
4 minutes.
4 minutes and 45 seconds, basically, flawlessly, and stopping Rise from putting points on the board. And you give up a dunk in those final moments. I gotta feel like if you're Millennium, you feel like you were just kicked in the gut by a horse.
Yeah, I mean, that tilts me. Like, I'm saying things I shouldn't on the microphone right now to my teammates, and that's something that Millennium are gonna have to try and avoid now. It's gonna be tough for them to deal with, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I'd rather lose spectacularly on Uplink. I'd rather get 16-0 and just move on to the next map than have to lose like that. Millennium, such a spectacular hold. I mean, we were saying that we've never seen anything like that before. 4.5 minutes, more than that, of holding on the less favored side of Breach to the point where, like, and let's not kind of mince words. There were so many opportunities from Rise Nation. They were getting so close time after time, but every single time someone stepped up. A double kill from Jerd, an RK5 frag from Madcat to keep things close, and they managed to get it all the way to the final 15, but Rise break through. Persistence is rewarded. It's a life lesson here at COD XP.
You know, I know this series is not over, but that's kind of the moments like that. Do we say, you know, maybe S&D kind of makes champions? Sure, but the moments like that are what make champions. When you clutch up in those closing seconds like that,
pretty badass.
You know, when it feels like you're basically headbutting a wall for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and then you're able to clutch up like that. You think things might collapse after when Looney threw that Simtex into top like drone spawn.
Yeah. We looked at each other for a moment there. We're like,
that was 3 down with Millennium pushing with the drone. They get an interception, and it leads to that dunk. And the 2 biggest kills in that, it's Octane.
Yeah.
When you have Classic, remember, he gets heat waved to that corner. They're pushing him. He has
2
drone.
kills.
You think he's dead. You see 2 headshots pop up for Octane. Those 2 kills opened up everything. So even though Madcat likely outplayed Octane throughout the most of that from a KD standpoint, edge Octane there just because of the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just 2 kills. I mean, imagine if one of those gunfights went differently. Suddenly, you're sitting there with Millennium 2-1 up. That makes less. Yeah, 2-1. Yeah, we're into the 4th map, Alex. God, time flies when you're having fun. 4th map.
I have a great time with you.
Oh, me too. On and off stream.
Yes, we do.
He's a delightful human.
It's not
an act. He's actually quite a nice human.
As strange as I am on camera, I assure you I'm even stranger.
Yeah, you're all right anyway.
Camera. But
CTF.
Let's take I'm just going to talk real quick about the Band Protect. The main things, really, it was as standard as can be. Camo, overdrive, and then also kinetic coming off. But we do have our analysis ready to prepare you for this CTF.
Thank you very much, Maven. Now, that was one nail-biter of the uplink, especially the ending there. All things considered, Rise Nation were very fortunate to walk away with the win there. You can't help but think about the 2 missed 1-point tosses at the end by Millennium. First, it was Jerd, and then Tommy with the follow-up. In a situation like this, you can't afford to miss 1-point tosses like that. Now, we got a new graphic for you guys. This is actually the map possession by objective overlay. So, of course, you can see the red is going to be representing Rise Nation, and the purple is going to be representing Millennium. So on this first side, Millennium did a great deal, they spent a great deal of time near this area of the map, over near the B objective, whereas Rise Nation, they had full map control, right? They had everything covered, especially the palace, you know, their side of the map, as well as over near construction. So all lanes covered by Rise Nation. But that was only the first side, right? Going into the second half, it was a completely different story. If we could throw up that graphic, we could see how everything broke down. Once again, it was back and forth between both the teams, and you can see how things differ once we switch over to the second side. Now, it's Millennium. They get a bit more map control, but for the most part, they're kind of trapped over towards the broken side map, whereas Rise Nation, once again, they have control over the 3 main lanes of the map. The majority of map control by Rise Nation was a key thing for them to win the map overall, but once again, you can't help but to go back to those 2 missed 1-point tosses by Jared and Tommy, a high-pressure situation. Look, I get it, but there you see once again how everything laid out for that uplink map. The series is going to continue, though. Going to send it back over to Maven to bring you into the next map.
Awesome to see some of these heat maps we have. We're going to be using those more and more over the course of the weekend. Shout out to some of the stats guys we have working on the Activision side. Some of the data they can pull directly from the game is just so cool. And you're going to see more and more of it as we get closer and closer to Championship Sunday and crowning a champion of our 2016 COD Champs presented by the PS4.
You know, I think I might wear a tie on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not going to wear a tie. I've worn a tie all year. Actually, I think that I was told that I have to wear a tie.
Get you a clip on. You
haven't seen the jacket.
Have they specified where you have to wear the tie? You can just go full Rambo. Wear it, like, just,
that'd be pretty cool. You haven't seen the jacket I'm going to wear Sunday.
Oh,
yet.
I have.
Oh, you have?
Oh, yeah. You didn't keep it much of a secret, Maven. It was all over social media.
That's true. I did sort of tweet it out.
That's right.
Yeah. It's ugly, but also very, very beautiful.
It was really funny, actually. There are people that do, like, you know, wardrobe. They help us with our various style choices. And she genuinely just said, when you brought it out, is he genuinely going to wear this? There was disbelief in her voice, Clint, when you made it clear what you were wearing on Sunday. But that's a treat for another time, because now we are ready to dive once again into some spectacular Call of Duty.
I kid you not, about 2 weeks before this event, there was someone pretty high up at Activision that made me bring it to the offices so that they could review it.
No, really?
I swear to God, before I was allowed to wear it.
Can you imagine someone getting the email like, hey, meeting, Maven jacket review?
That was probably on a schedule somewhere.
I believe it. Right, let's get into it. It's the nitty-gritty. Millennium are on the ropes. Rise Nation, can they throw the knockout blow on Fringe, or will we see a 5th map? I'm intrigued. I'm excited, and I'm just a little bit aroused. Let's see how it goes down. It's going to be Jerd who gets tagged up and fragged up. It's Classic to draw first blood here in the first half of our 4th map.
All right, well, Classic now. Let's see what he's able to do. Pushing, sees one back. What was that two-burst?
Spicy.
Gonna re-peek, re-challenge, trying to find more action as he's gotten set up back rocks here. Is anyone aware of the fact that Classic is here? Okay, finally he is gonna drop. That's gonna actually end up being 3 down now for Rise Nation. Now the question is, you talk about EU CTF, when they had Swanee had the movement of this truck to his left, or that truck to his right, or the barrel here.
This is about as far as he'd go.
Yes, this is the cutoff. But Miracles is going to be flying around the map a lot more. We'll see if it ends up being a little bit more diversity, or if the change kind of hurts Millennium. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think time will tell, and it does seem like a very situational thing. One game it could work, one game it couldn't. Inconsistencies, no doubt, more popular when you do have a stand-in. Oh my lord, that's squeaky bum time, but Mertz will get away. It will be Miracles then running the flag. Can he get all the way home? It does look good. Into the barn he dives, and there is no one there to contest, and so already Millennium will get the first point on the board. They get rid of that donut, and there's so much time left of play.
Millennium on the board early, and hey, they struck quick, right? Struck early in the uplink. I know it was kind of a late game takeover that we saw in the hard point, but look who might answer right back. Some of the best in the business from countering, and now they are looking to push back. Slack, flag in hand. They're trailing by 1 early, but the tying cap about to come in. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game 4.
Flag equilibrium is reached, and we do once again prepare for another spectacular game. The last closing 10 seconds determine the uplink, and I'd love to see it go all the way again here in the capture the flag, as we are just 2 minutes into it, our 4th map of the series.
This poor Millennium player, he had flak jacket, get a little aggressive. He was so scared.
He could have taken a risk, but he wasn't interested in rolling those dice. And so, currently nice and level, and it does look like Looney's going on the offensive again. Who will he meet? Is there anyone to deal with? It will be just a spawn in from Jerd. Is he in a position to finish off the job? He's not, and look at that, Tommy just got caught off in barn. Classic has just paved the way. One frag could very well have determined the fate of this flag. It's looking good. I don't think they're in a position. This is going to be number 2.
I was about to say Looney is going to lose his mind when he sees how his teammates forced the spawn directly on top of him, but the player didn't react in time. He still got out in the barn, had the cover, and gets the cap. What could have been a very, very frustrating moment for Looney ends up being a second unanswered cap here from Rise Nation.
Jerd, I mean, he tagged him up. It was a fantastic spawn. It took him a moment just to process the information.
Exactly,
like, wait, flag grabbed. He looks at the minimap. He looks down and couldn't quite convert it into a kill. And so Rise will once again garner the lead. And Looney, I love this. The double smoke play and a heat wave to grab the flag. Octane does emerge victorious. Please don't beat up your teammate. And he's going to walk out through mid-street. Jerd again looking a little dazed and confused.
Where are they going? They're just running laps. Millennium has no idea what's going on in their base. They continue to pick up the kills, but everyone dropping. It's going to be Looney, the one-man show. Can't get to the edge.
Tommy just filling up the kill feed with his HVK. He keeps on going. 4 in very quick succession. The quad kill from the game changer. And indeed, already he has saved the day. That stops it from being 3. Very integral kills from him. And I do see an Annihilator glowing gold. And I'll be intrigued to see if he doesn't do anything spectacular with that one. In the meantime, H60 does catch Octane. Rather insignificant, though. I feel like that may be a bit of a waste of resources there. There's so many more opportunities where that H60 could have made a bigger impact. Maybe perhaps a stalemate situation.
That's true, that's true. But it does find one. If it would have led to a score there, you'd be feeling pretty good about it. But ultimately, it is not. Now, we found Swanee has re-entered the game.
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
That's his position. That is where he's going to hold from. But Miracle's being a little bit more aggressive, trying to get to mid-map. There are 60 seconds to go here. And we'll see if anyone can get a cap here in the closing minute as Rise Nation still holding strong.
So there is give or take 30 seconds now to try and format a play. You can make that pull nice and quick, and you have got specialists to invest. In fact, 3 are glowing for Millennium. Whether they choose to do that now, catch them by surprise, or go hard on the break, on the rip, if you're Maven.
It's one of my favorite words.
It does sound good. It does. It sounds badass. But now, currently, we are going to be seeing some specialists. This is what I was talking about. He glows gold, but Miracles, I'm worried that there may be a little bit of overinvestment. You've got 30 seconds, and Slacks just pulled the flag. That's beautiful work from Rise Nation. He just spanks Jer down. Solid work from him with the lightning gun. 20 seconds.
It's all on Tommy. It's all on Tommy, though.
God.
Can he get the stop? He has the Hellstorm to work with and the lightning. Can he find the kills to stop the score? He cannot. It goes through. You use a streak. You use the Annihilator, and the cap still goes through. Rise in control.
And I was sitting here wondering, what are they doing? They're wasting specialists. Save it for the second half. And there goes Rise. Pulls out the Tempest, and that is an absolutely fantastic way to end it for the North Americans. Woo! 3-1 half in the first half of our 4th map.
You could not ask for a better closing moment for Uplink for them, or a better closing moment of this first half here in CTF. Not only the fact that they get the cap, but the fact he uses the Lightning and the Annihilator to try and get that return. I get it, I get it. You know, Tommy, you had the 4-piece earlier. He makes the hero play. You want to stop it there. You have a good opportunity to do so, but the fact that it falls short, that's got to be painful.
Yeah, no doubt a bitter pill to swallow. But it's not out of the running for Millennium. They've got five minutes to forge a play. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but it is all about their start. We're talking about strong starts, and that's often in CTF, you will see a team go for that quick cap. We saw it in the first half. And woof, look at Octane go. Just goes and takes the head off of Jerd, but quick to be traded. Madcat catches him. Barnes, such a very influential position for the defenders of this side of the map. You can see Looney just darting in and out of windows. He's playing games, but Miracles is having none of it.
Let's see, Classic rotating to the back. They got to play a little bit of defense now. I'll blow this up. You can see the purple arrows taking pretty much complete control of the map right now. Classic and crew going to have to play some solid defense here, but the pressure is coming in. I'm going to get to Miracle's POV as he's wrapping through. Barn looking to find the kills in the back. He has Psychosis to work with as well, but it's the Scythe of Octane ready to line him up, looking for the Hellstorm picked out of the sky. No, it does go up. I thought he was able to pick it up for a second. And that was Tommy's last streak, correct?
Yeah, that's all. No more golden bottom right-hand corner for Tommy.
Slack's dart went Gando's, right?
Okay, now, as the dust does settle, we are starting to still Millennium pick up a couple in the kill feed. In fact, that's more than a couple, that's 3. Looking for the 4th as well, it all falls to Slacked. Miracles is going to be first just to grab the flag on his back, but it is a bullet to the spine to shut him down. Madcat pulls out the Tempest. This is a weapon he thrives with, and look at him do it time after time after time. A third will not happen as Looney gets an impact kill. Hello.
Oh, look at you, a North American caster with the knowledge. Is it because that binder I put together for you? Be honest. Be honest. Did you get that for me?
That was all you.
Ah, I tried so hard, but God, your
And you got so far, but in the end?
Stop it right now. 1-3, Rise Nation advantage right now. Madcat trying to get shots in, but that's going to be 2 down. That might have been their best chance for a push, as you saw the Tempest coming out for Madcat. But now, I mean, you've got plenty of time. There are 3 minutes left. Jerd trying to make the plays at home. There's going to be a pull now for Looney. Can he get to the edge too? Chasing, if he wraps the corner, he should be good. Octane's got him covered, and this will be number 4. Unless there is a streak I'm not aware of, it does not appear there is, and that's going to be the 4th here for Rise Nation.
Rise Nation are starting to make this a little insurmountable for Millennium. They can feel this game slipping through their fingers, and likely their controllers too. With sweaty palms, they stand on main stage and about to concede their opening game of bracket play. It is double elimination, but this is a heavy blow to take. And unable to make it all the way to the 5th map as well in the series can sometimes be agonizing. given just how close this series has been and just how good they started as well. Let's not forget that hard point.
I mean, they've played them so strong. You still have 2.5 left. You have to muster some of that Millennium magic here, but unfortunately, Slack wants none of it as he cuts down 2, coming in barn window, almost able to turn on the 3rd. Unfortunately, more members here for defense for Rise Nation.
What was that? That's like the definition of a meat grinder. He just holds down his trigger and they just keep mantling into the window. Millennium, they're trying to pull out all the stops. They're trying to find a way. Obviously, everything that they've tried to do now has just been met by adversity in Rise Nation frags. And it's starting to get a little dangerous. And I can't help but highlight Jerd as well, the only one to not to be reaching double digits. Half of the score of Octane and Slack, 2 Slayers that we know Jerd can go toe-to-toe with, but currently, I can't think of a toe reference. I was going to try.
Well, if you take a look though at the kind of sub-on-sub comparison right now, you have -3 for Miracles, -7 for Jerd. So look at like what, -10 overall, and then Looney and Slack have both been bringing it. I mean, it's a 15 to 18, I think, kill differential kind of between those 2 groups. So that is a big advantage and a big part of the reason why they've got the 4-1 lead. Can they make it 5? 1 up top, not able to win that gunfight as the RK5 of Madcap proved strong enough. But you now have 70 seconds to score 3 caps. I'm sorry, but without overdriving the game and some sort of magic carpet, you're not getting it done.
Nice bit of an Aladdin play there, but I mean, you know what? I've seen some ridiculous wall run routes where you do just glide across Fringe. On this particular map, you can do some very speedy flag caps, but even then, it just does not add up, and Millennium have shown no signs that that's something they are capable of.
It's looking like Rise Nation will be moving on to the 2nd round of bracket play, where Millennium, they're gonna have to be battling through losers, but I'll be honest. I stand, I don't want to say corrected, but I stand a little bit surprised. They played Rise Nation very tough, honestly, tougher than I thought they would.
Well, the storyline for Rise Nation was just how strong they started upon the release of Black Ops 3. They came in definitely top 2, if not top 1. That's the thing, I promise. At the start of the game, spectacular start with the 2 offline events. They've managed to go ahead and just keep everyone on their toes. Everyone thought these were going to be the front runners for the majority of the title. Time goes on, they do fall from grace somewhat, but now here they stand. And they will go ahead and continue through the upper bracket versus top dogs. Let's be honest here. They are referred to as the God Squad for a reason of Europe. Millennium fall, though, in 3-1. Rise Nation will rise through the upper bracket and pick up another crucial best-of-5 series.
Rise moves on. For me, an expected result, but still, I mean, it was not pretty. I mean, there were some real tough fights. They very easily, obviously, could have dropped either the Search and Destroy or when you're sorry, not Search and Destroy, but the uplink. When it goes down to those final seconds, they're able to score in those final few moments. Maybe not the prettiest victory, but you get it done and you move on.
So let's quickly play What If.
Okay.
Uplink does go the way of Millennium. CTF plays out just like that. That S&D, I think that's anyone's game.
Because we would have been going to evac. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about maps that aren't practiced as much maybe by North American teams, evac, Search and Destroy are certainly on a short list of those.
Absolutely. I mean, let's not take anything away from Rise Nation. Incredible to see just how, I mean, that CTF was the most dominant I've seen. I mean, Millennium are no slouches, and they just got, I mean, got that first cap, I was like, oh, wow, this is a solid start. In fact, this is it. Perfect example of what I was talking about. Miracles goes ahead and gets the first almost straight off the bat, but look how quickly, like, if you keep an eye on the timer, there was like a few seconds before Slack is straight back with the return, and it just kept on coming, taking it in turns. Looney was next in the queue to get himself one, and it just keeps on coming. This is when it got painful by this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the best teams in the business when it comes to counter caps, just because I feel like they are very good at staying calm, cool, and collected. When one goes through, they don't panic, they don't bicker, they focus on the gameplay, and they were able to get right back into it, get the score on the board. But yeah, this was brutal. This was certainly, I don't want to say tough to watch, as good as the series was, but once it got the 4-1, you were feeling a bit nervous. But let's take a look there at the overall best of 5. Comes down to 4 games. After Millennium blew the doors open in the first, you were wondering if this was their series to steal. You see how close the uplink is. 2 and 4, though, completely controlled by Rise Nation.
Yeah, it's spectacular to see Rise Nation in this form. They do manage to close it out. I think their CTF and their Search and Destroy spoke volumes about what they're capable of. Admittedly, that hard point was a very one-sided affair. Really refreshing to see Millennium's respawn looking strong, but I do think that the biggest takeaway from here is Rise Nation, and that they will continue to be a team to be feared in upper bracket play.
Certainly. I mean, they're getting back to form. Maybe this is the Rise Nation team we've kind of been waiting for. I know us North American casters have been, You know, we've been hard on them for a few months.
It's been a long time coming.
They haven't played at the level that we want them to. But now they are coming alive. I'm sure soon we'll be able to hear maybe their thoughts there. You know, you heard the last match, how amped up Clayster was. You don't really have that energy guy necessarily for Rise Nation. They're much more, I guess, calm in demeanor for this group of four. But still, man, it's a solid win. You get it done, and now you have to look forward. Now, quickly, before we get ready for our next match, just to give you guys an idea, I believe it's going to be FaZe and Fuse coming up next. But before that, we are going to have an interview ready on the floor. I believe they're actually still prepping here as the guys probably grabbing their gear and getting ready to go. But yeah, it is going to be FaZe and Fuse next. And that, I believe last time, that ended up being, I want to say a reverse sweep. Or they've had some crazy matches between the two MLG events.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. In fact, I mean, FaZe have had a couple of problems with the European teams in general. I mean, I'm pretty sure they got knocked on their backside by the Splice Boys not too long ago as well.
All right, well, guys, we are ready with a winner's interview. Let's toss it down to the floor.
All right, and I have Slacked joining me for a quick word. First of all, of course, congratulations. You just won your first bracket match, and of course, also you placed first in your group. So if we're looking back at the group stage and your team's performance there, as well as your opponent's performance, what were your biggest takeaways so far?
You know, we've definitely kind of found out the new strategies that we want to use, and we've been testing them out through pool play, and now going into bracket play, we're really going to start to bust them out. We've tested a few things, like I said, in pool play, and they ended up working out, so we're going to try and do it and carry it into bracket.
So if we're looking at the match at hand against Millennium, your S&D looked fantastic. Although a lot of people would have considered that your weakest game mode, it seemed like a lot has changed. How much time did you actually spend focused on that with your prep going into the champs?
You know, this whole year we've been teaming and we've been trying out different things, and you know, it hasn't worked in the past. It's like you said, it's been our weakest game mode, but going into this event, we really took a lot of time working on the small little things that we could fix, and like I said, we tried them out in pool play. It's been working great. We haven't lost a search yet, and if we can keep that up, we're going to be able to go far.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys playing again. Once more, congratulations. Thanks for joining me, and we're heading back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Slacked. Rise Nation, congratulations as they get the big W here to kick off bracket play for the Alpha Channel. Guys, coming up next, I know you've been waiting for it. We've got FaZe Clan going up against Team Infused. Quick break. We'll be right back.
And again, remember, there are 4 specialist abilities on the side of Orbit. They don't have a single weapon.
Crucial engagements are taking place, and Nimble actually got a 2-piece. Back in the base of Orbit. Aches versus Bakabek now. Here comes the switch. Active camo play from Bakabek. He wants to make something happen here. Here he goes. 1v1 against Aches. Activates the heat wave. How does it go down? Bakabek gets the kill on Aches. He's going to take this flag now. He has to stay alive.
Great heat wave shutting him down with the camo. That's a huge play for Orbit. They have an opportunity here. One player just in front of him. That's going to be player 3, Lacefield. He wins the gunfight. Swiftazor shuts him down. Ricky's able to take down Zusto for the trade. Nimble takes down Assault. Aches and Ricky still staying alive out of the entire ordeal, and just one player remaining for Orbit. That's Bakabek.
So evenly contested between these two teams. Ricky now. Can he make something happen? Both teams are waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike.
And no one's giving it to the other.
It's so tightly contested between the both of them. Aches and Zeus both down. Both teams quite like to reset. They like to take a breath, wait for everyone to be alive, make a concerted push as a team before trying to do anything crazy like now. We've got Cloud9 at a slight disadvantage. We'll jump on board with Bakabek as he tries once again to make that run round. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Aches once again. Active camo versus heat wave.
Double flashbangs too. He's got the utility on his side. Unless we're seeing TAC-Bass come out of the players on Cloud9, this could be big for him. And Swiftazor there to go. Aches getting the jump on Bakabek, though, clearing out the base. Swiftazor still able to take down Ricky before going away. Turns and burns on Aches, shuts him down. That's a flag run. The Hellstorm comes in. Excuse me, that might have been Adult, but score streaks regardless coming in from Assault. His great performance is finally rewarding him here.
Wow, 1 minute 45 left.
Yeah, the Hellstorm there from Assault was huge, because Swiftazor's play would have very easily resulted in a flag cap without his contribution.
Lacefield now, moving on through Mansion. He has kinetic armor. Here comes the collapse upon... Oh, he hasn't seen the player in Kitchen. Tagged up. He has it. If he needs it, he didn't use the kinetic armor. On board with Aches now. Aches on the offensive. Cloud9 committing everything they've got to this attack. Assault has flag. I think that was Swiftazor with the Tempest out. No, it was actually Assault. Assault with the Tempest now. charging on through. Can he make something happen? We've got the players from Orbit charging on through rocks. This is it. It's going to come down to this.
Take a look at your mini-map. 3 players from Orbit have overextended into the enemy base. Lacefield is there as the first line of defense. He stops 1, finds 2. Eggs gets the 3rd. The flag cap looks like it's coming in. Assault puts the first flag cap. Took 9 minutes, but Cloud9 takes the first lead we've seen in this CTF. 50 seconds remaining for Orbit to respond and prevent themselves from being knocked out of the tournament. And Cloud9 moving past them. They need to force the game 5. The pressure is on. Assault's Tempest. He finds 1 shot.
Crucial kill. So crucial. Cloud9 have got a turtle up now. 30 seconds.
Assault. Score streaks in hand still, so even if they make a mistake, he has a way to erase them with the Hellstorm and Lightning Strike once again. Cloud9 is able to clear their base. Orbit with just 20 seconds to work with, but Cloud9 is positioned and poised to keep everyone out. The Hellstorm comes in. It's targeting the enemy team. 2 players out in the open. He should catch at least 1. That he does. Nimble's down. 10 seconds left in this game. That's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9's going to end the series 3-1 against Orbit.
And all it took. 1 play.
Cloud9 take down Orbit, and with that right there, if I'm not mistaken, I think that basically seals the deal. No teams from the Australian-New Zealand region will wind up qualifying for the championship bracket.
They're out, Jack. They are done, all of them falling short of their goal and falling short of a lot of the experts' expectations. We expected at least 1 team to make it to the bracket and potentially another top 6 or top 8 performance from an Australian lineup. None of them are coming through, and this is how the bracket now shapes out, knowing that Cloud9 will be moving on. Their first round opponent, well, it's not going to be easy. They will have to face off against Havoc and Complexity.
Now, if you're wondering, wait, there's already been matches that have happened on the bracket stage first. You should have been tuned into the XP zone. Splice beat Hyper Games, a quick match there, a 3-0 sweep. We also saw Rise Nation and Millennium. I can tell you one thing, it was not as easy as you would have expected. Millennium with Miracles filling in, fought tooth and nail for everything they could get in that series, but in the end, it's Rise Nation clutching up the capture the flag to shut the door on Millennium. That will drop Millennium and Hyper Games to the losers bracket. As we mentioned, Cloud9 moving on in, and that also sets the stage for the marquee round 1 matchup, Envious going up against Optic Gaming.
Oh yeah, we're going to see that tonight. Now, you're saying to yourself, but I see Envy's over on Delta playing right now against Vitality. Well, we know no matter what happens, they are going to get the #1 seed because of their performances against the top 2 squads in their group. So they beat Orbit. They were able to beat Cloud9. They have locked in their spot in that bracket. It's going to be fun to watch later on, and honestly, I think this is a matchup, the Envy Optic Gaming match. This is something that everyone expected to see potentially as the grand final of the 2016 Call of Duty World League Championship.
And a reminder, just because it's round 1 doesn't mean one of your favorite teams in Envy or Optic will be eliminated. No, there's a loser's bracket. It can still happen that is your grand final.
True.
Just one team will have to fight all the way through losers from the first side of that bracket. As we mentioned earlier, Australia, New Zealand out. A bunch of European teams made it into the bracket, and now we've got our powerhouse squads from North America, Optic Gaming, Envy, Rise Nation, and FaZe, all making it out of the groups.
Pretty excellent stuff here. I love the way these groups are shaping up, and I love the bracket. We know that Europe is going to go deep here because they're all stacked up at the top half of the bracket as well. So Europe is guaranteed to break the curse. They will finally get into the top 8. But we should remind you guys what happened here on the main stage. Rise Nation played against Millennium. Millennium, showing heart, was able to take game #1. And I love the way that Miracles is fitting into this team. Rise Nation eventually was able to rebound, bounce back, and take the series 3-1. And at the end of it, we were able to catch up with Slacked as he grouped up with Zoe.
All right, I now have Slacked joining me for a quick word. First of all, of course, congratulations. You just won your first bracket match, and of course, also you placed first in your group. So if we're looking back at the group stage and your team's performance there, as well as your opponent's performance, what were your biggest takeaways so far?
You know, we've definitely kind of found out the new strategies that we want to use, and we've been testing them out through pool play, and now going into bracket play, we're really going to start to bust them out. We've tested a few things, like I said, in pool play, and ended up working out, so we're going to try and do it and carry it into bracket.
So if we're looking at the match at hand against Millennium, your S&D looked fantastic. Although a lot of people would have considered that your weakest game mode, it seemed like a lot has changed. How much time did you actually spend focused on that with your prep going into the champs?
You know, this whole year we've been teaming and we've been trying out different things, and you know, it hasn't worked in the past. It's like you said, it's been our weakest game mode, but going into this event, we really took a lot of time working on the small little things that we could fix, and like I said, we tried them out in pool play. It's been working great. We haven't lost a search yet, and if we can keep that up, we're going to be able to go far.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys playing again. Once more, congratulations. Thanks for joining me, and we're heading back to you guys.
That was Zoe with Slacked from Rise Nation. They will be moving on to Winners Bracket Round 2, joining Splice there. And we'll see how the rest of our Round 1 matches go. Jack, when you take a look at that bracket, what are you most excited about other than Optic Gaming and Envy? I know we're going to dig into that in just a bit.
Yeah, Allegiance versus LG is another one of my matches to look out for. I really can't tell you where this one's going to go. I thought coming this weekend, Luminosity was the better team over Allegiance, but from what I've seen played so far here at the Call of Duty World League Championships 2016, presented by the PS4, I'm siding towards Allegiance now in that match, man. Mochila has been a man on a mission. He placed high at Champs last year. He wants to do it again now.
Yeah, not just high. He placed in the Final Four with Prophecy. And the best part is when he did that, he was playing alongside Classic, who now is on Rise Nation. So former teammates meeting up in just the second round.
It'll be interesting to see, but first, before they can face Rise Nation, they've got to obviously make it through that Luminosity Gaming. So,
it's going to happen. This is the one match and the one team that I would bank everything on. I love Luminosity. I think Study can just go off at any moment. Definitely. Nameless has great games, but Allegiance has been playing out of their skin. I don't think there's a way of slowing them down today.
Oh, nothing at all. That's a look at your bracket. We've talked a lot about it here, though, at the XP Zone. As you know, throughout the weekend, we've had expert analysts here to be able to, well, give their thoughts on all these incredible outcomes we've seen from our matches so far here at Call of Duty XP. For now, let's send it over to Revan, Sensor, and Merc to give their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Jack. So we've seen some of the action already unfold in the bracket portion of the Call of Duty World League Championship, but there are two matches in specific that we really want to go a bit more in depth about. The first one is going to be Infused versus FaZe. We've seen these teams match up before at the MLG Open events. Do you think it's going to be a similar story to those events, or do you think now, because it's a little bit of a different environment, that we're going to see a different outcome?
I think we're going to see a little bit of a different outcome. The biggest thing that I've seen today is that Infused really, actually this whole tournament, Infused really hasn't shown much of a lot of slaying, and that's really where FaZe is thriving right now. I mean, look at their last match versus Elevate. One of the top, 4 teams in the world. Clayster, Attached, they're playing so well right now. It's going to take a lot for Infused to stay in this match.
Yeah, I mean, everything is going against the Fuse here. They haven't been playing that well this entire tournament. FaZe Clan hasn't dropped the map. FaZe is looking amazing. Infused, anything can happen. It's the first round of the bracket play. Both teams are going to be trying the best that they possibly can. I can't wait for these matches to start. I don't know about you guys. FaZe Infused, Optic versus Envious, round 1 of Call of Duty Championships? Really?
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Now, just speaking a bit more about FaZe and the build-up to this event, we've heard so many different things, that they're going to do this in the Bands of Treks, they're going to do that, they're practicing with this. They haven't really shown their tricks all too much just yet. Do you think now's the time where they start to bring out some, I guess, unorthodox stuff?
Absolutely. Whatever they've been working on, it starts right here. You know, 9-0 in the pool play, that's great. It's fantastic, but none of that matters coming up. It's a brand new road. You know, this is the next step to sort of that championship that they're looking to achieve. So this is where, you know, they are going to show the teams later on that will face them the tricks up their sleeve. They have to. You have to win from here on out.
And even though it's the round 1 of the winners bracket, even if FaZe was to win or if Infused was to win, a team could still go on a run in the losers bracket. I remember 2 years ago at Call of Duty Champs, we played you first round, Joe. Easy. It's like 3-1, but it was easy. What ended up happening? You guys came back, you stomped us, you went to the grand finals of the tournament. So
that was even easier.
Just because something happens and you don't click in the beginning of the tournament doesn't mean that you can't go on a run later on in the tournament.
That's a very valid point, and there's always a team that makes a big run through the losers bracket. No idea who it's going to be just yet. It's still the first round. I think it's a little too early to tell just yet. But now, shifting the conversation over towards Infused. The first time we really saw them in some major international competition, that's when they started to bring out the stock ban. You know, it really worked well for them at MLG Anaheim. Didn't work out too well for them at MLG Orlando. I'm sure they have some tricks up their sleeve coming into this match, but lately, North American teams have just had their number. What can they do differently this time around to make sure that they walk away with a win?
I mean, it's going to be really tough. I mean, yeah, the stock ban, it's something that North American pros use on basically every class. Most of their guns, really besides sniper rifles. You'll see it on basically everything in the respawns. For me, it just comes down to slaying for me. When you look at their pool play performance, they just played games really, really close, and they really thrived on that teamwork. But if the guys like Zero, like Marky B, are able to step it up in that slaying category, that's when the game will just be easy to them.
I'm looking for Clayster to protect stock and absolutely demolish Infuse. I'm calling a 3-0.
So I know there are a lot of new viewers out there. Explain the reasoning. Why do people love to use that stock attachment on not only the assault rifles, but also the SMGs?
Yeah, I mean, so when you have stock on a weapon, if you are aiming in or zooming in, you'll be able to strafe left and right. And really in those respawn game modes, what pro players do is they sort of shoulder peek it, really, so that they can sort of use that camera in the Call of Duty games to sort of get around that angle, see them, but get back into safety. And they can use those cameras to sort of to use for their advantage. So you're going to see that stock, you know, especially in games like Hardpoint, where if you're in the Hardpoint, you can just sort of peek back and forth. That's when you're going to really see it.
And if you guys are a casual Call of Duty fan out there, if you've been around for a really long time like we have since Call of Duty 4, all these new movements and all these mechanics are pretty new to the game, especially Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3. Now you see wall running, and you can even jump up over a wall run again and then keep jumping up. So there's a lot of different movements and a lot of different things that players like to do, and that's why with the stock, players could just strafe back and forth. In the previous Call of Duties, you couldn't really strafe as much with an M8. Now you could use stock, you could strafe with that. With the submachine gun, you could have a balanced strafe, but now with stock on the submachine gun, you could strafe even more, and it makes it harder for an assault rifle player.
Yeah, very well put, guys. I'm very excited to see how that matchup goes. Of course, last time we saw FaZe match up against Infuse, well, FaZe wound up reverse sweeping them and sending them home at that MLG event, but that'll do it for our preview of Infuse versus FaZe. It's time to hear once again from the XP Zone hosts, Puckett and Jack. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Revan. Of course, the last time, Revan just mentioned it, Infused was up 2-0 to FaZe and then let FaZe win 3 straight games. That's what qualifies as a reverse sweep. That game 3 has to be haunting Infused to this day. They're looking for revenge. We'll see if they can get it a little bit later. But I want to take you back big picture. Let's look at this bracket one more time because my producer pointed out something epic here. I was already predicting Allegiance to go into round 2 versus Rise Nation. So just thinking about that second round of the winner's bracket and what could happen. Not only could we see Envy and Optic Gaming, and we will see them later tonight in round 1, FaZe Clan or Infused. You win that match, well, you're rewarded with a battle against either Envy or Optic Gaming, Jack. This is definitely the most stacked quadrant you could write down on paper.
That is not fun at all to have. Talk about a rough road for Infused. Great, Infused. You maybe beat FaZe later on tonight. Then you have to beat Optic or Envy. The European road for Infused does not get any easier.
And then you look at the bottom half of this bracket. In fact, the bottom quadrant. Team Caliber and Elevate. That is a match we are moments away from seeing over on Bravo. The winner, well, they're rewarded with either playing the world champion in Parasite on Complexity or the world champion on Cloud9 in Eggs.
Yep.
All right, then. Things are about to get very, very interesting here on the Alpha stream. I am Alex Machine Richardson. I'm joined by none other than Mr. Matt, Mr. X Morello. How you doing, handsome?
Oh, I'm fantastic. Took a little break.
Yeah, feeling fresh?
Yeah, I feel fresh.
You have to be.
Obviously, we have a tremendous match. I mean, we're in bracket play. These are when the matches really matter. Obviously, such a high level of importance, and we have FaZe versus Infused.
But from what I've seen,
It's going to be insane. It really is. And Jack, you're going to have to shut up for a second because I've got a bracket to show you. We have the likes of Splice and Hyper Games already locked in. You can see that there was a Rise Nation Millennium result as well. I did have the pleasure of casting that with Maven, but you can see where we stand as well. Look at this stacked. The winner of this plays the winner of Envy Optic. That whole quadrant, just as they were talking about over on XP as well, is just... It's absolutely insane. It's going to be such a bumpy ride for so many of some of the world's best.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, you could potentially have a FaZe versus Optic matchup, which is something we have not seen all year. It's pretty much the grand finals of every event we had during last year outside of COD Champ, so I know a lot of fans would want to see that. We can talk a little bit about the ban and protect for FaZe versus Infused. Game number 1, it'll be Stronghold Hardpoint. Stock gets protected, a lot like what the analysis guys on XP Zone, if you were watching that, predicted. It's going to come from the side of FaZe. FaZe also gets rid of the XR2. Infuse gets rid of the VMP, so a lot of guns going here.
Yeah, and of course, this is going down on Stronghold Hardpoint. That will be our first map of the 5. A best of 5, you had Redwood, Search, and Destroy. Following that, you get your Breach, Uplink. Fringe shows up again, this time in CTF form, and you get Evac, S&D. And so, maps you'll be familiar with if you did stand by with us in the previous game. But now it's FaZe Infused, and there could not be a different storyline coming into this one. Their experiences at XP have been so different, Matt. I mean, you look at FaZe, 9-0.
Yeah, I mean, they've been perfect.
Haven't dropped a single map.
You cannot say anything about other than that they've been perfect. I mean, they've just been absolutely amazing so far at this tournament. And you expected Infuse to come in and run through their group. They don't. You know, the slaying has not really been there from 0. It's been an odd-looking Infuse, and I tell you what, Alex, I think if they do not bring the slaying in this one, this could be a quick series.
Well, I'll tell you now, Infused have had some near misses already at XP. First, it was, of course, that game versus TK. 5 maps. It goes to Search and Destroy. It goes to a final round. Not round 11. I think it's end 6-4 after a couple of misfortunes. And then they proceed to go 5th map with Lethal Gaming, the amateur online qualified side from North America. It goes all the way, and they most definitely have looked shaky. But this is a side that has unlocked potential.
I mean, they barely get here. I mean, this could have easily been something like Tainted Minds that made here instead of Infuse. It's kind of crazy to see them in this scenario. And then a lot of people would have said Elevate was going to take out FaZe in their group. FaZe goes through with the #1 seed. Now they get a matchup against Infuse, which is very tough. I mean, their counterparts, Elevate, they get a match against TK, which you could have argued coming into this that TK was the weaker out of the Infuse TK, top 2 in that group. And you see some of the stats here. 1 loss for Infuse here at the event. Just the KDs, Alex, are just so drastically different spectrums.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't, of course, put it into perspective. What we are talking about was map losses. Yes, they lost a game, but what's more interesting was just how many maps that they did accumulate as well that they did lose. Score per minute, look at that, a drastic difference, 903 to 793 as well. FaZe just have been running away with it. We've highlighted it and we'll continue to do so. But I do think that the real kind of reality is setting in for Team Infused. If ever you were going to find form, it's now. You are in the upper bracket, you have that luxury, but you also need to realize that you're going up against defending world champions on stage here at the Forum.
Well, it's a ton of pressure. I mean, EU has never really placed well at COD champs in the past. Infused, a lot of eyes on them to be the ones that do so. And I mean, you're going up against a juggernaut right now in FaZe, who, I mean, look, last year during Advanced Warfare, they were just tremendous. They just put so much pressure on you, up in your face, slaying. We have not seen that this year in Black Ops 3. What we saw from them in group play was reminiscent of what we saw last year.
Yeah, what we saw from I was watching Clayster on this very map and mode, and he just went off with his AI. It was ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Did you see that whole set of kills? It was like 8 or 9 kills back to back, and every single one was kind of frag movie potential. He was just rocking and rolling. It's great to see individuals showing up.
Oh yeah, he ended up with full streaks out of that.
That's right.
He was just a man on a mission against Elevate, and I think they're going to bring that same intensity here against Infused.
Only time will tell how the British side do up against the classic Call of Duty XP squadron that is FaZe Clan. And so we do prepare ourselves for what could very well be a bumpy ride, but the hype is there. You can see passion on their faces, Urban on screen. Ready to go ahead and give it his all. It is all a battle of survival now here at XP. You've made top 16, but how much further can you push it?
So interesting, going through some of the classes of these guys before we jump into the game. You have everybody on Infuse running an assault rifle. PD's going to go with an HVK, Zero's going to go with an M8, yet another HVK on an Urban, and then Marky's going to go with the Shiva. So once that VMP gets out of the game, they completely ditch every SMG. Attach and Zuma still going to be running with the Kuda. It's an SMG, it's a little bit better at range. Still a little bit slower in rate of fire than the VMP, but still a very good submachine gun.
I'm actually really big fan of that FaZe camo as well. Look at that. Sweet on Clayster's Amana War, and he's going to use it to great effect. Catches Zero, but PT's there to trade, and so far, so good. Keeping things level as you would expect on that opening hill here on Stronghold. PT now has been given the responsibility to try and keep things contested, and you can see, look at that, he's just dancing in and out, putting a toe back and forth. And it's just, really, it's all about survival. A fresh magazine will help him do that. He's got extended mags on it, and so 42 bullets in the magazine. It's kind of insane, and he only just gets the kill. 30 bullets later, he does manage to dispatch of Enable. But Infused have managed to establish a very small and insignificant lead on the opening hill.
I was going to say, he's lucky he has extended mag, because he needed every single bullet to take out the players on FaZe. And see Zuma just going to fly into the hard point. You just see how aggressive he is, Alex. A lot of other players, they would have just let that player sit behind that staircase, take that advantage. But Zuma just pushes right away in towards the players of Infuse.
And look at Clayster go as well, another. That's the 7th kill he's picked up already. It looks like it could be number 8. No, he's not going to be playing ball or pool, as you can see there in the rec room. 20 to 28. Infuse will go ahead and just gather just a few points, putting themselves ahead at the moment, but this is just the start. And look at Zero, one bomb straight across the bar, looking for another. Clayster finds cover behind the sofas, and there is someone on the way from the other side of things. The pincer movement most definitely is real.
You see just Zero taking a fantastic route here, just getting behind 2 players on phase, able to take out both with the L car. Tremendous play there by Zero.
Lovely stuff, and he's still breathing. 4-kill streak for him. He's on to the double digits. Not quite. Is it snatched away from him by Enable? Close quarters again. This time with the M8.
You see the rotation battle going down here. On with Zuma, and they want to control this back area, get those spawns for this half-wall hard point. If they were able to get this, they can start flooding in over and over. You're going to see the guys on Infuse start to spawn far away from the hard point. That's exactly what FaZe wants to do.
They're keeping things level now. I know I may sound like a bit of a broken record, but it's necessary to highlight when we go on to Stronghold Hardpoint that there is one hill in particular that will determine, likely determine anyway, I should preface it with a likely, but likely determine the winner of this hardpoint. It is all down to that money hill on Bunker, and so you will see early rotates from Rocks, but we're not there yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We currently are halfway through that hill towards Hut. Enable just attack, no frag to show for it. Marky B lives to fight another day, and that's going to be crucial because 3 members of Infuse are about to flood onto the site. He gets camo. Will he use it for this exchange though, Matt?
And I just love the way he's played this. I don't think you use camo here. I think you wait to use camo when you try and get in towards that bunker hard point. But you see Enable just did a great job there, staying alive. His team earns pretty much all their specialist abilities. You can see in the top right, Clayster uses the Tempest during that. Enable going to take the last few seconds. The hill's going to rotate over towards Snow. You see Zuma's there first. He's going to lose a gun battle to Urban. And you got to wonder if Infuse is going to stick with such an AR-heavy lineup.
I mean, it's not necessarily failing at this point in time. I mean, they're keeping things close. It was just at the last couple of seconds that Enable did to show up with an AR of his own in order to go ahead and establish the lead for FaZe. But coming from behind was PT, the only man to kind of stick to his guns, quite literally, with the SMG. But look at Zuma go. He's teaching them a thing or two. No extended mags for him. He's rocking it with just the vanilla 30. Grip instead and quick draw alongside the stock, which notably was protected in this matchup. When you've got players like Zuma, when you have players like Attach, it makes sense to go ahead and make them comfortable.
Yeah, no, I mean, they get rid of the VMP, they think they're going to throw the SMG players off of FaZe, and they have not done that by any stretch of the imagination. You have Zuma playing well, same with Attach, and I think the VMP is just a weapon that, I mean, it's great close range, but on a map like this, you don't mind having the Kuda. When you ban the VMP, you force them to use the Kuda, and the Kuda's very good at range, very accurate, low recoil. I think it's a very good gun for this map. Not exactly sure the strategy Infuse is going with.
And with 110 on the board for FaZe, it's just starting to get a little dangerous now. Onto Bunker, and they have got their heels dug in, and so that's step 1.
Yeah, and you see, just Marky B set up. He's going to have 2 players pushing him. He challenges. There's no reason to fight that. We're going to go on board with Zero. He's got the Tempest, able to connect with 1. It's going to fly to another player. But still, you see how far away the guys in Infuse are spawning. I mean, they're so spread out, Alex. They're not going to be able to break this, pushing it like this.
And that's incredible from FaZe. The break, it was a battle for spawns, yes, but FaZe just walk into Bunker and claim it for themselves. 30 seconds left on the hill, and they make it look far too easy. Infuse are now locked out in the cold here on the snowy mountains. And it is going to be Infuse who do retake it. So this is probably a bit of a rarity. This is a bit of a unusual experience where you're actually seeing Bunker Hill change hands 3 times. Usually, it's a rather consistent hold.
It's quite odd, and I mean, you didn't use any of the streaks on FaZe,
right?
So they still have those going into the second half of the game. So you look at this game right now where we are, and FaZe has a huge advantage. I mean, they have those streaks in case things kind of get scary over towards half wall, they lose control, or Snow. And if they're able to control those 2, I mean, you do have those streaks when we go over towards the bunker, and Petey's actually got his dart out. He's able to get 2 with it, so now you see the streaks coming in from Zuma, gonna answer back, taking out 2 with a lightning strike.
Yeah, you take 2 with the dart, I'll take 2 with the lightning. No problems there as it is an even trade, but Zero's completely turned the table of that one. A double with a Man of War somewhere. And in the meantime, look at PT. This is the passive we saw him from before. He just basically hangs out, jumps into lab, and he's going to get... What was that? Takes down Enable, finished the job, I assume, of his teammate. There was no way he melted Enable that fast on his own. Likely Marky B put a couple of bullets into Enable as well.
And Attach starting to heat up. He's on a 4 streak as another player to his left. You just see the aggression these guys pull out. They challenge... any stretch team, actually. I mean, look at this. He has no ammo in his clip, finds another weapon, and now he's going to back out towards the mansion. Knows he cannot challenge those players in the mid. It's fully streaked out, so now you have streaks on attach to Zuma style streaks. No, he uses that lightning. That's the only thing he had, but they get those streaks on attach, which is huge, because he gets fully streaked out. So they have the dart, which we saw Clayster do a nice job with earlier, break into bunker, and they have that Hellstorm and lightning.
They've just so much is glowing gold that this game looks closer than it is. I mean, look, at some point, FaZe will just go ahead and pull the trigger on all of this golden goodies, and surely that's going to be where things do start to spiral out of control.
And
so far...
Yeah, what's interesting is, Merc brought it up over on the analysis segment, is that we don't know these strats that FaZe is like pulling out. Like, you don't know if FaZe was going into this series and saying, hey, you know, we've been practicing for months with the Kuda. Like, that's the gun we want to use. Like, and the Infuse could have just played right into their hands, so it's quite interesting. Or you could kind of just keep telling everybody, spreading the word that you have these interesting strategies. People are trying to figure them out, and you really kind of have nothing.
I mean, I think that's probably the best way to go. You keep them on their toes. They can start second-guessing themselves. Like, wait, what if this is what they want me to do? You know, that paranoia can really be the odds. Change just a little bit, shift in favor of FaZe. And Tatch still has got them burning a hole in his pocket. I don't know how he hasn't invested any of those streaks yet. He's been holding on to them for so long now. 31 and 15, double positive. That is impressive. And look at this now, as again he finds another kill. It's going to be 32 kills from him. No one coming close, really. Zero is perhaps hot on his heels at 27.
You see the pinch starting to come in from FaZe. Everybody dropping 4 Infuse to 4 dead. Not a good sign. So you see Attach getting set up by half wall. He's going to drop, but see Zuma gonna rotate out. He's really been, I feel like in this game, he has been just so up and down for this team. I mean, sometimes he has looked amazing like he did last year. Sometimes he has just looked completely lost. Zuma playing tremendous though at this event thus far. I mean, he's 26 and 21, a minute and 37 in the hard point. Very good overall gameplay.
So now, you've always described Zuma to me as this kind of he gets up in your face, rushes in, one of the fastest SMGs in the league, and yet he's got nearly 2 minutes of hill time. That doesn't correlate to me. How is he getting away with both, or is it just a shift between games?
Well, so the issue with this FaZe team this year has really been in hardpoint, like nobody has wanted to get in the hill or commit to be the guy that gets in the hill consistently. I mean, at the beginning we saw it was Enable, then it was Attach, sometimes it was Clayster, and you know, I think it really just needs to be by committee. And in a game like this where Attach is doing such a good job just pushing out these lanes and cuts and picking up these kills, the hill time it falls on Zuma, and he's doing a good job just playing patient in and around the hardpoint.
And patience is being rewarded. This is where they're about to breach 200 now as they do dig in, and look at this. Zero just goes for another one challenge. This time it was Enable who had the abundance of cover. He's basically just in this power position. You can only see the tip of his head and he can find cover whenever he needs it. Marky now melts as well. Infuse can't find a way in. They are just locked out, and this is so insane. One of the hardest hills to hold, and FaZe are making it look like the money hill.
Yeah, and you see with 17 seconds left on the hardpoint, it's going to be Clayster rotating all the way through Mansion. He picks up one. Now his job is to just stay alive. He has another teammate. It's going to be Zuma coming from the front side of Bunker. He clears it out with a double kill, and this has opened up FaZe to control Bunker Hill. A perfect pinch there from FaZe Clan.
Everything is going so well. You have 3 30-plus fraggers on the board. Look at their hill time as well. Enable just showed up out of nowhere with 1:36. That was all of that time he spent on rocks. And now look at this, they're throwing in the streaks. They're probably, at this point in time, they're like, I guess we should use them. We haven't actually needed to at this point. They could be finding the win without them, but instead they're just going to be throwing those golden goodies down. And look at him go. Clayster takes another 2. Zero and Marky this time are the ones to be dispatched of, and he's going to be investing active camo to try and survive. It works out for Enable. That will be it. FaZe 250. And it's going to be just a measly 139 for Infuse. Not a fantastic start here into the hard point for the European presence here in the upper bracket.
You needed Zero to come up with a big game of slaying. He comes up 28 and 31. Not the worst game. We talked about Marky B a little bit in the pregame, 17 and 33. He's got to bring it. I mean, and he's like their veteran, their leader. Like, he needs to really have good performances because the other guys on the team, they look up to him. So when he has a bad game, everyone else is like, well, if he can't do it, like, can I do it?
I think there's definitely something. I mean, if Marky's kind of voice is quivering and he doesn't seem to have that air of confidence, then I think everyone in Infuse starts picking up that same kind of vibe. Yeah. There is a lot of pressure on the Scotsman. Now, you actually raised an interesting point throughout that cast, and we have now a bit of extra time to explore it. You talked about the fact that FaZe perhaps were playing the right game with that Kuda. That ban was prepared, and they knew that they were kind of Infuse were just jumping straight into their jaws at that point.
Yeah, I think for a while, I mean, the Kuda was a gun. It didn't really have a place in competitive play, right? And then once the VMP started banning out, I mean, people went towards the Vesper, and you were trying to figure out which was like that secondary SMG. And a map like Stronghold, the Kuda's strength is its like long-range shooting and its accuracy, and just the fact that it's really low recoil. And I think with the Kuda, especially on a map like that, you kind of gave it towards FaZe, where they have 2 really good, strong SMG players.
Yeah.
It just was not a smart play from Infuse.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? Someone else that has to be discussed is Zero. Now, he has indeed been a hero throughout the online stages, throughout various other games here at XP. This, however, was not his best performance, his brightest spark moment. But as you can read out, he's got a pretty solid KD, not so far, not really blown up through the group play. Actually, look at that, rank 47. But actually, he's ranked #1 in North America?
No.
What's going on here? Either way, Zero
is definitely not from North America. He's European. But the fact that he gets most of his kills in the air here at this event, that's pretty impressive because it's not like last year you really wanted to be vertical when you went into those gun engagements. This year it's not really the same. You want to kind of be more boots on the ground. And to be able to kill that many players from in the air, it's pretty impressive.
And what I like
You're an easy target up there.
Yeah, and you absolutely are. And I actually even made a good point yesterday. Just yesterday, God, time does fly. It was a couple of hours ago, and he just said that because of the way this game plays, people still pre-aim up. Like, they're expecting you to jump at all times. And so now people are starting to do it less. We're seeing more of these prone peaks, more of these kind of just basically you're second-guessing each other. It's actually really fun to see how it's developed.
Yeah, it comes into those situational plays. It's like we saw earlier in a match where Bance was in a 1v1 with Weeds, and Weeds is expecting him to just peek that corner, and Bance goes high off that wall run. You got to know your opponent. You got to know when those guys are going to be those aggressive high flyers coming at you.
And there's an argument as to why that that increases randomness, because you could have a perfect read on the game, but there's so many parts you don't actually know where he could be coming from, and that's why you have seen some of these SMG players just explode in popularity in this time.
Oh yeah, and then I mean, just talking about potentially they could come from above you, and it's like, well, if they hit the wall run, then go back and then get even higher, it's like a level you didn't even expect that guy to get to. So just using those wall running mechanics, movement mechanics in Black Ops 3 to your advantage, you see why some of those SMG players are so dominant.
I mean, yeah, at this stage in the game, biggest Call of Duty event of all time, if you are not using every single tool at your disposal, every single mechanic within the Black Ops 3 game, then you are a fool. $2 million on the line, 32 teams is what we started with. We've already sliced it down to just 16. Whew, that was a quick purge.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, a lot of teams make it in. I think 6 from Europe. None of the ANZ teams make it in, which is crazy. You're celebrating.
Yeah,
it's like
I'm not complaining.
I mean, Europe, they better go far in bracket. I mean, you guys took up a bunch of spots. You may as well go far.
And we're all, I mean, to be fair, we are in the stacked side of things. You've got
already an excuse.
Hey,
already an excuse.
You wait and see. We'll see how this S&D goes before I start getting excited.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I would be foolish to expect big things from Infused here. The results so far at XP have been lackluster, and they acknowledge that themselves. And I don't know how much can change between yesterday and today. I mean, Matt, you in your playing experience, you can't just sit down. What could possibly be said between one day and the other to change and kind of revitalize your performance? Nothing.
To make that drastic of a change, nothing. And the worst kind of downfall is when it's, I don't want to say it's a skill downfall, but like when you can't kill the opponent, when you're just not slaying. It's like, what do you do to change that? It's like you can't fix that overnight. I mean, you can go shoot all the bots you want in free-for-all, you can warm up as long as you want. It's not going to fix that skill and technique, and I feel like they've got a really tough first-round match against FaZe, because FaZe has just been so slay-heavy the entire event. And this Redwood Search and Destroy, it's one of FaZe's best maps.
Oh, and that just makes things so worse. We saw Infused struggling to convert some Search and Destroys versus lesser teams. Lethal Gaming springs to mind. Search and Destroy evading Infused versus them. If they can't do that, FaZe may be a little bit too big of a fish to fry. And it may very well be dinner time for the North Americans. It's coming up to that time as well. It is about 7:25. It's about dinner time.
It's a little past dinner time. I feel like dinner time's more around like 5:30, not 7.
5:30?
Yeah.
I'm European. I mean, we eat dinner. I mean, this is an early dinner right now.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if you're in Spain or something, you sit back about 10 o'clock. I think that's when you dig into your dinner.
I've never been to Spain, so I can't tell you what time they...
You haven't lived. But that's because they've got this fantastic thing where they just nap in the day. They just take 2 hours to just have a quick nap.
I wish we did that. I bet you the fans would just not really be into that.
Life would be so good.
It's 3 matches. We're going to take a 3-hour nap break, and then we're going to come back.
Hey, man, maybe that's why Giants couldn't perform at XP. They were taking their siesta. They missed their group play. It was a disaster.
Sorry, guys.
Fantastic. Still, though, Redwood Search and Destroy is where we will be seeing battle done next. And it is the second of the series between Infused and FaZe. And it does just seem like FaZe are operating at quite a different level to Infused at this point. And that's coming from a European caster. PT as
must hurt to say that.
Sorry?
It must hurt to say that.
No, not at all. I mean, I did just cast Millennium getting destroyed by Rise, and now I'm watching FaZe destroy Infused.
And
so
actually,
it's been a kick in the teeth.
Watching the Millennium match, I was like, man, I kind of wanted them to make a little bit of a run. Like, it would be such a great story. Just another tough matchup against a Rise team who's looked very good at this event. Talk a little bit about the specialist draft, so you guys are up to date on what's going on. PD goes with kinetic armor, Marky B goes with overdrive, Heatwave on Urban, Zero with camo. On the other side of things, you get Clayster with glitch. Now they round things out with enable with camo, Zuma with overdrive, and then attach goes Heatwave. So the only difference is no kinetic armor on the side of FaZe. They're going to go with glitch instead.
It does seem like the FaZe do favor glitch. We've seen that time and time again. In fact, maybe not just FaZe. In fact, I think Rise were making some
a lot of North American
as well.
teams.
Yeah. So instead of kinetic armor, can you explain that to me? Because kinetic just feels like an easier way to win a 1v1.
Oh, without a doubt. The issue is it takes so long to get kinetic armor that if the player with it is not playing well, you may never actually see it come into the game. Usually, even if you're playing well, we don't see it till round 9, 10, or 11. So it's one that you rely on in the late game, but some teams, especially the North America ones, they don't really play that percentages. They're like, hey, we'd rather get 2 uses of a psychosis or 2 uses of a glitch instead of something like kinetic armor.
Makes a lot of sense. It does. Basically, you still have that backup even if you are underperforming. Now, though, let's jump into it. Can Infuse find some sort of rebuttal, or will this just be FaZe running away with it and finding their second in swift fashion? It's Redwood where we do see the action transpire. And it actually looks like a 3-man push from FaZe, and it's going to be Zero who gets all the information, the heat map. Oh, you cannot miss shots like that. The first is forgivable. The second is just plain awful.
For a second there, I thought he was going to get pretty aggressive on these players pushing close, because you can see, if I highlight them on your mini-map, it's going to be Zuma playing right outside a bunker, and I think Clay actually gets inside. He's going to catch 2 players off guard, gets one, and gets out with his life. Big play there from Clay.
How did he get away with that one? He just slides in, slides out, and the damage is done. Urban then forced to watch as his 3 remaining compadres have to battle through the remaining 40 or more seconds of this round. And the rotate's coming on, and FaZe have got all the info in the world here, Matt. This is madness.
Yeah, and PD's going to try and get bombed down, but FaZe in a perfect position to collapse. As soon as they see the plant go down, I'd be surprised if they don't flood it. And you see just the players of FaZe going to start to flood. PD has a lot of players on his plate. He's going to drop. Zero's going to be watching the back, and then you're going to have Marky B trying to get back towards the site. And, I mean, he is so far away, and same with Zero. They cannot even make a play on this.
They were so far away. I'm actually, it's kind of agonizing to see. So PT gets the bomb down. That's good progress. He's sitting there saying, guys, they're on the rotate. Where are you? Zero's watching middle, and he's miles away. Who else was that? I think it was actually Marky B on the back line. Absolutely miles away with a Shiva, unable to retake. And the positioning of one player, one of the 4 remaining FaZe players, it was all Clayster, and simply by tagging up PT on the retake, tagging up Marky on the retake, they completely locked them out, and Zero was unable to break through as well. Great start then for FaZe, not losing a single man. And of course, a reminder, if you have just joined us, FaZe are currently absolutely perfect. In group play, they won their matches 3-0 every single time. Currently standing at 9 maps to 0. In this series, it would make it 10-0. As here we stand in Search and Destroy. Will we see an 11th? Will they have a pristine record going into the second round of bracket play?
I mean, they have the dream alive, right? I mean, I don't think we have ever seen a Call of Duty tournament go with a team not dropping a map. Pretty safe to say that. On a stage like this, that would be just impressive. I think what they've already done is impressive, and Clay absolutely destroys 2 players mid-map. He's going to back up, but already off to a 5-0 start in the CWL Pro Division for Stage 2. He was probably, well, I mean, statistically, him, Cinder, and Killa, the 3 best players on this map in mode combination. You see Enable's going to be able to get bombed down. Infused in a bad spot.
I really like the restraint from Clayster there. We'll talk about it in just a moment now. Urban has fallen, but the fact that he gets 2 quick kills in middle and then proceeds to go ahead and hold the flank. Nice restraint, not getting greedy, not trying to make the hero play. He just wants to go ahead and do what is best for his team, and Marky realizes he's making the best out of a bad situation and removes any likelihood of increasing streaks for any of the remaining North American players.
It's interesting because FaZe is a team throughout Stage 1, Stage 2, the entire Black Ops 3 year. They have not been able, the story is when they get their hardpoint game going, they lose their search and destroy game. It's like they fix their S&D game, the hardpoint game goes out the window. It's like you think they figured it out in uplink, well then they can't play CTF. And it's like we have not seen them play every mode at the top level. We've seen it like at times, but this one, they have put everything together.
And now he's been having a fantastic performance. 5 kills, just 2 rounds into the Search and Destroy. We're going to go ahead and tune in to see what Mr. Clayster has to say about this matchup.
Did you guys give up B or not?
Glitch. Yeah, we gave up B.
Yeah, we had to. That's fine.
Dylan, can you do the sniper? No.
I'm going to swap.
Glitch.
I'm going to watch it.
Glitch. Follow me up. You trophy down bomb. I'm going. You ready? Follow me up. Follow me up. Follow me up.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I didn't glitch
Okay,
out.
let's bomb down though.
Bomb down on B bomb. One was bridge.
I'm trying to watch our back.
One's bridge. He saw me top window.
I should all 3 hit out of B.
Yeah, we can.
No,
You want to?
At 42 seconds, go. At 40.
Oh, hold up.
Behind the bomb still.
Wait, I'm gonna nade
Behind
it.
the bomber to the right.
Hold up.
As soon as his nades land, you guys go. As soon as his nades land, you guys go.
Behind the bomb.
Go.
Oh, he's got
He jumped over. He jumped over. Jumped on him. Help him.
I got one. Hold up.
Get on him, Dylan.
Go, bridge, weak, bridge, chill. Nice. 2-1. Get together.
I peek it from the trail. It's Zero. He's sniping. Tommy, check trail.
Yo, he's on bomb. He's on bomb.
Top
Bridge hurt.
Turn back to you, Tommy.
Let's go! Yo, good shit staying alive, baby. Did you get anything, Clay? No.
I got a dart.
No, it's good.
I love that. That is
nice
some
job, Dylan, Tommy.
fantastic comms.
My favorite part of the phase comms is just how like monotone and unenergetic Enable is. He's like, oh, Clay, what'd you get? And he's like, Clay's like, I got a dart. It's like a big Clay. He's like, yeah, that's good. That's good.
No, what I just loved about that was how, I mean, yes, Clayster was structuring the plays, like nade first, but it was also just, there was a lot of calmness in that comms. I sometimes tune into European comms and I just get really frustrated by how much everyone is shouting. And here in Search and Destroy, very well-structured communications from FaZe Clan does bring home round number 3. Solid stuff so far, and Infused were just outmatched and outgunned, it seems, as we head into the 4th.
It's some of the best comms I think we've heard all weekend.
That was
it's
really
like,
nice.
You're not just regurgitating like the same call out over and over again. Clay uses his glitch this time to stay alive. He gets taken out though by Zero. Tatch able to get to though, goes on a lower wall run. Now they have control of the A site. There's one player flanking for Infused. That was actually Urban. He puts in a few shots and then backs up. Gonna have Enable get down onto Bomb. It's gonna be Urban, the only one alive here for Infused. How does he decide to play this?
Likelihood is he just tries to go ahead and make 2 1v1s out of it, but it's by no means an easy feat. And look at the positioning, that's such a good read. Oh, he's just trapped between the 2 of them. And Zuma turns around to make it 4. And FaZe just look too damn good, Matt. Like, this is overwhelming. This is a team that could very well make it through to the, say, quarters, say, semis without losing a single map.
These games aren't close.
They are not by any stretch of the imagination. They just look on point, and it's rather intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how stacked that side of the bracket is. Like, if they're playing like this, it's not the team you want to run into. I mean, you could look at, potentially like Optic Gaming, they'd have to go through Envy and then this FaZe roster. It'd be so difficult. And see what the side of Infused here does on offense.
See if they can just bring something. Get rid of that scary Zero, that donut, that goose egg, whatever you want to call it. It is just not a nice number to look at. There may be one player on Infused that disagrees with that, Mr. Zero, but still.
I believe Clay is actually using his dart, and he gets one with it. We catch that as
a
a player going on the wall run.
He was in air at the time. That's a fantastic connection. But the bomb does go down, and PT's desperate to try and make this level. It's not looking likely, though, Matt.
I don't know how they should play this. I mean, if you stack up on the bomb, FaZe is just going to flood out, and they're going to challenge it. It's like maybe you play a little bit further back, but FaZe did such a good job of pushing the guys on Infused back the last time they got it down at A. PD with a big kill to even up the odds, though.
This is actually a really nice movement from PT's, keeping them busy. And another, this could be Infused first, unless something absolutely ridiculous happens from Attach, but even time will not allow for that to go down. Instead, it will be for... And Infused will find their first. That was much needed. Finally, they break through. And you know what? It's worth addressing that comes from a push outside. We haven't seen them do that too often. The only other time that they actually managed to get the bomb down on A was because PT was left completely on his own. Marky and Zero just doing other things elsewhere.
Yeah, and with the man disadvantage, they were able to hold that off. So, I mean, they stopped FaZe from going up 5-0. 5-0 at that moment in time. You probably think, hey, this game is over. And see, actually, Zuma actually uses his overdrive that round. Something we didn't point out, but he used the overdrive on defense to get close to bunker. Didn't find anybody. So waste that ability during that round. It's a big win for Infused. And the 2 gun battles at the start, not wins for Infused. They have both their players pushing mid, drop. Marky B and Urban gone.
They fell into this trap actually previously versus Lethal Gaming. They win a really important round and then proceed to just rush into the grill of their opponents straight out the gate. And look at that. You blink and you miss it. It's back. FaZe, find 5.
That's with a VMP.
That was a VMP? We get to see it here. Zuma. What? What on earth? That range, the precision. Right. Wow, 6 very precise bullets catching him when all you could see was the very tip of his helmet.
If he's shooting like that, I mean, we don't need to play on Sunday. I mean, we can just end it tonight.
Yeah, it's done.
I mean, they'll mow down teams pretty quick. I mean, we can get out of here by 9 o'clock through their top of the bracket, but wow. Tremendous shots there with the VMP from Zuma. As you see FaZe dominating the search and destroy.
Yeah, like this is probably some of the biggest outmatched I've casted, and I've seen some of that group play, and that's where you expect to see matches like this. That's where you expect to see your 6-1s. But here we stand, outside of that, in the brackets, teams that did make it out, make the cut to the top 16, and it does just feel like David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I mean, they get onto the bomb site and they have to back up. I mean, attach here, waiting for players to come up top. You see, just going to EMP check, not going to find anybody in. See Enable, he's going to be watching A, so the guys on phase have all their angles covered here, and the one player who can make a play here is potentially PD.
Adam PT Pete. Does go down, it was attached to find him, draws further blood, 2 bodies and already hit the deck. It's a third and it's attached, he finds 2. And Zero has got it all to do to save his team's dignity here in Search and Destroy. Will it be 6-1? The answer is a resounding yes, and it's an SVG bullet that rings across Redwood to secure the 6th round, the final round of our second map here. Well, that's a tough loss. Like, it does feel like Infuse would have to, I don't know, find 4 other players to hold the controllers if they wanted to go and make things competitive here.
It just feels like a runaway train just kind of going through teams. So last year, FaZe Red on Saturday had one of the best runs we've seen at COD Champs. I mean, if the tournament ends on Saturday, that FaZe team, I think, makes it to the finals. Completely different roster, but just the FaZe team this year, they're looking very good today.
Yeah, it's a spectacular game. I mean, was this the round where... Okay, I thought this was a case that gets 3. He did, and he even gets the defuse as well. It was a solid start. And all around, every single individual, wowzers! Hair-raising stuff. It really was. And
you're excellent.
Whew. Got to see exactly just how outmatched and outgunned they were on this Search and Destroy.
Yeah,
you said this is FaZe's best map. Is that right? On Search and Destroy, close to.
No, it's Clayster's best map in Search and Destroy. And look, I mean, FaZe, they kind of take so much map control, and there's so many lanes that their aggressive players can push up. I mean, Zuma known last year for like his flanks in Search and Destroy and the positioning he can get on the map. And this is one you can definitely take a lot of positioning from.
He had an M8, dude. He had an M8. It fucking gun, boy.
Hey, yo, wait.
Well then.
He had an M8, just
they were just
as
shocked as the VMP shots as we were.
Yeah. M8 VVMP. Zuma just knocks him on his backside. A spectacular second map for FaZe. I mean, they are on Cloud 9 right now, and not the team. They're just feeling really damn good.
Yeah, they are just rolling through opponents. It's a scary-looking team. And we're getting into the ban and protect for our 3rd game. It'll be Breach Uplink. Marky B gets rid of the H6D. You see FaZe is going to get rid of Overdrive. Overclock goes, Camo goes, so nothing surprising with our first 4 things off the board.
I mean, I can't help but feel, I mean, let me know your thoughts on this one. If you're Infused right now, you're kind of up against the wall, you do something different in Ban and Protect. Take something away that they're going to be relying on. Take away the M8. See what Clay does next.
Do what?
I don't know.
I mean, you take that away, they're getting rid of your XR2 every game, so you really have nothing to fall back on.
And before we do dive into potentially our last map of the series, we're going to go ahead and have a couple of words with Zoe and Mondez, who are hanging out on this glorious XP stage.
Yeah, we are indeed standing on this wonderful stage. You haven't really seen it so far because you were so busy casting all day on the Charlie stream. Maybe walk us through it. What happened over there?
Yeah, I've been in the back. Haven't gotten to see the awesome venue, but it's beautiful out here. Haven't gotten to see it filled with fans until just this point. The matches on Charlie have been awesome. We just ended with Orbit and Cloud9. That was a decider match to see who would proceed through the rest of the tournament. Cloud9, the favorite in the series, though, able to come out on top 3-1.
So any matches so far which really surprised you? Any teams so far which really surprised you?
Seeing Tainted Minds' individual performance this weekend, although no Australian teams will make it to the bracket play, certainly impressed me. And Orbit as well. You could see them improving throughout the entire weekend, and they really impressed me. Everyone from the Australian scene.
All right. Now, looking at the rest of all the other groups as well, anyone which kind of let you down, maybe? Like anyone you thought would perform better?
Well, this is actually perfect timing because it's Infused. This is a team for the past several months that I've rated so highly. I mean, you have to. It's a team of players that have been together for just such a long time and have accomplished so much. So much talent lies in that roster. However, not even placing top 8 when we get to MLG Orlando, getting taken down by Team Caliber, a much newer team than them, much less well-established. And it's just, they're not looking so great so far this weekend.
Do you think they can pull their act together and get through the brackets?
Oh, they certainly have the ability to do so. That team is filled with talent. I'd see no true vulnerability, but they've been showing lots of weakness over the past few months.
Well, let's hope they can get it together and maybe we see them further in this tournament. Fox, thank you so much for joining me. We can't wait to hear your casting once more tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. Also on Charlie, do you know?
Not sure what the schedule's looking like just yet. I've been on Delta, I've been on Charlie, so we'll see what tomorrow brings for us.
All right, you're going to be all over the place. We can't wait to see that. We're going to heading back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Good to hear from Mr. Fox. Now, we are heading into potentially the last one. Breach, uplink. We have to turn all of our attention and resources into Infuse versus FaZe. And the Specialist Draft and Banner Protect, I said they have to do something different. Looks like Clayster has, as it's happened again. This is not the first time I've seen him do this. This is, I think, number 3 or 4. But he's pulled out the Ripper, and this is the action he likes to do.
So he's been using the Ripper in uplink pretty consistently.
Yep.
We haven't seen anything happen with it. I don't know
I've
the
seen him
logic
get kills.
with
I think he
there.
got 4 or 5 when I was watching.
I saw him kill one guy with the Ripper on evac. I have not seen anything else out of the Ripper, but running through the specialist, it'll be Clay with the Ripper. It'll be Zuma with kinetic armor, attach on Heatwave, enable on the Scythe. Marky B, Psychosis, Tempest on 0, Urban with Heatwave, and PD round things out with kinetic armor.
Man, I wanted to see something special. I don't know. Infused. They're going to be playing some more vanilla Black Ops 3. We're going to be seeing if that can be enough. It goes into uplink now, and we are rocking out here in the forum, ready to rock and roll into potentially, I keep saying potentially, that's just the European in me having some form of faith, but I have to be honest, from what we've seen, and it is not from Infused, it's been from FaZe Clan, who have done nothing but exceed expectations. They did not have a fantastic year here. I mean, if you could give us a quick history lesson, FaZe's year has been pretty poor, man.
I mean, they've had high expectations all year. I mean, tremendous players for the best talents we have. They have just not put it together. I mean, not great performances on LAN. Pretty good in the online leagues, but no, really, at LAN, it's underwhelming performances.
And it hasn't been this phase, right? You haven't seen this phase in a while. This 9-0, 11-0 now. We haven't seen that phase in a while.
No, we have not.
There's no doubt about it. So we'll see how it does go down. Breach uplink is where Infused will be forced to try and find themselves just a scrap of dignity, because currently it has been taken away from them. 139 on the hard point, just the 1 on Search and Destroy. Will it end here, or will we get to see that fringe CTF? It remains elusive for Infused.
Yeah, so Marky B is going to go with a Shiva off the start. And really, at this moment, he's just trying to keep map control for his team. So he's going to go top broken, try and pick some players off at range, because if FaZe gets control of their base, you expect them to just rally up a ton of points.
Marky B looking for a second. Enable knows exactly where he is. Clayster will have made that call. Hanging out in broken, and indeed his aim does look a little broken. Can't seem to hit the shot. There it is. Zuma goes down, and a fresh magazine for the following exchanges. But drone control, that's very nice. I like that. That's Enable throwing out for a 15-second reset. They concede 2 losses, and immediately, well aware that the 2 players were going to be facing those extended time respawn times, going to get it onto the rooftops and keep things damage controlled.
Yeah, how did Attach just kill him? I was about to say Zero just in perfect position, and Attach just slides right out of bottom left. Is able to take out Zero, and Marky B has played fantastic here at the start, giving his team so much map control. Speedy picks up 2. Now Marky moves up with the drone.
We know they're capable. Let's see if they can demonstrate it. And they're starting to win gunfights, an abundance of them. Look at that, a 2-point play out of the gate. Infuse have managed to show up to start things off here, and that is certainly a breath of fresh air for every Infuse fan out of there. And I mean, look at this. Look at the slaying. This is insane. 5 kills for PT, 4 for Zero. Marky B's on 4 as well. They are running away with it. And look at FaZe. They've got struggled to get going. I mean, you basically see one player from Infused has the same amount of kills as the entirety of FaZe. And just as I say that, they laugh at me. And everyone goes ahead and fills up the kill feed. It's now the counterattack from the North American.
Yeah, it's going to be all on PD trying to stop this. He gets taken out. Will go on board with Attach as he has the drone in hand. 2 lead blockers. Clayster picks up 2. Attach with a dunk. Marky B drops to the base as well. FaZe with complete map control.
That was insane. Just how quickly they turned that around. They went from having 4 kills collectively, and letting him know what he has got. And I don't know if he's going to get close enough to actually use this anymore. Instead, the HVK will be doing most of the dirty work. But
he was a good 50 feet away from him. He had no chance of connecting with the Ripper.
It was like, I get a lunge, right?
Yeah,
get a lunge.
Like lunging across the map. Not exactly
from
how that
AC
works.
to broken, just charges with the blades out. Wolverine
Guys,
style.
I got the Ripper. It's like, oh, it didn't work. Oh, well,
He's
Clay
good. He's good.
barely gonna stay on the map. We've seen him fall off the map.
Yeah.
Almost every night
I have
during the pro division,
zero doubt in my mind now that Clay is being spammed in the chat. Pulling a Clay is what falling off the map I think has been known as.
Yeah, so I mean, well, Twitch chat really, they just, whenever FaZe plays, they just kind of spam this 422. Clay did not have a great game in Orlando, but definitely making up for it here as See, Enable's gonna have to play some base defense as they give up complete map control in the boost. And see, through Enable's POV, he's actually gonna tag the drone carrier with a nade, and he's gonna drop it and then reset it. So the drone carrier is gonna get that armor that you get with having the drone back, and it's gonna be Enable knocking down some shots. Clay with an interception, great base D from Enable and Clay.
Spectacular stuff, and now with just 2 minutes left of the first half here, Infused have managed, it feels like it does still feel like they are the ones that are playing damage control. Nice pass to attach. What can we see from FaZe now? Zero is in the prime position to take this drone out of his hands, but it looks like Clayster has done the necessary deed, and Zuma's got another one. 3 bodies do hit the deck at exactly the same time. Perfect synchronicity coming in. And now they do choose to delay it. Look at that, I like that, waiting for the control to come in, and it will be Zuma and Clay that do claim it. PT falls, and it's the same route. It always seems to be Clayster's responsibility to clear out mid, and usually passes it off. This time it looks like he's going to be doing the work himself. Looks like number 5 maybe on the cards. Could it be 6? It will. Spawns weren't ideal. Infuse pushed up the map, and they get caught out.
Yeah, Infuse has gone on the overextension. They just did not want any of the gunfights, so they tried. And go back towards mid-map, they get stopped, and then they try and keep going towards mid-map. They get stopped again. The third time they go on the overextension, they're able to win some and get mid-map back. But the drone gonna go over towards FaZe. It's gonna be attached with drone in hand. I believe has Clayster in front of him. They're gonna try and make a score out of this.
And it's been a solid performance from Clayster throughout this entire tournament. Here again, he stands at the top of the scoreboard.
Last year with Denial. This year, obviously bringing it with FaZe Clan, but I know him and Attach. Just in the biggest moments and on this stage, they really turn up. I mean, just have tremendous teamwork, and it's really the backbone of this team, right? You need a really strong AR player, you have very good aggressive SMG, and they're 2 of the best.
23, and Clayster does. He guts 0 right in the hot box. Ripper finds its first frag of this series. 7-2 the score, and this is just looking like it's spiraling out of control. When you're starting to get killed by Rippers on one of the biggest games of your career, hell
right?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's something that you die to in public matches and whatnot. We don't usually see in competitive play. See another dunk go in for FaZe there in the final seconds as it's 9-2 going into the second half. But man, I mean, you get spawn camped, you're dying at guys with a Ripper, and you can't do anything. I mean, we'll take a look at the scoreboard. I mean, look, Urban with 4 kills, 4 and 13, that's not gonna get it done.
It's just not going to be good enough. You're right. I mean, it does come down to slaying, and I think actually if you were to be genuinely critical of Infused, I think we've been very vague with our criticism. If you were going to get into the nitty-gritty, Urban has not had a great tournament. Here's at COD XP, I think in the majority of maps that I have seen of him, I've had the opportunity to broadcast Infused a fair few times, or at least watch it, if not cast it. And I have seen Urban, more often than not, seems to struggle on some of the respawns.
Well, I would say, Zero's had his moments as well, but yeah, he's the guy that they've relied on all year long to be that superstar, to be that main slayer, and it's like, you can't fade away now. It's like they need you more than ever now. You need to show up.
If it's now or never, as cliched as the expression may be, this is your opportunity. It is the upper bracket. There is that safety net of the lowers, but every team's dream is to do so through the uppers. It makes life a whole lot easier. Look at that positioning. Zero, you need both, and he gets them. Catches the head of Clayster, and another headshot, this time from Urban. We said he was quiet, but that is a loud shout that he is not done yet. Now running the drone. He's got plenty of time. This is just the second half. And looks like Zero does not want to go down without a fight. Pulls out the lightning gun and does get a second as well into the backside of Zuma. And FaZe's positioning is not ideal. Where is Urban when you need him?
So look, this is something different than what Infuse did. Infuse went towards mid-map. FaZe, they send one player all the way on the overextension and another player back towards their base to get that control. It's a really good setup from FaZe here. They can pinch on mid-map.
Looking good. Marky does manage to navigate towards Flowers, but there's so many problems. And whoa, didn't look far off. Look at that. Marky goes for the melee, and Clayster welcomes it with a smile and a Ripper. Takes him down.
Second Ripper kill we've seen this game. I can't believe we're even saying that. Enable with the Scythe leading the charge as well. FaZe is going to get a 2-point play out of this. And man, just extending that lead. He thought Infuse, they get some points on the board. Now a nice streak from Zero. Maybe they start to get rolling, and FaZe answers back with a quick 2.
Very swift too. FaZe just seems like they can really just have some fun with it at this point in time. It seems insane to say that on this stage with this much money on the line, a team is just kind of putting their feet up and having fun. But 11-4, there's no doubt their comms most definitely does not sound all cheery and scrimmy, but there is just an air of excitement for FaZe as they start looking ahead. With an 11-4 score, they could just start playing this game. That's going to be thrown out for another 15 seconds, and they can just sit back and delay.
And I mean, Urban's trying to push through, trying to get towards that class side. That's where you want to control, but I mean, it's no good. I mean, you don't have any of the middle of the map. I mean, you see the whole middle of the map is just flooded with red arrows. Even if he gets over there, what are they going to do? I mean, he's not going to be able to get the drone. No teammates in position. Just Infuse seems to be panicking a little bit.
I mean, yeah, you make a very good point that FaZe have not necessarily had like an abundance of map control, but it's always been center. And I mean, they've always had that middle of the map, and that's where the drone is spawning. So if Infuse can't break through, they're forced to basically play retake every single time they want to try and get some drone control.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you push up and you get control of glass. I mean, if you don't have control of mid-map, you don't have control of the drone, you can't do anything with that. So
this is looking good.
This one is looking good as Marky B goes high, off the wall run. He's able to put it home, but Enable clears out the base, so they're not going to be able to relay those for any scores. And look, I mean, Clayster's already set up there mid-map. He's going to get it off the map. And what he wanted to do there was bring it over towards Bricks, potentially set up a really slow play for some points, but smart play to reset the drone.
Now, we are going to be seeing Clayster try and make that move. He's going to go ahead and just try and extend this even more so. He's going to try and make this what could very well be 13, and he will. FaZe are just starting to rub some salt into the wound, and they have indeed got the nails out slowly but surely, hammering the Infused coffin shut.
The Tatch is going to be on defense all alone as two players pushing through bottom. Broken gets one, not able to finish off the second one, but PD gets taken out in the process. They only have Urban mid-map here. The drone's going to go to Clayster anyway. This one does not look good for Infuse to make the comeback. FaZe really making a statement. It's one thing to do it in groups. It's a whole nother level to do it in bracket play.
Yeah, this, excuse the pun, but is a completely different ball game. So far, Uplink has been going only one.